1938, a very momentous time on the eve of World War II.
That's a pretty shot.
Yeah, I actually lost that much to
Clearly desperate, perhaps evocative of the drums of
Yeah, that's why
1919.
it's horrible when you make an
That's
amazing
the Red
shot
Army
and
there
then
with
lose
the
the
red
match.
flags coming over. Let me take myself out for a second.
Yeah,
There's a
look,
scene
it's a
here with
crazy
a
game, and
synagogue
the
on
game that you
fire.
guys are playing right now, the reason why I said I think you're the best player today, you're the best player of all
It looks
time,
like he has an armband.
because
I'm not
the
exactly
conditions
sure.
are very different. For people who don't know, who don't play pool, okay? If you're going to a regular bar and you're playing on like a bar table, those pockets might be 5.5 inches.
Also, in the US, people are playing on 7-foot tables.
In a bar, sure. They're 9-foot tables and the pockets are 4 inches. And so when you get two cubes of them next to each other and try to you can't even get close to sticking them in a 4-inch pocket. It's really, I think there's better players now than I've ever seen in my life. And I've been watching pool for 35 years and playing pool for 35 years. I've never seen better players than play today. And I think you're the best today. So in my book, that makes you the best of all time.
Well, like you said, the conditions are completely different. I think, yeah, it's changed even in the last 3 years. I think the game changed drastically.
Exactly the opposite direction.
You know, we changed the breaking formats. It used to be one ball on the spot with the magic grab, no 3-foot rule. So
all the people know I don't play pool. What the fuck are they talking about? We're talking about professional pool.
Yeah, all kinds of little
God so loved the world. This is a message. This place, the brain for the brain. Another people is
When you
exactly
showed me
the
today
opposite
how to break
what
that
this
way, I was
passage
like, that's
hardly
crazy. Like you have to hit it with draw and you have to aim towards the back ball. Wow.
Yeah,
we really
we
see
can't really
Oh, yeah. It's an insanely competitive game now. And shout out to Matchroom, right? Because Matchroom with the zone, they've done an amazing job with boxing and a bunch of other sports. But what they're doing with pool is crazy. There's so many events, and it's all over. You can get it on T.TV, right?
Yeah,
That's the website. Yeah.
Really at the heart of
there.
anti-Semitism.
It's amazing. And then there's also the Matchroom Pool
But let us
YouTube channel,
focus
which
on
has
the
tons of stuff on it for free.
on the actual
Yeah,
biography
they are
of
living
Jesus. Let's
in
try to
sure they
understand
have the reason why.
how he was
Is where
put
it's
to
at
death
today,
and why.
versus where it was 5 years
No
ago.
question, scholars
It's
agree
huge. I have
that
friends who send me
the trial
videos
as
now.
presented
Like
in the gospel
people just randomly find videos on TikTok or on
does not
Instagram.
make sense by
All this
what
bumming
we
on
know
social
about
media.
Jewish
You know,
law.
I do love
It could
social
not
media. I
have
have a
happened
filmmaker that
as
follows me everywhere.
described there. For example, was he charged with
That's very funny
blasphemy?
when you did
Well,
New York
his
City,
trial
or
does
Atlantic
not
City,
in
rather,
any
when you
way
went to the pool and you went under
how
skies.
a Jewish court would work, how the Sanhedrin would work.
I think it was pretty cheap budget. They could do it a lot better, especially when we go to Asia.
It just doesn't make
You can't
sense.
sneak around.
Was he
in
tried
Well, if you
for
put me,
political
make me a little
insurrection of some
grandpa or
kind?
something.
Possible,
Okay.
but on
You
the
know,
other
like you
hand,
have
if
to
that
get
were the
disguise.
case, why wouldn't his
Yeah.
followers
Their
also be
disguises are
killed?
really good today.
It's hard to
Have you ever seen those
reconstruct
CIA
what
disguises?
actually happened
So,
from the accounts that we have.
this
in
is
the
a story.
Gospels. We
Apparently,
can't say, however,
and this was
that the
told to me by
text
someone who
really
wrote drugs.
emphasizes the way in which
Obama was having a
the,
meeting with
the
someone,
Romans wanted to
in,
mock Jesus as a
one
Jewish
of the
leader.
rooms
As
of the
you can
White
see
House.
here from this close-up
and
in
he's in the middle of having his meeting with someone who he's met before and had
Gospels
conversations
describe
with
how
before.
the letters I
And then they
and R I
inform him,
were
Mr.
posted
President,
above
We
his
just want to let you know
his
this
cross
is
that
not
stands
who
for
you think you're talking
Jesus,
to, and we just
not
wanted to
Cyril
demonstrate
Rex,
how
the old
good
Jesus
the
of
special
Nazareth,
effects
the
makeup
King
is
of the
in
Jews.
NASA.
And
This is
Chagall
not
wanted to
my person.
underline
He was like,
this
what?
messianic
I would
aspect to it
confirm this.
by writing
I don't know if
Yeshua
Obama's not
HaNotzri
on my
Al
court call him up and go,
Kadiboi,
bro. Is that real?
Jesus the
Yeah, but
Nazarene,
I believe
the
it's real.
King of
Because
the
I've
Jews.
seen
I
up
don't know if
close,
my
like,
opinion
really,
on this
it's
is
like
worth very
when,
much. I'm not a specialist in this area,
Tony
but
Hitchcock
it seems
does
to
Kill
me
Tony.
that there may have been some
Sometimes
elements in the
they have
Jewish
makeup
community
artists that dress
who
people up,
regarded
make them
Jesus
different
as a
people. Like
troublemaker,
they did Biden one,
as a
and
rabble-rouser,
Kyle
who was
Dunnigan played
upsetting
Elon
the
Musk,
status
and
quo
I
in
didn't even
an
recognize him.
unhelpful way.
I was
He
like,
also
who's this guy?
clearly had
This is
certain
weird
critical
guy.
mass of
Like, acting
followers
weird.
that would
And
make
like,
it
that's
belong to
Dunnigan
build
playing
this
Elon Musk. I was like,
church
no
and such
way.
tremendous impact.
If right in front of him, I thought
But
it
I
was
get the
just some
feeling that this
didn't
was
look like Elon
primarily an
Musk.
act of
Like
Roman
weird
caprice
guy.
that,
But it
you
didn't
know,
look like him.
he
And it looked like a
crossed the
person.
wrong
It didn't look
nation
like
at
a
the
guy
wrong
in makeup.
time.
It didn't look
And
like a
life was
mask.
cheap
It looked
in
like
the
a real
first
person.
century.
It just
There
was
were
weird.
thousands of
Like, this is
crucifixions of Jews,
Yeah, that's what we should
especially
do.
in
I
this
think
area.
it's going to be
That
really,
Jesus
really
should stand out as
They feel
receiving
like
due
Vietnam
process
You
and
gotta
so
work on that
many
voice,
other
though, son. You rush all day with that voice.
it stretches to do the
I
It's
can
also
only be like an
important to note,
undercover.
by the
I don't
way,
know.
that
Yeah.
much of
Somebody
the
from-
And for people that at home, how can you be the number one in the world if you just lost?
that we receive from
Aloysius
later
Yap should be
sources
the number one in the world. He should be the
offers
number one of all time.
considerable more detail,
It's like
often with a
all
much more
races
negative
are really
connotation
what's up.
towards Jewish
right?
Well,
participation.
it's by the
And
ranking.
this is certainly
By the ranking,
correlated
what we
with
have now with Metro, it's 2 years
church.
off prize money
As the
combined.
church becomes
It's
less
like
and less of
all
a
races are
Jewish
what's up.
family affair,
Well, it's
as a
by
Jewish
the rankings,
mishpacha,
not
so to
number
speak,
one. By the
becomes
rankings,
much
and
more
what we have now with Metro,
global
it's 2
movement
years
that
of prize
attracts
money
Romans
combined
and Greeks
throughout
and
all
Scythians
the tournaments.
But I
whatever.
think the real matches
Then
that you
it becomes
play
much
where
more
you really get to see who's the best, and this is only for like
much easier
hardcore
to blame the
nerds.
death.
The real ones, like the one you did with Shane, was like 3 days, race to 40 each day, 120 games total.
That is the so-called
That way, there's
blood
no
cry.
questions.
The passage
No.
that's
After
recorded in the
3
book of
days
Matthew,
at 120
chapter 27, verse
games of pool,
25, in which,
and
and again, this is
possibly
very
239
ahistorical, but Pontius
games of
Pilate,
pool.
That's how I almost won the first
says
time we
to
played.
the gathered
Really?
Jews,
I
you
lost
know,
the first
I'm
time.
going
That's
to
right.
let you
I lost
have
122,
of
160.
my
So
persuaded for
up,
death.
up, and
Go
down.
free. Would
And
you
last
like
day
to
I was
have
up
Jesus
by
go
almost
free
15
or
games. I
Barabbas,
remember
who was a
he came back and
convict?
beat me.
As the gospel
Yeah.
describes,
It was
the
super
people
impressive.
say,
But it was
release
even more
Barabbas.
impressive coming back the
And
next
Pontius
year and
Pilate says
steamrolling.
that that means I
You
will
won
kill
by quite a few
Jesus.
games.
And
What
the
did you win
response
by?
of the Jews, which has been enshrined as the
By,
so-called blood cry,
42, I
is the
think.
phrase,
42 games.
His
That's crazy.
blood
Yeah, that's
be
crazy.
on us
78.
and on
That
our
was the
children.
score.
And that was for.
We
Did you
Jews
advertise how
take
much that was
responsibility,
being?
and
were
so
gambled?
do
Well,
future
people were
generations.
advertising that was for 50,
Now,
but it
many
was
scholars
a
have
little bit.
argued that
So I had a bunch of other people
given
chime in.
when the gospel into Matthew was composed,
Well, myself,
probably
So you don't want to say
after
the
destruction
actual
of the temple,
total?
or perhaps in the
I don't know.
context of the revolt.
Okay.
This
Are we allowed
is
to?
a
I don't
reflection
know. I mean,
on the very
unless you're
next
lying to the
generation of
IRS,
Jews,
which as a new citizen, I would say don't do that.
of
So,
what
yeah,
would
we'll
happen
have
a generation after Jesus was killed.
Oh no, you're gonna get in trouble.
Unfortunately, over the centuries,
you-
this
I don't
has
think you were
been
citizen
taken
last
as a
time you were here, right?
justification by
I'm
some
not sitting now.
for
Birth
anti-Semitic
card.
violence,
Oh, okay.
arguing that
When
all
do you have
Jews
to do
for all
go citizen?
time
I think
have somehow
you have to be a
accepted
permanent resident for 5
responsibility
years, and
for
then you can
Jesus'
apply
death,
if you
which is, as I mentioned
follow
at the
certain
beginning of
rules.
this
You have to
discussion,
stay in the U.S.
exactly
for 6 out of
opposite
6 months of the year,
183
out of the calendar year,
basic
each year.
understanding of
Well, you
Christian
better stay away
theology
from Home Depot
that
because
Jesus
those dudes
died
get
for
crazy.
all
Yeah.
our sins.
They're snatching people out left
Christians
and right. Yeah.
included.
Yeah, no, I think I do everything right. You know, pay my taxes.
This takes me further away from history than I am comfortable.
Well, you got to play the. That's weird that you, if you're not a citizen, but you get to play for the Moscone
how
Club.
the
That's kind of
church
crazy.
Well,
evolved,
Metro
specifically how
changed the rules, you know, as soon as I got the green card, and I wasn't able to play the
Jewish
official tournaments back then.
Israel
Right, because you
wall
were Russian.
themselves
Yeah,
off
so,
from this new idea,
Which is really crazy.
and how the
It was really
Well,
weird.
new evolving
Yeah, when you
Christian
think about
church
it, even the
changes
first
from
band
being
that we
an
got as a
internal
Russian
Jewish
athlete
phenomenon to a
happened
much
because of
larger
hockey
global
players.
phenomenon.
The WAGA, the WADA, Anti-Doping Association, they banned all the Russian athletes. Doesn't matter what sport you're in.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so it had nothing to do with the war.
The first one happened before the war. Was 2018 or 19, I think.
All Russian athletes competing in
All
America.
Russian athletes competing everywhere. That's everywhere. That played World Cup of Pool, I remember, in UK under no flag. But we were still able to compete. Like when after the war, we were not allowed to compete anywhere.
I think this
Wow.
video is very hard.
Wow. You know what's interesting? It never stopped the UFC. Like, not only do Russian fighters fight in the UFC, but they're celebrated, no one cares.
Because they're not under the Olympic Committee, I think.
And
Well, they're definitely not. It's a professional sport.
Well, that's what happened with Metro too. You know, it's a private company.
Right.
It's not a federation or association. They're just a private company, and they basically make their own rules.
I was just glad that they didn't make it political. Oh my god. I think fucking this guy is out there causing trouble. Like, he's just a fighter. He's just a professional MMA fighter. You know, this is what he does. And let's think about that. Let's not think about what these other people are doing that are in the same country as him. It's not him.
Yeah.
So the USA didn't care. Like, they let a bunch of, like, for the entire time of the war, Ukrainian guys and Russian guys fighting on the same card sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that just, you know, Metro went out of their long way to make an offer to me and say, you know, you can represent the United States. And at the time, we were playing the US Open in Atlantic City 2 years ago. Or was it 2 years ago? And the crowd was cheering for me, living in the United States already. And I was treating me like I'm one of their own. And now it's obviously completely different. If you watch the US Open from last week, everybody's supporting me, everybody's cheering for me.
Well, that's the cool thing about America is that it's a nation of immigrants. It's like you can come over here and just say, I'm American now. And everyone's like, all right. Yeah. Try that in Poland. They're like, you're not Polish. Get the fuck out of here. Well, there's a lot of countries like that that are like, no, you're not one of us. But America's like, we don't have like a nationality. We're all kinds of shit. So anybody can come over here. And if you do it the right way, we get super happy.
Yeah, I think it's great. And I'm really glad that people really welcome me with the way they welcome me.
Yeah, but that's also the way you play. You know, there's a thing pool. People play a lot and people really into pool. It's almost like that's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is how good you play. You know, there was you ever read that book, McGurdy? It was Robert Burns' book on a guy who lived during the Depression. He was a billiards hustler, traveled around the country. There was a scene in it where they were looking at the television and Nixon was on TV, and he goes, look at that guy, President of the United States, he can't ball. Isn't that funny? Because you and I know what that means. Like that in the pool, that really means something. Like if you can't play at all, like it's the fucking president, he can't play. It's real, it's weird. So if you come to America, all that they care about is if you play, since it's a melting pot already, and then it's like all they care about is how good you play. You play pretty fucking good so far. People just take it. So far, well, you're playing better now than ever before.
Yeah, I think I'm on top of my career.
What are you, 25? 25? Yeah, come on, man. You're not even in your prime.
No, yeah, I think I'm not in my prime. I think, I'm getting better every year.
I think so. The match that you had with that Filipino gentleman before the match in the finals, what is that guy's name? Michael?
That was Michael Bauman.
Quarterfinals. Yeah, so in that match, I was watching some of those outs, and I was like, Jesus, like, it doesn't get better pool than that. 4-inch pockets, tight
Good morning.
competition, really good player, a lot of pressure, everybody's there, single elimination at that point.
Yeah.
He is getting out, man.
Yeah, the pressure is really high. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes you can watch it on TV, you don't see the emotions.
Oh, I get it.
Sure, your brain is shaking sometimes, your backhand is shaking sometimes, and you just gotta manage it, you just gotta handle it.
Well, you have such a process when you play. Like when I'm watching you set up for a ball, it's always uniform. It's that's what I really enjoy watching. When a guy, it's like every shot, it's like
Some people find it
nice and
boring.
oh, those people are assholes. Those people are assholes. They think your style is boring.
It's like,
They're all pussies. They're hating shit. Those guys, all they are is jealous. That's all it is. Everybody wants to play like that. Everybody wants to play like that. If they say because you play too good, it's not fun to watch, shut up. Yeah, I know. That guy, whoever that guy is, says that, I don't want to listen to his opinion. I guarantee you, he like shows that suck. He's gonna get in his car and listen to his music. It probably sucks. Probably. How do you not like watching someone play perfect? That's crazy.
Well, I'll have to agree.
Doesn't make any sense. But then there are guys who play wild that it is fun to watch, like Muhammad Sufi. That guy, he gives me anxiety.
Yeah, very unique.
Sidearm, barely holding onto the cue, and he just fires balls in. He runs around the table. He like one strokes everything, and he's just getting out from everywhere. You're like, ah.
Yeah, he's very, very talented. He's
so good.
If you guys look at all
Yes, I remember him.
Yeah, he used to win world championships and multiple world titles.
Tony Drago.
Tony Drago saying
That guy was crazy. He was just running around the table, fireballs in. He couldn't miss. Yeah, those guys are fun to watch. But what are we here for? Right? You're here to win. You're here to run out. You're in perfect position. You're here to dominate this very difficult table.
yeah, everybody's different.
Right.
Their own style.
But under extreme pressure, it's better to have your style. like, or coping style, coping style, like methodical backstroke, its own smooth delivery. And, you know, I play half-ass pool, but I understand what's going on. It's such a mind fuck. Every game is such a mind fuck. Every time you're about to pull the trigger, you're like, now, no, one more stroke. Now, no, one more backstroke. Now, no, not yet. Now, okay, we're ready. Oh, we're ready. Go.
Well, you don't really have that because we shot clock. Shot clock is brutal. Shot clock is a game changer for sure.
It's hell.
Because you gotta, make the decision basically right out of the gate, right out of the chair. When you're in chair, you already know what you're gonna do. You only have 30 seconds. And an extension per rec. That's gonna give you an extra 30 seconds. And sometimes the pressure is really high. Completely brain dead. You don't want to be in that position.
I think there's a little bit better. They give you a little 10 more seconds.
Well, in Derby, the rule is for your, as long as you stay down, the shot clock doesn't.
That's good too.
Yeah.
The other thing that's brutal is the beeps.
Oh, yeah.
When it gets down to 5 seconds before you got to pull the trigger, you pull the trigger on a 9-ball with 1 second to go. I was watching, I was like, oh my god, I would be having a heart attack right now.
I always had. Always had. Moscone Derby is definitely, when it comes to pressure, it's the highest pressure you can ever.
Well, everyone's screaming, cheering.
Everyone's screaming.
For people that haven't seen it before, most pool tournaments are very, very respectful. People will clap after you make an out, or sometimes in the middle of a game, like if you make a really good shot, they'll clap. Be in great position, they'll clap. But as soon as you drop down to shoot the next ball, everybody gets quiet. Oh yeah, Moscow Cup, those rules are off the table. Off the table.
Hammer, shark you.
Yeah.
It would be super loud and you have a super time ball there. Everybody, like, for example, you play UK and 95% of the crowd is European, so everybody's cheering for Europe. Yeah. So let's say I'm on the top time ball and everybody's loud, and then everyone's going shh, and everybody will go quiet just in a second. And it's really, really tough to pull the trigger in that situation.
Yeah.
So it's a tough environment to play in, but it's what makes it.
Well, it's fun to watch, though. I'm so glad that all tournaments are like that, though, where you encourage people to be assholes. Oh, yeah. It's kind of weird, though, that they've agreed to only be an asshole for one tournament. Because people yell out in the middle of, like, you stroking the ball.
You see the crowd getting more engaged and more now. Like, you watch the US Open finals, it was loud when I played Michael Bowden in the quarterfinals. Yeah. It was kind of like that, because half of the crowd was Filipino. Well, not half, but there was a lot of guys that were loud.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. I think we can all agree that eating highly processed food for every meal isn't optimal. So why is processed food the status quo for dog food? Because that's what killers, an ultra-processed food. But a healthy alternative exists, the Farmer's Dog. They make fresh food for dogs. What does it look like? Real meat and vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients and help avoid any of the bad stuff that comes with ultra-processing. And it's not just random ingredients thrown together. The food is formulated by on-site board-certified vet nutritionists. These people are experts on dog nutrition, and they're all in on fresh food. The Farmer's Dog also does something unique. They portion food to your dog's nutritional needs. This ensures that you don't overfeed them, making weight management easy. Research shows that dogs kept at a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. Head to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. This offer is for new customers only. Yeah, let's talk about that, because one thing that happened is there's a rule where you're not allowed to soft break, but soft break is basically very subjective. On or not call someone on it. And you thought this guy was soft breaking. Yeah. So you said something and the Filipinos went crazy.
Yeah, everybody went crazy. I had their Facebook for because it was just bothering me. I was getting notifications every second. Crazy Filipino goes, yeah, you were sharking our player, you did that. But yeah, I thought the guy was soft breaking. And the rules state that you gotta make your best effort to make a forceful break. So that's really subjective, and it's up to the referee to make that call.
I have a solution to that. And it makes it more interesting too.
Radar, yeah, speak up.
Yeah, it's a easy solution.
I agree.
Easy solution, and it makes it interesting. about.
Then you also have, for example, juniors or girls. You make the rules the same for them.
No, it's a good. Well, they're not playing guys, right? They're playing girls.
Well, yeah, but that'll be a tutor. It's an open tournament.
Oh, right. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see, but I thought you were talking about young kids. No, for young kids, you'd have to have an exception. And for girls, you'd have to have an exception. So whatever the speed is, like what's a good break speed? Like, what do you think you break at, like, in his prime? What was he, like 30 miles an hour?
Well, back in the day, it was different. Back in the day, everybody was breaking over 20, 23, 24, 25.
But Bustamante had the craziest break.
Yeah, Bustamante.
When he would let the cue go out of his fingers and then throw his whole body into it, his time was crazy.
You ever watched the Russian player? His name was Evgeny Stalin.
No.
Watch that stroke. He was even crazy. Roberto Gomez.
Oh, he has the crazy break.
So
Yeah, way up. Yeah, that's so hard to be accurate and do that.
Oh yeah, I don't know how they do it.
You have the most insane smooth delivery. And again, what a mind fuck, because you're trying to hit this one ball square on the face, and you're throwing all of your might into it.
Yeah. So that's how Shane's breaking the same way. His body moves first, and then he delivers.
I'd like to know how fast he breaks when he breaks like 10 ball. Because when he 10 ball breaks, it's pretty crazy.
He breaks pretty hard. I like to break with
softer speed,
more control. Just wax them.
So what do you think would be like a reasonable mile per hour that you would impose? Where you'd say anything slower than that is soft braking? Is it like 15 miles an hour?
Or I think it has to be higher, maybe 18. And it will also push the players to practice for them to break borderline 18 because it may be under.
Right.
Players will break harder. 19, closer to 19, maybe harder than 19.
Well, they used to do that 3-point rule where they would, but that was very annoying. Yes, it was very annoying. Because sometimes guys would break hard, but the referee didn't rack them that good, right? And they made a ball, and then the opponent gets to shoot. Like, that's crazy.
In that case, yes, I agree. But that's another simple solution. It's better than what we have now.
Yes, I think the radar's the way to go.
Yeah, the radar is definitely the way to go.
I mean, and also it's kind of cool. When you get to do the stats, and some guys play like Shane, even in 9-ball when he does the cut break, he breaks really hard.
Kachi is the one that breaks hard.
He fucking did.
Oh yeah, he breaks hard. I don't know how he keeps the whole break, to be honest.
And it doesn't even look like he's trying that hard.
Last time we were breaking open the bridge, which is great.
People, that's one thing about pool though. If you want to get spectators, you want hard breaks. People want it like the color of money when Tom Cruise breaks and Paul Newman goes, "Who's that kid with the sledgehammer break?" It's a dumb American thing. But if you want to get like American people to tune in, you gotta break hard. Yeah, like that's why Earl Strickland still gets mad. He gets mad. I heard Mike Siegel talk about it too. It's like, why don't you just hit it straight on the one ball and hit it as hard as you can?
Because it's no fun. He has zero control. That way, it's no skill, really.
I just think he hasn't had someone lay it out to him like the way you just did with me. You're explaining to me. This is the first time that I had anybody explain to me that particular break. I'm like, oh, and you did it dead on. And you knew that the cloth was a little worn because it's a Euro cloth. So you're like, okay, because of that, I'm going to have to hit it here. And it'll go inside. And you smashed it, and it went right in the side. Like, oh shit! Like, it's not risky. You're not like gambling. The only thing you're gambling with is the ball's going across the table. But it seems like you guys kind of have that mostly worked out too.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody on the tour is figuring out the break really fast. It doesn't really matter what changes the format. The players will figure it out.
The fun thing to me about your life is that you're traveling all over the world playing, and then occasionally you have these marathon gambling sessions that they stream online. And I've got a good buddy of mine, Tommy, from Connecticut. Shout out to my boy Tommy. And he and I like be fucking texting each other, like for 3 days in a row while these matches are going on. And I get so juiced up for it. I get so excited about it. But it's like that's the part of the game that has always been the most romantic, the gambling. And I'm glad that people aren't shying away from that, because there was for a long time, gambling was thought to be negative for professional pool. That's not the case anymore.
Well, it could be.
It could be, sure, because you're bringing in shady people, for sure. I mean, if you're gambling $100,000, where'd you get it? Bob the drug dealer came over, and, he wants in, he's staking me, and if I win, I get 40%.
But in our case, it's different. Our matches that we make, there's only a couple that we did. We played twice with Shay, and there's also a few one-pocket matches we did. The biggest ones were with Shay, and it's only a small group of people. It's basically just a few guys who want to introduce me, and same thing from Shay's side, so everybody knows each other.
Yeah, for sure, in your case. But in the case of like high-level gambling in pool, there's a lot of shady characters. How often do you gamble just in regular life playing pool? Because does anybody else really giant spots or anything like that?
Where everybody's asking for ridiculous games all the time, but my gambling days are over. I'm a tournament player, really. Well, you got too good. Yeah, like I played when you were here like 2 years ago, and I definitely play better now than I played 2 years ago, but you play way better. You play better than you were playing then, which is crazy. You were banking out and making shots. I was like, this is so humiliating. It's so humbling. Yeah, I do play a lot better than I did 2 years ago.
Which is hard to believe, because you're the best player in the world and you're getting better. That's one of the coolest things to me about any game or any sport, anything, is that, and especially today, because there's so much data that's available. Like, say if you're a young player and you're learning how to play, you can watch pool on your iPad till 3 in the morning. You watch matches and you learn how to play things. You learn, like, why did you do it that way? You're like, oh, you rewind it, you go, oh, that was available to like seasons back in the day, or Big Farm, those guys.
If I didn't just go and you really inspired me to be a good person, well, I'm holding them. And one day I'll have a dedication to you guys.
Yeah. And so it's just like everything else. With the new generation, the level just gets higher and higher with everything. Unless there's physical limitation. And with pool, it doesn't seem like it's not like you're running the 4-minute mile or,
God's been a picture. I wonder how hot it must be. Please and thank
Oh,
you.
yeah, for sure.
I'm a big fan of your Let's Bring It Clap. I'll put Fortnite while you can sit there. Cool, dog.
Archery's like that. Archery, golf,
Aw, no one cares
Your
about
neck
you.
was fucked up. I know your neck was fucked up. I brought you a waste well last time you were here.
Content.
It helped. It did help for like 6 to 8 months, I think. And now it's fucked up. No, I actually found the way. My pre-match routine, I stretch every single day. I do
Like an introduction documentary.
What do you do with
That is pretty accurate.
basically, I work on my upper back.
Oh, so certain workouts
That will take some pressure off my neck. Because my neck is where it really feels like my upper back and shoulder blades.
51 Bears Live, 3 or 4 years ago.
I did all the MRIs, and I did have like a bulging disc, C4, C5. That started to progress and was getting worse. I went to Russia for that. I think I've mentioned that to you at the time. And I found that that helped me a lot with weight routines that we built. And since then, knock on wood, everything was good.
Oh, nice. Did you ever get one of those things that I was talking about? Those decompression things where you put your head in a harness and you like pull on the door, you set it on your door, and you can like hang by it a little bit. Those are nice.
Yeah, and also, how do you call that?
Inverse tip?
Yeah,
Yes.
one day as well.
Those are great too.
Yeah, everybody should be doing that.
Everybody should be decompressing, because you get to a certain age and everybody's back is just like you're carrying all this weight your whole life, and your back just gets smushed, and your body suck, and then you start to get these weird pains and decompression. And if you can do it, just be real vigilant with it, you can stop a lot of problems dead in their tracks.
For sure, I felt that you haven't really paid attention to like stretching as much as I did before this year.
Young
Again,
Mills.
I can play a lot longer.
Let's see what you got going, Don.
Was practicing. Baby, shut up. I know, when I was old, I was 16, 18, I was practicing a lot more than I did now.
Yeah.
And I never really had any issues. 2022, I'm practicing the same, but I'm always leaving full
8 hours.
some type of thing. I don't want to go practice the next day because of that.
Right. Do you, the problem is it's hard to get access to a cold plunge when you're on the road.
Yeah, it's really different. I do have a cold plunge at home.
Yeah.
So, all the good stuff.
Cold plunge is the thing, man. It just relieves so much inflammation. Especially if you could do it first thing in the morning. If you can force yourself to do it first thing in the morning, it is the way to go, man. It sucks every day, but if you just do it, get out of it. Free. Yeah. So, and as long as you don't do it within like 2 hours of you playing.
Young Money Panda. Young Money Panda.
Fully warm back up again, because if you are cold, it will kind of mess with your coordination. Yeah. I was telling you the worst thing ever for pool is the fans. There's nothing worse. I found myself. It's terrible, for sure. You know Willie Hobby, the old school billiard player. Never heard of him? You know what a hobby
This
cue
is real content.
No, okay, a hobby butt is
You
like
got
a
another
type of
song.
butt that doesn't have a
More
rubber on the
entertaining
bottom of
than
it. It's
ever
just
was.
flat. And
Hell
for whatever
content.
reason, Willie Hobby
This is so entertaining.
I think it's named after him for some reason.
How
And he
you
was a
feel?
famous billiards player, like the turn of the century, and the turn of the other one, like
Oh,
the
for
early
sure.
1900s.
Free
And he wouldn't even
promotion.
drive a car, do
An
anything with
entire
his
one
arms.
person.
He wouldn't drive a car because it would mess up his pool game.
I got one person.
Yeah. I mean, some players are super
Beat.
superstitious about,
Cars back then, though, didn't have power steering.
Let's
So you have to
relax.
think it's probably really difficult to steer them.
real.
See if you can find a photo of
I don't
Willie
know what
Hobby.
relax means. Gonna be
He
a
had the
new night.
weirdest sidearm,
Babies.
too. Yeah, totally
Wakey,
sidearm.
wakey,
Keith
wakey,
McCready,
wakey.
exactly.
I-
It's like these guys start playing when they're
Wakey,
5 years old, so they can't really reach the
wakey.
table correctly.
That's exactly the
Wake
reason
up,
why
there's
yeah,
about
from
the
when I
day
started,
right now.
I
I'm
was
trying to
Russian
get
parents.
dead to
And I was always sidearm because, I wasn't
What do you
told.
do?
They sent me to the pool table.
Yeah, look at him.
Who's Dexter Morgan?
Isn't that crazy? Sidearm? That's nuts.
Just like
Ryan 10,000 not stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, really just get For sure. Shout out to Ace. Ace, Emily CC holds the record. No, she doesn't.
As long as you figured out how to do it consistently.
Yeah.
That's the thing about pool, there's so many different variations of the stance, stroke, that you can overcome everything if you practice just hundreds of hours. So it wouldn't really matter. You can play by the book, but in the end, all that matters is how much is about time you spend at the table.
The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to stay in the action from kickoff to final whistle. Whether you're betting on your go-to team or making moves mid-game as the momentum shifts, Saturdays are yours to own with DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's something special for first-timers. New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777. Visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expires 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, dkng.com/audio.
Like Shane. Like when Shane's he's arguably the greatest of all time. It's in the conversation with the greatest of all time. 5-time U.S. Open player. Hits the ball in a way that everybody tells you don't ever do it that way. So he stops at the cue ball. Instead of following through, like and letting the cue ball fly through, he stops at the cue ball.
He's very unique. Same as Filipinos. Filipino players, they have a unique style of play. They're super, they're like dancing around the table, but nobody plays like that. Nobody else plays like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's, again, as long as it's repeatable. It's like, there's a lot of things like that. If it's repeatable, if you can do it over and over and over again, there are no rules.
No, I mean, they are written in a book.
But how could you say that like Shane Van Boening is doing it wrong?
Exactly.
It made sense. I mean, he's probably won more tournaments than anybody ever, right? Who's won the most tournaments of all time?
I mean, that's a good question. We were just talking about it this morning, I think. Shane is definitely one.
Might be Shane.
It might be Shane. Shane might be the greatest of all time right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Jeremy Jones is, the greatest of all time. That's his pick. It's, what's crazy with him, too, is the deaf aspect, that he shuts his hearing aids off when he plays. That must be amazing.
That'd be illegal. I mean, it should be.
Really? I mean, listen, man. Life gives you lemons, you need lemonade.
I know.
The dude was born deaf. That's fucked up.
It is, but it's,
that's the advantage he gets. You can shut them bitches off.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You can't check and see if he has it on. Like, Shane.
I mean, we're not checking. We are checking.
Are you checking? Oh, of course.
He said motherfucker has it off all the time.
How do you know when he has it off?
Well, because just before his match, he goes to his phone and puts it all the way down.
Oh, so his phone is Bluetooth. So his hearing aid is Bluetooth.
Oh, yeah, he can control my phone.
Oh, that seems dirty. Because you're not allowed to wear, like, noise-canceling earbuds.
No, you're not. Errol always wants that.
Yeah.
They're not allowed.
Yeah, I remember when Murph used to wear, like, gun sight glasses. He used to wear glasses, like, kind you wear range.
Yeah.
And then he was wearing headphones for a while, so they told him not to, like a pilot. Yeah, like complete noise-canceling headphones. Ones that look like they weigh 5 pounds. Yeah. And then he's got weights that he wears around his waist sometimes.
He puts definitely a character.
He puts weights on his elbow. He puts tape around his fingertips. And then he makes his cue as fat as my forearm.
Yo, shout out to Young Money.
Whatever kind of tape he's using on it.
He runs 5 miles every day. Hundreds of squats. Oh, yeah, he's fit. Well, I mean, he doesn't look very fit, but he works out every day. Or does something.
Is he the oldest guy that's still super competitive? Like, how old is Rothschild? Rothschild is still pretty competitive.
No, Errol's
Is he? Yeah. Right. So I think Rothschild is actually like my age.
Young Mills.
And Girl is like in the 60s. So he's probably the oldest guy that's like playing competitively. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's a fucking game for young people, son. You gotta have them young eyes, cut that ball on.
for sure. The eyes is everything.
Yeah. How many guys do you know that got LASIK surgery?
A few. A lot of players weren't in contact when they play, but LASIK has been the game changer for them for sure.
Now, are these young players that are coming up, are these guys embracing like a healthier lifestyle? Because one of the things about pool is like it's always been connected, at least when I was young, it was always connected to, especially the gambling, connected to a lot of partying, a lot of amphetamines, cocaine, and then, just
changing. It used to be just a game played at the bar. Now, I think now in the U.S., everybody's taking the European approach. Now you come and they treat it as a sport.
right.
Especially the younger generation, they see you more successful on the tour. And if you look at top 10 right now, every one of us, we try our best at everything. Pre-match routines, how we practice, how we treat the sport.
Really sure
I
about
think,
much
yes,
of the
definitely it's
most
changing.
essential
And
questions.
that's why
We should say one
pulls
thing
me
clear.
from which where it was.
Many scholars,
Well, it's
whether or
only
not
because
this
the
is
promotions, they deserve everything.
Jewish
And then, of course, the players. but without the promotions, like putting these events on and making it a big deal, they wouldn't get all over YouTube, they wouldn't get all over these social media sites. But what pool really needs is something like they had the Hustler in the 1960s, made pool explode, and then they had the Color Money in the 1980s, made pool explode. They need something like that. Like some 2 days ago,
trailer on Netflix. You haven't seen it?
No,
Yeah, Netflix made a documentary about Eddie and Mary Heard. I think it's about their family.
Spiritual in nature. I mean,
Yeah.
I think 2 or 3 episodes are
Oh, that's good. That'll help.
how
Yeah,
they
that's really
related
good.
to
That'll
the
help.
infinite.
most of there's about boxing, I think boxing, darts, and
Temple was
baseball,
corrupted
nobody, but
by
pool's a big part.
Well, they do darts too.
Darts, snooker, fishing, I think.
There was still this idea that somehow the temple was
Yeah, really.
the hinge upon which the
Like
entire
fishing
universe.
tournaments, yeah, that kind of shit. Fisher,
Now that that temple is gone,
Fisher Manies or something. How they catch it?
I have no idea how it works.
it looks like.
I know Shane's a big fisherman, right? He goes lake trout fishing.
Thousands of Jews taken off
That's
its
that South Dakota mentality.
One more thing I think you can do.
It's not that bad.
Nice all the day long.
It's actually kind of fun.
Pretty stressful.
I did it a couple years ago. I caught a trout. I was pretty jacked up.
Yeah, if you catch something, yeah, for sure.
It's pretty cool. You know, when you're standing on ice, so you're kind of freaked out when you're standing on ice, and they use a drill to drill through the ice, and then you know exactly how much is separating you from drowning. So you only need a few inches, but when I was doing it, it was about 7, 8 inches of ice.
So like I put people the tent around.
Yeah, most of the time that's what guys do. They put some kind of a tent around them, and then they get a drill. They go right into the ground, right through the ice rather, and then you have like a little net where you scoop out new ice that forms, and you just drop your line right down there in the hole. It's exciting. It's exciting when you catch one.
All over the world.
I did fish a couple times.
The Temple of Jerusalem. This just ridiculous. Took that
The problem when you can play
mandatory, but
it's
instead
really
of
the pool's
promoting
about
it to
as
the
fun as anything. Like really good, which is
goal.
I've always said that pool is like an art form that only the people that practice it can appreciate. When you watch someone who plays really good, wow, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. But to an average person like I just made a bunch of easy shots.
Exactly. You can't really see fundamentals.
Exactly. Yeah.
Positional play.
At least with if you're explaining jiu-jitsu to someone, at least people kind of get it. Oh, he's gonna break his arm. Like, oh, he's choking him. Oh, he's got his neck. When you watch someone play pool, you don't understand how difficult that 3-rail position was to get perfect on the 4-ball. Oh my God, that was amazing.
What they say is in jail.
But anyway, Trajan waged war against the Parthians, and he actually penetrated all the way.
They don't get it. And they never want it. It's just like you're going to have to play it to understand how hard it is what that person did.
Yellowish color.
The casual person doesn't understand, unfortunately. So what we need is more people play. If more people play, then more people would watch people play.
I think more people start. I think the game grew quite a bunch in the last couple of years.
Well, I know that Top Golf people are going to do something like that for pool.
Which is perhaps not surprising.
You know those Top Golf guys? Do you know what Top Golf is? Yeah. So Top Golf, you know, where they have this thing where you just whack the balls out into the. Well, they're gonna set something like that up for pool, where they have some sort of business where you go in and play pool, and it's more attractive to young people. I don't know exactly what their model is because it's still going to be pool. I don't think it's going to be a bunch of people just breaking the balls. You know, like because that's what they're doing when they're doing Top Golf, they're just driving the ball, right? I don't know exactly what their idea is, but the same guys who they realize like a lot of people play pool, a lot of people personally. If we had a really attractive place for people, and it's probably correct, it's probably an untapped business. Because people are always looking for something fun to do on date nights.
Yeah, so when they go in or somewhere at the end of the day, they put like a projector above the table, and it kind of gives you like all kinds of different while you're playing.
Perhaps because of his
Was saying the venue, which is being backed by investors, including U.S.-based capital firm Sharp Alpha Advisors and Daily Mail investment arm DMG Ventures, uses pool tables, balls, and cues for the traditional game, but adds tracking technology and video projections to add bonus targets and obstacles in an attempt to appeal to larger groups. Bonus targets and obstacles, alongside its own venues and those operated by franchise partners. It's called Pool House. Pool House plans to sell its equipment to pubs, bars, and other venues that want to update their existing pool tables. Yeah, so it says Steve, I don't know how to say his name, Jalefi said, more people play at Top Golf than on traditional golf courses in the U.S., and we aim to make an even greater impact on the world of pool. We have a strong track record. This project has been our most challenging endeavor yet. Well, that's exciting. Maybe that'll do it.
I've never even heard of it.
Well, if you get a bunch of guys that are already really successful at doing that, the thing about golf though is like hitting a golf ball is really fun.
Yeah.
You know, and then if you have like a big open pit where you can just whack a golf ball, you get like 100 yards, you can see how people can whack a golf ball, and you get a net at the end of it.
That's better to get it straight.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to do that. Pool is like, you don't know how to make a bridge, you're holding your hand funny, and like, moving weird your arm. And I wonder how many people are going to get frustrated. I wonder if it's the same. Actually, it's probably, yeah, because I suck at driving a golf ball. You know, I'm not good at it. I've played Top Golf a couple of times. I've gone to a driving range once. It was fun. I'm not good at it. But like fucking Jamie over here, that dude's out in the garage every day whacking balls. Every time I come here, he's out there whacking balls. Yeah. So you realize like there really is like there's a lot of technique just to the drive. It's very similar probably to a break shot in that regard.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Now, I wonder if they could make something like that really marketable for home. That might be it.
It has to be some type of interaction.
Yeah. The other thing that might make pool really big is big money. Like for the Saudis to get involved and they get crazy. And they start saying, okay, this tournament's for $5 million.
Well, we have the world championship. We have one tour in Saudi.
Right, what's the first place?
250,000.
Pretty good. 25 million would be better. Yeah, for sure. Imagine that. For sure. So those guys have so much money. They spend $25 million in building numbers. They probably spend more than that on production.
I don't know.
They throw so much money around in boxing, it's kind of bananas.
For sure. And that's where Metro is really helping. They have those deals for multi-sports. They make a deal for boxing. They'll snooker. Right. So they have the snooker tournament. So they have the boxing.
Yeah, money
for a lot of things.
Those dudes throw some money around. Because it's like when people talk about the richest people in the world, they're like, really? Because their money is in public. Like they don't have to disclose how much money they make. They're kings. Okay? Like, they probably laugh like, oh, silly Elon thinks he's number one. You know? What's paltry $400 billion? He's basically to those people. So like they've thrown insane amount of money in boxing. I think it has to make me firm, so I need to know if this is true or not. But I think Usyk made more than $100 million in his last defense against Daniel Dubois. I think Dubois made in the 70s. He made somewhere around 70. I think they said Usyk made like 130 something. Which is crazy. $130 million for a fight. Bananas.
What do you think of that round?
That'll be exciting. If it's big money like that. I mean, if you ever saw a match, shoot a 9-ball hill for $100 million.
And
I was
oh
shooting
my
on that
gosh,
for
I can't even look at that because it's
Yeah, that's
actually
right.
pornographic in its
And
nature.
yeah,
So
but I was straight in.
just trust me,
Yeah.
Cassius Dio is
that was crazy. What was that
liable
like?
to
It was a
exaggerate
crazy
for
match
dramatic
against
effect.
Kachi.
Egypt
Yeah,
also
World
saw
Championship
widespread
Hill
rebellion.
first.
Yeah, it was Hill Hill.
Hill Hill, he scratches and then
Widespread Jewish rebellion.
shaking like a leaf.
Who were apparently
Oh, yeah.
the Jews were taking advantage of
I mean, that's the biggest tournament we've ever had.
Right.
Biggest tournament I've ever had like here. You know, we only have so many tournaments that
And
play
once again, it's simple,
those kind of money.
similar kinds of
And it's really difficult not
temples,
to think about
shrines, for example, the shrine of
yeah,
Nemesis,
and
Memphis,
that's definitely the highlight of
public
my career.
works,
So
roadways,
making
things like that.
tough
It
making ball.
seems like
I mean, it wasn't
the
tough,
Jewish
but
rebellion
positional
really
play
directing
was
their
tough. I had to go out
specifically
and
to
cue ball.
you have to have a very political motive. The economic
straight
motive
with
does
that
not
ball,
seem
no
to
pressure.
rise to the
That's a
surface.
good one for
And
people to
other than
watch.
those
Like, what is this all
messianic
about?
references,
Watch that one.
it seems to be
Watch that one and know that they're playing for
But it's fascinating to think
$250,000.
like, why are the Jews all over the diaspora? They really think they're going to
Hundreds, so
throw
it was
Rome off, but they
150,000
obviously
difference.
are somewhat
That's a lot.
coordinated.
It is a lot for one
There
race.
was, of course, a harsh
One
military
nine
response from
That's the
Israel.
beautiful thing about nine ball.
Came
You can
back
run everything and then chunk that nine.
killed. This is the period when the great synagogue of Alexandria,
It's
which the Talmud says was
it's such
so
a mental
large
game.
that in order to
It's a game
know
of
when to
military,
answer
so
how main for a
single
person
roll
leading
this way, that
prayers,
way.
they had to
You're
wave
hooked.
big flags. Now you can see the
Or you're on
flags
the
and
right
all
side
those
of
up
the
to
ball,
that
wrong
part.
side of the
But
ball.
this is the
I was
period
listening to
when
John do commentary once, and he was saying how crazy it is if you really think about it. Every board that involves the ball,
basically
it's
at
like
this
something
point,
is hitting
by
the
the
ball.
time it gets
It's like you have a bat hitting the ball, or it's like no other sport has a ball
North
hitting the
Africa
ball.
goes into a steep
And then
decline,
trying to be like
and
really
it does not
accurate
rise
over
again for
distance.
several centuries. So we
And
can say
then
the same
making
thing
that
about
ball
the island of
move
Cyprus.
around and get
As we
perfect
saw
for the next
earlier
ball.
in Cassius
Like even
Dio's,
golf, you're hitting a ball. It's very
no
difficult,
Jew
but you're
may
hitting
set foot
a ball.
on
You're
that
not hitting a
island
ball with
that
a
is
ball.
Cyprus. But even if
That's-
one of them is driven
it's a
upon
whole
its
nother
shores
element.
by a storm,
Think full is
it
the
is
most
difficult.
difficult sport.
Jews were banned from the island after a
It might
rebellion
be
there.
snooker.
And in fact,
Excuse me,
this
snooker.
statement is supported
Snooker is
because
boring.
there's no
Oh,
other
I don't think it's
evidence
boring.
of
I
Jews
think when you
ever
get a
landing
guy who's
on this
really
island
good,
until the 4th
who
century.
plays,
So hundreds of years of Jews.
I think it's really difficult when
What
it comes to
happened
like
in
how
Judea
difficult is it to
This is
execute
where
the shot
Talmud
because
refers
the
to
balls are
great
smaller,
boldness,
the games are thinner, the ball,
know
the
that
pockets are tighter.
Yeah.
The big ones are bigger too.
if you watch Ronnie Sullivan play, you can't think that's
He
boring.
is
Of
sent
course, I mean,
back by
of course you
Trajan
have players.
and appointed as
Yeah,
governor
Ronnie,
in
You can never say that it's boring.
Yeah.
don't know
But
a
I
lot
think the
about
game
how
itself,
he conducted
It's just
himself
too
in
much
that
safety.
area,
It's nothing
but
shots
we
here
know
and there.
that there was
Yeah, but it's because it's so hard, and because it's so big. It's a 12 fucking table, which is crazy.
brought in
And the
seconds
pockets are
rather
tiny
than
and the balls are tiny. It's a really hard game. But when you got one guy like Ron who doesn't miss like 30, 40 shots in a row, you're like, this is crazy.
What's really crazy about snooker is there's only 4 or 5 countries that really play that game, but it's a lot bigger than pool.
We have to move on to
Pool is a lot more international. If you look at the majors that Bedroom have, look at the last 64, the last 32, you will have 20 different countries represented.
So that's interesting that snooker is bigger. Like, how much do they make? What's like a? I know they were making like gigantic money in the UK. Is that still happening, or is it died down a little?
Well, most of the majority of the tournaments are in the UK, I think. There's a lot of them happening now in China as well. But I think really Scotland, Ireland, Wales, UK, China, that's about it. A few European players.
The bar cough
And they make,
so named
I would
after
say,
its
the top
leader,
guys, they make over 2-3
is
million a
often
year.
referred to
Do
as
you remember the
second
scandal? There was a scandal with one of the players a few years back where they got him on hidden camera saying that he'd be willing to dump a match.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of Chinese guys that got banned for
Oh, really?
And then there's possibly
dumping a
another
match.
That's
conflict,
the problem with gambling.
the so-called
Yeah,
People's Rebellion that
When gambling gets
we discussed in the last video. Some people
And
consider
you
that
realize,
the
like,
second
if you get your
World
friends to
War.
bet on the other guy,
That's the problem with, I guess, getting
Unlike the
the
People's Rebellion,
bookies
this
to
is
off the
what
tournaments
happens
as well.
entirely
When the
within
prize money are not big,
of
you will have players
and
thinking,
certainly constitutes a
winning the tournament is nice, but I don't have to win it. I can just lose my round one,
energy.
go through the other side,
Well,
take
it's
out those.
unknown about
Yeah.
the Barcode revolt. We did not have really extensive sources
Yeah.
describing it.
and that's unfortunate. But is that part of the thing about having to come on to golf outs? Because I doubt that the play golf or dump it on purpose. Because there's so much money on the line, they don't have to. Yeah, they don't have to. But when the difference between like winning and losing is so huge, and then you can gamble on it. And then you tell your friends, like, listen, bet on him. Yeah, and I'm going to make sure I lose. It's like, I think it's too easy to make money that way.
Yeah, but also I'm pretty sure they're always investigating. Every other investigator, I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure. But you don't have to do big bets.
No, you don't have to.
And you can have some offshore accounts. You know, if you're doing it online, you use a VPN. But gambling for Vietnam, you know?
Yeah, you provide those, I'm sure. But yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. Shady businesses. But that's also kind of the fun part of pool too. Is that these places are kind of shady.
But
Like,
his actual name
they're like
popular in the way that
the outcasts of society. You know, if you go and you watch like the finals of the Florida Open,
it's hard
crowd.
to
There's a lot of
underestimate
outcasts in there, a lot of Android phones. Yeah, it's a lot of outcasts. It's a lot of people that spend a giant chunk of their life in pool rooms. And the thing about pool is, if you really get into it, you're playing it 8 hours a day.
I'd like to talk to you about
You have to.
Dr.
Yeah.
It's like a good at it, you have to.
It's the only way. Yeah,
He describes
and it makes a giant difference.
A lot of people fall in love with the game really fast, and if you do,
first
then you
saw
with
a
it.
description
Yeah.
that was written by
Just hit balls for hours.
President of Israel.
I was playing my friend Jake the other day. I said, to get really good at pool, you kind of have to be a piece of shit. Because this is why you don't have to. I mean, obviously you're not, and you know, you're lucky that your wife plays pool, which is huge as well. Because if she didn't, like, you know where to find me, because I'm going to be playing. Sorry, right? Like, you're going to ignore most of your responsibilities. It's also tough to pool.
It's really tough.
Oh, yeah.
Personal life, especially with the schedule that we have now, like first half of the year was okay. But now it's just back to back, like even after this started, Texas Open starting on Wednesday. From then I go to China. Then I go to Vietnam for 3 weeks. From there I go to Philippines for 2 weeks.
You think people in the Philippines going to be mad at you still?
Oh, for sure. For sure. Reyes Cup, that's going to be another one. Oh, no. Reyes Cup is now is the rest of the world against Team A. That's happening in the middle. It's out there already. All the comments if you see, wait until you come to Manila. We're going to welcome you with open arms.
Oh, no.
Lowered his hands
I'm going to get it, but that's
so
going to be
his
for sure.
was supported by his two lieutenants, holding his ear so he could retain that position for
But yeah, that's good.
battle representing the
Yeah,
military
that's really tough to
victory
balance,
to God at its
Pull,
center.
personal life,
On the left,
family.
you see
Family is almost impossible. If you have kids, you have to take them to football games and stuff. Like, that's why I said that you want to be really good at pool. You have to be a piece of shit.
David shown here as a young man,
You know, I mean, listen, obviously there's groups of people that keep it together that are really good. It's still family. But, you know, spend time with their family, spend time with their kids. But you're going to have to manage your time because you have to get those hours. If you're not playing, like legitimately, realistically, if you want to be a top flight, world-class player, what is the minimum amount of hours you think you have to play every day?
I think somebody spent 10,000 hours to get good at anything. But I think the bullet pro is more.
shown here as a
I think it's
powerful
probably
military figure
a little
and as
more
a tragic one as well.
because
That's the
it's
story with the
really
Our
complex.
sources,
Yeah, but if you're talking about like
as I
top
mentioned,
professional
are
player,
somewhat
it's not just
we have
practicing.
an important
You know,
Roman historian,
you will have to start traveling to playing tournaments. You will have to start playing
who is
and sparing with somebody.
somewhat problematic
Uh,
because
smart,
only
smart,
have
yeah.
an abbreviated
And,
we have
then,
Eusebius, an important church
Gain
historian,
experience from those tournaments. It's going to take a lot of time.
basically at the turn of the 3rd century.
But I
Eusebius,
guess
about
that's like
100 years later,
anything
one of
that's worth
the church
doing.
fathers.
You know, if you want to get good at it, that's one of the reasons why it's so fun. Is because you know how hard it is to do.
Yeah.
They are not
If it was easy to master, I think people would probably pick it up and then they eventually quit. But the problem, the thing about pool is that take a week off and then play again. What do we do here? Like, it seems all screwy. You don't want to listen for so. And then you finally get back in the groove again. It's because it's so difficult that makes it so attractive. But that's why people can start playing it 8-10 hours a day. If it was easy play, you wouldn't play it as much.
And at the same
Right.
time,
I mean, for me, the big thing is I just always have to do something. I have to always shoot balls because there's so many good players now. So many good players. And if I just stop for a moment, or if I focus
So let's
on
try to
this
understand
for
what we can
a short period of time,
about soft spot
I'll
and
just catch me.
rebellion from the source
And that's-
of
it is.
Here's
It's
a
driving me crazy, but I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
translation.
How does it drive you crazy? Do you wake up in the morning and feel like people nipping at your heel?
Well, like for example, now I know that for example, I'll use he won the UK Open,
Florida Open, and the US
This
Open,
describes the rebellion that took place from
the 3 out of the last 4 big tournaments we had,
which is crazy.
Yeah, which
The
is
leader of
it's really tough to be
the
dominant.
Midrash is
Almost
described
impossible.
as a mythic figure, a phenomenal
But
figure.
he's just proven that it is possible.
And he was on the losing end of
Not
the
unlike
match that I think I've probably watched the most over the last year. And if you Google it, you can find it on YouTube. Just Google 9-ball perfection. And it's Ko Ping Chung, who's one of my favorite players outside of the course to watch. That guy is so. There's something about those guys from Taiwan. I don't know what their method of training, but they have this like smooth, kind of effortless stroke. It's like hypnotizing to watch. And that dude never missed a single ball in an 11-match defeat. He beat him by 11-0. Never missed a ball. Pocketed every shot he aimed at, and never gave him a shot other than the opening shot. And he had one shot at the beginning of the match, a long-ass 2-ball. He didn't make it, and then he was fucked. Which is crazy. And that's the guy who just won the last 3 tournaments. Which is so nuts about this sport, is that if the guy's winning, and it's win or break, you might not ever play.
For sure, we never know.
Like, look at today, you and me. There's like 5 or 6 games where I'm just like standing there, just waiting for you to miss. You're not missing, so I don't play. You're not missing, and I don't play. You know, but at a world-class level, when you're doing that in the U.S. Open, and it's on TV, and people are cheering every time you pocket a 9-ball, that's bananas.
Yeah, that's rarely happens.
Yeah.
All of the
Very, very
exiles
special
were
moment, I think,
gathered
because
from
then
the
you
exiles
want
and
to
initiate
That dude got in the zone. And if you can appreciate the zone, you gotta watch that video. Even if you only play pool casually. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. This is boy, each other. But when you watch this guy, Ko Ping Chung weighs 100 pounds. It's got combination rail first. Crazy. But then from that, he just never misses. And you watch this guy, like, watch how fucking smooth this character is. And again, the dude weighs 100 pounds, soaking wet. The Q is half his body weight. And he just kind of like gently hits everything just so smooth and effortless.
I remember this match because I was waiting for this match in the finals.
At the very top
I
right,
was watching it at the steakhouse, and it was pretty painful for me to watch it. Was it? Well, I mean, you don't want to have somebody just not make a single mistake and play you in the finals. It's just hurting your confidence a little bit.
And the reality is, you would think, well, this guy's going to win everything from here on out. But no, that's what's so crazy about this sport. As good as this guy is, and as competitive as he hit that with 5 to get out for the 2 in the corner. That's full shit.
That was really dangerous. I have no idea why we
Well, he's got ice water's veins, man. I'm telling you, we were talking about this before, but there's a match from 2018 where he plays Shane Van Boening at the Derby, and it's Shane's on the hill. It's 10 to 6, and you think, oh, Shane's gonna win this, and he runs 5 games and out on him, and they're crazy outs. Like, he starts with this bananas cut shot on the 4 ball to get 3 rail position. what is he doing here?
Don't know
Like,
exactly
the commentators don't even know what he's doing. Is he ducking? Yeah, he fires it in. You're like, no way. Like, that was John Schmidt was doing commentary for it.
I'm a big fan of Paul Brothers. Yeah, they're genuinely good people, and they're putting a lot of work.
Decided to
It's just
rebuild
amazing to watch them play.
They play so good. They play so good.
Right?
And these guys still play with those solid wood shafts. Like we were talking about that earlier. It's like new technology has gotten into the game, and a lot of players like yourself play with carbon fiber. But it's interesting that a lot of these guys from Taiwan in particular, they still go with those wooden shafts.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I know that the industry went to carbon fibers maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and maybe some companies were kind of like pushing the players. You couldn't have them.
Right.
But I don't think that's the case now, because now, for example, I find it maybe advantageous to put shaft when you're playing like a sticky forum in Asia, where the humidity level is super high. Why not? Just because, I don't know, you can move it around easier, or at least stop it easier.
Easier, interesting. Why easier? Because I've heard the opposite. I've heard it's carbon moves a little easier.
Not in that really sticky condition. I think when we play for the metro tournaments, everything's brand new cloth, brand new rails, brand new balls, everything's like perfect conditions. Then I think carbon fibers are perfect. But I think that's the reason why the Asians prefer wood as well, because the humidity levels just over top, it's really bouncy. And that's what they used to play back in the day, I guess, and that's what they prefer to this day.
It's such a mindfuck though, isn't it? Because it's like, it's all really what you have confidence with. Obviously, anybody can play really good with carbon fiber, or anybody rather can play really good with carbon fiber, can play really good with wood. It's just get into your head what this cue does, the way it feels, the kind of deflection it has, that's a lot of things. You put it in the brain computer after X amount of it's playing deck out, and you know what it does.
Yeah, I've been experimenting with cues, maybe not as much as you did. I've started testing cues for the company that I was working for, right now, Triple 60. I've been doing testing for 3 years, so I know everything about like the foams, the wall thickness, the material of the ferrule, the hardness of your tip, the weight, the balance. There's so many different things that will be the shaft place, and that's a butt. There's so many different things. It's like a magic wand. You have to try so many things before you actually understand what you're looking for. And it's not an easy process.
I remember I was going on one of my rocking hikes where I put a weighted rest and I go for a walk with the dog, and you and I were on the phone. And this is how I remember this. Because I was walking through this wooded area, and you were telling me that the difference between your old cube and your new cube, you said there's a difference of about 5%. I was like, 5%? Like, how do you know it's 5%? You're like, all the bottle balls are pocketed. When I think about what it does and what it doesn't do, I think my game is about 5% off. Like that.
I think it actually, well, with the new cue, I was winning a lot more. So I used to.
This is like right when you first changed.
Yeah. Well, since then I was winning.
Yeah.
So I guess it was the truth.
Well, you made it to your specifications.
Yeah,
that's the thing about being a
longer shaft because I have longer fingers. I do prefer a longer taper, which doesn't really exist on the market. So we created the shaft with a longer taper, especially for shots like off the rail. Let's say the cables want that distance off the rail. That's where you feel that change in the taper thickness. We have the straight taper now.
What is the difference in the feel? What do you feel differently?
For example, the bar taper or the conical taper, you can feel the change of the thickness.
Right.
The closer you go to the pin, you don't have that hour shaft is straight.
And so that way it doesn't give additional resistance as the shot gets further. Like as your bridge gets longer, right?
You don't feel the change in thickness.
It's a mind fucking game.
Yeah. It is, and then you can go to deflection. Deflection is another thing. there's so much time behind that. I don't know where to start.
Well, deflection is interesting too, because some people use it to their advantage. Certain deflection, like Ko, because his killed a lot of deflection. Didn't you say you hit some balls with it?
Yeah. Basically, you have to miss the ball.
Being active in the cave system of
Doesn't make any sense. I don't know why players prefer that, but a lot of players do.
I think it just gets it in their head how to play, and then they've been playing that way for so long that it's just automatic. Like if they hit a ball with heavy left-hand English, they know it's going to go off to the right. So they hit it more full with heavy left-hand English because they know by the time the cue ball gets there, so they have it in their head. Right. You know, it's just like a little computer in your brain. It's like, okay, this distance, I got to aim here. This distance, I'm going to aim here.
which for Cassius
Well,
Dio,
in my case, I also have that.
was a very
We
big
also have
statement.
little deflections.
Yeah.
But it's just
Ultimately,
too
however,
much.
the Rebels
It gets really difficult. Especially, like I said, when we play on shot clock. Pressure out there. You have to pull
Some of them are
one
shown
crazy
here.
shot. That's
Largely undiscovered.
So what the argument against that would be, the difference with wood is though, you get a superior feel. You do get a weird difference in the feedback of the cue. And some people get very accustomed to that wood feedback, and they describe a carbon feedback as more dull. Yeah, and you don't get the same sensations.
You always get no feedback.
So I think those guys, the feedback in their hand is a part of the equation in their mind of where that ball's going to go.
So when you say feedback, is it like a vibration that you get in your hand?
It's just a different feel. Like they all have a different feel, right? Like we were talking about Southwest, which are some of my favorite cues of all time. They have a solid butt, they're not cord, right? And so they're usually generally a little heavier unless they're maple. Sometimes they'll get bar, but you very rarely see like an 18-ounce Southwest. You see a lot of 20-ounce Southwest because, you know, they're ebony or cocoa bowl or something like that really heavy. But they have a very specific to them. It's just like a feel, and you don't get that feel with carbon. You get a different feel. So if you can get used to that different feel, it is like there's something to it. You definitely, the ball moves less off the line.
Also, I mean, like I said, there's so many different environments we play in. For example, we play in China in a pool with dirty cloth, and it's super muggy, and the rails are playing super spongy, bouncy.
Chemical analysis
Prefer one cue compared to the other one.
Yeah.
You go to, I don't know, Saudi Arabia where it's super dry and it's perfect conditions. Everything's slick.
Was a problem
Five
here
decades.
because with the technology of the
So
day,
maybe, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years from now, we'll have different cues for different shots.
Right, like a golf
Like
like
a
that.
golf player.
that produced this time
Could be the case, and some players already do that. They use some cues, for example, when they stay close to the goal.
Hollis
Center of the field, they use one cue, and when they use side spins, they use the other cue. In some players,
They bring, who's doing that?
Mario, he was doing that.
Really?
Yeah,
He brought two different cues.
to Saudi Arabia last year. I think some other
Well,
players.
as the
For example,
door
when I
went,
do, I put the extension
Adrian,
back on my key from
seeing
some
that
shots.
he was having a
I
difficult
put
time,
out the
summoned
extensions
none
for
other
certain others.
How much does your extension weigh?
It's super light, like
incredible
1.5.
general.
So that gets you up to like what, 19.5 as opposed to 18? Is that what you played with 18 ounce? You played with 19 ounce? Oh, so it gets you to like 20 and a half. So do you like the additional weight for like a shot where you have to really stay down?
I just use it for like balance purposes for longer shots. For example, when, like I said, I'm one time off the rail, I have a long shot where I want to have like a long follow through. I just simply don't have enough IQ on that.
But the Roman casualties were described by a contemporary Marcus
Lonely on top, but
as being
it
very
is. There's
similar
only a few guys that you can have those kind of methods
lost
now.
in Britain.
Yeah, well, next one will be Josh Phillips.
You think so?
We're trying to make
One
it.
after
Is he
another.
interested?
Dio does
I
give
think
us
he
a
was,
sense of the Jewish
but
casualties.
he's
He gives us
not really
very large
responding
numbers,
mentally really well.
580,000 casualties.
I think he was interested, so he had a guy
Thousands
who was willing to back before a lot of money.
It's possible,
And
especially in
they
terms of
said,
the
well, we have
casualties.
to do it in this place, with this
Usually
rules, this is how it has
even
to be
with
done.
these
Where was that?
large
Where did they
numbers,
want to do it?
They want to get Germany.
that
Now they want to play the
Vegas
Vegas.
area.
Oh,
I like
So
to say
it
it's a
certainly would have
neutral
been,
territory.
absolutely
Vegas is good.
massacre.
Where would you go, Griff's?
The last stand
Yeah,
was
they
at
wanted to do
Baytar,
Great place.
shown here.
Good place.
And as the last
you
of
like
our
it?
Kafka
I mean-
rebels were killed by the Romans,
They want to do like
this
high
particular
rope.
event was actually
No,
enshrined in the
we played
liturgy.
Vegas. You got to bet
Grace
like
is
half a million,
as a king's blessing,
something like that.
which specifically
But what I really wanted to do is
in memory
basically what we
of
did was show,
the martyrs
like
of
a
Baytar.
$50,000 bet.
Like the name Bar Kafka, resonates throughout Jewish
Play race to
history.
120.
We have, for
Half a
example,
million's a lot.
And what I really offered him was to
led by
play
Vladimir
multiple distance.
Jabotinsky,
We'll play like an
shown
all around.
here
We'll play 8
in the
ball, 5
center
ball,
of
10
this
ball,
group
or
of
was
scouts.
it 9 ball, 10 ball,
Was
1 pocket
a very
breaks. That's
important
what I offered.
movement.
What if it's a draw?
Very important
In
role
case of a
in
draw, we play
Israel.
another set.
And
But you know what I'm saying? If you have
extension
4
to
games, you have to play 3
the party
games.
itself,
Only got
with
me.
people like
I'm not playing to lose, so the
the
more the better.
What would you race to in each game?
I mean, it would have to be something we can fit in within 8 to 10 hours. So maybe race to 30, 10 ball, race to 30, 9 ball, 10 in one pocket, and race to 10 in back. I like to watch that, I'm sure. And it's good for the game. It's good for our sport.
It's tough to get people, casuals, to watch regular pool. Getting them to watch one pocket, they'd rather jump in front of a bus.
I agree. Well, you don't like
One of the most consequential
I watch
questions
it.
in Jewish is a very basic one.
Yeah.
Who is a
What
Jew?
was the last one I watched?
You might think
Justin
that this
Bergman
is a
played
settled
someone
law,
for a lot
that
of
there
money.
is really no
Yeah.
question about it.
Like
But
the
in
guy,
fact, if you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that
Yeah,
there are
he's doing a
several
crazy
periods
spot,
of
right?
history
Yeah.
when it becomes a very important question.
Justin won.
For the
Yeah.
vast majority
It
of
was close.
Jewish history,
It was
in
really
particular the
close,
last 2
Not
millennia,
everybody liked the guy.
most
It was
Jews
a
have
nutty spot. I
regarded
forget what the
a
spot was.
Jew as someone who has
11-6,
a Jewish
because I gave
mother.
that guy 12
That is
Oh,
his
did ya?
natural
We
lineage.
actually played
The
multiple.
nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of
Do you
affiliation
like one
with
pocket?
religion
Would you
or
prefer, or do you just play
self-identification.
because people
But that has not always
I
been
think I like it
universal
because
case
good
for
gambling.
Jewish
I
history.
don't like the
What I'd
game
like to
itself.
do today
I
is
think,
focus on this
the
question as we
gamification
introduce
they
the
make
question
the
of
game where
women
you
in
have to
ancient
research.
Israel. Now, let us recall that
more
this
than
is
four balls
certainly a
past the
controversial
kitchen.
question
The fifth
as of the
ball
late
gets
20th
response
and
back to the
early
sponsor, makes the
21st
game
century.
more,
And this is
uh,
primarily
a lot
because
more
of
dynamic.
a decision that was made
So
by
you
the
don't get
Reform
those
Movement in
wedges where
1983
50 balls go
that
out where people
recognized
just play non-shots
patrilineal
for hours.
descent.
Right.
More precisely,
More
it's
dynamic and also dirty
both
for everybody
patrilineal
that's shot
and
clock.
patrilineal
I
descent.
think
In other words,
has to be played
this
for sure.
represented
How much
an
time
acknowledgement
did
by
you
a major
And
Jewish
31
movement
minutes.
that as long as
If
one
you could
parent
make the
was
perfect 9-ball
ethnically
shot clock,
Jewish,
what would it be?
however
I
you
think it's
define
good.
that, then
30
the
seconds,
child
30
could
second
also be
extension.
Jewish. There's
Yeah.
more to it than that, and perhaps one of the most
Because if you
important
make
things
it,
to think
if you
about
make it
is,
any
you
shorter,
know,
it's gonna
did
be really
this decision
Shorter's too difficult, but I mean, the 40
initiate
second,
change,
but just
or was it
just a
simply a
touch, just a
recognition
touch more.
of change that
Think
had
about
already
I
happened?
think
Because
it's good where it's at.
intermarriage,
It's difficult when
especially
you
in
have to like
American
switch
Jewry,
cues. You have
was
no
at such a
extension.
high
For
level
example,
that
in
we
jump.
already have
So that's
the
why you see
phenomenon of
us
children
grabbing
who
both
have
of our
like
cues
a
Running out
Jewish
there,
father
throwing
rather
out
than a
there,
Jewish
yeah.
mother, and wish to identify with the
Switching,
Jewish
it's really
community, and they find
difficult.
that they are
That's
shut
another
out.
shade
Naturally,
that you gotta leave in.
as the
the jump
dominant one for the last
When you
2,000
jumped
years.
out,
And it's resulted in
you
a
jumped
lot
out
of
so
really
many
painful
times
moments.
during
For
this
example,
US
in
Open. There were so many times you got hooked. Or you popped that ball in.
It's a very difficult and
If you
personal
can't appreciate that
issue.
tight,
In this particular video, I mainly
a beautiful
intend to
shot where
just
it goes
go over the
airborne,
historical
fires
issues,
right into the hole,
and I
and
will
you
leave
get position
the
on the next ball.
philosophical and
Yeah, I think
religious
it's great. I think
and
those that
sociological
are
and
voting
psychological
against it
issues
are those that can't do it.
more expert. So the question that we
There's a
really
lot
have
of old school
is,
guys who just
you know, when
get
did
set in their ways.
the
They think that's a
matrilineal
stupid cue. It's a little tiny cue. Fuck that
effective?
thing. But
When did it become
why
law?
are they different golf
We can
clubs?
see when you
There's
read
different
the
shots.
Bible,
Why
it's
do you
very
break
clear,
a different cue? Because it's a different shot.
First of all, there is
Come
a
on.
Of
strong
course, I
prohibition,
think
very
it's what gets
clearly
actually
worded
people to watch it
against
because it's
intermarriage
exciting.
with Canaanites in
Oh, look, this guy
particular,
jumped
but
over
one
the ball.
can easily
This close to the
generalize as
ball.
the
It's
first
amazing.
is,
It's like a trick shot.
And
intermarriage
then
in
also,
general.
it's like
And at the same time,
cues that people are jumping with today,
there are
they're
some
designed so
important
well
figures like
for that.
Joseph,
Yeah.
Like, I really
Moses
like
and
that
Solomon,
Q-Tech one.
who all
That's, I think, my favorite
apparently
one.
married
That one
Jewish
is,
women.
and you helped design
So
that,
you
right?
square these things. And by the way,
yeah,
of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are
But not
recognized
anymore.
as being Jewish.
With a
How
different
is
company
this
now,
the
we're
case?
starting.
So we're going to go into
brand,
some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that
When do you think
perhaps
that's going to be
the
available?
most significant study of this is by Shia J.D. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially
So that's the
issues
thing.
of conversion
Too. It's like when
and
you see a guy
issues
plays
of
really good, everybody wants to play with whatever the fuck
patrilineal
he's playing
descent
with.
and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his
So
conclusions,
it's
but there's
one
no
of
question
for a sport.
masterful
And
survey
again, it's like
of
one
the
of
sources, and
most
there's a lot of
in
value
that
in this
regard
particular.
because almost
So trying
everybody,
to
when they
square
find someone
this
like whether
conundrum
it's
on the
Efren
one
or
hand, we have this
that's why so many
long-standing
companies
practice
like
of
YouTube
matrilineal
is sponsoring
descent,
everybody
and
back
on
in
the
the
other
day
hand,
because
we have these
when these guys were
biblical
playing and they were
examples
winning,
that seem
everybody
to
just wanted to go up
contradict
on
it.
YouTube
There are
because
three
because it's like
logical
there's a
ways
life
to approach it.
It's like a sport
game
The
aspect
first
of
is to say
It's the same with
that,
golf.
well,
You just want to have
let's
the
say
same
the law
tennis
of matrilineal descent,
or
this
better.
concept of
But don't you
principle,
think there's a
was
giant
not always
variety in the
described
way
in
those
the
things
text,
hit
meaning
as opposed to the way
that,
tennis
yeah,
rackets hit?
Moses married
I
a
don't know
Midianite,
because I don't
but
play
the
tennis,
Midianite
but
woman
it looks
went
the same.
through a conversion.
Whereas like the way
And Joseph
pool
married,
cues
you know,
are
an
manufactured, the
Egyptian woman,
differences in
but
the
she
weight,
went
the
through a
differences in the
If
taper,
that is
the
the case, then
differences
you have
in
to wonder, well, why
the
does
shaft
the
composition,
tell us
whether
this?
it's
Why
wood
doesn't
or
the
carbon
Torah
fiber
reveal
or
that
For
this is
sure,
in
and I
fact what
think when
happened?
it
Wouldn't we
comes
be
down to like a
prone
playing
to
cue,
be
then it's
misunderstanding
really,
the
really
text
personal.
if it doesn't
Some
say
players
something
like
which actually
softer
happened?
hits, some players
That's
like
one
harder hits.
possibility.
When it comes to
Another
the jump
logical
cue,
possibility is to say
it
that
just comes down
yes,
to
the
how
law
effort
was always
is.
in effect. There's just always
jump cue
adhered to
does
this
the job.
matrilineal
right, and
principle,
how much,
but it
how
was
accurate
sometimes
they are
ignored.
with it.
You know,
Yeah.
you have that sometimes where,
Do
as
you have
Rabbi
like a
Barrowine
mental
often likes to say, you
checklist
should never
that you go
confuse
through
Judaism
before you
with
execute a
Jews,
shot?
right?
Do you have like
Jews
a
do not necessarily
pre-shot
behave
mental
in
preparation?
normative, acceptable
I do a
ways.
lot
So
of
perhaps,
breathing.
you know, the examples we have in
So for
the
example,
Bible are,
out, breathe in on
you know,
four
not
counts,
in conformity with the
then
way
hold it
Jews
for
are
like
supposed to
4 or
behave.
5,
Now
breathe
that
out
would
for like
be
7, 8
obviously an
seconds.
acceptable answer, except the fact
Do
that,
Do you do that when
you
you're
know,
sitting in the chair?
these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, you know, they're really important people, and are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. There's also a smaller problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, Jews at that level, at any rate, certainly behaved in conformity
That's
with the
interesting.
Torah's.
That's
Like,
showing
for
emotions.
example,
Well,
the
I
laws of
definitely
keeping
think that's
kosher
the
were
case
not
when
given
someone
until the
misses.
Torah was
Because
given.
when someone
but
misses and then they whack
You,
the
you still
table,
wouldn't have
their
the
stick, boy,
patriarchs
that
and
empowers
matriarchs
the other
coming out
player.
for non-kosher
It
food.
definitely does, of course.
And that's
So that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that maybe the law of effect, maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that
Well, it's the most,
the
I
earlier
think,
biblical
Jerry
figures
Jones and I
who
were talking
followed
about this. I
apparently a
think it's the most mental
matrilineal
game
principle
because
were not
there's
contravening
this
the law.
moment
Again,
of
there's that
pulling
small
the trigger,
midrashic
this
objection,
moment where
which is
you're making
reasonable,
sure
but
that
not
everything
necessary.
aligns and you just
But
kind of
if that
keep
is
your
the
mind
case, that we say
on
the law was
task
not
and
necessarily
keep
in effect,
focused on
when
the
did it
object ball.
change?
Do you look at the
So
cue ball before
that's
you
the
strike or
three
the object ball?
possibilities. Let's look at them in turn. But let's start from the basic one. Let's say, when's the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself.
Why is that?
And here's one classic
just
passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim,
you know, it's
chapter
another
7,
thing that's very
verse
personal
4.
for
So
other
verse
players.
3
You know, I
says,
think
do not
most of the people
intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding
but I just
non-Jewish
prefer
nations. Do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their
It's
daughters
interesting
for your
because it has
sons.
a preference.
And then in verse 4 it says,
definitely a personal
"Ki
preference. I
yasir
feel
et
like if you
mitzvah
have the stroke,
abdu
if
Elohim
you're
hakelim,
stroke
v'chara af
you
Hashem
will
lachem,
always hit the people where you're
v'shritcha
intending
aher."
to hit it.
Right? Now let's
So
look
it's
at the
more about where
translation.
you're going to hit
It says,
it.
"For they will
There's a
turn
guy named
your
Chuck
children
Turner who
away
is, I
from
don't know if I
me
talked to you about this
to
guy.
worship other gods.
He used to,
And the Lord's anger will
be,
blaze forth against you.
well, he
He
was a
will not
sniper,
wipe you out." There's a
for,
strong
like,
word of
for
criticism.
rescue
The
missions with
problem with this
police,
particular
where, like,
passage,
someone
and
had a
normally Sephardi
hostage,
is amazing,
he
but you know,
would
they're
have
relying
to
on
execute
translations that
shots
in
under
many cases are
extreme
all
pressure.
extant.
And
this translation is a little bit of a
he was also a bow hunter.
Look carefully,
And he realized that there were certain mistakes that he was making, and a lot of people are making bow hunting, that had to do with anticipating the shot and anxiety before you pull the trigger, and that the way to work around that is to have a pre-shot routine in your mind where you're talking to yourself loudly in your head. And you develop this pre-shot routine with very specific things that you say to yourself. You say, like, here I go, like, and, you know, whatever different things. He's got a bunch of different steps that he said where he's talking to himself, like, center your peak sign. There's like a bunch of things. That's what I would ask you.
Visualization, meditation is really big.
So what do you say to yourself, like, when you're about to
demon in my head is I'm just scared to miss the ball.
Binary here with
out on the shot sometimes.
it is maximum. So this means that if
miss it for sure.
imagine yourself as
The
a
way you're
binary,
aiming this shot, you're gonna miss it for sure. So my thing is
married
to my brain, and I have to say,
if you as a Jewish
I'm
person
gonna fucking
have
make
a
the ball.
daughter
I'm
who is
making
Jewish and she marries a non-Jewish male, non-Jewish male, according to this verse, will turn your son,
But if you
your
think you're going to miss,
grandson,
you will miss.
away from
Yeah.
God.
And it
That's
100%
the
works.
statement.
What I was getting at is that
Let's
I
look at it
found
in
a
the
giant
commentary of Rashi. I
crossover
have it
between that and archery.
right here,
In
but let's look at it
it's the same thing. Like, if you
So
think you're going to
Rashi
miss
here
an
is
archery,
quoting
you're
the
going to miss.
Talmud,
If you think you're going to miss it, you're going to miss.
and
Right?
it reads like this.
It just works like that.
It's crazy. It's like your subconscious, like, tells you to
When
miss.
he marries thy
And it's
daughter,
almost like the pressure is too
turn
much.
thy
So you
grandson,
alleviate some of the
whom thy daughter
pressure
was there,
by anticipating the miss in advance.
Right.
This teaches us that
So
thy
that's my
daughter's
question to you is, like,
who was
what
born of
is
a
the
non-Jewish
process
father
that you go
is
through
still
to fight it off?
called
It's just
your
saying, I'm going to make that fucking ball.
your son's son,
Yeah, it's an
who was
experience
born of a
already. You
non-Jewish
have to
woman,
miss a few shots
is
to be
not
able to
called
understand
your son.
why
Because the verse only talks about the situation
is
in which your grandson, by your non-Jewish son-in-law, was it does not even bother talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law. That's the same for Rashi, quoting the Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the matrimonial principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. That's the, now, if we take this from a theological perspective, at the very least, the matrilineal principle that is put in place in the period of the beginning of the Torah, which is obviously quite ancient. We're
Now you have those experiences, and then what do you do when that's over? You go, okay, that can't happen again. I got to make sure that mindset never creeps into my head again.
So you just have to switch your focus to
she has
your
so many of
That's what helps me.
these
For example,
studies
Nick
of
Vandenberg,
women
he
lighting
used to be
candles
clear
with their
back in the
children
day.
looking on. Very kind of
He
traditional
would
romantic
practice
kind of
sitting
really
couch
very
for
powerful.
hours. Just
passed away,
practice
very
visualization. Just practice on the table.
still
He
available
would
for
imagine himself practicing
gatherings today.
in
At
the
any rate,
wall,
the
like straight in shots. He
we
wouldn't even
see
go practice.
a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. You recall that in
There's
the
a lot
6th
of science
century,
to
the
that.
Jews are
In
exiled
terms of
by
like
Nebuchadnezzar
stuff that
in
have
the
been
year
done about
586,
visualization,
and then they
improvement, and they
return
found
within a
that
few decades
actual real visualization, when you're really sitting down there and
to
visualizing,
Israel, Ezra.
counts
And in
almost
chapter
as
9
much
of
as
the book of
practice.
Ezra, he
And in some
laments
cases,
a long prayer there where
and no one knows why.
he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, one Shechania
Which is
ben
why I
Yechiel
say
of
this is
Elam
like the most
sends
mental
away
games.
the foreign
You know, it
wives and their
it's such a
children.
weird
He
dance
does
that
not,
goes in
or
your head.
doesn't
Like
mention
sometimes,
what he
again,
does
I'm
with the
not
foreign
a good
men.
player. I'm
That
half-assed.
is
But
the
sometimes I'm
Jewish
really
men
good. Like
who
if
are
I go like 6
non-Jewish
hours,
wives,
2 or 3
their
days in a row,
families are
I can
broken
get stroke
up
and I start
and
running
the
raps.
wives are sent away
But when
along
I'm
with
not,
their children,
and then I go to
which seems to
execute,
be
there's like this thing in my head that like right when I'm about to aim at this, like right when I'm about to pull the trigger, my head goes
beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, it seems like a very clear statement of matrilineal principle. In fact, in the 6th century before the Common Era. Well, that would see a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr.
rare.
points out,
Most of
when
the
you
times I
go
miss.
700
Most
years
of the times
later,
when I
and
change
you
where I'm
look
going to head
at
last second,
non-rabbinic
I miss.
texts, such as
Or when I
Jewish
think I'm
philosopher
not
Philo,
this accurate, let me
speak
aim
about
to overcut it.
in
And I'm like, oh my god, you overcut it, overcut it, fucking idiot. If you just accurately, like, hit where you thought you were going to hit, it's this weird. But that's why I love the game. Because when you're really playing pool,
society as well, so it's very useful to kind of like flesh out what's going on.
You're not thinking about
all these three
anything. You're not
important
thinking
figures and
about global
sources.
warming.
They
You're not
seem
thinking about
unaware
You're not thinking about
of the
inflation,
matrilineal
how much eggs
principle.
cost. Yeah,
Dr.
the
Holmes was
world
to see the specific
goes
example,
away when you're on that table. When you're
they're
playing,
clueless
the
about this. To
world
give you one
goes
example,
away.
Josephus,
That's what I like about
he speaks about King Herod.
and that's
Herod's
what I
great.
like about pool. They have the same quality.
He goes on and on about how Herod's
It's so difficult
own
that it requires
pedigree is
all of your
questioned by the Jewish community.
I agree.
He's called in the end, he's called
chess, which also requires all of your mind.
his father
Pool
came
has the
from
added element
the
of the
Indians
things you
had
pull it
been
off under pressure.
forcibly
Kind of like
prior to this
of chess
in
with
the era of the Maccabees, the era of the Hashmonaim, and the
Yeah.
Arabinists in particular.
It's
So
well,
in
I
other
think
words,
it's just its own thing.
because his father
It's its own thing.
descended
It's very
from
different than
a
any of those
people
other
that had a
things.
questionable
I don't blame
conversion,
any one of them.
there are doubts
It's
about
very
Herod's
different than any
own
of those other
Jewish
things.
identity. But no one seems to be
And when
bothered
people
by
get
the
into
fact
it,
that
man,
his
it takes
mother
their
wasn't
whole
Jewish.
fucking
His
life
mother
over.
was an
I
Arab
remember my
woman.
manager had a
So what's
conversation
going
with me
on?
once
It's like totally,
when I lived in New York.
not relevant.
It was
Their
like, I
mother.
think
There are
spending
ways you can
more
approach
time
this. You can
playing
say
pool in your career
Josephus is
was
not necessarily the best exemplar of
I didn't play for a whole
rabbinic
year.
Judaism at all.
And
And
then
it
I
could
came to
be
LA
that
and started playing a little bit again.
only the
I was like,
Pharisees
God,
were really observing this
to suck
kind
its
of
teeth right
level
back in me.
of observance that
Oh, yeah.
became
Yeah.
normative.
The amount of cues you have is
What
crazy.
Dr.
And
Cohn
now,
argues
like,
is
if
that
I'm
in
talking to someone
reality,
and they're boring,
the
I just think
whole
about playing pool.
institution
Like, well,
of
getting out.
conversion had not really coalesced by this time, and that there was kind of like a different
It's like
standard
my
for
default
women
brain
marrying
falls
Jewish
into
men.
this.
That
But
their
it's
marriage
not really
itself
about it is a
taught you
game
the
for sure.
understanding of
What it's
conversion in
really
that
about
era.
is sinking your mind to something. That's where the
Whereas
true
men,
joy
if they
comes in.
wanted to
Sinking
convert
your
to
mind to
Judaism,
something
required
and
a
then
much
executing it to
more,
perfection. I think
complex
it's
process, which involved, among other things,
it's some kind
circumcision.
of a mental
So
exercise.
that's why
Like
when
akin to
men
cardio,
would marry
akin
into
to
Herod's
lifting weights.
family,
There's
then
a
there was a
mental
whole deal
exercise to
about,
it.
Also,
yeah,
they
they went
enjoyed
through
it
this,
from
and
developing
they had
the skill.
the
And you
circumcision
just
and
know
so
how
on.
hard it is.
But there's no discussion of
I
when
think they enjoyed it.
non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty.
Yeah, it's
For certain,
it's a game that
however,
really
by the
wish more
time you
people
get to the
appreciate. I
Mishnah,
wonder how many people
which
are
is
still
about
listening to
the
this podcast.
turn of
They're
the year
just regular
200,
people.
of the turn of
They're like,
the
is he
third
gonna fucking
century,
talk about
there's
this
no
was like
question
3 hours?
that rabbinic Judaism
This was not 3 hours.
absolutely
But that's
down
the
to
beauty of
the
like 4 or 5 podcasts a week.
principle, reaffirming what we saw in the Muslim conversation later, but the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from again, a little theological here, from the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although it only achieves a written form,
So you just be like,
around the year
you just charge it to the guy that's inside.
it is the embodiment of oral teaching that we got far earlier, and before the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai, corresponds with the David Talmud read that to the Imagine and Deuteronomy.
It's good
Okay,
for you.
so to wrap this
For
all
sure. And
up,
actually, that
basically,
way, for
we
example,
have
Vietnam
a
market
matrilineal principle
is they
that
started opening
can
portals with computer
arguably
clubs.
be
Is they-
all the way back to Mount Sinai
that's
to
like
the
wow,
Pharisaic
computer cafe
interpretation of the
type
text.
deal.
When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle. Sometimes at great cost to themselves. We see it in the book of Ezra. And that's probably the first century of the Common Era. Some very prominent Jews
What made
be
it
out of touch
explode in
with the
Vietnam like
matrilineal
that?
I had no idea. For
But by the time the Mishnah is codified, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so. And any
but I always knew that
deviations from
fans
this
because on
are taken
Facebook,
very
like
seriously.
40%
I
of
should
my
mention
followers.
one last caveat,
Which
but I
was,
think it's
which
very
always
important.
weird.
We started by
40%.
talking about this
Not
question
once
was,
more.
and one of the things that we tend to see
So I went over there
in Jewish
and I
history
was
is that
amazed. Like,
Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinion within the
That's
large
crazy. What
tent
is this, the
of
most
Jewish
luxurious
identity.
pool hall
But this
in
particular
Vietnam?
question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms.
Yeah, that's a weird game, right?
When it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the larger
Very
Jewish
lucrative,
population.
right?
But I think that for people who are
those guys are making
expert
big money now.
I hope you found this short video useful, and we're going to continue with our
It's called
discussion.
paintball, right? It used to be called Chinese paintball. So what made that game explode in China?
They were just throwing big money in the game, and it really exploded everywhere. All the English and snooker players, English baseball players and snooker players are traveling, playing all this there, and maybe top 30 guys there to were making good money. They are, I think they are trying to get pool players to join them as well.
A lot of guys probably do it just for the cheese.
Yeah, no, that's the problem.
But what does a big tournament in paintball pay?
The biggest one pays $750,000 for first, but they have almost big tournaments every month. They pay $200,000, $300,000 first.
Wow.
And small tournaments, they pay 50. Then they're regular, happening every 2 weeks.
But you were saying when you went over there, like regular dudes, and you were playing, were like robbing you.
Yeah, the competition is really high. The game is a little bit different. So they use pool balls, snooker type of rail. So the pocket is round, and they use like a snooker cloth. So it's really thick and like hairy.
So it's got a lot of nap to the cloth, so the ball moves slower, right? They hit balls really hard. Is that because of the rounded edges that you gotta fire them through there?
For example, if the ball is close to the rail, that's probably the best way to make the ball because you can push through the rubber. Kind of like a Russian pyramid type of thing.
Well, there's that one shot where in the side pockets we could push through the nipple with the side pocket. So it's like
Kind of the same thing, kind of.
Because I watch a lot of those guys online and they fire balls in. I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah, the competition is really high there because there's so many players and so many more like China that just have table teams, and it's becoming popular everywhere.
And when did that start in China?
I would say it started like 10 years ago, maybe before that.
That's great. So think about that. That emerges 10 years ago. So this is only, we're talking about 2015. So that emerges 10 years ago. And then Vietnam emerges 3 years ago.
Vietnam is booming, but maybe I just found it out 3 years ago. Maybe it started.
So let's imagine that's 10 years as well. That's still nothing. That's not that long ago.
Yeah.
Like, so it gives me hope that something similar can happen in America.
I think the audience is different. Because something has to happen in order to younger audience here. I don't know if the social media is the answer, but in Vietnam, it's just, they don't have any parts. They don't drink. They just play the game. Everybody's following professional. Everybody knows who Shane McCoy is.
That's going to be tough to get people with no bars. People who hear a bunch of drums.
Well, ABA has 270,000 members. 270,000 US alone.
And those are mostly bar players.
Those are mostly bar players that play Fridays. And they really don't know Shane McCoy.
What? That's not possible. Come on, really?
Yeah.
Really? They play pool in a league and they don't know who Shane Van Boehm is? That seems he plays in those bar table tournaments sometimes. I watched some recent one from Boston. They That's a big,
right.
yeah.
That's ultimately they started. That's helping from UK.
Oh, is it?
They're starting to break through Western Europe.
Kind of crazy because it's a really quick shot clock, big ass pockets, little ass table, and if you miss, you're fucked. Right? Because these guys they're all running out. Justin Bergman is a wizard at that too.
Yeah. Technically,
It looks easy. You look at it like, oh, small table, big pockets, this is easy. But no, if you miss, like if you get out of line and you miss, the game's over.
Yeah.
You guys are going to run out. And that's additional pressure. Yeah.
More strategy.
All the clusters and everything's all cluttered up together.
Right.
And you can't shoot your opponent's ball, so you got to figure out a way to bump them and move them and get a shot on the 8.
Do you think the 8 ball is still the most played game because of leagues?
Yeah, most people don't. Like, I had a friend here, and he was like, I play really good pool. I go, what do you play? Play 9 ball? I was like, no, I play regular pool. I'm like, what is regular pool? Like, you don't play conversation. I was like, okay. Let me explain 9 ball to you. Like, you play 8 ball. It's not regular pool.
So it may change with Metro being involved. It may change because they push 9 ball.
Yeah. Well, the thing about 9 ball that's very exciting is the luck factor. Right? Luck factor is huge. You know, when you watch a guy shoot a corner and he hits the rail and it bounces 3 rails and goes to the side, it's fucked. If you're sitting there, if you're in the chair and you were hoping, oh, he missed his chance, no. He got lucky. And that's luck is part of it. Sometimes people shit in the 9 ball, and that's the whole win. Like, how could that be a win? It's the game. It's part of the fun of the game. And then also you can win off the break. That's also part of the game. And that drives people crazy. No, just love that. Like,
I think it's great. I mean, luck is part of any sport, I think.
I also like when someone misses an easy shot and then the opponent runs out and it makes a 9 on the break. So it's like, fuck, you fucked up. And the pool gods do that to you all the time. They do. If you miss a ball, it's kind of how oftentimes like you have to sit in the chair for a few racks because the guy just gets a bunch of like really awesome lucky breaks. Like, this is terrible.
For sure. And, you know, what I also found when I'm winning more, I'm also getting more.
Yeah.
I just get the love. I miss the ball. The guys absolutely hooked.
I wonder what that is. Why is that so reliable? Because it's really reliable.
I wish I knew the answer. I'm doing something for sure.
If some like super egghead who studies pool, like Dr. Dave, like if that guy could explain this, I would like to know. Because I think there's a kind of science to it, and I think it has to do. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a positive. You see. When you're in gear, when you're in stroke and you're firing balls and you're playing really well, you get these lucky breaks. It's weird. It's like you're putting out positive energy. But when you're down and you feel like shit and you're like, God damn it, I can't catch a break, and then the guy misses, you're stuck behind 2 balls, you're like, God damn it, this always happens. I often wonder, did you make that? Did you manifest this? Are you manifesting good luck with positive energy?
That's what I do.
I wonder.
That's what I do. I mean, I'm always trying to be positive because I think there is a benefit to it.
I think there's a real benefit. Like a real world, unmeasurable benefit probably show up in statistics.
Not necessarily pool, I think in real life. It's the same.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah, that's why I think pool mirrors life in a lot of ways. I think that's the case. I also think like being really generous in real life is like really good for it. It's really good for everybody. It's not good for just for the people that you're being generous to, but it's good for you too. It's good for everybody. Right? Like like more good things happen for you when you do that. So it's the same sort of principle. There's
Karma's real.
it is real. It just doesn't seem like it should be. It seems like you should be able to figure out life on, you know, a yellow leaf calculus. But no, there's some things going on that nobody has figured out how to put a measuring tape to. No one's figured out how to put it on a scale. There's some things going on.
It's a difficult one.
Yeah. And there's things going on with your mind that no one is ever going to be able to figure out. Like, no one's ever going to be able to figure out why some people get lucky all the time. But I think there's probably some to it. Like effort, for example. To always say, I got lucky. He was always saying, I got lucky. Meanwhile, who's more positive than that? When he would miss, he would laugh. He'd laugh and scratch his head. Never looked like he was, I wouldn't want her to break my fucking stick. But he would just like, oh no, I missed. He'd scratch his head and go, oh no. And sit down and be all super positive. But he got lucky a lot.
I agree. Maybe that's the case.
That's why I wanted to ask you about your pre-shot routine. Like, what are the things yourself in your mind? Or is it just a lot of experience and a lot of, I'm going to make that shot?
Well, it's basically shutting down the negative thoughts. Being positive is really difficult at times, especially when things are not going your way. When opponent is, missing and shit saves on you, or fluking a few balls, or just doesn't miss any balls. It's really difficult to stay positive in your chair.
Yeah.
So you just gotta focus on what you can control.
Sometimes
And
they're
hope for the best. That's all I do.
Have you ever thought about doing what Nick Vandenberg does when he sits on the couch? Just like visualizing running out while you're watching him play?
I think I have that going through the brain. I'm like listening to like hype up music. For example, when I'm walking to the match, and I'm like, oh, if I hyped up.
What is hype up music for you? What are you listening to?
Different depends on the mood. Sometimes it's like gangsta rap. Sometimes it's
Like what kind of gangster rap? What do you like?
Russian stuff.
Russian? Oh, you gotta send me some.
Okay.
Yeah, tell me what's good Russian gangster rap.
Good for the perfect for the
Yeah?
perfect.
Oh, nice.
Funk music. I like funk. I like Brazilian funk.
I like music like that I don't know what they're saying.
Right.
I really enjoy
I
that.
do understand what they're saying, but sometimes it just make home. That's it.
Shit, gangster rap. Like, can you give me an example? Like, that we can play right now? Like, what is a good Russian gangster rap that Jamie can pull out?
Well, his name is Scripted.
Scriptinite? Like Scriptonite? Like Kryptonite?
Yeah, well, his name is Scripted. He's really popular.
Let's see if we can find that guy. What's a good song?
Usually it's a few remixes.
What's like a...
Put me on the spot.
Why am I bringing it?
I didn't even know that they had a lot of Russian gangster rap.
There's actually a name. So Asia Persibar,
For sure.
Laika is the name. And now this is the Jewish order.
Great.
I won't give you another
Sometimes, yeah.
Well, a lot of hype-up music is not necessarily great.
I don't know if he's popular or not. I just like his style.
Give me one Scriptonite, though. One good song that you like.
Strong Jewish women. Typically, their
Like
name
one, like you and Josh Phil are about to play for $500,000.
in a sense of
You're on your way.
So this song is not good. It has cursing all over it.
Oh, perfect. But just tell me what it is. I'll have Jamie pull it up.
And Abraham, when he hesitates,
Moscow loves ecstasy.
listen to her. Girl, she goes saying because she looks good, because she is a greater
I
prophet.
bet a lot of people in Moscow do love
Rebecca,
ecstasy. Probably pretty accurate song.
she knows better than her husband Isaac is the rich of her
You got it, Jamie?
Esau and Jacob.
It's not written in English. Yeah, it's not written in English.
The actual song, I gotta like.
It's called Moskva.
But Hannah, of course, is challenged
If you want,
by
after you have to send it to me, I'll send it to you.
No, that's not the issue.
and
Oh, okay.
Hannah turns around and says,
So
no,
literally,
I'm
it's written
praying
in.
to God, and then she
Yeah, I don't even know how to type that one. There it is. I can't type that song. It's like there was.
Oh, right.
Who gets shoveled
This also is gonna get us in trouble. Yeah, this is gonna get us in trouble. Oh, yeah. Alright, well, we'll cut it out.
Gotta go forward a little bit.
After this, then the fire
I like it.
Yeah, so it's
these
something
are
like that.
It sounds like he's on ecstasy, though.
Maybe.
I bet he is.
Maybe. Most of the stuff he says, you can't even understand what he's saying because he's so fast that he's actually from Kazakhstan.
Oh, here it is. Wet asshole, graze, you'll find everything you need. Love or treasure the depths of the woods. Only the lipstick was worn off. Ceiling, starfall, fingers on the temple. The eyes are, this is all nonsense words. The eyes are gathered together. Tomorrow, again, wet asphalt, gray face, there are only clouds above you. Okay, that's ChatGPT wrote it. Like ChatGPT,
Do a straight translation from Russian, then it makes any sense.
no, right? Is that what is that like? Like learn. Well, first of all, you know how to read it, right? So you read what's it, Cyrillic? Is that what it's called? So you read it and write it. Like, what is it like when you have to learn English? How much of a weird when you see the two languages together?
Have you ever taken a lecture before?
I don't really speak with anybody in Russian, so I start forgetting it.
Oh no! You're a man of no country. Exactly. That's terrible. That would be terrible. And if you go back to Russia, they get mad at you. They can't talk good.
No, I mean, I still talk good. I actually go to Russia at least once a year.
Just to stay tight. Stay close to the game.
Stay close to my family.
But I would imagine, like, if you fell out of Russia, like, if it became uncomfortable for you, you went over there, that would be so weird for them.
No, I mean, there's a lot of.
But it would, listen, if, say, like, if my daughter moved overseas and went to Spain and started speaking Spanish, and then came over to America and had a hard time talking to me, I'd be like, what happened? Did you get a head injury?
Like a lot simpler words, my vocabulary is going to be right. But then what if you're away for country? Yeah, well, that connection. Like you went America on us. You son of a bitch. Do you get any heat for coming to America? At first, of course, I did. Yeah, I've had all my friends. But my friends actually, they supported me all the time. So I'm just glad that I had good friends in that group. ESL on board in the USA. That's the music they always play.
Is there a song like that?
Well, they play the song
Or the USA song? Oh, God. That song is very depressing. If you want to get patriotic, that's not USA. It's a terrible song. It's like so sad. It's not like life is awful. Like that. That song is like depressing. It's, you know, it's about living in a terrible part of the USA. Like, it's not like the American dream.
But not really. I mean, I don't have the heat from the Russians. Not really. I don't have that. That's good. There's a lot of Russians.
So you get more heat from Americans who are upset that you came over from Russia.
Not really. The Europeans, I think. The Europeans that are the most upset ones, I think.
Probably because you're not playing for the Americans. They know that you can fuck up their whole Moscone Cup thing.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So this is one way you can categorize
I would say Polish haters, just because I'm Polish. Yeah, Polish. I have a lot of Polish haters. Just because I was born in Russia.
No, but they just automatically don't like Russians.
That always happens.
Yeah, if you don't have haters, you're not doing anything. You know, if you're,
I'm sure you have a lot of them too.
I'm sure I do. Yeah.
What was that crazy guy that was,
in general,
he was trying to fight you or something?
Oh, the Lever King. Yeah, that poor unfortunate guy. I don't know, man. He just got it in his head somehow or another that I was responsible for what was wrong with him. That I was a bully to him, which is crazy because all I did was point out what was like super obvious, like you're lying about being on steroids. Like, hey, don't lie about being on steroids. Don't be a public person, and no one will say that. It's that simple. You have to take personal accountability for errors that you made. I think there's some substances involved, if I had to guess, that led him down a bad road, unfortunately. But it's also fame, man. It's not, you know, I'm sure you you experience it because you experience a lot of haters in the pool world, but fame is not what it's going to be. You think, I'm going to be famous, life will be easier because people know who I am. No, life is going to be way harder because now you're under the microscope 24 hours a day. And this is a guy in the Brian, who calls himself Liver King, who was not famous most of his life, and then decided I want to be famous, and I have this great body, so what I'm going to do is just like tell everybody they have to eat liver, and sell a bunch of supplements, and he made a lot of money selling a bunch of supplements, and he's around steroids. The problem with that is that physique is not achievable in your 40s. Without some help. It's just not. It's just not. Like, you can easy to freak out and have that physique at 23. It's possible. There's a few guys that can, but you have to have superior genetics and an insane work ethic, and you have to be like really intelligent about how you approach your training. But once you get into your 40s, and if you didn't look like that when you were younger, you're on something. Everybody knows it. There's nothing wrong with being on something. Like if you want to be an influencer online, it doesn't exclude you from taking. If you're a person who takes testosterone or even there's guys who have huge followings who are clearly on anabolic steroids. They just don't lie about it. That's all it is. Like, it doesn't make you less famous or make your physique less valid. No one really. I mean, there's going to be a few people always juice it. But the reality is, most people are just like, wow, that's really impressive. But what people hate is when you mislead them, when you pretend you're doing something that you're not, especially if you're also selling supplements or selling a lifestyle, telling them, about your ancestral tenets. It's just, you've got to take accountability. You made mistakes. If you didn't make mistakes, I'd be celebrating you. If you were like this guy who's like, there's a bunch of people that we talk about on the podcast all the time that I know are on juice, but they don't lie about it, and no one gets upset about it. It's real simple. It's just, that is what it is. But that, the guys just took a lot of heat, and he also funded, I think he at least had a part in funding this Netflix documentary about him, which I didn't watch it, but I heard it was not flattering at all. It made him seem kind of insane. And that probably sucked. And then after that, he was mad at me. But again, fame is not a normal thing. It's not normal. And if you don't have personal sovereignty, if you don't understand yourself, truly understand yourself, not just trying to project an image of what you like people to think of you, but who you actually are, that's where you get in trouble with fame. And then also reading haters and reading the comments and wanting people to love you, which is probably why a lot of people get famous in the first place. There's also like the thing of getting famous as a goal versus becoming famous because of a thing you do. You know what I mean? Like becoming famous because people like your comedy or your podcast, or they like the way you play pool, or like the way you play basketball. Like that's a different thing. When you specifically go out of your way because you want to become famous, and that's a lot of people. It's really weird. There's a lot of like very wealthy people. I know some people are really wealthy, and the thing that they really want is to be famous. It's weird. Well, it's a thing they can't buy. It's like they have private jets, they got a house here and a house there, and they got a company here and a company there, but they really want to be famous. So they that's a lot of those guys want to go on podcasts. They want to like sort of like let the world know how cool they are. It's weird. It is. It's like, and then a lot of those guys, they take the heat off the comments and the haters. They don't like it. Jesus Christ, I know. It's got to be this. Like, yeah, that's what you signed up. Yeah, you're on the world theater. That's it's eyeballs. It's a lot of fucking venom-tongued people out there just want to say terrible things about you. Yeah. And you have to have the same way you have that discipline to not allow those negative thoughts in your head before you make a shot. You also have to not allow other people's negative thoughts in your head either, right? because they're as valid, if not more valid, than your own negative thoughts.
There's so many different opinions. This is, for example, every time I make a bad decision to their opinion, they will always voice it to me and say, "Well,
Sure.
you just gotta deal with it."
Yeah, or not pay attention to them, which is, I think, the best way to do it. You must be aware. Everyone's aware if they fuck up, and you're always aware if people are upset at you about things, but don't fucking focus on it. Don't pay attention. That's where comedians make a giant mistake, podcasters make a giant mistake. I'm sure people do it, fighters do it. Like, a lot of fighters get real mad when they read comments.
Well, first of all, she was mentioned in the Talmud. She's the wife of a very important rabbi, Rabbi Meir. She comes from an important family. Her father was Hanani ben Terah, one of the martyrs of the Adrianic persecution that was related to the Bar Kokhba revolt. So that helps us date Uriah, besides Rabbi Meir. Father, this is a sense of her lifetime, sometime in the 2nd century. We know from the Talmudic account that her sister was actually taken off to captivity to Rome, although Dr. Freund has some interesting thoughts about that as well. Now, one of the fascinating things about her work is that she is so exceptional in that she is mentioned frequently in the Talmud as a sage. Let us understand that there are about 2,000 different Amoraim, or later rabbinic figures in the period of the Talmud, who actually have a named voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women here anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed, or they have a title like Matronisa, something like that. Uriah stands out so much as being an incredibly important woman in the actual intake of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that has kind of like a fighting, like in one particular example, she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for directions in a rather polite manner, and she snaps back at him saying, Galilean fool, did you not read what it says? And she quotes another teaching, do not talk over much with women. You should have abbreviated your statement to him, simply said, which way to go? Right? In other words, she's teaching to a rabbi.
Like trolls to come to the gym and someone beat the trolls up. Some guys will talk shit and they'll be so dumb and they'll actually think that they can go to the gym and, spar with Sean Strickland or something.
That's the worst thing you can do, because that's what troll is wanting. That's what his goal is, to get your head.
Yeah, but if you can get him in the gym, it's worth it. Yeah, like Sean Strickland has a bunch of videos of guys who talk shit online. He just beats the fucking piss out of them. It's just like, then he, then it comes all full circle. Like, paying attention to the haters actually paid off, because for him it's easy work. He just tunes these guys up like it's nothing, talks shit, he's kicking the fuck out of them.
Yeah, well, I guess in that case,
yeah, but with pool, it's like you don't want to have to play some idiot who says you suck. They put up money, let's play. They probably won't, and you'll be talking with them back and forth. What is the most amount of money that you ever gambled for?
Against Shank.
That was it. Yeah. So you don't want to say the full amount, but that was the most amount. This Joshua Philly thing, if what they offered, if that ever happened, that would be the biggest one.
It could be the biggest one. It could be the biggest one. But also on my end, I just don't want it to be a one match and done.
Right.
I want to play. If I lose, I want to play again. If I win, I want to play again.
What was he proposing in terms of a race?
He wanted to do the same. He wanted to do the same
120
10 over 3 days. Just the same thing.
And what would you think about that?
I think yeah, we can do that for sure. But my take on this was I wanted to play in rally or in Woodville.
Your spot, yeah.
Well, it's not really my spot. It's
It's a
considered
spot you go to a lot, right?
not really. I go there.
Oh, I think you're lying.
I'll live 30 minutes from there.
Oh, see, that's your spot.
But
God, go outside. Shut up. That's your home room.
it's not my home room. I have a table at home. I practice at home.
But your home room, where you go to, is like the place where you go that's near your house, that's an actual establishment, not your home table.
Yes, you can say it like this, but I don't go there. I don't practice there. I'm never there.
Right. I bet everybody knows your name. Lock in the door. Well, that everybody knows your name, of course, doesn't count. But
yeah,
I can see why you wouldn't.
Yeah, of course.
That's your home room.
You can find a neutral spot. We can't find a neutral spot.
Maybe we're setting it up right here on this podcast. What's the most amount you think you get steak for?
I'll have to
Consult.
Yeah, I'll have to consult.
Yeah, consult with those gentlemen.
Could be for it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Let's do it right.
I'd be in to do that. I would have to tighten that table up, right?
Yeah, well,
Would you want 4 1/4? Or would you want 4?
oh, that's another thing. You want to do only a 4-inch table. So he wants to make it tighter. Because me and Shane we put 4 1/4.
Oh, see.
And he thinks if he makes it tighter, I'm not going to be making as much balls on the break, and I can't control the break. You know, it's always negotiated match like this. You always want to have an edge.
Right.
And a little change here and there may make the outcome different. I mean,
I see. I feel like you should do it in a place where you get an audience, though.
we can.
Yeah, but I'm not
Be the biggest draw off the audience we can.
online for sure. But what I mean is in person as well. Like a place where there's a lot of people that can watch in person.
I think me and Shane have a bigger crowd, but maybe.
Yeah, probably. Shane's a huge American hero when it comes to pool, right? But it just seems like he doesn't like it anymore.
With Filler, it's different. You know, it's like Jake Paul. A lot of people watch him, but they watch him because they want him to lose.
Really?
Well, I just found out.
I didn't know that. I'm just hearing that for the first time now. I thought he was beloved.
Well, it's kind of changing, I think, lately.
Why?
Just the way he responded to a few different things on social media makes it worse.
Oh, no. Social media stuff?
Yeah, there was a few I don't know if you're involved with like WPA and measure conflicts and stuff like this.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So there was a lot of weirdness where he was playing for, like, what was it, WPA said he couldn't play in a metro event, or what happened?
What happened was
People that don't know, there's 2 different competing sort of organizations.
Yeah.
And at one point in time, if you played for one, they were telling you can't play for the like that's kind of crazy, guys. Like pool is just starting to take off, and don't schedule shit at the same time as this other one that you know is going to be there. Work together.
so what happened was WPA implemented all those bans. They say if you play in Hanoi, you will be banned for a certain period of time from WPA tournaments. And all the top players at the time, we wanted to change that by just stopping playing WPA tournaments. So just all of us, top 16 players or top 10 players, just don't go to WPA tournaments. And by that, we wanted them to change that rule. We wanted them to lift the ban.
Right.
So the very next event, after we spoke with all the players, we were in the meeting room. We fly to New Zealand, and I was flying with Christy, my girlfriend at the time. She was playing the World Championships, and there was a World Championships for men's, which was a WPA tournament. And we all agreed that we were not playing there, but Josh was there, and he was playing. So he basically decided what he was saying in that room. He turned up and signed up to play. It wasn't just him. It was other players. But then it led to more like he went on social media and tried to say, you know, he was trying to defend himself and say, you know, it was my dream to win that championships. It was like,
So what better way to tell those other 10 guys that are the best in the world that you're not going, or we're all not going, and then you sign up, that means you just killed off 9 or 10 of the best players in the world, and you have a much better chance of winning.
he did get a lot of backlash from that. And I think to this day, that kind of stuck with him.
I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. He's a hell of a player, though.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
Yeah, and he's really young, too, right? How old is he?
He's a little bit older, maybe 26, 27. But
Yeah.
he's the most fearless, the most talented player. He's kind of like yourself.
Yeah, he's, well, sometimes when he gets hot, it's crazy to watch. Where he's just spiking balls in.
The high gear is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. He would go for a long period of time without being busy.
And the other thing about him is he never looks like he's freaking out. Like, it never seems to be affecting him. Like, he's never taking additional time in between shots.
No, he's a very fast player.
Even under extreme pressure.
Yeah, he doesn't really fall under pressure. And
It just seems like he doesn't feel it.
sometimes it does feel like this. And he was feeding off the actual like hate of the crowd. Mosconi, got to watch Las Vegas. I wasn't playing with those years, but everybody's kind of rooting against him, and he's just feeding off the crowd. Kind of like Jason Schwartz.
Wow.
Yeah, if you can turn that into a fuel and just run wrecks, that's amazing.
Yeah, if you can do that, if you have that kind of temperament. But it's always interesting to me when a guy like that just seems to be so calm under pressure and just fires balls in. Like it's like shocking. Like he's got an intimidating game. Right. Not that I don't think he'd be. It's a really good game though.
It is.
It's like
a really good game.
it's top 1 and 2 in the world. But, you know, I think at the very top, as you see with with Aloysius, he won 3 tournaments in a row, which is crazy. It's crazy to win like 3 majors in a row. But like, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz went on a tear where he was doing that for a while.
If you look back at like the years, even like 10 years from where we're at right now, there's always one player winning tournaments for like a year or 2, and then switches to another player.
Like Shane won back-to-back U.S. Opens.
Or Mika won back-to-back. Darren won Hamilton won back-to-back.
Yeah,
It's always
they get hot.
yeah.
But it's just maintaining that. It's just so weird. Like we were talking about Ko Ping Chong, who had that insane match in 2023, but this year didn't play nearly as well.
It's really tough. I mean, life gets in the way. Something, family, business.
Or you might have a neck injury like you had, right? Back might start bothering you. You get sciatica.
There's a lot of stuff that can happen.
Yeah, but it's just that's why a high-level pool, when you watch it, on a world stage like that, but it's executed so perfectly, it's so fun to watch. Because you know how hard it is to get there.
Yeah, it's harder to stay there.
So, what do you do differently now that you're world number 1? Do you do anything differently to try to maintain your position, or does it just keep going?
No, just keep going. I know what I did to get me where I'm at right now. Why would I change it?
Yeah. I mean, I guess unless
Because a lot of people, they stop because, for example, they had a goal, their motivation is gone.
Right.
My motivation has always been money, really. Most of the time was just money. I wanted to win as much as I can. I was kind of from the poor-ish family growing up, and my biggest motivation was financial. But obviously, I wanted to be a world champion, and I had the dream to be a world champion. When I won the first world championships, that dream was kind of gone. Now it's just another major. So they always ask me those questions where, what would it feel to you if you win another US Open or World Masters? Like, it would be great, but I think it would mean a lot more when I stop playing. Like, when I be sitting with my grandkids, I'm like, well, your grandpa was a 2-time world nominal champion back in the day. It was 4 railing that night.
Why do you say that with a southern accent?
I live in Indiana here. I live in southern Indiana.
Is that it? They have a southern accent in Indiana? Oh, that's interesting. I never thought of that.
Yeah.
What would you assume their accent in Indiana would be? Well, you're an Ohio boy, so you're close to Kentucky. That's where you're at there. Right.
People's got an accent.
That's true. That's true. That's true. But it's just when you think about just in general, like Pool's growth, I think you're in a perfect position right now in life. It's like if you had been this good 20 years ago, you would be in the same sort of trap a lot of those the older players were, where there's no real incentive to be playing professionally. The only money that anybody was making in Pool 20, 30 years ago, real money was in gambling. And there was a lot of guys that were making money gambling that weren't placing well in tournaments. They didn't want to. They didn't want to play in tournaments. They didn't want to knock their action. But I think you're in really the perfect timeline. Whereas as you're getting better and as Pool's getting more and more popular, the money's getting bigger and bigger. And I think it's a really awesome time for the game.
I agree. Definitely, I definitely feel fortunate to be in the right time, in the right era with the way my career was going to. Because like you said, 20 years ago, it would have been nowhere.
And it's also the players of today, it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, they're much more systematic with their training than they ever were before.
Absolutely. 100%. Everybody's more disciplined. Everybody is treating it as a sport, like I said. They're not treating it as a game.
They're treating it like a sport, but they're also examining all the aspects of the game and constantly honing them. It's different. Like when I watch guys practice online, like you have a channel where you put a lot of your practice sessions online, and you get to see like there's no messing about. It's like there's some serious training involved, like serious position play, serious like getting that muscle memory over and over again, different ways to stroke a shot.
For example, my idol growing up was always Niels Fine, and he has his own channel on YouTube.
Yeah, he's great. The Terminator.
He is the best of all. The best. The guy is doing visualization every day. He's practicing every single day. He's doing his 90 minutes of hardcore practice on the pool table. He's live streaming, explaining why would you have to practice. And if you follow just everything he does, you will get to a different level, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. World-class player, too. He's fun to watch.
Yeah, super disciplined, super like a Rafa Nadal. He's Rafa Nadal in pool.
Whew. It's a fun time. Fun time to be a pool player. And like I said, I think the sky's the limit. I think the game's going to explode over the next few years because we've watched it get a lot bigger over the last 4 or 5.
Yeah, for sure. What's up with the filler matches?
Yeah, man. I'll do commentary. How about that? Get Matchroom involved. I just set it up somewhere in Austin. I'll do it. Do it somewhere where you can have a crowd in person, though. That's what I was getting at. Like, you're going to have a crowd online, but it'd be cool if you had a lot of people there in person.
All right. You got it. We'll set it up.
Okay. Well, I want to see it. So, listen, congratulations on everything. It's been cool following you and seeing what happened over the last time you were here and watching you just get better and better.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure, my brother. Tell everybody if they want to follow you. What's your Instagram?
My Instagram has a weird but I have Facebook. Mostly, I spend more on Facebook, TikTok.
Oh, this is a question I wanted to ask you. Your name, some people say Fedor, some people say Feder, but isn't Russian Fyodor?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, because people were correcting me. I'm like, I think you're both wrong. I think it's Fyodor. Yeah. I've heard Feder. I've heard, and when I was calling you Fedor, people going, oh, he's saying that because Fedor Melian. Yeah, well, that's kind of the accepted American pronunciation of Fyodor, though. Right? So I wanted to ask you if it's Fyodor.
Yeah, it is.
I knew I was right.
Right. But nobody calls it that.
Okay, Fyodor. From now on, bro. Let's play some pool. Then we'll get some pool. All right. Bye, everybody.
Also limited population transfers that happened to the Assyrians and Babylonians. They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by the desperate conditions. In some cases, there were tens of thousands taken off into slavery. But the concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really wasn't, considered reasonable in the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish
This is really
but nevertheless, Jews always did maintain some kind of physical presence in Israel throughout the long two millennia of diaspora.
This is really the fight on the kid. Let's go. Now, what's up? Worked out yesterday. Now, it's one thing to work out where I'll work out, and then what happens? You go to like and then you do like a semi-CrossFit thing where you're doing burpees, and then you're doing jump squats. That's the warm-up. It's 10 burpees. Yeah. Jump squats. Then let's go ahead and do pull-ups. After all of that, for 20 minutes, we'll do pull-ups. We'll start with 5. Then we'll go 10. Then we'll go 15. See who breaks at the end. Daddy did 15 strict. And I got to tell you, it used to be no problem for me. 15 pull-ups straight for me. Now I'm getting weaker. I'm getting weaker. Yeah. And I did that. And then, so I'm a little sore. And so sore that my body feels hot. My body feels hot. Yeah. So I got
How are those knees?
My knees have never been a problem. It's the old shoulders that take a while to get warmed up. It's like a tendon problem. No, I'm lucky now. I think it's because I warm up quicker.
Yeah, you've always been about warming up.
Yeah. And I'm fairly flexible, so I at least at this age, I don't have those kinds of pains.
What age do you think you're going to stop doing all that?
I'm glad you asked because I'm going to weigh so well tomorrow at noon. And we're going to go ahead and test my levels. But it won't matter because it's called age. You know,
There's some stuff you can do to combat it.
There
all
is.
the peptide
There
shit.
is. But
There's some stuff.
you better be careful about wrestling full or sprinting or all those.
Or like full jiu-jitsu.
No.
The knee problems are
I was talking to Rogan yesterday. Me and Tony Henchcliffe were playing around. Tony's got a crazy grip. Something about him. He's got gorilla grip. He gripped that thing. Did 151. I got 110. I'm like, what the fuck? Because Tony doesn't work out a lot. He's just like that.
He did 110.
He's got crazy. I did.
No,
He got 151. That's more than Rogan.
That's really good.
More than just strong, like Woody in strong hands.
It is surprising that it's from the
Oh my god! And then he was like, "Yeah, wrestle, let's go!" And he's messing around.
wrestled in high school.
Yeah. And so he's doing this stuff with me, and I looked at him. I go, no, I wrestle. I will wrestle you right now. And Rogan just looked at me and goes, "Hey, you'll get injured. Don't." And he doesn't do jiu-jitsu anymore. We are of an age where you cannot just grab your friend in a green room and start wrestling because something's gonna pop. Father Time has
Father Time to put you on the IR.
Father Time's here. Father's Time's here. All this self-defense, all this stuff. I have a joke. If I have to fight for my life on the street, I better be very warm and thoroughly stretched.
You're not going to be able to.
And even then,
You keep them busy.
yeah, until I can't.
Until you blow up.
Until you blow a gasket, and the gaskets are hanging out.
No, my thing is that I'm learning is I just can't get out of third gear. I have to stay in third. When I go fourth and fifth,
You pull a quad.
the internals just aren't there anymore.
Funny,
It's not 4 internals anymore.
No,
I'm dealing with stock materials.
that's right. And you've really kept yourself injury-free for the most part.
But the
Until you become stupid.
most injury, yeah, until I get stupid.
All of us. It's like, oh, my ego. Let me see if I what.
I've always been able to just go.
Yeah.
And then boom.
Yeah.
I'm on all sorts of peptides and everything, but it still don't matter. Don't matter.
There's an elasticity that you lose. There's something about that thing.
Anything really explosive, I have to be super careful.
I never even thought about it when I would get out. Like, I could just go from here to start sprinting. You were young. You don't have to think about it. What do you want to do? Pull-ups? I just ate. I'll do 30 pull-ups.
So when you're a kid, like,
When you knew me,
your
you
muscles
remember?
go 0 to 100 with on.
You and I, when we were with Tim Tebow, I remember I did 30 pull-ups or 30. You did, or 32 pull-ups. You did 32. I remember you. I was like, damn. Like, we didn't think about it. We didn't warm up. Just started doing it.
Never believed in it.
The Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile and quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess, and Isaiah refers to communities in Lower Egypt. Jeremiah spent some time there unwillingly, as it happens after the assassination of Gedaliah. There is a fast day after Rosh Hashanah every year since then. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region, earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You see the town Elephantine. I always pronounce that, by the way, Elephantine. So I look a little more carefully. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. The comments will correct me if I get that wrong. This is known as the Upper Nile, even though it is on the bottom of the map, as I mentioned to you earlier. The Nile, of course, flows to the north and empties into the Mediterranean Sea. So therefore, upriver, which is south, is called the Upper Nile, and downriver is the Lower Nile, where you have the cities of Cairo, Alexandria, and so on. So there is a very important military, Jewish military colony in Elephantine. I'm going to look at that in just a second. And it may go back, the roots of that settlement are somewhat under dispute, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look a little more carefully at that particular settlement. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. You can see the green represents obviously the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And down at the very south, where you see the little red part, there are some cataracts, which means that the river constricts and it loses its depth, and ships toward the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or negotiate the rapids or put it on the land in a kind of cordage situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for any kind of transition. And that's where robbers would lie in wait and so on. Hence, it makes sense to have some kind of military outpost there. Now, we know a little bit about this community because the records were preserved in papyri and in ostraca, right? Those clay bits of clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there, and it's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because, after all, the Bible is pretty clear about prohibiting any other temples outside of Jerusalem, but there were actually 3 other temples in existence in the destruction of the Second Temple period. We have one in Shechem, which is Annapolis in modern terminology, and in Samaria, that would be the Samaritan temple, of course, which regular Judahite Jews would not consider, of course, valid. The Harak El Amir in Jordan, and the Antopolis, which would be in Egypt under Hunya. This is referred to as Hunya in the Talmud, Onias IV. So what is going on in those temples is fascinating, but a little bit beyond our expectations. We have in these records some interesting records of women, for example. Here's my chance to fill in the block, check off the project test. We have one very wealthy woman who owns several homes and things like that. Her name is Ibtachia, which seems to be related to the word batach, meaning to trust, to have faith in God. She was married 3 times, first to a Jewish soldier, and then apparently to 2 type of construction engineers or maybe architects. They're called builders. Maybe there were local quarries or something in the region. It's not clear. Another fascinating archive refers to a man named Anania, who was a temple official, Jewish, who married an Egyptian slave named Tammuz. Tammuz is definitely not a Hebrew name, because in Hebrew the word Tammuz means she will die, right? That's probably not a good name for your daughter. So the fact that he's marrying an Egyptian slave is in itself bizarre, but you also see from the documents that in fact he wasn't even completely married to her in a Jewish sense, that it certainly does not follow any of the laws as described in the Talmud, because she was simultaneously owned by a different man, her master, named Meshulam, which is also a Jewish name. And he, in fact, owned their son, whose name was Pilti. If Anania were to default in the relationship and ask for a divorce, then Meshulam, the owner of the slave woman, would get the child. The whole thing was really bizarre. Also interesting, though, again, pretty much in contradiction to Jewish law, Tammuz could just start a divorce on her own, which is something that rabbinic law does not. Lots more to say about that. I'm going to come back to it in maybe in a legal term, maybe Jewish law. But anyway, fascinating details about families and existence in Elephantine, and there's even some fascinating archaeological discoveries of the actual site of the temple itself. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt and the early diaspora is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today in the western part of the Nile Delta. You can see it where it is here, right on the coast. The Jews of Alexandria go back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Jews were involved in translating the Bible into Greek, making it available to the broader Mediterranean society. This had an incredibly influential role in promulgating the ideas of Judaism and was especially influential in the early church. And there's a funny story about the Septuagint was written according to the legend. 70 rabbis were brought in, and they were all put in 70 different rooms and given the Bible and told to translate it. And they all came out and compared what they had done, and they had all written the exact same translation. They had all essentially agreed with each other. Rabbi Rothschild, who was a very important Rosh Hashiva in America, he liked to joke that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you get 70 rabbis together and you put them in one room and ask them to agree on anything, that's a miracle. By the 1st century, Jews were quite numerous in Alexandria, and they had one neighborhood which was specifically the Jewish neighborhood, and they had a second one out of 5 neighborhoods that they were populated as well. But there was a significant amount of controversy with the local Greek population. You recall that Alexander the Great had swept through the entire region and had established all kinds of new norms and new cities. Alexandria, that's not a coincidence. And there are a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime, under Ptolemy, but when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in their society. And so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies when they arrived in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 38, which some have called actually the first pogrom. This was recorded by the philosopher Philo, very important Jewish thinker of the era, who approached the Bible primarily in a sense with the Septuagint. Philo was extremely important in introducing a new philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write in Hebrew, he wrote in Greek. And many of his ideas were really quite contrary to much of what the rabbis were talking about, but nevertheless extremely influential once again on the Christian tradition, not so much on the Jewish tradition. At any rate, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tension between the Jewish populations in the city that related in particular when King Agrippa I, you remember him, he ruled in the middle of the 1st century for few years, and he visited the region. Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose unwisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade through the town of Alexandria. And the Greek rivals of the Jews, they mounted sort of like a mock parade in which they openly made fun of Agrippa I. And sure enough, it eventually translated into violence against the Jews. The local procurator, who had his own issues with Rome, even though he was a Roman official, there was a change of the guards in Rome, and he was concerned about his own tradition, and he decided to take the side of the Greeks. And he ordered, among other things, that the Jews should be limited to one neighborhood, not to two. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those two neighborhoods, which some would actually consider the world's first ghetto, which is an idea, was also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence, and attacks on synagogues was really an unusual thing for the ancient world, and considered places where you should not transgress, you should respect the various ritual worship of other groups. But this was one of those occasions where that was ignored. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo ante, where the Jews were mollified, but there would be yet again violence in the year 66, probably in the Jewish War that exploded in that year. So that's just a look very quickly at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the early diaspora. Thank you very much for watching.
A lot of subscribers were upset about potentially not having access to Fox channels as college football and the NFL seasons are about to kick off. We're going to tell you what's slowing you down and following Carl next.
If you have a webinar bought a car and decided
So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora and antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. And although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the forced settlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless Jews were forced to live there in the context of the invasions of the Assyrians and Babylonians in the 8th and the 6th centuries. Those 2 centuries were periods in which there were forced removals of Jews from Israel to the region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate to use the term exile or galut in that context. But even those exiles were partial. They only represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind in Israel, impoverished, probably gender imbalanced because men may have been taken in greater numbers than women, but otherwise many Jews, majority, still remain behind in Israel. Now here's a look at a map that was pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That term, as I said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamia means, the rivers, and it's sometimes called simply Babylonia, although that's a term that obviously changes over time. Let's zoom in here to a passage from Jeremiah, in which he famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, this is Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel, unto all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply ye there, and be not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whither I have caused you to carry away captive. Pray for the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall be. This is kind of like the mission statement of the concept of exile in Jewish tradition. The notion that this exile, this galut, this diaspora, to use the neutral term, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work, build it up with houses and vineyards and so on, to raise families there, and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represents a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because up until now, although the Jews worship an invisible God, there only was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. Were they somehow abandoned by their God? I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universal and as not being connected to a specific place. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be worried that perhaps their God was not interested in taking care of them in exile. And that's why Jeremiah's prophecy rang so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation for tradition. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of antiquity that we're looking at? So one of the most fascinating collections that we have for this period is the so-called Rothschild archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the B'nai Rothschild, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when the archaeologists go through these cuneiform tablets, there are lots and lots of names, right? It's a business archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own ways of referring to each other. My own children have to refer to It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right? Means God-given. Right? They all like invoke the name of God in some kind of like active way. And so it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. There's a pretty good sense of these are. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews. Yahud, of course, would mean Jewish, and there's lots and lots of Theophoric names in this separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time in the Rothschild archive. One of the things I find really amazing with the Rothschild archive is not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use a patronymic, meaning one is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parent. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my name is Hillel, my father's name is Yaakov, so I would be Hillel ben Yaakov. By Hillel, the son of Yaakov. In almost all usages, you would rely on your father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. These things are not going to relay today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the individual names and their
mornings have to be moving quick, a little slow. Picking my kid up on my shoulder. That annoys me. Yeah. But Daddy doesn't have any injuries.
So we're gonna do the ways to well.
I'm gonna go get my levels checked. Let's really see what's going on with my free testosterone.
Have you seen the oil they can do? It's basically
I have. I
pull it out.
Yeah.
Filters it. Yeah. Not feeling it.
I
wouldn't knock it. Do you bring him?
I know Brigham. He's awesome. My thing about all of that is that your kidneys do a lot of flushing.
They can only do so much.
And they talk about detoxing. I'm still, the jury's out on a lot of that stuff. I'm going to stick to peptides. I think are real. I think T cells are real. I think testosterone's real. I think creatine's real. You know, certain things that we know for a fact. And like athletes, you know, if you had to put your money on, so you can do peptides, stem cells, testosterone, what is it? Like you have to choose one. What is the most effective you think that actually?
Well, stem cells if I'm injured.
Yeah, for sure they work.
Oh my God. Fix my knee, fix my bicep,
and also peptides.
Or when you combine the stem cells with the peptides when you're cooking calves.
Right.
And then you mix in the TRT, the testosterone, that enhances the recovery.
Yeah.
So it's like the perfect.
Peptides are the new frontier of medicine. They're going to grow hair, they grow muscle without side effects.
What should the stem cells do? So the archive is primarily dealing with business and receipts.
Yeah,
that'd be good for you. Like going in fucking
fine.
I'm going to land by helicopter. Because I don't want to drive. I don't like to drive.
Shane do that too.
Yeah, Shane and I are going to zip over by chopper. You understand? And then I'm gonna get some stuff taken care of. Yeah.
About time.
You get your levels checked all the time. When you said your test was 1400, 1400 is 1400. 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 my buddy Nick, who's my feature Nick Simmons, was like, Nick was like, dude, tell Brennan that's too high. His lipid panels will go berserk. He loves you. So he's like, make sure he knows it. I'm like, so I sent you that text.
Yeah, you're like, dude, Nick said 1400. I said, hey, dude, I was just fucking with you because you were all.
You actually know a fuckload. You never talk about it. You actually know a lot about nutrition. Like I remember with the cryo stuff. I remember with the cold plunge, all of that. You'd be like, I don't think so. Yeah, because it's not good having cold plunging every day.
The plunge are still pumping, like but it's kind of dying down. And everyone's like, yeah, but the cryotherapy really just died.
Because you can sit in ice water.
There was a trend there where you see chiropractors, cryo chambers. Yeah.
Chiropractor shit. They have this surgeon, and the chiropractor's talking about. So you see how you have here this colorectal here. You've got some inflammation. The surgeon goes, so this is the biggest bunch of bullshit. That's your colon, and it just happens to have feces in it, and that's the most common thing. That's the most normal thing. Bullshit. Snake oil. Like, what are you talking about here?
Yeah, just
That way to kind of like make money. And the main thing also is all this like flushing and detox and stuff. It's like, what do you mean detox? What toxins? What are the toxins?
Yeah,
when they ask that, it's like,
like you talk about the inflammation. I'm like, if you're Sean O'Malley or you're Marab, we should be probably worried about inflammation. If you're like me, the inflammation, I mean, it's not good. You want to do what you can. You don't want to get inflammation from your coffee at Starbucks and all that bullshit. So if you can eliminate it, it's not going to help you. You're not raw. You're not Hamza. You're good.
Yeah. Most Americans are worried about, they're worried about the dyes and all the toxins. Hey, dude, you should worry about how much food you eat and what your insulin levels are, because you're eating sugar and shit all day. That's what you should worry about. My favorite is Greece.
Moving your body.
Yeah. You know how Greece and Italy and Spain, they're like, they eat all this fat and they don't die and stuff like that. And it's the olive oil. You have to eat olive oil. Eat a lot of olive oil. This guy Gundy or whatever, who wrote the Plant Paradox, listen to this dude. It's like, hey bro, olive oil's fine. It's good, okay? What you don't take into account is the fact that they take a nap
And the portion.
and
How active are they?
Right.
They're walking.
And they take a nap. They have lunch with their family. They've got great bonds. Their stress levels are really low, and they take a nap. When they stop taking naps, so they've done some studies. The guy who wrote Why We Sleep expert. When you look at the metadata in like Greece, when all of a sudden, because they have money to pay tourists there, they're not taking naps. They keep their shops up. They would work through the thing. Heart attacks, cardiac incidents went up something literally like 50%, 100% crazy. What a surprise. Yeah, and you always, when I lived in Greece as a kid, the entire city shut down for 2 hours. The entire city. You took a siesta. I think it was 3 hours. It would shut down at like 1 to 3. Yeah. And people would go home, have a nice leisurely lunch, and then take a little nappy poop. There it is. I remember this so well. The stores, everything would be closed 1 to 3. Yep. And the break can extend to 4 to 5. Yeah, and then they'd work late, and then they had dinner late and party.
Texas came the hottest part of the day. That's what's different about Texas is the hottest part of the day here is between 4 and 5 o'clock.
Is it?
Yeah. The hottest part of the day is at 4 o'clock.
Look that up.
It's the same all.
That fits, but I like what you're saying.
Look it up. I looked it up.
You did?
Yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, because that's when me and the boy take the cages. I'm like, it's fucking hot.
Wow.
Look at it, it's hot.
What? That's so interesting. Why is that? Oh, it's absorbing solar heat and heat. Wow. I never would have thought of that.
Yeah, so on the weekends they'll have organized.
It's so interesting.
Practices. We go at like 9.
It makes sense. Because I've been like,
but at 4, especially at 4 o'clock, I'll be working at the garage at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Because in LA, 5 o'clock, you're good.
Yeah.
Here at 4 or 5 in the garage, I'm dripping sweat.
I gotta tell you, being in San Diego, with that ocean and that breeze and that weather, I was like, San Diego's a little honky tonk, but it's nice.
That weather's great, but I think the thing too, everyone's like, get ready for the heat, get ready for the heat. It's whatever. It's not 1883. That's why I have fucking AC. But where I'm at in the valley, it was 112 for 3 days in a row. Like, oh, it's hot. The humidity is whatever. I just do better in the heat. I like it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Now, Houston,
You also were in
some of that shit. Colorado, I get too hot.
right? I'm saying,
Oh, the cold, I'll fuck off. I mean, that is miserable.
when I remember we were together doing the improv, I think, live T-Fat K show, and I was coming to pick you up, your brother, coming to your house, and I got caught in a snow slide, in a snow slide. It was crazy.
What was that? What's the venue called? There's two. There's one.
I think it was not the Comedy Works. Was it Comedy Works? I think it was the
Denver Comedy, and they have Comedy Works also in Highlands Ranch with Greenwood Village. No, it's
Yeah,
there's two Comedy Works.
it was out there.
Yes, by where my pops lives.
Yeah.
Comedy Works South. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Greenwood Village.
Yeah, there you go.
So like Cloppers, my brother's there, my dad's there. We did a
How
lot.
was Denver doing? It was so booming, and then the homeless shit, that COVID stuff.
Well, remember, they're supposed to get all that money back in the economy because they legalized marijuana. How'd it go?
Yeah, how did that go?
You haven't been to Denver, really?
Yeah, I have.
It's a shit show.
It's a shit show. It's so depressing. I don't think, my take on weed has always been not very popular. I had something that's like,
Yeah, especially for young kids.
wake up with that resume. When you're 40.
Yeah, I mean, remember we'd start those comedy workshops when we were doing the road? We'd start it with a clip from the live by the Kid 3D.
Yeah.
That's how it started. Yeah.
I was just thinking about that this morning.
Kid 3D.
Yeah, remember that Miss Han? Daddy! Mitch Rouse. Come up with these ideas. The curtain down. So stupid.
Yeah, it's fun.
I wish
They're on Vimeo. And you don't think we could upload those to? Remember we tried? No, hold on. To the Patreon?
that we could.
Oh, that reminds me.
In fact, Patreon and Vimeo have a deal. So if you,
They do. That also reminds me that we're launching Patreon next week.
We're launching Patreon.
This is for the hardcores. It's for the fans. They engage. We do Q&As on there. We get 2 shows every month, ad-free. We're ad-free. Listen, we're well aware how many ads. It's just the lay of the land now. In podcasting, you listen to Rogan, you listen to whatever show you listen to. There's just so many more ads. These companies got involved. It's just the way podcasting works. We're very familiar with the massive amount of ads. So our idea is to launch this Patreon so you get ad-free show that will be extended by 20 to 30 minutes. So you're getting bonus content. And then questions, and then also behind the scenes, Brian's been wrestling his ass off, doing jiu-jitsu, and grappling, competition grappling. I'm doing it in order to beat me. We're gonna see if Brian can beat me on there. We're literally gonna go over the things I've learned, and Brandon's gonna show how you counter it, and I'm gonna show you how you counter that. And then we'll go live and see if your training's paid off. We'll see how it goes. Yep, that's gonna be great. And then I'll give a tour of my cars, the studio, behind the scenes stuff. And that's every month you're getting that bonus content. It's $5 a month. $5.
It's 3 to 5, or is it 5?
It's $5. So skip one day at Starbucks, and that covers you ad-free, Fire the Kid, bonus content. This is for the hardcores. This is for you guys. We're well aware of the Army, the massive amounts of ads. Yes. Yeah. We should have done a Patreon a long time ago. We should have. But we're finally doing it. We can commit to it out there in Texas. And that will be next week.
Hold on. What's up with that watch?
What about it?
Who makes that?
Jackson.
Jackson's nice. Those are
Than AP. I have an AP. This is similar to that. But these are super.
They're not giving the APs away.
They're not. If times get tough, I'll sell that thing. Yeah. No, I actually had a sponsor I work with on the car sent me that.
It's a nice watch.
Very nice watch. I do not deserve it, but I'll take it.
The AP is, $10 million?
I have the Royal Oak in Algonquin.
So it's not uncommon to spend $46,000. The Royal Oak is
Those ones are used.
Yeah, okay. Well, they're not giving them away. Well, that's a $270,000 one.
These are wild.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and the sponsor said I had no idea what was in the box. I thought it was a t-shirt. But someone I work with on the truck sent it to one of the sponsors I work with. Thanks for all the work. I'm like,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm having trouble doing this after my bones.
You'll be alright.
Just when you thought Star couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger,
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All from your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Is there any update on the whole Raja stuff?
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, let's see what's going on here. Who's that guy?
Oh, we'll get to that. That's one of the vampires from Blade.
What? I mean, we gotta just think about those ears.
Cut him off.
Yeah, cut him off or
Tie him back.
pin him back.
Yeah, put him back like a dope.
Yeah, let's pin him back.
So this is his brother. Apparently, this is Cycle Stu's brother. Yeah, it's still not a great update, but so he's this is good evening. Stuart Psycho Stu is resting since he's sustained severe injuries to his head. He's currently conscious and will have difficult recovery ahead. With all the media and social media attention, it's been hard to get back to everyone. Stu appreciates all the love and support. He loves wrestling, his wrestling family, and all his fans and supporters. Wrestling has been a huge part of his life, and he loves to put on performance. He's also just a regular guy with a life and family outside the ring. His wife has currently set up a GoFundMe for those who are wishing to donate.
Let's take a little bit to talk about the Eastern Mediterranean.
I've had, I give my take on it. You can't defend it. It's horrible. It's fucking terrible.
It's
And someone said this to me. They go, "How would you feel if that happened to your brother or somebody that to Brian or your kids when they're older? Would you be as?" And I'm not giving much compassion. He made his bed. He has a land.
Oh yeah. I think you're kind of doomed when you do something. When you're that kind of guy, you're that stupid about something. That you're 25 years old. Your prefrontal cortex is fully developed.
Yeah, the thing that bothers me is when they told him, like, dude, he's fucked up, man. Like, his heart flatlined. Like, you fucked up, and he goes, my bad. I'm gonna need more than my
You
bad.
kept punching him while 22 times.
Okay, you're trying to kill the question. Let's say those guys didn't pull him over. Then what?
You would have killed him. He'd be dead.
So what do you do?
Well, it's look, he's in real trouble. I like Rampage. I don't like talking about Rampage's kid this way.
No.
It has nothing to do with that. But also, it's a major crime.
Explain this to me, Brian. It is California, so it's a little more lenient if you're going to do it anywhere, you do it in California. But so the student, now that he's conscious and awake, let's say he goes, I'm not pressing charges. Will the state still go after him?
My guess is this. How's it work? My guess is the state, the attorney general can bring charges. I think even if the state doesn't press charges. I believe so. I think you committed a crime. But I don't know.
Because in like a domestic violence situation, if you had a friend beat up a girl, you always see them like they'll arrest them and they'll go to jail, but then they're like, yeah, no charges were pressed. The girl decided to press charges.
Yeah, maybe.
Can you look that up, Jen? How's that work?
With Yoel Romero, he got attacked by with a sword.
Press no charges.
Press no charges. So it's like
still, that's a deadly weapon. That's also Chicago.
No, but I think the DA can
pursue without people. It's different if you use a weapon, like if I don't know how it works.
Yeah, well, then you're in danger.
People that go, oh, he's going to sue the shit.
It's supposed to still proceed with the case, even if the victim doesn't press charges. As the state, not the victim, decides whether yes. A victim's lack of cooperation can make a case more difficult, but for us to rely on other evidence such as police.
This is where he's from.
There's security firms, and we see
that's where he's from. Because he's pretty bad at it.
I think you're going to jail. You can't do that.
And how long?
I'm sorry, but there's something very wrong.
What would the charges be against them?
Aggravated assault, attempted murder,
Attempted murder.
aggravated assault,
Bring that up, Jen. Let's look at it.
with intent to cause egregious bodily harm. You can, but what
Let's say what charges?
prosecutor,
What charge? Yeah, there you go.
a prosecutor may charge you with attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, all kinds of stuff.
Go down, Jen.
Yeah, there you go. Stopped attempted murder.
That's what that.
He would not have stopped unless he had been drawn off.
Jen, I sent you one of the wrestlers. Yeah, it's up next. Jesus. Look at. Have you seen the wrestler who you stopped him? He's like, dude, you punched me in the fucking face.
Breaking out and he's shitting on me, by the way, dude. Work better fucking devil way. And then I'm telling you to fucking calm down. I'm not even fighting. I'm not even being hostile. Then you're trying to fucking work and get lower, do this, change positions, and I'm over here having to swim and do all this other shit. And then you fucking punch me in the fucking eye after we're breaking it up, you fucking loser. That's why you got fucking headbutt. That's why I fucking punch you in your fucking leg from the match before this. I got fucking personal for you. You fucking low life clown. So you beat up a guy that's half unconscious. You punch a guy that's trying to break up a fight, not even trying to fight you. I wasn't even trying to hurt you. What is wrong with you, Joe?
Do you think he wanted to continue beating up Stu?
I think he would have killed him
If you didn't stop it, right?
I promise you he would have killed him. He would have killed me if he would have got the best of me. If he would have took my legs out from under me like he was trying to, he was going to do the same thing to me that he did to Stu. Clearly, you watched the stream and he's walking away. Look, there's people fucking with me. I don't care if he touches that finger in your life, bro. I don't give a fuck. If you got a problem with the world and the people around you, change it. The people around you, change it up a little bit. Go to therapy. Get some help. Don't take it out on everybody else. And then you want to train like one of the best fighters to ever live. Your fucking father uses clout, uses knowledge, and then you want to hurt people that don't get trained like that. You're a fucking bully. It's outrageous. You know what? It's impossible to defend it.
I trust you. That's what I'm
sorry.
You can't. Like, man, did he mess up? The other thing is from what I hear, the organization isn't cooperating.
I doubt that this guy's not going to press charges.
Well, yeah, that's a different thing if he does, and you assume he does it soon, but is there a world where, it's Rampage said, can Rampage go, listen, drop the charges, and I'll give you $300,000? Because the guy's not, $300,000 is a lot of fucking money.
Does Rampage have $300,000?
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I think is there something in that world? I think there is. I think Rampage. Obviously, look. The tragedy is Rampage loves his son.
Yeah, right. Yeah, she is. Let's say your son did that.
So here's a
And
photograph.
you have the means to pay $300,000. What's your son learn if you bail him out? Does it teach your son a better lesson if he goes into the system? What do you do as a father?
I guess the answer is I don't know. Right? But I will say this since you're pressing me. I would have to really.
I know what you would do.
Yeah.
You would pay the $300,000, Brian.
100%.
But now, Raj's career is over.
Yeah,
He's never going to be able to go back.
You don't get.
Because here's the other
You
thing.
don't walk away. This is the damage. You don't walk away.
No, there's no going back. Because it's not like he did it to a guy who's this dick and he was egging him on. Do you know that Psycho Stu story? Former, I think, Marine or something like that, had severe PTSD, started wrestling to find an escape from all the madness and PTSD.
Here's what I would say to Ross.
You're talking about a man.
If I was my son, I would say this to him. I would say you are in a position now where you have had a fall from grace and you have an opportunity. My hope for Raja, is it Raja? My hope for Raja is that he truly transforms from this. He pays whatever price he has to pay. And when he's 40 years old, he looks back on this and he's an example for people. Like there are a lot of people that have a fall from grace that really screw up, and then they come back as a very different kind of person. He's 25, and he's 25, and so he looks back and goes, I don't even know who the guy was, and I went through all this to learn that that's not who you are.
But there's clearly some, and I don't know. Yes, I don't know if there's therapists. I don't know if there's therapists who can figure this out because they're usually older, but clearly the online blowback that even before this encouraged him to do this stuff, he's listening to that, and he feels this insecurity that he's this bitch or bait or gay or whatever the hell's going on in his head. There's anger in there saying, I'm no bitch and I'm gonna show my dad no bitch. It's like, let's talk about that. So, and did you see what Sean Strickland said? Yeah, one post, read this. Sean Strickland said jail isn't the answer for him. And I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's an interesting topic.
I don't know that jail changes behavior. You know, I think
There has to be some consequence for your action at 25. The answer can't be, my dad bails me out. Because then you learn nothing. It's just going to happen again. But as a father, you're like, dude,
it's an opportunity. Everything is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for this kid to come out of this, whatever he does, a better person, a better example. So otherwise, what are we doing?
there you go. Here it is. There's Jackson's kid shouldn't go to jail. Prison should be always the last resort. I was arrested at 19 for 2 felonies, 8 GBIs. I don't know what that is. I spent 5 or 6 years, and if the DA had its way, after 6 years in the cell, coming out with nothing, being indoctrinated with gangs and violence, I guarantee I would have killed someone. There was one guy telling me about how he picked up a murder charge, and I remember being impressed by him. Instead, I pled 100 days jail or work release, ton of anger management, a decent amount of victim restitution. After a miserable 2 years of court, luckily a lawyer took my case for free because I didn't have a dollar to my name. Bottom line is, it's not about the person in prison, it's about who they become when they're out of prison. I believe if I wasn't offered that deal, I'd be dead today, and more than likely would have resulted in someone else's as well. My 2 cents, rehabilitation over prison.
It's fair what he's saying. Revenge is not going to do anything. What we'll do is, you don't throw someone away. You take this kid who's 25 and say, what are you willing to do, Archer? Do you want to keep going down this path, or is there a better way to go? What do you want to make? This is Roger's choice.
I don't know if it's a choice. I think you're going to have to force him to do. You have to. I don't know what you do. I don't know.
Because the state does. So typically in these cases,
the
society does know.
Yeah, they want to.
You have to pay a price.
Here's my question.
There's a price to be
At
paid.
25, let's say you're 5, 10 years. Say you 10 years. Which is a lot. 35, no education, no job, no career. You come on the street. Does that make for a better?
I would say this.
Contributing citizens.
Not always.
No, the answer is no.
I would say there are a lot of people that do come out after 7 years, 6 years, and they come out of it and they turn 180 degrees.
Oh, I'd say that's the exception.
It's always the exception. But yeah, that's your choice, right? You have a choice. My thing is, what I'm saying is that when you do this, it's such an egregious violation of someone's rights. And it's shocking behavior. And it's obviously somebody who probably right now doesn't have control over themselves. Okay? You'd agree with that? And when you don't have control over yourself and you resort to that kind of savage violence, chances are society goes, you're not a safe person to be around because you might do it again.
Correct.
So your rights end when you do that.
How would you feel if he did that to your son?
So that's why we have what's called objective law. Subjective law, how I would feel, is that's why you ever hear the expression, it's a rule of law, not rule of man. Rule of man would be the king says, hey, it's my son, he gets off. Rule of law is the idea that there's an objective standard. That objective standard is no matter where you are, who you are, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to rain 20 punches down. Yeah, but you're not allowed to rain 20 punches down like that because you tried to kill somebody. And justice, let me define what justice is to everybody. Justice is, an injustice means something is out of place. Justice is everything in its rightful place.
This man is in a hospital bed. He's got a long recovery. He may have brain damage. He certainly is going to have PTSD. He's going to have a lot of things wrong. Yeah. So that man, something has to be. There's got to be restitution. There's got to be something. That could be a lot of things. It doesn't have to be him rotting in a jail. Roger can do his. He can beg forgiveness. He can become a better person. He can help people. There's a lot of options for him. So I agree with Sean in the sense that let's not throw Roger away. Let's not say this. Roger's got a great dad. Roger's got a father who can help him through this. Roger's got a family who can help him through this. Roger can help himself through this. But he's got to help himself through this.
Like right now, you're leaning towards Raja. If I'm psychosphere on his family,
Correct.
I'm saying, well,
That's right.
no, you're not just going to pay me off.
Right. Students' rights have to be precedent. Students' rights are more important right now than Raja's.
He's the big.
We care more about the victim right now than we do the 5-year-old man, fully adult in any society, and made that choice. He made that choice. You are responsible for the condition you are in.
And also, it says that LAPD is looking into it. How long does it fucking take?
Well, there are video for it. Yeah, they've looked into it.
And there's still nothing's.
They're going to know. They're building a case. The way they build a case, they build a case by this. They go through, they talk to the DA, and they say, and they talk to the state, they say, are we just, what is the case we'll bring? And they bring the case, which is assault with a deadly weapon, attempted murder, whatever it is. You can say that because, so you can actually murder. So if you've been training with your hand, that's false. Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay. See if that's the case.
It's false. Yeah, you remember that, like, if you're a trained fighter, you got to rest your hands.
So this is the kind of conversation they have, though, where they go, what is
the judge will say, you've been trained as a professional fighter, you should have more restraint, you can do more damage, you know how to do the technique. Yeah. So that's going to go against you. But so it depends on the judge.
Yeah. But this was clearly a felony. Can you see what if when you kick somebody, can you be charged with assault with a deadly weapon if you don't have an actual weapon in your hand?
Secondly, not only loss of sovereignty,
With your fist.
You use just your fists and feet.
country to reassert its national identity.
There's body parts like hands can be considered deadly weapons if used in a manner likely to cause death or serious bodily
Severity of the task, degree of injury, or intent of the.
And let me tell you what else happens here, just so you know.
For example, such that causes permanent damage.
Themselves, especially in the ancient period, like communication and transportation, is nothing like what we would see in the modern era. Third, a full-on court press of other powerful dominant cultures. The Syrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, oh my gosh, the Greeks. Incredible differences in the way that these people saw the world around them, and the idea that Jews could somehow maintain their cultural independence with a highly distinct form of worship and ethics and literature. These are tremendous stresses placed on the Jewish people during the period of antiquity. Repeated defeats in war, tremendously devastating to discouragement. To see you like standing up and getting knocked down again and again and again. The Bar Kokhba revolt, the First Roman Jewish War, the Titos rebellion, over and over again. The Jews are not succeeding, with the exception of the Maccabean revolt. They are simply not doing well for the last 200-300 years of their existence in the period of antiquity. Finally, we certainly cannot discount the spiritual
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, so it doesn't matter that he's true. That's what the point. Like CSLs, they see this registered.
So I tell you what they do.
But they're going to go towards it.
A lawyer will come in and say,
100%.
this kid's been training since he was X, Y, and Z.
Do more damage because he's trained.
Do more damage. He was raining punches down. He used what he knew.
His leverage technique.
And so now, this is not just a criminal case. This is also a civil case. And when you get convicted of a criminal case, there's not a jury in the world, if you want to press charges, that's going to put Raja in debt for the rest of his life. No. They're going to go, any money you make for the rest of your life is in stock. That's what happens. So it's
and also even the official that your hands are lethal weapons because you train. Again, to your point, there's not a jury who doesn't think the same thing you do. Heard of that urban legend of if you're a professional fighter, you have to register your hands, which is insane. They all think that. You don't need to prove it. No, he trained. His hands are more dangerous than his because he's a professional trained fighter.
What Rampage, I'm sure, will do in this situation for his son is he would say, the idea would be, what is it going to take to settle the civil case before we go to court? Because I know you're coming after me.
And if you're the family of Stu, like, let's say they don't have much money, what's that number?
So what the way it works
Hyper high, meaning like, if you want to deal with all this, this is why
you'll get your money tomorrow as opposed to 7 years from now. And
you can lump sum.
And I'm going to put my money in that. There's a lot of things that Roger can do. I don't have any money. And then he can never get paid, and his dad can just get the stipend. There are a lot of ways around this. And so what you do is you say, I'll give you $500,000 right now.
All cash.
And
you get it right now.
Yeah. That's a lot of money, by the way. $500,000 is a lot of money.
It depends where you're at financially.
Yeah, but that does cost you $1 million.
Yeah.
So. Very few people have that much money lying around.
Yeah. But also, and then does that, by bailing Raja out, is that the move for long-term success?
Does he learn a bad situation?
Yes.
He clearly gets
I think something like this, to Sean Strickland's point, something like this might save Raja's life, not ruin his life. If you really look at it, in terms of it's going to ruin his life for a while, but when this happening, what's going on that this happened? What's going on that he's in this mindset? His mindset is very bad. What you listen to, who's in your sphere of influence?
Is it the trolls online that follow you? What are you doing, buddy?
We need this is called, this is called a come to Jesus moment. And you either,
I think for everyone, like for young kids, as adults, it's tough when you're reading comments online. And that's your world, you're paying attention to that, and other people in real life surrounded by you. When you're listening to those comments, actual people in person that are in your circle, when they're affecting you online to that degree, that they can be doing shit like this, it's time to have a conversation. It's also time to have a conversation even at a national level with social media. There has to be some regulation in place, man. The way this is affecting kids is not fucking good. It's not good. And if you look, there's a whole study of, there's a list of kids. What do you want to be when you grow up? What do you think the number one thing was?
Rapper, athlete.
You would think, right? Athlete. When I was a kid, it was professional athlete. Like, talked to
I know
all the
it's
kids.
a YouTuber.
Yes. And you know what? Specific influencer. Excuse me? The fuck? Go out and do something, man. Develop a talent, a skill. Have a career. If you want to inspire people, they can be fucking sitting on your couch coming up with memes and shit. So I think that's a bigger conversation. It's like, how has social media now, it's a really good tool, especially for people like us. I mean, endorsements, stuff like that based off my social media following, but at the same time, too, I'm 40 years old.
We're going to start
quick for it. How's it affecting the younger kids? It's not suicide, mental depression, all the shit's significantly higher.
Young girls, like not to mention, you're not talking to your family. You're on your phone.
That's a whole nother debate. But then it's also like now legislation doesn't go hold up. Our young demo is fucking.
So you know how this answer.
How many guys are coming here? I'm coming here. I don't care.
You're doing
Nobody cares.
it's not
I don't care.
Yeah, it's not that your kid has a paleo diet. He can kind of eat what he wants, but when I was getting sick with my kids now, they burn in 2 hours, 3 hours, easy. They're outside, fucking stop. They're not, they don't stop moving.
I'm kind of like the blonde hair, I'll be honest. I'm kind of like in the, yeah, you're,
I know, isn't it weird?
it does.
I know. I usually hate myself, but I feel better.
You look a little younger.
That's what my father-in-law said. He goes, man, I need to start doing nicotine drinks. If that's the result.
So you're doing nicotine, peptides, tests, but you eat really well,
fast.
out like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
You've never stopped.
Never stop. And I'm not as
You're not
stressed.
above 40, whatever at all. Yeah, you're not stressed.
Not stressed out here in Austin.
Just looking at a few examples of how historians have approached this question.
Jen, how's your health coming?
I told you the tapering, it's actually going good.
Heart rate going fast still.
It's down to like 103, 113. Remember, it was like,
Oh, I remember.
130.
Good. All right. Do they know why that is? Do they know why your heart just started racing?
well, I have high blood pressure in my family. And of course, I'm that. I have a buddy who lives in Florida. He's a lawyer out there. He goes, all I would need is one conversation with Jen. I'm going to get him to stop drinking. What do you mean? He loves the show. If I just talk to connect with Jen, one conversation, because he stopped drinking, he's like, I can get him to stop drinking. All right. I'll drink you. But I'm on the way to doing it. So, yeah, but he can't hurt.
Yesterday I was at the Sunset Strip. This guy Chuck. This goes Brian Kelly. I've been listening to Fighting Kids since my Fox days. And he goes, and I feel so close to you guys because you're kind of the soundtrack to my life.
I'm so
No,
sorry.
he goes, no, I'm so sorry. I just sold my company. I started my company and I just sold it for a big sum. You guys, yeah, and he goes, you guys were kind of like there for the whole thing, so it's really weird. And I was like, I know, I was like, little, I'm a grease, no, wet my beak, wet my beak.
Soundtrack to your whole business?
Let's go.
Good for him, though.
Yeah, handsome guy who's dropping his daughter off to watch the concert, and he's like, he's like probably 40. Sometimes he's like, I don't know, he has nothing to do, so he's watching stand-up. So I came to the publishing.
Wait, I remember thinking, literally sitting on the drive over here, like, when you guys started doing this entertainment stuff, you started acting. So the first thing,
Yeah, I started acting.
So acting, and then
Because I didn't have, I started acting because I didn't have the arm or body for football. But I wanted to be a quarterback. I just didn't have the arm or the height.
what were you gonna say though? Tony, where he goes on the No, I want to hear this.
Or the head for the game. But I wanted it.
Brian started acting and was having some success, and his friends told him, dude, you should really go all in on the stand-up. So he's fine.
Yeah.
And you were doing all.
Yeah, Patty Jacobs,
Yes.
the director, she went up. Yeah, she's like, hey, can you please stop trying to be this brooding actor? You're a jackass.
Yeah, that's where it goes. And then, right, the first thing he did that made you like noticeable. God, UFC. So like, what's the Ultimate Fighter? The first Ultimate Fighter was my big break. Yeah. So I was like thinking back, like, what, do you remember the first time someone put you on the street? How you felt when that happened? Do you know what I'm talking about? They're like, are you such and such?
I know, I felt I'll answer for him. You know what, when you get recognized, you know what, you do. Yeah, it's cool, but it's not, you're always like, your goals were bigger.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're always like,
It was cool. The Ultimate Fighter, because remember, the Ultimate Fighter failed, and then it didn't come out till like 8 weeks later. So I remember walking around like, man, what about things? I was taking the bus all the time to train. And I was like, this bus. Especially in Denver. Yeah, because in Denver, Ultimate Fighter was a big deal. That's the most watched season ever. So, yeah, it's a big thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so how'd you feel? It was awesome. Right? Yeah. It was awesome.
Everybody's career, everybody's fighting. by some jamoke, some dork, some dude. Yeah, some like guy in khakis. He's like, but he was drunk and just, my wife was. He's got the eyes, and he's just like that.
UFC heavyweight champion Brad Constantine will see you tomorrow.
I'm friends with these guys. See, if there's any situation, it's gonna get so crazy.
I think back on
You guys were so handsome. I remember, like, you were so young and good looking, dude. And Cowboy had his boots on, his hands, and then
there's something about Cowboy, man. He just
handsome.
He's also like this outlaw. You don't look at
He's an outlaw.
You don't look at me and go, that guy's dangerous. That's an outlaw.
Well, you had that hungry eyes. Girls liked you because you're.
They liked me, but Cowboy, even to this day, like Cowboy at the races or when I'm, me and Cowboy have the same sponsor, but I was like, we're together.
Something about he's like this mysterious. Yes. So he wasn't smiling. He wasn't really saying it. He had his boots on. He had his cowboy hat on. He was dressed like a cowboy. And I remember my friends. Why? Including mine. They were all like, "Who's the cowboy?" They were like, "You're so dangerous."
He had this dangerous sense of
full mouth of symmetry and fighting. I love that dude. I miss cowboy.
Was famous. We're just like, man, somebody was like the UFC. The training was so tough. Like those days were so cool.
You guys trained.
No, we don't have any. Like we'd go to 7-Eleven. Let's get one game. Yeah, we'd have street fight.
And you were trying. He was training.
Yeah, he was trying to teach this community. Wow. Me and Cody would be sitting hard. So we have kids going to Jackson. So
you're trying to find Spartan.
I always knew, like, I think, like, I was good, my jiu-jitsu was pretty good, but I knew, like, eventually wrestling would be like a Achilles heel. So I was trying to find out the wrestling. I was trying to, at the time, like, me and Shane were close, but I didn't have that connection with Northern Colorado yet to go up there and train in the practices. Like, that's a huge invite. So I didn't have that. So I was like looking for something like I was like looking for high level wrestling, and then Rhino wrestling opened up. But I remember Warren from Bellator. He was this little guy. He was like Joe Warren. Yeah, he opened a gym in downtown Denver, and he was like, "Yeah, we do 9 o'clock. It's not. It's like 9 to 11, and it's 5 days a week." And I was like, "Can I come?" He's like, "Yeah, but you have to come every day." And I remember driving home that night so excited. Really? Because I was like, oh shit, I heard all of these. Oh, it's such high level. Because now remember, Joe Warren was an Olympian. His wrestling coach, who wrestled at Oklahoma State. I forget his name, but that's what it's called, Rhino. And then also, do you know King Mo? Yes. He's in corners now.
He was a judo guy, though, wasn't he?
King Mo, yeah, world class wrestler. Oh, he was. Let me tell you about King Mo. When it comes to coaching, I've had phenomenal Gary Barnett, Hunter Gracie, Enzo Gracie, Amal Easton, Trevor Whitman, Easter Bowling. When it comes to breaking out wrestling, when you talk about Savant, King Mo really is the best coach I've ever seen. Now, at the time, he was still competing, so he would teach when he could. I think he's full-time now. If I was a fighter, that's who I'd need. Just to learn grappling. His mind for wrestling, MMA is the best I've ever seen, and can put in layman terms at the highest level. So now you have King Mo there, who's training and coaching. You have the coach Rhino. You have Joe Warren, and then you have these other big guys there. But I remember he's like, he can come, and it's from 9 to 11 o'clock at night because they had other jobs. And he's like, but you have to make every day. I'm like, say less. We were driving home, so fucking stoked. I found this puzzle piece. And I remember, I'm about to break up with my girl. Why? Because the life I'm gonna have so selfish. I don't have time. No, I didn't ever come home and be like, just so you know, I'm not around. I'm not gonna be around anymore. Yeah, I remember I was like so heartbroken. I was like, this is what it's gonna take to get to where I'm going, and I'm going. This is exactly
What did he weigh? Was he a big guy?
85.
Okay. And just broke it down. How long did it take you before you started really learning wrestling?
I had a good base because of Carl. I was training with Carl all the time. But then after that, I met Mr. Bowling, and I got invited to a residency in northern Colorado. So then I was going to drive to Greeley 3 times a week, which was, hour and a half, 2-hour drive. I was doing that twice, 3.
When did you learn that the old double leg was very hard to stop on?
That was always my thing because of football. Because of the natural explosiveness from football.
Because very few people can really deal with that.
Yep.
Talk about a hip.
Timing, explosiveness, all about timing. Yeah, I remember telling my girl, this is just... Were you like actually in love with her? No, no, we were together for a long, long time, and I was just like, that's insane. That's how bad I want it. That's the difference. That's how bad I want it. That's it. I tell my son, you gotta have that dog. Like I was literally going to do anything. Give up my girl and house, the park. I don't give a fuck. Go to Jackson, sleep at Cowboys on the ground. I'm there.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
Will you train me? I'm there. But I mean, so even with me, remember the first time we were talking about moving to Austin, like you didn't do it, and I was with my girl at the time. You're like, you still down to go? I'm like, I'm down to go. But I'm not gonna break up. Like I'll just say it works,
Well, you gotta.
Yeah, just like I just knew like it wasn't fair to her. Like I was gonna be gone every day, every night.
Well, that's desperation.
If I have to go to Albuquerque for 2 weeks, I'm going to Albuquerque.
Yes.
I'm driving tonight. Yes. Like if Greg Jackson called me or Wink was like, "Hey, we need a body,"
So
I'm
I
there.
said, okay,
You already knew that it's not gonna work. I just knew my path. Like you don't have people in your life. That's why now, like people are like, "Hey, come back to Cali." I can't. I can't be selfish. I can't. It's not about me. It's about the kids. So I can't do both. I can't. And then be present. Like I've never missed a Tigers practice ever. Never missed a practice. Bossy starting out, never misses practice.
You love it so much.
That's what I was born to do. I'd rather make less money. And I'm good. Do I miss stand up? I miss the hang. I miss the guys. I miss going out every night. I have something to do. But now, there's nothing. Like, and I was sharing this with his dad the other day. His son's 7. He's on travel ball. And his dad's like, yeah, it's our first time. And, and I was like, I'll let you know now, it's a lot. And summer vacations, those are gone. Like, parents in the neighborhood, like, oh, we're going to Fiji or Hawaii or Tahiti for vacation. What are you guys doing? Playing baseball. That's it. And now you might hear that and go, what? There's nothing better than watching your son compete in a tournament on Saturday and Sunday and doing well or just having the time. There's nothing that I love that. And plus, I will be there from, say it's a 9 o'clock game, so we gotta leave the house at 6:30. That means my day starts at 6. I don't get home at 8 o'clock at night, and there's nothing I would rather do. There's no vacation in Tahiti. There's nothing. There's no sold out crowd. That's vacation. There's nothing. It's life.
My brother-in-law's that way with his son.
The absolute best.
He's like, he was saying, I mean, we talking about where he's moving in school. And then there's sports. I mean, it sounds like not a big deal to you, but I was like, I get it. It's like, it's an important thing.
When I came here, I wasn't worried about. I mean, hopefully the neighbors are nice to live like that, and the house works out. My number one anxiety came, how can I get my boys on the sports team? That's my number one precursor. What can we do?
Well, you got boys who live for that shit too.
And so do I. I live for it. There's nothing. That's why I told Dad, he's like, man, no vacations, this, I know. Outside looking in, you're like, oh my God, I'm telling you it's worth it. Those vacations, you're not even gonna think about. You're gonna be in some shitty town in Texas, but it's gonna be the best time. There's gonna be snacks, your kids gonna ball out, you're gonna be in some shitty hotel. Outside, you're going, oh, this is terrible. It's the best. Yeah. The best. Yeah. Thank God the kids signed up. God, the best.
Gotta get my kids a tennis kit right now. All right.
everything is up in the air because of this.
What else you got, Chin?
So what have historians done?
This week's episode is brought to you by True
You
Classic.
mean the shirt I'm wearing right now or the underwear? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm always in True Classic.
Why not?
Look at the way this blue pops in my eyes. By the way, just like the quality, it just lasts. I've watched it, I don't know, 100 times. Still
They're the best, man. They're the absolute best for essentials. If you're going on a date night, you're at a barbecue, kids' baseball game, they have the best tees. You see me wearing a white tee, it's True Classic. We've been with them before they were the goods, and now you can get it at Target, Costco, or you can just head on over to trueclassic.com/fighter and get the whole
Yo,
tees, button-ups,
what's going on, son?
shorts.
How you living?
They got everything.
What's good, Codename? Codename, can you hear me? Codename, can you hear me? Yo, Codename, can you hear me? Yo, dog. Codename. Codename, can you hear me? How you going? Codename. Yo, Codename. Can you hear me? Do you speak, son? Codename G. Yo, it's Code G. Spotify, Codename G. Can you hear me, dog? Yo, Codename G, can you hear me, son? Alright, well, we're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
In revolutionary France, in a few years,
For you to look awesome, it's trueclassic.com/fighter. Get you some.
and hopefully with multiple points
It's
of
a
contact.
focused, calm energy.
Dude, you and I have been vibing today, and I like the thing is because we've been in the business so long. But there's a secret. Tell
There's a secret.
Tell
And, well, I'm looking right now to keep my power smooth and sustained always, which is why I'm about to break out a little magic mind magic.
Oh, boy.
I think the high, like one of the highest forms of antioxidants on the planet. It's ashwagandha and cordyceps and
You want that
caffeine, high release caffeine.
You want that smooth, sustained power for about 6-7 hours?
I'm staying sharp, confident, in control.
Sorry for cooking on this episode. Blame Magic Mind.
Magic mind.
Labs.
Yeah, bring some magic to your mind, to your noggin.
Who doesn't want to operate at your best, even under pressure? I don't feel too much pressure on that, but I feel it. All right, Jim, what do you got? All right, let's go ahead.
Yeah, he's an
It's disgusting. So, some girl caught him sniffing her butt.
Yeah, he's a serial butt sniffer.
Subject.
She caught him on camera. And just look at it. He has such a unique looking face and ears.
Yeah, we gotta, if he's a
Just listening, think of the Blade Monster, but black. The Blade Monster? Yeah, the vampires were Blade.
Yeah, he does have vampire ears. There's no doubt about that. He does have vampire ears.
These guys?
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's probably
That's it right there.
Zoom it. 100% fair. But you know what? The Blade Monster has better ears. The
I was
Blade
just gonna
Monster
say,
has better ears. Yeah, he needs to, he's got a fetish. He's got a fetish. That is, he likes to sniff ass.
Now, is that what's going to be the charge, though?
I think just,
Because the video touches her cheek. No, that's why it's tricky to charge. He doesn't touch her.
oh, look at him turning. Well, listen, this girl's doing a little, all he's doing.
Except I ended up being stalked and violated. So I get to Barnes & Noble and get my Starbucks. Super excited to look at books, but this is the area that it started. I was in this corner for a while and I noticed I was staring at me through that little hole. And I couldn't tell if I was being paranoid or if he was just reading a book.
I was trying to smell that pooper.
Anyways, it felt like anywhere I moved, he kept following me. So I recorded just in case he was trying to say anything or do anything to me. But I definitely didn't expect him to do this. Like, what the actual fuck? And the whole time I'm thinking I'm fine because he hasn't said because we're touching or anything. But then you notice that he goes over and does the same thing to this girl. And he'll crouch down and pretend like he's doing something and then smell.
Well, I don't even know if that's a crime. I actually don't know if you can get charged with snitching.
What'd she say to him?
He's a sandwich.
I was so freaked out when I turned around and saw him literally under me, so freaking close to me. So I decided to tell the front desk.
Yeah, I'm sure the book nerd's gonna fucking say something.
Yeah.
He's like, what?
Just whenever you don't walk by the guy, you go, I don't like.
I fart.
So I'm leaving.
That's scary.
I just watched the video back so I was trying to figure out what he was doing so close to me.
You smell that clapper. It sucks being a woman, and especially being beautiful like that, just dealing with freaks.
Touch me, but
Herself is also
That's what happens to that.
to tell me because I didn't want him to do that to other people. And as I was telling her, he was leaving, and so she said that she would do was just tell the manager.
Yeah, she's like,
I moved around a little bit because I didn't want to run into him.
you know what's great? On Patreon, we can air all the videos. No issues.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's the
Music, videos.
Yeah.
Fuck,
But I wonder why, I wonder if you can get arrested for that. I guess you can get arrested for lewd conduct or something.
Dude, this isn't Burbank.
One count of loitering with intent to commit a crime.
So it's lewd behavior. Now, do you think he's looking for like the stinkiest? Like, does he get off on like?
I would imagine he's looking for somebody who doesn't wipe very well.
Yeah, he's swamp butt. The more dank, the better for him.
I was doing a play one time, and this guy was, he wasn't.
Oh, he's a sex offender.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's
Having been busted for similar incidents over the years, he's a serial butt sniffer.
yeah, on active parole. Yeah. Well,
Things aren't going well for that guy.
No, he's like a little. The problem is what they find is that people like this who start out as peeping toms, they end up upping the ante until they finally rape
They
somebody.
graduate to rape.
Yeah, that's what they say. I don't know, but
I'm going on a limb and say that he was headed that direction.
well, also with those ears, you know,
Life probably
that's a
been
crime.
fun for him with those years.
He's got that tattoo on his eye.
That's a disaster.
Yeah, there's some weird shit going on.
What else you get to?
This I thought was fake, but apparently it's not. So this is Lil Kim. We grew up on her music back in the day.
Yeah, well, you and I did.
Well, can I see what Lil Kim looked like before this?
Yes, but let's look at these pictures first.
It's her glasses ain't helping me either.
So check this out.
Oh, man, what is going on with our world?
Here, she's definitely little.
So they definitely.
There's all kinds of stuff on her face there. That was what she looked like back in the day.
No, this is right now.
What was that?
Some hot chick.
That girl's hot.
Yeah. She's also little too.
That's David East, the rapper.
Handsome dude. Who's that guy?
David East. Dave East. So it looks like she looks just.
Looks like Madonna. Madonna had been pushed down.
She used to be British. She used to be Biggie Smalls.
That's how she was girlfriend.
So you can see the transition started around this time. This is how she used to look.
Fucking Hollywood shit just gets girls to be like, I gotta do this. Now I'm gonna do this. Damn, dude, she was cute.
Yeah, she definitely looked cute.
How old is she now?
That's her.
Poor girl.
Yeah, they fucked her real up.
They fucked her up. Whoever
51. And she looks different in almost all the
She's
pictures.
had a lot of different looks.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about any of that. There's vanity. Vanity, one of the 7 deadly sins. I mean, you think
You'd be like, oh man, I look terrible.
good God. But you don't, you're always looking at yourself in the mirror. It's like the Ozempic face. You don't know you look like a skeleton because it's just a gradual erosion. And then you look at yourself and you're like, oh,
Like your shell.
what are you doing?
Wake up one morning like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
Yeah.
There's no going back.
Yes.
What's this do?
This is Tim Tebow. I guess he does this
does this every year. Yeah. And so he kind of does like a red carpet. He does like a prom for them because they don't get the opportunity to go to prom. Yeah, he's so much closer to heaven than the rest of them.
He sure is.
And so
What is Tim up to? Is he still goes for ESPN and stuff?
he does college football on ESPN. He does his speaking engagements, and he has a baby girl now.
He's such a good person, man. He's such a good person.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
I fucking love that son of a bitch.
Yeah,
I love Tim Tebow.
great.
He's just such a good person. He's a much better person than we are.
Yeah,
How about that?
That's why he did it. This Lizzo talking about her weight loss, which is showing her body off. That's her on the left like 2 years ago. Just so you know, that's her currently going to be on the right. It's going to be the case of
That's the bitch. Hit it. That thing works.
Hold on, let me show something. Let me give you the picture.
she's a pretty girl, like bigger girl.
Time after time in his history, time after time in history, moreover, he has been saved from
She got in
disaster.
trouble for like forcing her dancers to deep throw bananas in jail. I feel like she's coming back.
Yeah, she's talented.
All right, we talked about Lil Nas X. No, yeah, he'd been fine doing the gay stuff in the street, but he attacked cops. Apparently, 3 cops were injured.
Must have been on some kind of a drug.
He had 3 cops were injured, and then plus he was so that's 4 felony charges against him.
And he was naked here. Having that arrested Lil Nas naked would be a tough one.
Little Nas running that I guess this is statement afterwards.
Your girl is gonna be okay.
Your girl.
In other words, what Dr. Roth was saying was that
He's not doing
we use the tools of secularism and use the kind of Western
That
university-based
was fucking
critical
terrifying.
skills that
That was
were
terrifying.
trained in him
That was a
by
terrifying
his instructors.
last 4 days.
I would still rather be Lil Nas X than Raja right now.
Not with some other kind of founder.
Yeah. I just don't like it. He says your girl's doing okay. It's like, buddy, you're not a girl. Yeah, you have a goatee. You're a guy with some giant penis cells, which in your community, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, your girl's gonna be okay. I was like, all right. All right. Apparently, Snoop Dogg took his grandson to the movies. You know, so woke. He's scared to take his grandbaby. Wow. So this is from Snoop because I took my grandson to see Bud Lightyear. What are you doing? Is he the media on it? I know that my kid watched it. We're watching it, and she had a baby with a woman. My grandson was like, Papa Snoop, how can she have a baby with a woman? She a woman. Oh shit, I didn't come in for this. I just came to watch the goddamn movie. They both women's. How did she have a baby? It's like, fuck me. I'm scared to go to the movies now. Fair. Yeah, I didn't let my kids watch Buzz Lightyear. Is this interesting to you at all?
My issue is that it's just, can you just tell a story, a traditional story?
This is fucking wild. I just saw that. I don't know the details of it. So it says, parents of 16-year-old teen file lawsuit against OpenAI say chat their now deceased son step-by-step instructions how to take his own life. Even with the news, it went, wow, that's really good. The parents of Adam say that they 100% believe their son would still be alive if it weren't for ChatGPT. They are accusing the bot of positioning itself as the only confident who understood Adam accurately displacing his real-life relationships with family, friends, and loved ones. Yeah, became his homie, became his friend. And then gives him step-by-step how to tie a noose, and then when he does it, he goes, wow, that's really good. There's gonna be more of this shit. Yeah, I didn't see this thing coming. Oh yeah, that's how this game goes.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on everything.
Especially if you want that. Yes, it's gonna encourage you. Okay. This is someone jumping off this humongous crane into this pool here. Just practice it. That's so hard. Yeah. Is it trying to make a bigger splash that Taylor Swift drops Chelsea? Another one who doesn't give a fuck they're engaged. Do you care? Hey, yeah, I don't get why. Dude, it was breaking news on ESPN this morning. What the fuck? Give me the fucking Dodgers score. I don't give a shit. I didn't tune in. This isn't TMZ. I don't give a fuck if he's getting married. All I know it's gonna be more annoying for me watching the NFL now. They're gonna melt that fucking relationship. Of course. Will Smith needs to fire his PR team. He needs to fire his PR team.
Today,
You guys actually see things?
no, let me see this. Hold on.
It's so bad.
Well, I'm getting absolutely destroyed by fans using an entire crowd as new music.
You know, the crowd.
Although the concept of memorizing
Look at this guy's face.
is still very relevant for centuries.
Look at these guys' faces. If you're Will, why are you doing this, dude?
Also,
They misspell a bunch of shit. The girl's arms all
you
fucked
had
up.
like this is like, oh, this is your comeback thing. We'll just have people say how much we love you, and then I'll go, yeah, you know, he's a good guy. We love him too. It's like,
Anyway, let's look at this period. So at the end of the destruction,
He just needs to fire his PR team.
or just he needs to just relax. He needs to also go, hey, you don't need to do all this. You did a great
You've
job.
made it.
You've made it. I don't know what
You're Will Smith.
this weird need to be loved more and more. It's like, I don't know.
It appeals to Vespasian.
Oh, tell me how crazy this is.
I will walk away from this whole business and get into money right now sometimes. Just like, I
would
don't
miss it for pride. Huh? You told me this. I'd still do those. I'll still do Fire the Kid in the Shop show, but I would. That's basically what I do. But check this out. This guy's doing a burnout. And this car gets out. Waits to the fans. Just leaves it in gear. Does have a lock on it. He just set the steering wheel lock. He gets it. Jumps back in. That was fucking cool.
That was pretty cool.
I can't stop watching.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, that was like, that was grabbing this. It was cool.
It says, is this the best race win victory celebration ever? It's fucking up there.
That was good. Very good.
A lot of trust in that car.
Yep. All right, what else you got?
Last one. This girl, after 200 days, received her heart transplant.
Cutie pie.
And this her calling her dad. I'm not sure why her dad's not there, but
What? I'm getting hard. What? I'm getting hard. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Like tonight? Like tomorrow? Oh my goodness, Ava. Oh my gosh. Oh, kiddo. Okay. What time tomorrow? Yes, I can talk about it. So we're very excited. Oh my gosh. Okay.
so it was successful, and yeah, she took a walk out. She has a little baby. She had surgeries for her heart as well. Look at her smiling.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Well,
regarding
there it
how
is.
to deal with this.
There it is, baby. We're lucky. Look at what you have. Your heart that can get in the way. Guys, this weekend, Raleigh, North Carolina, come see me. Raleigh, North Carolina, good nights. Friday, Saturday, come get some.
Get that on the
Let's
website.
go. I do, and I should. And I need to
How do you
call.
buy tickets? How do you buy tickets?
What's your site ticket? Yes. It's not on my city. So what we want to do is really make it difficult for people to get tickets.
They get more than already. That's great. That's smart. Go see Brian. Go see Brian. Shit, by the time this comes out, this is the last day to win the Ultimate Dad Rig. This is a TRX final edition with over $50,000 in mods. The winner gets $10,000 in cash as well. We got new merch on there. It is the last freaking day. So head on over to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you buy automatically enters you to win this badass rig. We got the King Shocks collab, Kibby Tech. We got some cool stuff on there. So head on over to Methane Blue, all sorts of stuff. Head on over there right now. You have 1 day, 14 hours left as we're doing this pod. But when this comes out, today is the last day. So head on over for me. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Love you guys. Thanks for all the support. It's official. We're launching the Patreon next week. Get you some Patreon ad-free bonus content. Extended episodes. We're going to make it fun. Starting next week, we're running that bad Mama Jam. Get you some. All right, kids? We love you guys. Thanks for watching. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
Bring as many proofs as you want. I mean, go back to my.
This is a worst podcast in the world. So bad.
This is really the Fighter and the Kid.
Let's go. Now, what's up? Worked out yesterday. Now, it's one thing to work out where I'll work out, and then what happens is you go to like and then you do like a semi-CrossFit thing where you're doing burpees, and then you're doing jump squats. That's the warm-up. Burpees. Yeah. Jump squats. Then let's go ahead and do pull-ups. After all of that, after 20 minutes, we'll do pull-ups. We'll start with 5. Then we'll go 10. Then we'll go 15. See who breaks at the end. Daddy did 15 strict, and I gotta tell you, it used to be no problem for me. 15 pull-ups strict for me. Now I'm getting weaker. I'm getting weaker. Yeah. And I did that, and then so I'm a little sore, and so sore that my body feels hot. My body feels hot. Yeah. So I got that.
How are those knees?
My knees have never been a problem. It's the old shoulders that take a while to get warmed up. Is that a problem? No. I'm lucky that way. I think it's because I warm up like a motherfucker.
Yeah, you've always been about warming up.
Yeah. And I'm fairly flexible, so I at least at this age, I don't have those kinds of pains.
What age do you think you're going to stop?
I'm glad you asked me because I'm going to Ways to Well tomorrow at noon, and we're going to go ahead and test my levels. But it won't matter because it's called age. You know,
There's some stuff you can do to combat it.
There
All
is,
the peptides
there
and
is,
shit,
but
some stuff.
you better be careful about wrestling full or sprinting or all those.
Or jiu-jitsu, like full jiu-jitsu, it's just the knee problems are
I
tough.
was talking to Rogan yesterday. Me and Tony Henchcliffe were playing around. Tony's got a crazy grip. He can something about him. He's got gorilla grip. He gripped that thing. Did 151. I got 110. I'm like, what the fuck? Because Tony doesn't work out a lot. He's just like that.
He is 110.
He's got crazy. I did. He got 151. That's more than Rogan.
That's really good.
More, it just scroll. We're like, what the fuck is with Tony and his strong hands?
It is surprising that he had strong hands.
Oh my god! And then he was like, "Yeah, I wrestle. Let's go." And he's messing around.
He wrestled in high school.
Yeah. And so he's doing this stuff with me, and I looked at him. I go, no. I wrestle. I will wrestle you right now. And Rogan just looked at me and goes, "Hey, you'll get injured. Don't." And he doesn't do jiu-jitsu anymore. We are of an age where you cannot just grab your friend in a green room and start wrestling because something's gonna pop.
Father Time's here.
Father Time has
Father Time to put you on the IR.
Father Time's here. Father's Time's here.
Yeah, no.
All this self-defense, all this stuff. I have a joke. If I have to fight for my life on the street, I better be very warm, and thoroughly stretched.
You're not gonna be able to.
And even then, I probably, even then,
You keep them busy.
yeah, until I can't.
Until you
Blow a gasket, and the gaskets are hanging off.
No, my thing is that I'm learning is I just can't get out of third gear. I have to stay in third gear.
Isn't that
Fourth and fifth,
You pull a quad.
yep. The internals.
Yo,
just
what
aren't
up?
Funny. It's not Ford's internals anymore. No, I'm getting old stock material.
That's right. And you've really kept yourself injury free for the most part. But until you become stupid.
Most injury, yeah, until I get stupid.
All of us, it's like, oh, my ego. Let me see if I can. What?
I've always been able to just go.
Yeah.
And then boom.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm on all sorts of peptides and everything, but it's not matter. Don't matter.
There's a no less.
What's up, you hoes? You slutty fucking whores. Okay, I'm not happy. I took David Montgomery because I was tired the other day, and I should have taken Isaiah Pacheco. So I hope Isaiah Pacheco has a career-ending injury in week 1. Better just during warm-ups he trips over or something and his head explodes. That would be wonderful. All right, we're on the clock. So then after that, I took Tony Pollard. I don't know. Is he related to, I gotta take a whiz. Jonathan Pollard. All right, I gotta take a shit too, allegedly. All right, so I think the best opportunity for us is to take Deebo Samuel next. Is he the number one? Dude, I fucking get so nervous using this thing. Is he the number 1 receiver? No. All right, we're going with Deebo Samuel. Hold on. Supposed to get like 13.1 a week. Fuck, I didn't mean to add this guy to the queue. Jacoby Myers. Yeah, but I already got somebody from the Raiders today. So Deebo Samuel, here we go. Fuck. All right, here we are. There we go. Oh, and I didn't even fucking get it on camera. Fuck. Anyway. And then who are we taking? Cooper Kupp, possibly. I had to take a whiz, though. All right, so you went from like super happy on these teams to not happy at all? Yeah, I'm not too happy. I gotta take a whiz. There's no doubt about that. All right, you're fired. Go fuck yourself. What's up, you hoes? You slutty fucking.
What's up, you hoes? You slutty fucking whore.
The survival of the Jews after Yavne. You can see in this map here that the sages from Yavne, which is sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population is going to be living after Bar Kokhba, but also some development in the south as well. The two institutions that they will ultimately coalesce around are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate. The Sanhedrin is the Jewish court that continued to function after the destruction of the temple, although it could not function in Jerusalem itself because Jews were forbidden to live there for a period of time. They moved, as you can see from these white arrows here, out to Yavne and then up to the north where it was located in a few different places. So it finally settled in Tiberias, a relatively new city, but a very important center of Jewish activity for the period of the discussion today. Related to the Sanhedrin, and sometimes overlapping in its leadership, is the so-called Patriarchate, or the Siddur in Hebrew. The Patriarchate is essentially the government of the Jews, which is led by a single individual, the Nasi. We don't have really good sense of exactly how it functions. We also don't have a really good sense of the the extent of its authority. We don't have a good sense of exactly how it related to the Roman government. There are some tantalizing elements of this relationship, in particular in the figure of one of the greatest of the Messianian, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, Rabbi Judah, the princess is sometimes related. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi was the prime figure organizing the codification of the Mishnah, which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document that has been transmitted by these Tanaim. He organized its codification into its textual form, its written form, which we have to this day. This happened around the year 200, perhaps 220 of the Common Era. And this is really the line that separates the Tanaim from the Amoraim. After the Mishnah is confirmed in writing, its primary exponents will be known as the Amoraim, and the documents that they will eventually produce are known as the Talmuds. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree on the coast, although it tends to be called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes the Palestinian Talmud. Both of those terms are kind of inaccurate and misleading in one way or another, but there is a Talmud performed, a Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, a much larger one in Babylonia, which will be the subject of the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. To a certain degree,
We're here in the library. You're welcome to return to learn if you wish tomorrow. You can leave it out there at the library. And I can't put it in your office temporarily. You may not.
The rabbis are primarily not interested. They want to tell us about law, about
Funky time to take me out the library. I brought my scooter. Ain't that something? Can't even do some work. It's crazy. Crazy. So anyways, y'all come out here. Look for Karen. She'll be up here in the front, okay? Alright, so what's your badge number? Okay. And you can see your one. Because they said that they've actually here. I don't have anything on me. I'm literally no scooter, no nothing.
On this date, this
What is a business? Where's the money at?
So when we look at other sources, we have, for example, the Tabata archaeology.
It's a business here. They have employees here to wait here. I tried calling their supervisor. I have a leg condition, and they told me I couldn't keep my scooter back here. You know, all that junk that they have back there, they're not enough room for a scooter. This area is not safe. I don't know if you know that. On Sunday, a car was stolen across the street at the Grand Plaza, where you guys are supposed to be came out of the library. For what reason? Again, they don't have that reason. No, they don't have that reason to kick me out of the library.
Well, it seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish courts, which suggests some limitations of the rabbi's authority. Obviously, they frown on the abandonment of Jewish courts for Roman courts, or in this case, Nabatean and other courts. So perhaps there's a whole existence of Jews who are simply doing their own thing, following the dominant authority, which in this case would be the Romans, instead of listening to the rabbis. This would not be surprising. We just don't know the extent of it. We also have to realize that the Jews have a very problematic relationship with the Romans. On the one hand, heavily resenting the Romans for the depredation in their society, and on the other hand, the Romans, who have by this time, by the way, established 2 legions in Israel, which is a remarkably large number of people, like 10,000 soldiers, and they are cash heavy, meaning that they get paid in coin, and so they're extremely important for the local economy. They are resented by the population. The rabbinical sources give us a lot of descriptions of the abuse of the population by the Romans, but on the other hand, they're really essential to the economic realities of Israel. The Romans, as we shall discuss in a later lecture, are also extending certain privileges to certain classes of Jews. Makes a very big difference, and they're building roads, they're doing all kinds of infrastructure things that are useful for them as soldiers, but also useful for the economy as a whole. So there's a complex dynamic going on here that we don't know a lot about. We also get the sense, however, that even though we don't know for sure how extensive the authority of the rabbis are, there's no question that they they have a phenomenal pull. That Judaism is a very competitive ideology at this time. Just for one example, have a look at Helena of Adia Bene, who was a queen of this small kingdom you can see out here on the upper Tigris River. And Josephus tells us a lot about it. She also appears in the Talmud.
Like he said, he thought his car was being stolen. It's a tow truck.
To Judaism, and she makes several trips to Jerusalem. She's known for her tremendous generosity. She gives to a lot of charity, and she chooses to be buried in Israel with this magnificent tomb. She was for a long time associated with someone else until they realized it was in fact Helena's tomb. Her sarcophagus was retrieved and is on display in the Israel Museum. So, yes, thought that a very important, powerful political woman like Helena of Adia Bene, who converted to Judaism, is just a sense of how, even during these very difficult times, in the first century and onward, Judaism is still quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. Let's go on to the next lecture to look at the development of the Babylonian center. Thank you very much.
14 more, ages 6 to 15, were injured, plus 3 parishioners in their 80s. Of the 11 brought to the medical center nearby, 7 in critical condition, 4 required operations.
There's a particularly poignant statement from apparently a second grader who was inside the church at the time. And because there's,
So continuing our discussion from the transition of the Tanaim to the Amoraim, from the period immediately following the disastrous two revolts against Rome, and culminating in the solidification of the Sanhedrin and the Patriarch in Israel, and ultimately the composition of the Mishnah. Let us now transition to Babylonia, which will become the gravitational center of the Jewish world within a very short order. After the year 219, which is when Rav, a great scholar, arrived in the region after having studied in Israel. He was actually a native to Babylonia, went to Israel to study, came back, and was very much involved in establishing educational standards there. By the way, this overemphasis perhaps on the role of one particular person, Rav, that particular rabbi, is based on the traditional scholarship, which really dates from the 9th and 10th century, and we rely very heavily on that to understand this otherwise very poorly documented period. But what we can say with absolute confidence is that Babylonia becomes such an important center in the centuries that follow his arrival in the region. So let's just do a little bit of background on the political reality. The period that represents the golden age of the Jews of Babylonia in the development of the Talmud is a period when the Parthian Empire falls to the Sasanian Empire. That's in the year 224 of the Common Era and beyond. Again, we don't know very much about the region before 219 in particular. That's when we begin to have documentation from the Talmud itself, but also from the Gaonic authorities like Rav Shmira Gaon, who wrote really the first Talmudic history to describe what was going on in the region at the time. It's a period of Zoroastrian resurgence, especially during the rule of Shmuel Malka, Shapur I. Also known as Shmuel Malka. It's actually appears every now and then in the Talmudic literature. And it represents a period where the Jews seem to have, for the most part, a tremendous amount of freedom of activity, that they have a widespread settlement in one concentrated area, particularly on the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers, and they're able to engage in tremendous internal creativity. And it will remain this way until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, and then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting from the Tanaim to the Amoraim. Then we begin to have a different kind of intellectual orientation once the Talmud is solidified in this format. But let me leave that to later. And anyway, what we're looking at today is the first couple of centuries after the Sasanian Empire began in the early 3rd century. Here's a map that shows where the Jews were settled. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale of the two major rivers in Hebrew, the Nahal Tiglat, which is Dekel, which is the Tigris, and the Nahal Prat, or the Euphrates. They flow from the northwest down into the southeast, into the Persian Gulf. And there's a region at the waist of those rivers where they come together. That's where Jews were primarily settled. And there's much older settlements of Jews that we can trace in biblical literature, for example, but this is really where the heavy settlement exists in the Talmudic period. Now, in this particular map, it's called the area of pure lineage. You can see the detail on the left there. And this is a determination that was made in the Talmud in one particular discussion about marrying Jews who come from faraway lands, where there is a question of rates of intermarriage and following divorce law appropriately, which has great significance in Jewish law. I think this kind of like overstates it, the way it looks like a solid block, and if you're going on the other side, you're in big trouble. Not necessarily the case, but I'll leave that to the rabbis to argue. You can see here, though, the number of small towns that are actually referred to several times in the Talmud, but they're all based on these two big rivers with canals that run. Here's a Hebrew map that I think condenses some information to some of the most important sites. You have the great yeshiva at Surah, the great academy at Surah, at Hardah, and at the story of these three yeshivot, and after the year 259, when the Hardah is overrun in the regional conflict of two yeshivot, Surah and Babylita, the last 400 years of days, and it's done well and these are the great academies for study where the Talmud would be developed in Babylonia. And what I think is especially fascinating about this map is that if you look at the scale, you can see that it's 50 kilometers basically between each of these yeshivot. 50 kilometers in miles is something like 30 miles. Like conceivably, you can walk along the riverbank all the way from Surah to Pumbedita in one long day. Certainly, you can stop in Hardah for lunch, maybe stay the night and then walk to Pumbedita and have lunch there the next day. It's amazing how we're talking about places that have such phenomenal global significance for Jews studying the Talmud, but they're really so close to each other, even by foot. And the historical element of this is that when Rav came back from studying with Rabbi Rothschild and others in Israel, he returned to Bavel. He ended up establishing the yeshiva of Surah. His colleague Shmuel went to Hardah, and later the yeshiva moved to Pumbedita, and that's how we have these major institutions. There are many, many others as well, but these are, let's say, the three really big early yeshiva established in the region. A lot more to say about what exactly it was the yeshiva. We tend to think of contemporary yeshivot and, fold them backwards in time, so that they must have looked like that. Possibly it didn't look like that much at all. It was more like disciple circles or things like that. But we do know that there were three kind of institutional settings that were especially important in the early period. In the next short video, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what the Talmud is and what these rabbis in these yeshivot are doing. So we should understand that, we are to a certain degree hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have about Jewish life in Babylonia at this time is from the rabbis. And the rabbis, by and large, are not really interested in giving us extraneous information that we might like as historians. They give us a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, but not necessarily history. And when scholars begin to discover a little bit of evidence recorded in non-Jewish sources, or perhaps archaeological evidence, it's absolutely fantastic and amazing. Like, for example, this is a curse board. There are literally hundreds of curse boards that were recently discovered in the region. It has a demon at the center, and it appears that these bowls were used in kind of like occult magic that somehow Jews would produce these devices. It seems that they may have been, broken apart as a form of affecting some kind of a curse or something on one's enemies, things like that. But what's fascinating is that a lot of the personal names that are listed here are clearly not Jewish names, but Babylonian names. So it may be that Jews were, they had cornered the market in curse bowls and they were selling them to everybody there. We don't know for sure. But it's fascinating to see little bits of what culture must have been like outside of the yeshiva, for which we have all kinds of data. We know, again, primarily from the Talmudic sources, that there was a form of organization of the some kind of self-government of the Jews in Babylonia at this time. It's not entirely clear how effective that government was. We know that it did enjoy some recognition from the legal power, meaning there was the Jews did have some kind of self-government, which did have official standing to some degree or another with the royal kingdom. It was led by someone called the Exilarch, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile, probably modeled on the patriarchate in Israel. Just like Rabbi Yehuda Nasi was a descendant of King David and had that unique leadership role, so too the Exilarch was reputed to be from this line of David and so on. There is a significant amount of doubt among scholars as to when the Exilarchate actually began to lose track of reliable data in the Parthian period, but certainly in the Sasanian period, you have the Reish Galuta, their names, they interact with.
Yo, fuck you, Hurricane Nate, first and foremost, for making me do this shit, motherfucker. I had to throw about the motherfucking room because I was fucking. Fuck you for taking Cooper Cup and Stefan Diggs. That's exactly who I wanted. You douche. Now do I have to take Jacoby Myers? That's two fucking players from the Raiders. I could take Ray Rice, but he's going to be out for a long time. What about Matthew Golden? He's a rookie. Jordan Addison suspended.
He wasn't actually his mother, because his mother died in childbirth. He was orphaned. But the
Dude, Jacoby Myers should be good.
Who cared for him, he always referred to her as Eva. And on many occasions,
I didn't do it on camera.
Great rabbi,
Oh, dude, and I fucking missed it. Okay, here we go.
will refer to the teachings of his
All right.
mother as an unloving name. Others said to me, indicating that he had a high regard for her. As
Dude, fuck you, Hurricane Nate. So what do you think of your squad? It's maybe the best team I've ever assembled. Alright, so who you taking next? It's a long time till we draft again. So, dude, I think that one of these guys got fucked. Oh, Rev Cloud got fucked. He's got two tight ends. Why would you take two tight ends so early? Your team sucks. No, it's probably do better than I am. Probably win the whole fucking thing. All right. So who are you taking next? It's a long time until we fucking draft again. Dude, there are a lot of people, a lot of picks still, kids. All right, there you go. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Yo, fuck you, Hurricane Nate, first and foremost. Defiling the earth. And so they found upon burial, Jewish burial, some conflict erupted over those kinds of things. So,
Yo, fuck you, Hurricane Nate, first and foremost. Make you do this shit, motherfucker. I just throw by the motherfucker. That was fucking stupid. Fuck you for taking Cooper Cup and Stefan Diggs. That's exactly who I wanted.
But what exactly is a Thomas? Let's talk about that next week. Thanks very much for
I think that's probably a pretty common thing that goes on with transgender young people. Go on. What tells you he's going to shoot up a school?
The fact that he has 15 different magazines that are going to fit into his rifle, or that he's got all of this stuff laid out.
I'm sure that exists.
No, absolutely not. There's something to these. Yes, there's gun culture. They're 23-year-old kids.
Okay, I've only given myself a few minutes to describe what the Talmud is. And I think that's a crazy impossible task. It's such a strange and unusual and amazing and wonderful document that to just try to scrunch it down to a few minutes is going to be very challenging. But nevertheless, I have a couple of ideas, and let me share them with you. First of all, let's look at something a little more prosaic. What exactly is the structure of the Talmud and its purpose? So, probably the best way to understand this now, we look at a modern printing of Talmudic page, as you can see here. And this has been helpfully color-coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present on every page of Talmud. The first section we have to look at is this sort of core color, and that is the Mishnah. Now, we had a whole class several weeks ago about what the Mishnah was, and so I'm not going to summarize all of that class here, but the Talmud is really a commentary on the Mishnah. And just like the Mishnah is sort of like a law code, I mean, it is a little more organized, and it has like, general subjects like this whole order deals with the Jewish calendar, Jewish holidays, and this whole order deals with damages, things like that. So it has some structure to it, but really it's not the same as a law book either. It has some very wild differences. The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, you will have a discussion that will include literally tens, hundreds of speakers, primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, occasionally you'll see a non-Jew make a statement or a woman be involved in a story, and this is what makes it really strange. It's like kind of like it's highly arcane in its language. It's very coded, and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no punctuation in the standard printing. You have to break up the sentences appropriately. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try and work out the language. But nevertheless, it's something that would have been committed to memory, that scholars would have actually memorized page after page of Talmud. And it's essentially like a long transcript of a discussion that took its starting point in the Mishnah. Meaning, the Mishnah is talking about, in this particular case, actually talking about when one recites the Shema prayer. Then you'll start discussing, when one recites the Shema prayer. But as conversations go, they tend to go from point to point to point, from tangent to tangent to tangent, which is something that is delightful about conversation. We enjoy the unpredictability of communicating with our peers in this manner. The Talmud essentially follows that and enshrines a kind of literary stream of consciousness in this document. And it is amazing. It requires tremendous concentration and focus to make the leaps of logic and imagination that's required to follow the discussion. But it provides incredibly satisfying results. And that's what happens in the Mishnah. The Talmud, which by the way is also known as the Gemara. The word Gemara is Aramaic, and it means literally like finishing, completing, Gamar. the term Talmud and Gemara are sometimes interchanged, possibly because of the fear of church interference in the text, which happened in the 13th century and onward, meaning referring to the Talmud as opposed to referring to Gemara to try and avoid the ire of the enemies of this particular text. But it can go on for pages and pages, much, much longer than the Mishnah. One Mishnah, like a paragraph of the Mishnah, may result in 15, 20 pages of discussion of poems. So that's really what's going on. The conversation discussing the Mishnah by the Amoraim, occasionally bringing in other Mishnahs, other passages of Talmud, other statements from people, other logical arguments that be brought into this particular discussion. It's worthy of note, by the way, that the Talmud, even though I'm showing you the first page, it has no real beginning. It's often compared to an ocean. They say the sea of Talmud, and just like you can't say the sea has a particular source. It all comes from one place. It's just there, and then you have to enter the sea as some shoreline. Some places might be nice, easy places to get into the water, like let's say the second chapter of Bava Metzia, which deals with Boston style. That's like a nice sandy beach, South Florida kind of style. And other places are like these rocky fjords with water crashing and like trying to jump into the middle of Menachos or something like that with sacrificial law and things like that. It's very, very hard. But nevertheless, everyone kind of approaches it and has to learn to swim right away. It is brilliant and amazing. I'm already talking about it. Embracing the text, use the remarkable metaphor of Rabbi Rothschild. He is on the right here, Rashi, which is a commentator from the 11th century. We're going to speak more about him as we go on in this course. And his descendants and other students, the Tosafot in the 12th to 15th century. And they're essentially all concentrating on the central area of the text. And I'm not going to label it here, but there are many other commentators surrounding them on the page, which is the prime real estate, and many, many more in other bits beyond this particular page. But this gives you a sense of what the document is all about. The structure is here. The function of it is basically to explicate the Mishnah, because the Mishnah itself demands further collaboration. I mentioned earlier Rabbi Rothschild. I have to give a shout out because he runs an amazing website called 1840.org, and they have really amazing discussions there on all kinds of big Jewish ideas. And I love listening to it. He recently had a podcast with Professor Chaim Semen, shown here, who is an expert in Jewish thought. He wrote a great book called Halakha. And I heard on this episode something that just made so much sense. I'm going to share it with you now as sort of why the Talmud is so important. So Chaim Semen introduces the audience of the podcast to the work of Robert M. Cover, a lawyer who published an extremely influential article in 1982 called Nomos and Narrative. And in this article, he basically used the Talmud as a starting point. Now, what exactly is nomos and narrative? Nomos is the Greek word meaning law, and narrative is kind of like the story behind the law. And in fact, that's what happens in the Talmud. There's lots of dense legal, sometimes alien discussion of tiny little details, sometimes theoretical details that can't possibly actually happen in real life, and then interspersed with a big excursus on the meaning of life, the purpose of the world, the nature of the afterlife, the philosophy, recipes, the behavior of a cat, all kinds of things are popular sayings. They're basically thrown in there, and some commentators have felt that it's kind of random. It is hardly random. It's highly intentional. And what Professor Cover wants to say is that in order for a legal system to work, the Talmud is at its foundation a legal system. It's called by some the Constitution of Judaism. Big Constitution, you can't record it in Jeremy Bombers unless it's on a phone or something like that. The Talmud mixes nomos, law, with narrative, the story behind the law. And this is really important because if a society argues, Professor Glover, if a society simply lays down rules without explaining to society why those rules exist, without providing a narrative behind them, then ultimately that's the type of tyranny. The rules are arbitrary. They can be made up any way you want. On the other hand, when you support the rules with fidelity, what I've often found, even in my administrative capacity at the college, people understand and can accept no to their request if they understand the why behind it. That's essentially what the Talmud is doing. The Talmud kind of like wanders between big discussions of nomos-related issues to discussions of narrative-related issues. And it forms a somewhat complex and sophisticated whole, bringing together nomos and narrative elements. I strongly urge you to have a look at that podcast on the Talmud. I'll put it in the source links. So that's really what's going on in the Talmud. Now, I have written a lot more of the Talmud. I have many other videos on the Talmud on this site as well. I'm very much involved in actually producing a daily video on the Talmud study in a format called Daf Yomi, which means a folio a day, 2 sides of 1 page per day. This is a program used by thousands of people around the world today, perhaps hundreds of thousands even, called Daf Yomi, and it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire Talmud. So I'm in the middle of this big project to produce 2,711 little history videos that go with every page of the Talmud, and I invite you to have a look. So I'm not going to say much more about the Talmud here. What I will say, though, is that it is a document that has managed to retain the fascination of its students for centuries. It is absolutely engaging and refreshing, and sometimes frustrating, sometimes enervating, but always energizing, and it is the document around much of Judaism has revolved for the last 1,500 years or so. Am I enthusiastic about it? I hope so. Okay, I hope you found this video useful, and look forward to doing some more.
Well, what the perfect man walks into your flight?
I guess he said that right. That's correct.
I don't think so. He actually is too good to be true.
This is a con.
To pull off this race, they'll have to get close.
Is that true? You're just threatening me. Cautious. Why do you do this?
And jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true?
Looking at the period from the 3rd through the 7th century, I think it's useful for us to go through a little bit of political history to try to understand the remarkable changes that were taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean at the time. And there are 3 really big cities involved: Rome, Constantinople, and Mecca. So from the 3rd through the 5th century, Rome goes through a pretty significant period of decline. As you can see in this 19th century Russian painting by Karl Brunel that shows Rome being sacked, and it was actually sacked several times by the Vandals and others coming from Central Europe. They're taking away here. You can see the menorah and all kinds of things like this, whereas the church seems kind of stable on the far right there. At any rate, it's a period when Rome is going to go through a series of significant steps downward in its authority, and this is going to affect the balance of power in the entire region, as we shall see. Israel will remain within the boundaries of the empire, but just barely, because I'll show you on the map in just a second. The eastern border of the Roman Empire gets pushed steadily towards the west, and Israel just maintains, with the exception of about 15 years, that space on the easternmost part of the Roman Empire, which is so huge, and it's just barely hanging on. The Christian population in Israel during this time, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous populations, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region for a whole host of reasons. Remember, Israel is a kind of a crossroads, and so as Rome was able to consolidate its control in the region, the presence of the legion, and so on, development of infrastructure. There's attractiveness in that region for many settlers. And we see the population actually increases at this time, but the balance of the population will change. And the local Christian population in Israel will grow, which is not necessarily a good sign for the Jewish population. In the middle of the 4th century, there is a revolt that erupts in northern Israel, where Jews are very dissatisfied with the leadership of one Gallus. This is, however, put down quite decisively, and ultimately will just accelerate the pro-Christian orientation of the Roman Empire to the detriment of the local Jewish population. There is a moment of respite shortly thereafter when the Emperor Julian, known in some quarters as Julian the Apostate, tries to make some kind of connection with the Jews in Israel and in the diaspora by promising to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This generates a lot of enthusiasm Jews, because you'll recall until this time the temple has been desecrated by Hadrian, who rebuilt a temple dedicated to Zeus there, and actually, or Jupiter actually, and also even forbade the visiting of Jerusalem by Jews except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple. So Julian the Apostate's offer to rebuild the temple, although it's short-lived because he will be killed in battle, ultimately increases the enthusiasm of Jews and provokes more ire of the local Christian population. The tensions are increasing, and one of the last things that the patriarchate was able to do, you recall that the Jews do have some kind of self-governing rulership under the patriarch in this youth. The patriarch Hillel II, also known as Hillel Messiah, to distinguish him from the Hillel who lived before the Common Era, he designed a 19-year calendrical cycle, which would later be added upon in the centuries. But basically, he sketched out the possibility of working with a calendar that is mathematically calculated rather than relying on the traditional sighting of the moon, which is something that was in place for many hundreds of years. But there were a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly the local Christians might have interfered with that process. And so Hillel Messiah, by putting in place a fixed calendar, was able to really establish something very concrete and important for the survival of the Jews in that long term. He was very concerned that the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, now officially Christian under Constantine, would actually disavow the power of the Sanhedrims. And in fact, this would come to pass, although not under Constantine, would happen in the 5th century. So that's basically what's going on in Rome as it falls into decline and how it has an impact on the Jewish people, particularly in Israel. If we look at Constantinople, we see an acceleration of this negative trend. So first of all, where is Constantinople? If you have a look on this map here, you see it's the big red mark, and it's on a very important strait called the Bosporus that separates essentially the Mediterranean Sea from the Black Sea. Very important site for maritime trade. It was originally known as Byzantium, and the Emperor Constantine in the year 324 renames it Nova Roma, the New Rome. And it was also known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine City. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called later the Byzantine Empire. It's the Eastern Roman Empire. And as Rome goes to further decline and is sacked many times, Constantinople becomes even more important. It is, by the way, now known as Istanbul because when it was conquered in 1453 by the Turks, then it received its new name. So Byzantium becomes Constantinople, becomes Istanbul. And one last detail while we're at it, not relevant to our period, but since we already went to the 15th century, when Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself a kind of mantle of Eastern Christianity, understanding itself as the third Rome, right? You have Rome, the first Rome, and you have the second Rome, or Nova Roma in Constantinople, Constantinople with the Byzantine Empire, and then finally Moscow is, or at least self-understands, as the third Rome, the inheritor of this entire Eastern Christian tradition. The implications for Jews of this shift from Rome to Constantinople are also generally negative. There's increasingly worse conditions for Jews as we move through the 5th century, as the Roman Empire, now ruled from Constantinople, is more and more pro-Christian. The Patriarchate is formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The kinds of things that they were charged with is illustrative of the kind of hostility. The emperor charged that Jews were using the Patriarchate to build synagogues, right? The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and then never rise again. We're going to talk a little bit more of that in the next lecture. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and were circumcising them, which was part of halakha. There's a whole discussion here of how slaves are to be treated in Judaism, and circumcising them, essentially making them partially Jewish. Upon manumission, they would be completely Jewish. That was something which was viewed with tremendous hostility. And finally, the rabbis in Israel under the Patriarchate were occasionally adjudicating legal cases that also involved Christians. So this was seen as an affront to Roman law and especially to Christian sensibilities. So this is a period of time when there are more and more legal restrictions placed upon Jews in Israel. The Patriarchate is declining and eventually is completely abolished in the 5th century. Definitely not a great time for the Jews. Now let's go quickly to the final city, Mecca, and I'm only just going to touch on it because we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Islamic influence and rule in Israel, which will last much longer. But just to get the political history together, it's really not only Mecca, it's also Persia. And basically what happens is, if you have a look at this map here, this represents the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire. And we can see that there are 3 big chunks of Jewish settlements in the Roman Empire at this time. You've got some in Asia Minor, which would be here in Western Turkey. You've got a big chunk of Jews living just north of what would be Israel, in places like Antioch and Damascus in Syria. And then you've got another big chunk in Egypt. This map doesn't show the settlement in Israel as well, but there will be a lot, of course, centered in northern Israel in particular. And then as you go across the Mediterranean basin, you see lots of dots. Those dots represent individual Jewish communities, and you've got them all the way up in the Rhineland in Germany, in France along the Rhone River, and on the southern coast of France, the Mediterranean. You've got them throughout Hispania or Spain, and then you've got some in North Africa, like even Carthage and Jordan that we saw earlier. So those are all inside the Roman Empire. There is only one really large Jewish population outside the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east, just about where my head is on this map. This is, of course, the Babylonian center, which will become very powerful, and ultimately Babylonia, under the Persians, will invade Israel in the year 614. And Israel will very briefly fall under Persian control once again, but only for a very brief period of time, because the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius would come back in, and by the year 629, he is back in Jerusalem again. This would also be short-lived, as we shall see shortly, but before we leave the Byzantine Empire, I just want to point out one other area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least up until the 6th century, and that is in the region of contemporary Yemen, in the so-called Kingdom of Himyar. This is so bizarre and fascinating. So here's the Arabian Peninsula, and you can see where the Kingdom of Himyar is in the southern part of it. There's a new book out by Professor Bauerstock called The Throne of Tunis, which tells the amazing story of this Jewish kingdom in the region, which lasted for quite some time. So here's the story. We know that Jews lived in this region for centuries before the period that we're discussing here. We know, for example, that Herod sent a brigade of Jews there in the year 25 before the Common Era, and it's highly likely that there were settlements of Jews that met them when they arrived. we know from other sources that there was a king Karib Asad who in the return of the 5th century was having conflict with local Christians and local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, is not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing in the Khazar Empire, which we'll discuss not too long from now, when the Khazarians, seeing that they were on the one hand pressed by the Christians, on the other hand pressed by the Muslims, they saw Judaism as a third way of maintaining their independence. And it appears that King Khalid Assad also saw that as an option for his Kenyar people. So we don't have really great sources about that conversion, but apparently it happened sometime around the 5th century. We have other sources, Christian sources, that describe a King Yusuf Asar Yatar Nuwas that lived about 100 years later, and presumably Kenyar is basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time. And this King Yusuf is at war with neighboring Christian territories and persecuting local Christians. Again, this is a Christian source that is not sympathetic to King Yusuf, but there's no reason to specifically doubt that there was conflict going on. And what's fascinating is that, so far we only have kind of sketchy little bits and pieces of data to suggest this kingdom is Jewish, but a lot of new material has been discovered in funeral inscriptions, for example, in Beit Shan in northern Israel and elsewhere, that specifically refers to these Kenyarites as being Jewish, and that they want to be buried in Israel and things like this. So it's actually quite likely that, in fact, there was this Jewish kingdom in Yemen at this time. We know they went to war with neighboring Ethiopia, and that King Yusuf was dethroned at this point from the kingdom of Aksum, which was in the region, and that signaled the end of the Kenyarite Jewish kingdom. But we're talking about something that lasted for well over a century. Really fascinating. I wish I had more time to study this stuff. Anyways, let's go back to the bigger picture. The big picture is, remember that the Sasanian Empire makes a quick penetration into Israel, displacing the Byzantine Empire in the year 614, but only lasts a very brief time because in 629, Heraclius reconquers the region, and then he lasts for about 15 odd years, and the Muslims conquer it in the year 646. The Muslims, of course, will be in control of the Middle East and North Africa for quite some time, and they'll have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule, and so we're going to look at a lot of these communities in the following lectures. But before we get to Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about the Diversus Judaeos tradition in the Byzantine Empire, which will take us a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experienced at this time. Thank you very much for watching.
Just the idea of, I guess if you meet someone, if you're at a political event, maybe, and you meet somebody and you realize you guys are simpatico when it comes to that, great. But if you're not meeting at a political event, why are you talking about politics? I know. What a turn. The good news is it's all going to end probably end of October. Harvard physicist Avi Loeb.
And nobody say it's all going to end us.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Avi Loeb is the guy that we talked about who has been keeping an eye on 3I Atlas. This is this interstellar object that's been speeding through our solar system, and at the end of October, it's going to be closer to the sun than in any other.
One of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development
And what he has been saying is this may be
of something called the Adversus Judaeos tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed by the church fathers in the late Roman period. Adversus Judaeos, the title is generic. It's taken from a series of sermons delivered in the 4th century by St. John Chrysostom, who will speak on just a few minutes. It translates as against the Jews, or as they say here in the United States, against the Jews. The besides the regional differences, because there are clear distinctions to be made between those ideas that were generated in regions where Jews had very little population base and it was an increasingly Gentile environment, and those areas where there was much more of a mixed population and non-Jews actually interacted with Jews on a significant level. But what's also really important to note that Christianity becomes a state religion in the early 4th century with the adoption and approval of Christianity by the Emperor Constantine. And so these ideas that begin as kind of theological disputes, early Christian thinkers trying to articulate the identity of Christianity against the background of Judaism, largely theoretical kind of ideas, which may have had more of a rhetorical import than a physical one, become much more policy ideas once Christianity is joined with the empire. And so some of the ideas which are, perhaps understandable in a rhetorical environment and people speaking and, hyperbole and things like that, they can become actually quite significant when there's real power behind those ideas. Well, anyways, let's have a look at a couple of the aspects of this versus Judaic tradition in particular. Let's start with Justin Martyr, shown here. And I have to tell you a quick sidebar. As I was preparing this lecture, I came across this amazing book on the internet. Here's the citation: André Télé, Les vrais portraits et vies des hommes grecs, latins et païens. So, translation is the true portraits and the lives of these men from Greece, Rome, and I'm not sure what païens means. I think it means peasant, which really doesn't make sense to me. But at any rate, 16th century book that illustrates the true portraits of these people, which I find absolutely amazing and hardly credible. Although some of the images, like Socrates, for example, seem to be taken from busts that are from the Greek period. So maybe a couple of them are more accurate than others, but otherwise, hard to believe that this 16th century work actually portrays these people for real, but nevertheless really cool. Okay, so here's Justin Martyr. As you can see, he was called Justin the Philosopher as well. He lived in the 2nd century, very important early thinker. And among his many works was a book called The Dialogue with Trypho, which is essentially a dialogue with the Jew. And Justin Martyr really takes a lot of the ideas that were nascent in the Gospels and develops them to articulate a rather harsh approach to Judaism as a whole. First off, he clearly makes a distinction between his vision of Christianity, which is ethereal and spiritual and based on ideas and morality and emotion, as opposed to Israel, the Jews, who are carnal in nature, dedicated to really, like earthly things like sacrifices and blood and like which spoon went into which pot. Was it a meat spoon and a milk pot? Things like that. And he wants to say essentially that the Jews are all wrapped up in physicality, and that's a negative thing, whereas Christians are much more thinking about, the more spiritual aspects of that. This is an unfair characterization, but nevertheless, it creates a kind of a dichotomy that will be repeated over and over again in many Christian thinkers over the centuries. He also, at the same time, and it seems to be a little bit contradictory, that while he's putting down the Jews for their carnality, he's saying, and besides, we're the real Jews. Christians are the quote-unquote true Israel. That is, that what the Jews were doing with all of those mitzvot, all of those commandments, those were totally wrong and totally physical and not the way God wanted them to go. Christianity, which has abandoned all of these things, is much more of the true Israel. I have to tell you, as a little bit of an aside, I often get a lot of comments on this site about, you guys are not the real Jews, you are Khazarians, or the true Jews are actually Black Americans. And, I like, it doesn't bother me that much if other people want to claim that they are the true Israel. it'll all sort itself out in the end, I guess. But what bothers me is like, what does it matter to you what I call myself? I can call myself an alligator if I want, right? Why is it such a big deal to you if I decide to identify as an alligator? At any rate, that's something that is a very pronounced idea that reverberates throughout the centuries. Also, at the same time, Justin Martyr really emphasizes something called the obduracy of the Jews, meaning their stiff-necked nature, their refusal to admit that everything that Justin Martyr and other church fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justin's thought, the Jews deserve more punishment, because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. Right? So in other words, the Justin Martyr would demand that Jews admit something, and if Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for their obduracy. Definitely a kind of not such a great start for Jewish-Christian relations, and it is a very important early theme in the Church Fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important correctives, especially with Augustine. But before we get to him, let's have a look at briefly at the work of St. John Chrysostom. And look, isn't this amazing? Hey, we have another one of these great portraits, another true portrait of St. John Chrysostom. This one seems to me rather, captures a certain element of his thought. At any rate, he is a 4th and early 5th century thinker based in Antioch. And as I mentioned earlier, it is to his work that we owe the very term Adversus Judaeus, because there's a whole cycle of sermons that he delivered in the 4th century that became especially influential in the Eastern Church, but nevertheless set a tone for the entire church as well. The main thing that John Chrysostom was upset with was the participation of Christians and pagans in Jewish public ceremony. We should pause for a second and just think a little bit about Jewish theology here. One of the basic ideas that was articulated long before in Jewish thought was the idea that the children of Noah, that is non-Jewish society, is not bound by the huge number of commandments that Jews are in receipt of. That is where the stuff that Justin Martyr was saying was all carnal, like, the refusal to use electric devices on the Sabbath and things like that. That's all like carnality, and that's all physicality, and why don't you guys just let it go already? But in Jewish thought, that is something which is not mandatory for non-Jews at all. In fact, the Talmud describes 7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity, and by and large, those 7 commandments, I think most people would find pretty reasonable. Like, for example, no murdering and no adultery, and you've got to set up courts of law to work out your differences, and no cruelty to animals, by the way, is in there, things like that. But there's 7 basic laws, just be a mensch. That's the Noahide laws. And according to Jewish theology, there is no reason whatsoever for Noahides, that is, the children of Noah, general humanity, to take on any more commandments than they were originally given. If they so choose, then they may, and of course the conversion is always open to non-Jews, but there's no impetus, there's no demand for it. They will enter into heaven and receive reward for their righteousness and so on, so long as they observe these 7 commandments. Nevertheless, this makes Judaism essentially neutral on the participation of non-Jews in their services. Non-Jews, there are some interesting exceptions to this, which we don't go into in this little class, but non-Jews are welcome to come to Jewish synagogue. Non-Jews are welcome to participate in all kinds of rituals, and there's nothing really stopping them. It's not like a closed society. But what we see in Chrysostom's rather venomous comments in his sermons, this is exactly what was happening in Antioch. That society, non-Jews are getting involved in Jewish activities and going to synagogue even, and participating to whatever degree they feel like they want to within Jewish circumstances. Really upset with this, because this was making it very difficult for Christianity to clearly identify what it's about as opposed to Judaism. The kinds of things he's very upset about is non-Jews, Christians, participating in Sabbath rest, specifically on Saturday, right? A little bit earlier in the 4th century, the very important Council of Nicaea that adjusted the calendar in some significant ways, making sure that Christians would observe the day of rest on Sunday, not on Saturday, the Jewish day of rest, and that Easter would always be unlinked from Passover. And this is apparently not happening. He's very upset that a lot of Christians are resting on Saturdays and working on Sundays. He's upset that it appears that non-Jews and Jews are occasionally exchanging gifts on their holidays, which is very puzzling to him. This also has some echoes in the Talmud incidentally, but I'm sure he wasn't aware of those things. That non-Jews were enjoying matzah, that Jews would give them their freshly baked Passover matzah, and that's a pretty nice gift. It's like 25 bucks a pound. So they're giving them it's essentially bread and just flour and water crackers, but nevertheless it's just seasonal food and so on. That non-Jews were engaging in feasting and in fasting with Jews, that sometimes Christians would participate in Jewish fasts, like the fast to commemorate the destruction of the temple and so on. He refers to non-Jews kindling lights on the Jewish festivals, which appears to be some kind of reference to non-Jews acting as a Shabbos goy. The term goy, by the way, can be used in a derogatory sense, depending on how it's used, how it's the tone in which it's stated, but it literally means nation. In fact, the Jews themselves are called a goy, a nation, in the Bible and in the liturgy. It's kind of like the word Jew, which I use in generally a neutral or positive sense, but if someone says to, hey, Jew in the street, that's probably a negative sense. So the term Shabbos goy means the Sabbath non-Jew, and it's a non-Jew who will occasionally help out with things that are forbidden for Jews to do on the Sabbath, such as kindling lights. By the way, kids, before you ask a non-Jew to do this for you, there are lots of restrictions on this. Check with your rabbi before you get excited about having a non-Jew take care of those things. That non-Jews were actually involved in prayer with Jews, that non-Jews would come to the synagogue and get engaged in Rosh Chodesh or Shabbat or whatever prayer was going on, and of course the day of Passover, Easter. So St. John Chrysostom really, in a series of sermons, really lambasted his audience, saying that we have to distinguish ourselves, we have to separate ourselves. These are all terrible things for non-Jews to be doing, Christians specifically, and that the Jews have to be essentially shut to the sun. There's a lot of evidence in Chrysostom's sermons that suggests that Jews and Christians actually got along fairly well in Antioch, and he was not happy with that specific thing. Now, let us conclude with something a little more positive about the adversities of Judaic tradition, or perhaps more generally about the church fathers as a whole. If I had to pick my favorite church father, which no one has ever asked me to do, but I would definitely say it's St. Augustine of Hippo. He's a fascinating person with an amazing biography, so many cool things about him that it's enjoyable to read about it. This is one particular story, a beautiful Italian conditioning of it, in which St. Augustine was apparently, he had a lot of personal doubts about theology and religion and so on, and he works us through it in his work, in his writings. He was really confused by the Trinity. He did not understand how the Trinity could work. So he came upon this young child who in the original version was standing by the ocean. This particular beautiful lake picture, it's in the forest or something, and the little child was with a small spoon scooping out water from the ocean and putting it in a little hole. Here you can see the little hole right in front of them. Here's the halo. It's kind of like a supernatural vision. And St. Augustine says to him, what are you doing? And you'll never be able to fill up that hole. And the child says, exactly, there are some things which, you could think about, but you'll never get. So therefore you have to kind of let go. Anyway, let's talk about what St. Augustine has to say about the Jews, which is very useful and positive actually. one of the things that he says, and again, this is around the same time as Chrysostom, he writes that, wait a second, let's just rethink this whole carnal Israel thing. Because after all, Christianity is built on the foundation of the Torah. And the Torah clearly has God commanding the Jews to do these things, to not eat meat and milk, to observe the seventh day of rest, to not mix wool and linen in their clothing, all kinds of really carnal things. Who are we to say that God is not allowed to make these commandments to the Jews? And should we not, praise the Jews for remaining steadfast in their commandments, right? They are not in any way binding on non-Jews, very similar to Jewish theology in this case. But the fact that the Jews would remain steadfast to the Torah, that's a positive thing. Why are you criticizing that? In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of the other church fathers, like Justin Martyr and several centuries earlier. In fact, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the desk of Christianity that supports all of Christian teachings. It is the foundation, to use another metaphor, and therefore the Jews should be valued as they are without demanding them to convert to Christianity. This will actually have some explicit reference. He developed something extremely consequential in Jewish history called the doctrine of witness. It argues that the presence of Jews and their maintenance of the Torah is an essential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise, including Christianity. That since Judaism is the desk of Christianity, that it is the foundation of Christianity, you can't destroy the foundation and hope the superstructure will continue to stand. That the Jews must be allowed to remain as testimonials to the communication with God that is recorded in the Torah. And in fact, when the Messiah returns in Christian thought, they will once again testify to his identity. So, contra Justin Martyr, contra Chrysostom, and many other church fathers, St. Augustine is saying that the Jews should be preserved. Now, this is not uniformly positive. They are like, he uses the metaphor of Cain. You recall that early on in the book of Genesis, Cain kills his brother Abel, and then God punishes him by placing a mark upon his forehead and causing him to wander forever. And the most important element of that mark is that although there was opprobrium associated with it, he was not to be killed. That anyone who would slay Cain, the mark was there to indicate that he should not be killed, that he should not be killed. That's exactly the way, says Augustine, that we should relate to the Jews. Now, that sounds kind of negative, but in reality, this principle, which he articulated using a citation from Psalm, slay them not, was hugely consequential because it essentially defined in church policy that Jews should not be killed, God forbid. They should not be subject to forced conversions because they must, according to the doctrine of witness, remain as Jews. And this is essentially a way of testifying or witnessing to the validity of Christianity in St. Augustine's thoughts. Now, it is important to note that this particular set of ideas was interpreted in various ways over the next few centuries. There were certain thinkers like Pope Gregory the Great, for example, who definitely viewed to St. Augustine's positive approach with huge benefits for Jews. And there were others who emphasized that the idea of the doctrine of witness only worked if the Jews were in a degraded state. That is, let's keep them around, but they shouldn't be allowed to get ahead, because if they get ahead, then that witness and ironically, church law therefore protected Jews because they were within the boundaries of St. Augustine's doctrine. There were notable the church adopted forced conversions, or at least recognized them ex post facto, and we will unfortunately discuss those in future lectures. But by and large, St. Augustine's contribution was actually very salutary for the survival of the Jews. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at some of the thought of the church fathers and the discussion of their impact on Jewish history. Let's look a little bit more now at the interior life of the Jewish world, specifically at the world of the synagogue and the development of something called TV. Thanks very much for that.
But at any rate, traffic is slow on that South 55 from 91. Of course, 91, that's jammed up from the Imperial Highway. Some elevator issues in downtown LA. The westbound side of the 10 transitioning to northbound side of the 101. Two left lanes in that connector are shut down because of police activity. Not getting a lot of information from the CHP about this closure, but it's definitely backing things up as you get away from looks like St. Terrace Drive on the westbound side of the 10. Also, some really heavy delays southbound side of the 57. We've got Caltrans working in lanes there. Normally, the boulevard coming up with one lane shut down for some repairs with Southern California's most accurate traffic.
In the last couple of videos, we spent a lot of time talking about how Jews were acted upon by larger forces, the state, or the church, and so on. But I don't want to give you the impression that they're just, passively accepting whatever is coming to them from the outside. The Jews are also very creative at this period of time as well. And so let's just take a few minutes to see one area where their creativity is especially common, and that is in the institution of the synagogue. Here's an interesting looking map of the synagogues in the ancient world, specifically looking at the 1st and the 2nd century. If you have a look at the legend there on the left, you can see that the blue dots refer to literary references to old synagogues, and the green circles are papyri, and then you've got the inscriptions, the stone inscriptions, and finally the stars are archaeological evidence of these synagogues. Now, they're not including here the synagogues in Israel. Of course, there are quite a few in the land of Israel itself, but the main concentrations are in the Nile Delta in Egypt. You've also got quite a few in Asia Minor, the Italian Peninsula. A few of them up on the Black Sea littoral, which is really interesting. And then one that we'll look at in a little bit more detail in a second, Dura Europos, which is way over here on the right, fascinating synagogue. And so synagogues are an extremely important institution for Jews, especially after the temple is destroyed in the 1st century, especially when they're a minority living away from large Jewish population centers. The synagogue is their locus for formal communal ritual activity, specifically religious worship, and they had to kind of articulate that. What exactly does religious worship look like when you don't have the ritual sacrifice associated with the temple? Synagogues did predate the destruction of temples. In other words, Jews seem to want to create these institutions where they could get together for communal prayer. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in the Mishnah and the Talmud and the Midrash that describes the evolution of the prayer service and what connects to what, and the references to the patriarchs and fascinating kinds of things like that. But we should understand that the synagogue, the word itself, by the way, is Greek meaning place of gathering, is effectively a Jewish community center, a JCC, for a minority population, and it would fulfill all kinds of different functions, not just religious, but it would be a place of gathering for discussing communal affairs, for adjudicating disputes, all kinds of things. The basics of the service that is familiar to synagogue goers today took centuries to evolve. And if you look at the prayer book, that's really archaeological textual representation of the wanderings of the Jews in diaspora as well. There's core elements that go back to Israel, and then other elements and other prayers that were added in many different iterations throughout their long history. One of the things that I find especially fascinating is that women are remarkably well represented in the sources that we have. Professor Tal Ilan a really interesting article in the Cambridge History of Judaism, Volume 4. Have a look at the notes and we'll reference that. And in that, of the synagogues where we know there are lists of donors, like this is something in contemporary synagogues as well. You have like a plaque here and a plaque there, and you have a plaque on top of a plaque. And everyone who gives everything to the synagogue is recognized in some kind of public way. So looking at these ancient inscriptions that have survived, 1/3 of the names of donors to the synagogue were women. In some cases, they're mentioned in the leadership positions as well. So that's a really fascinating statistic. I wish we knew more about that, but maybe we'll get back to it later on in the series. At any rate, the synagogue is forming as a major locus of Jewish activity, and innovations are replicated across Europe. And let's look at two of them in particular. And here is a beautiful wall painting from Tura Europos. That remarkable synagogue is so well preserved. This is actually a representation of elements in the story of the book of Esther. You can see there's Mordecai on the left on the horse. He's being walked along by Haman, I think. Fascinating. At any rate, the kind of things that are going on in the synagogue at this time, they're still trying to work out. For example, public Torah reading is obviously something very important. Even the prophet Ezra had mandated the reading of the Torah on a regular basis. But how exactly is that done? How exactly is it broken up? One of the major distinctions that we have at this time is that Israel tended to prefer a triennial Torah reading, meaning that the first 5 books of Moses were completed only once every 3 years, which meant there was a much shorter amount of time actually dedicated to reading the Torah. Whereas in the diaspora, an annual reading, which is pretty much the norm nowadays, was preferred. And this made for a lot of interesting gaps in the prayer service. How long was the prayer service? What other things would people say or do in the prayer service, and so on. And one of the most fascinating elements related to this is the institution of the, I guess the modern term would be the drasha, or sermon. It's not the term that was used in the ancient period, but it finds its textual expression in the creation of Haggadic Midrash. So we spoke about Midrash a while back in this series. Midrash are basically kind of like poetic teachings on biblical passages, some of which have halachic ramifications, meaning they are used to determine behavior in a concrete and kind of legal sense. And there's much more that is Haggadic in nature, meaning that is homiletical, that, it does not necessarily have to be taken absolutely literally, but should certainly be taken very seriously. It's not uncommon to have Midrashic interpretations, as the Torah itself is reputed to have 70 different interpretations, meaning an infinite number of interpretations. Maybe not infinite, but a lot of them. The Haggadic Midrash, or legendary Midrash, can go in many different directions, even contradictory directions. And the collections of these Midrashim, which are tied to their utility in the synagogue service, is especially pronounced at this period of time. This is when we begin to see the textual versions of books like Genesis Rabbah, for example, Bereshit Rabbah, which is now widely studied as a source of these kinds of Midrashic teachings. Again, the oral tradition that supports these Midrashim is much older than late antiquity, but they begin to coalesce in a written format around this time. We also see the promulgation of Targum. Targum literally means translation, and this is the rendering of the text into a foreign language, most specifically, most commonly Aramaic, because particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Jewish populations are speaking Aramaic, and having the Torah read in Hebrew, although it's a closely related language, we don't have a precise understanding of what's going on. So it's very common to have the Torah reader actually read the text in Hebrew and have a Meturgaman, a translator, standing next to him, it would be a him, repeating it in Aramaic translation. This is still practiced, by the way, in the Yemenite custom. So the several Targumim were composed. Perhaps the most famous is that of Nicholas, which is traditionally printed in the standard editions of the Torah, the Chumash. But there are several other Targumim, especially of other parts of the Bible, that sense of how the synagogue is evolving. What do we do in the synagogue? What do we say? When do we say it? How long does it take? What do we add? So on. One last detail, I know I'm going through this very quickly, I wish I could spend more time on this. The development of something called piyut, which is probably best translated as liturgical poetry. This era sees an effervescence of an attempt to kind of encapsulate the prayer, specifically the fixed prayers that we have already had pre-existing in the spirit, such as the Shema Esrei, the Amida, to restate them in poetic language as an artistic endeavor, something that would appeal to the literary and aesthetic sensibilities of the synagogue goers, or as amplifications of prayer, like longer discourses on events that are described in very sparse language in the biblical text, but expanded upon in an imaginary and artistic manner. This is a fascinating period where we have more and more of these paitanim, of these poets, creating liturgical innovations, that many of which are preserved even to this present day. The institution of piyut, of course, would reach its apotheosis in the Gaonic period, which is several hundred years distant. But this is the period of time, the initial development of the synagogue ritual as we understand it today, that piyut becomes a very important part of that process. The image, by the way, that we're looking at is a mosaic, very common motif in synagogue art from the Beit Alpha synagogue that was discovered in northern Israel. Okay, that's just a very quick look at some of the creativity that's going on in the Jewish population at this time. I hope you found it interesting, and we're going to go to Spain next series. Thank you very much for watching.
Risk of devaluation could result in about 70 billion in lost value over the next 10 years. And that could lead to about 350 million in lost property tax revenues because the value of those buildings is going down. Nobody wants to move in.
Speaking of nobody wants to get in there, did you see the orgy dome or what's left of it at Burning Man?
Let's continue our discussion by looking at the experience of Jews during the period of early settlement in the Iberian Peninsula. Now, one of the things that's really important to understand about this entire period is that there is an Iberian exception. What I mean is, so why is the Iberian Peninsula different? Really crucial. The Iberian Peninsula represents an unusual moment in Jewish history where you have three major monotheistic cultures interacting with each other for an extended period of time. But in other words, for most of the last 2,000 years of Jewish history, the majority of Jews have either lived under Muslim rule or under Christian rule. And there's a lot of interesting contrasts and comparisons that hopefully we'll be engaging in as we go through this history over the next year or so of lectures. But in Spain, and to a certain degree in Portugal, you have this unusual environment where Jews, Muslims, and Christians interact in triangular culture rather than in a binary culture. So, for example, if we pick, let's say, medieval England, you would have this tiny Jewish population as a minority within a large Christian population. Or if we look at, I don't know, Egypt, you'll have a tiny Jewish population within a large Muslim population. And the way in which Jews interact with their host culture is quite different than we have in Spain, where because of the changing power dynamics of three cultures, two of which who are really vying for rulership of the entire peninsula, the Jews have an unusual opportunity to flourish. And in fact, they do, especially in the Muslim period, which we'll discuss in a little more detail. So let's just put that on hold. And I'd like to quickly introduce this subject by looking at the various periods of Jewish history as most historians have defined. The first, which we'll talk about in this lecture, is the early settlement and the early Visigothic period. That is the first time we have any sense of Jews inhabiting the peninsula and what we might be able to know about their experience from the 5th century onward when the region was dominated by the Visigoths. Secondly, you have kind of sub-period of the Visigoths, let's call it the Catholic period, when the Visigoths switched from one form of Christianity, Arian Christianity, to Catholic Christianity. And that represents a really significant shift in terms of how they relate to the Jews. Then that ends with the year 711 rather abruptly with the invasion of Muslim forces. And so this initiates the Islamic period as the Muslims make their way up from the south of the peninsula all the way up to the Pyrenees. This is the Islamic period. Now, most of the activity is focused in the southern region, in Granada and Cordoba, but there is some fascinating things that are happening here. This is what's often called the golden era of Spanish Jewry. Somewhat of an overblown term, but nevertheless there's a lot of merit to it, as we shall see later on in this course. Now, the Christians begin to push back from the north, and that is called the Reconquista, or the reconquest of Spain. It happens slowly. The northern part, the northern section, of course, are conquered first, and it's only in 1482 when the Muslims officially lose even their toehold in the south. But during this period, which overlaps with the Muslim period, because the northern section will be Christian, the southern section will be Muslim, that's also very significant for our study of the Jews, because the Christians, when they reconquer the peninsula, will have a very different orientation toward their Jewish minority than we would see under the Muslims. And finally, although of course there is the dramatic and terrifying expulsion of the Jews in 1492, and then subsequent developments in Portugal with a forced conversion and also a mass migration in 1497. You have what I like to call the crypto-Jewish period, because there's still a very significant population of Jews living as Christians in the Iberian Peninsula, and there's a whole spectrum of what that really means. There are some Jews who are like just clamoring to get back to their Jewish practices, but are feigning Catholicism simply for the time being. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have Jews who become enthusiastic adopters of the new faith. And along that spectrum, you can find a range of people. There's also a significant expatriate community, particularly those Spanish Jews who fled to Portugal, and then sometimes a generation or three later left Portugal only to re-adopt their Jewish identity in the diaspora. So the crypto-Jewish period is not only what happened in Spain itself, Spain and Portugal, but really what happens in their diasporas as well. So that will take us right up to the contemporary period. So these are like 5 basic ways to divide up the period that we have before us. We're going to concentrate right now on early 7. Here's a great map from an atlas that Barnaby atlas that I recently had a chance to examine, and it gives you a sense of the scattering of Jewish population around the Mediterranean basin in the 1st through the 3rd century. So it's a little bit rough because each black square is the same size as every other black square, and that's clearly not reflective of the size of the Jewish population there. You also have that kind of starburst that shows that it's an important Christian community, and I think there's a lot more important Christian communities than Alexandria and Rome, but nevertheless Antioch, still gives you a sense of the early diaspora, the early scattering of Jews that extends all the way up to London and into what would be later France and Germany, but of course Spain is an extremely important region. And as you can see from the shading, the kind of darker orange is where it's really strong by the end of the 1st century, which is concentrated in the Eastern Mediterranean, what would be Turkey, Asia Minor. But by the time you get to the 3rd century, that's some significant suggestions of Jewish populations all the way out on the Atlantic coast and in what would be the Iberian Peninsula. So who are these Jews? They are known as Sephardim, which comes from a passage in the book of Obadiah, the biblical book of Obadiah, which refers to the people who are in exile from Jerusalem, and that community is known as Sepharad. The modern Hebrew term for Spain is Sepharad, taken from this verse in Obadiah, and the people who come from the region are called Sepharadim, which is the plural in Hebrew for someone who comes from the region. Sepharadi is the adjective which we use to refer to one person or to things which pertain to Sepharad. Now, there's really no good reason to assume that when the book of Obadiah specifically calls a place Sfarad, that it is referring to what we call Sfarad today. This is a common thing that happens in Jewish geography, that when Jews visit far off places or settle there, sometimes they will take on biblical names when we don't really have any specific connections to say that this is that place. Case in point, Ashkenaz is one of the names of a person mentioned in Genesis. And when the Jews reached northern Germany, they said, okay, here we go. Let's call this place Ashkenaz, right? Maybe the people who descended from Ashkenaz live here, and hence we call it Ashkenaz, but there's really no reason to say so. So it's a very tenuous connection, but nevertheless the term has stuck, and it is useful because it does refer to a distinct people and a distinct geography, but nevertheless no real reason to assume that in the book of Obadiah they're actually referring to what we call Spain. There are Talmudic references several hundred years later which refer to Hispania. This is a little bit more realistic, given the period, let's say, 1st through 3rd century. We've already got Jews living there, and it sounds a lot like Hispania, a very common kind of shifting of vowels and consonants you have between Latin and Aramaic. So by the time we get to the Talmud, there's no question that there is a reference to Spain and some familiarity with it. But how early did the Jews originally settle in this region? So we have a couple of really early reference points which are probably not true. For example, in the 16th century, one particular writer came across a gravestone that apparently read, "Here lies Adoniram," who was the tax collector for King Solomon. Now, that's like incredible. And I mean that literally, incredible. It's just way too much to assume that King Solomon, we're talking like, 1,000 years before the Common Era, had actually some, tax collectors going as far out as Spain. So, and the fact that we've lost this particular reference and that is dubious, probably not a reliable source to suggest that there were Jews living there 1,000 years before the Common Era. Another one that does not necessarily negate the idea of Jews living in Spain, but is also regarded as quite curious, is apparently a letter from the Jews living in Toledo sent to Judea asking that the Jews in Israel refrain from crucifying Jesus. And this would have been dated about the year 30 of the Common Era. Also kind of a far-fetched document. It doesn't date anywhere near to this period, but it falls within a kind of a trope where in the medieval period, Jews had it in their interest to demonstrate that they had early settlement in order to document and to bolster their arguments for things like charter rights, or privileges to live in a particular area, to pursue certain tasks. If they could demonstrate the antiquity of their settlement, then that could help them in whatever local negotiations they might have. This would be especially important in Europe when medieval charters are put into place, but that's beyond our scope right now. It also indicates a level of kind of obsequious appeal to Christians, specifically saying we're not like those Jews who crucified Jesus. We're completely separate. We want to have nothing to do with it, which stretches our ability to believe that Jews in Spain knew something about what was going on in Judea at that time. Particularly, we have no other records of Jews really talking about this, other than, of course, Christian sources like So these sources are hard to believe, and you can't really place Jewish settlement in Spain this early as a result of it. We do have, however, a lot of really cool pieces of evidence which suggest something around this period. This is, by the way, a beautiful image from the famous Sarajevo Haggadah. This is a Haggadah that was composed in medieval Spain and later smuggled out on its way to Sarajevo. There's a fascinating character, by the way. The bottom left, you see there is mysterious dark-skinned woman. This particular representation, looks kind of blue-skinned. In other JPEGs, she looks a little bit more brown. A lot of questions about who is that woman. She's clearly participating in the meal with eating a piece of matzah, but she has a different complexion than the other women there. She is seated somehow separately from them, or is that just coincidence? The artist chose to put it that way. She's also dressed a little bit differently, but she's clearly part of the ceremony. Fascinating. We have a much more reasonable 18th century tradition that of a discovery of a gravestone. And the gravestone was partial, and again, like the gravestone of the purported Adon Uram, it is missing. However, it's a much more reasonable historical source, so there is an inclination to tolerance of it. This is from Adra, and the inscription apparently originally read in Latin, something like Unia, a girl's name, Solomon Lula, the daughter of Solomon, or let's say Unia but Shlomo. An uno, 1 year, ens cuatro, 4 months, dia uno, 1 day, finally, Jewess. So this, if it is authentic, and there's good argument to suggest it is the first real mention of a Jew living in Spain, and based in the 3rd century. Fascinating.
There's always a dog.
It's tragic how you can see that the father specifically laid out exactly how old she was when she died, right down to the day. But he regarded it as very significant that he know that she was a Jewess, called Adra. I find this very moving. At any rate, we don't have this, in hand anymore, but it is a significant indicator. We also have a literary evidence of the possibility of Jews in Spain from the 1st century in the Christian scriptures. In Romans chapter 15, there's a discussion there where Paul indicates his desire to go visit Spain. And the reason why this is specifically a good possibility of seeing a Jewish population there is because Paul used to specifically go to Jewish communities as they tended to attract potential Christian converts. That Paul enjoyed visiting those communities that had a lot of Jewish population, and then kind of like fellow travelers or interested populations that were a market for the ideas that Paul was, disseminating at these times. So quite possible that Paul wanted to go to Spain if he wanted to go there for a good reason, meaning there were Jews already living there who would have attracted some proto-monotheists who considered Christianity as a religious option. We also have an amphora that was discovered in Tunisia that has 2 Hebrew letters, so it indicates at least the possibility of trade in the region. It's quite a bit earlier. It's also 1st century, but doesn't necessarily indicate that it originated there. But by the time we get to the 4th century, then it's pretty clear that it's important to the church, at least, to talk about Jews living in the region. Again, I'm going to qualify this in a second, but basically we have a very important church synod or council in a town called Elvira, and there's a whole bunch of Jewish legislation in the deliberations and decisions of this particular council. There are very clear bans in these documents on intermarriage, bans on social dining, that is, Christians are forbidden to engage in recreational dining with Jews. And one of my favorite passages, a very strong adjuration that Christians must not allowed Jews to bless their crops, meaning that Pedro can't say to his friend Bartle, "Hey, you're Jewish. I know you have a close connection with the big guy. Come by to my field, please, and give it a blessing so we can get a good crop." Now, the reason why this is somewhat problematic is because although it suggests that these things were happening, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were. They could be kind of like, testimonials to faith that are just inserted in these kinds of documents to sort of explain that, don't worry, we're following the party line on all of these issues. Doesn't actually mean that there are Jews who are doing these things with Christians. On the other hand, sometimes the specificity of these things does suggest that it's more realistic. Like, for example, a ban on intermarriage, sure, that's pretty standard. A ban on owning Christian slaves, Jews should not own Christian slaves, okay, we hear that too. But mixed dining, blessing the crops, that sounds sort of specific. Like, let's say, for example, I understand there are laws in the books here in America that also prohibit a person from riding his horse in certain areas of New York City. Now, nobody rides horses except for policemen and maybe those guys with the special carriages, so it doesn't apply to anyone, but there's no point in taking that law off the books. And even if you renew the law code for whatever reason, I mean, it doesn't hurt it just to keep it in there. That doesn't mean that there are actually horses riding in the streets. But if there's something really detailed that says something like, people are forbidden from riding their horses in Manhattan, especially when we are, building new cell phone towers. Right? So, look at that. There's a detail there that places it within the modern period and makes it more suggestive that it might actually happen that people are riding horses and interfering with the cell phone construction. Kind of a stretched example. At any rate, so it's possible that the Council of Elvira was actually talking about real Jews engaging in real relationships with Christians, but we simply don't know for sure. One more source, which is a letter from Bishop Severus of Minorca in the year 418, is also quite tendentious and could easily be entirely fabricated. But again, the level of detail suggests that such a thing actually happened. In this particular letter that the bishop wrote, he refers to a local conflict between Jews in a Christian community, and he specifically numbers the Jews. I mean, the level of detail and specificity suggests that it's more realistic than not. They have in this particular letter, which is fascinating for lots of reasons, he depicts a situation in which Jews not only get along with Christians, but they actually have some level of authority. They serve in kind of like municipal councils and so on. And in the end, these Jews are forcibly converted to Christianity. And it's possible that the entire story is entirely fabricated, perhaps for religious propaganda purposes. But there are some thematic elements in the story that are quite ominous, as we shall see this recorded much more authentic sources for several hundred years afterwards. What we can say with some reliability, though, is that by the 3rd century, there are some Jews living in Spain. It is certainly on the periphery of the Jewish world, but this population will certainly increase. And by the time we get to the early 8th century and the Muslim conquest, we'll certainly have a much better sense of the size and the distribution of that population. But let's turn now to the Visigothic period.
Taxes caused by a rise in prices. Single filers earning $75,000 or less could receive up to $200, while joint filers making $150,000 could get up to $400. The checks will continue being mailed out through November. And Uber Eats agreed to pay millions of dollars to Seattle to settle a lawsuit over alleged violations of the city's laws on minimum wage and pay transparency. Uber Eats will pay over $15 million to more than 16,000 Seattle drivers. Your consumer and business news. Highmark is America's #1.
The Visigothic period, in particular the period after Recared's conversion to Catholicism in the year 587, is like one of the most bizarre periods in Jewish history that I have to say I've ever studied. It's extremely difficult to tease out some of the methodological issues, and just the content of this history is bizarre beyond belief. Here's a map that gives us a sense of where the Visigothic kingdom was located. You see the capital there in Toulouse, and it occupies much of the Iberian Peninsula and over into what would be southern France, right up around the Rhone River and so on. And they invaded in the 5th century, and initially the Jews that were located in this area probably fared fairly well because the Visigoths were originally Arian. And what I mean by that is they followed Bishop Arius, A-R-I-S, not A-R-Y. Yes, hence the term Aryan with an I. Nothing to do with, Aryan nations or Nazis or anything like that, obviously. But this particular bishop had a vision of Christianity which was somewhat distinct from Catholicism, particularly with regards to the figure of Jesus and his relationship to divinity. This is something that is really significant for the early church trying to exactly figure out, was Jesus God, was Jesus human? If there is a spectrum between those things, how does that work? It's really beyond me and certainly beyond the scope of what we're discussing, but for the relevance of the Visigothic period, the school of Arius had a much more human leaning towards the interpretation of the figure of Jesus, and this was declared a heresy by the Catholic Church. So when Recared converted to Catholicism from Arianism in the year 587, this marked the beginning of the truly bizarre era in Visigothic Jewish relations. Let's just have a look at this remarkable work of art that I had in the cover screen here. This is Antonio Munoz de Gran, the conversion of Recared. And as you can see, Recared is obviously in the center there. He's got this heavenward gaze, and he's obviously entranced by his spiritual transformation. And he's got his hand on the Bible there. It's being held up beautifully by some kind of church official. Really powerful image, I have to say. And I think it captures the kind of excitement that must have gone along with this conversion. And at this point, I think it's significant for us to sort of reflect on the concept of the zeal of the convert. Many of us, are in regular commerce with converts in our various religious communities, and they're wonderful people in many ways. But one of the fascinating aspects of converts is they often tend to take on more religious observance than people who were born into that faith community. I think we can say this, by the way, not only about religious conversions, but I can say it about political conversions, political parties, things like that. At any rate, in this context, in the Jewish community, they always say something like, isn't that lashon hara? Isn't that forbidden speech? And don't you have to say a special bracha, a special blessing after you eat 2 pieces of pizza? All kinds of things like that may irritate Jews who are raised in the tradition because the converts are actually spurring them on to take on additional responsibilities, or at least recognize responsibilities that they already have. In this particular context of the Visigothic era, one of the, unfortunately, tried and true methods of demonstrating one's zeal for Catholicism in the medieval period is to show just how anti-Jewish you are. So what happens in the Visigothic era is that there's a whole series of kings who have a very good set of their rules and regulations that were passed over the course of the next century and a bit. There's an incredible degree of anti-Jewish regulations that are stunning in their capacity, in their scope, and in many ways they anticipate the kind of anti-Jewish persecution that we'll only see 700 odd years later in the Inquisition, and to a certain degree even in the 20th century. I'll walk you through some of these things, but there are also some methodological problems that we have to consider. And one of the most important ones is that we have absence of Jewish records that correspond to this period. In other words, the Jewish community in Spain was still too small, too weak, too undeveloped perhaps, or for whatever reason. We are talking about, this is 1,400 odd years ago. The records never survived. We just don't know how the Jewish community would have reacted to these legislations. And it's even possible that in the absence of any kind of secondary perspective on the period, that it could have been a legal fiction. In other words, it doesn't cost very much to simply put a law on the books. And if you want to demonstrate your bona fides, literally your good faith, you could easily put in an anti-Jewish piece of legislation that doesn't have any correspondence to reality because there may not be any Jews who are affected by it. It's hard to imagine that these laws were completely fictional, but on the other hand, it's also difficult to imagine that all of them were actually imposed, and in some cases, the imposition was a logical impossibility. That is, for example, once you have forcibly baptized all the Jews, how do you go and forcibly baptize the Jews again 20 years later, which is the kind of thing that we see in this period? Either you have to redefine, either you have a huge influx of Jews into the region, impossible, or you have like open Judaizing with Jews abandoning the forcible conversion, also not impossible, or you have a redefinition of what a baptized individual is. It's also not impossible. Let's go through some of those scenarios. But first, I think it's important that we actually look at the kind of persecutory legislation that was imposed in this Visigoth period. So you recall, once again, that the period we're talking about is basically from 587, when we have this conversion to Catholicism on the part of the Visigothic kings, until 711 with the Muslim invasion. Here's a remarkable image that captures, I think, very brilliantly the sort of atmosphere that I get in my mind when I think of these Visigothic kings. This is Alonso Cano's 17th century Kings of the Visigoths. I wonder if there is a certain bit of art history here that I don't know much about. I'd like to do a little more research on it, because they don't look like 6th, 7th, 8th century kings to me. They look a little bit too modern, maybe Renaissance era, maybe even later, maybe the fashion, things like that, I'm not sure. But the expressions are perfect. Like the impression I get of these Visigothic kings from Alonso Cano's work is spot on. Let's try to understand some of those regulations. So, as I mentioned, one of the most common things that we see in the Visigothic law books is a series of forced conversions of Jews, which caused a certain amount of stir beyond the Visigothic era. The church, the higher church, never openly approved of forcibly converting Jews, and depending on the era in which you're studying, there is more, disclaimers or more discouragement of local kings to do this. But on the other hand, the church really had difficulty dealing with the ex post facto situation. What do you do with Jews who are forcibly converted and in so doing partook of the sacraments, including, for example, baptism? Can you simply ignore that and say, no, they're actually Jews, it doesn't count, do over? Or you have to say, well, you know what, it shouldn't have happened, but now they're Christians. So we have this situation where in the Visigothic period, and again, it could be echoes to the Inquisition that we'll discuss later on in this course. The Jews are forcibly converted, and then they're charged with Judaizing, meaning of going back to their Jewish ideas and especially practices. This occurs several times over the course of the next century. Yeah, one possible way to understand this cycle is it seems that the Visigoths may have created a new Christian status, which is something that we will see explicitly with the Inquisition period almost a millennium later, that the Jews are made Christians through baptism, but then they're not really trusted. that they have a new Christian status, which distinguishes them from the old Christians, who are not quite reliable in their Christian bona fides. Hence, they could be once again forcibly converted, they could be once again persecuted, identified, and ostracized in various ways. Now, here's some of the bizarre elements of it. The Visigoths, in their zeal to really root out Judaism, put in place legislation that specifically banned, for example, Jews from traveling to different locations for their festivals. And if travel was permitted, they literally had to check in with local church officials on their route and to ensure that they would not be engaging in any secret Jewish practice. This is a level of reach and interference into daily life that is wholly modern in concept. Like the idea of actually tracking people's movements with kind of like a 7th, 8th century GPS. So bizarre, but nevertheless, that's the kind of thing that they were demanding. That Jews had to like regularly check in with Christian officials to make sure that these Jews who now are Christians are not actually going back to Jewish practice. And it seems like way out of context for much of the anti-Jewish legislation that we've been seeing for a long time. And the punishments were, oh my gosh, way over the top in comparison to the kinds of things we see elsewhere. One punishment, which was apparently meted out even to children, was something called the calvatio, which is, it could mean one of two things. It could either mean an embarrassing kind of very short haircut. You don't know what that's like, especially for teenagers, right? That someone who was accused of a fairly minor crime, like maybe refraining from work on Saturday, which is kind of like a massive crime in this context, and they might receive this del cavatio as like a being shorn of their hair, might be especially embarrassing for a woman, and then, to have to walk around, people would identify them that way, at least temporarily. But it could also mean scalping, literally carving the top layer of skin off a person's head, like in the American Wild West. And that would be a devastating kind of punishment, especially for children, if you can imagine it. It's possible to imagine that is in fact what they meant by the calvatio, especially when you look at some of the other punishments. So one of the more serious charges was a marital relationship between a Jew and a non-Jew. Once again, remember that term Jew might actually refer to a Jew Christian, perhaps, in which case the male partner would have his sexual organ amputated, and the female partner would have her nose amputated. Horrific kind of punishments. These do sound like kind of Visigothic in nature, like the Dark Ages had a lot of really bizarre punishments like this. But nevertheless, you see the scope and reach of these punishments is mind-boggling. There are repeated confiscations of wealth and repeated expulsions. Like all Jews have to leave the Visigothic kingdom, and then 20 years later, all Jews have to leave the Visigothic kingdom. So once again, how do you do that twice? Does that mean that there were Jews who came back to the region? We do have examples of the millennial period. France, for example, expels its Jews 3 times in, I think, the 14th century, and then they're re-invited, it would be the 13th century, they're re-invited back in. So did that happen and we just don't have a record of them being invited in? Or perhaps these are just simply fictional laws that are stated in order to kind of like, show whoever reads these laws that in fact they are adequately persecuting Jews. Again, the methodological problem is that we don't have the reaction of the Jews. If we had some documentation from the Jewish community suggesting that they were protesting, or that they were hiding, or they were dissimulating, then that would validate the the laws as being something that was actually practiced, but otherwise we only have this legal text, and we don't know how much it corresponds to reality on the ground. We do have some sense of it based on how the Jews would later react to the fall of the Visigothic Empire. Let's turn to that in just a minute. First of all, I want to point out that this brief period, right, from 587 to 711, is one of those strange kind of moments in which we only have one little kind of pinprick view of history, and it is incredibly dense with text, but absent other perspectives, it's hard to know what the big picture is. But I'm hardly the only person to comment on the so-called line of history, that a lot of the elements that we're seeing in the Visigothic period will later be expressed, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in the era of the Inquisition. One of the more famous people who thought about this was Baron de Montesquieu, a very important 18th century thinker, who wrote, as you see here, tous les maximes, tous les principes, et tous les lieux de l'Inquisition. He was referring to the Visigothic era. He said this is all like completely mirrors in the kind of ideas and activities of the Inquisition, which is phenomenal. So if we go beyond this, we see elements of it like this idea of pieza de sangre, the so-called purity of the blood, which was exactly mirrored in the Inquisition era, where Jews were forcibly converted, and then they were given this label of new Christians, and there was this whole rest of the thought around the idea that Jews were racially distinct from the Christian population. This is another step to this was a world, in the sense that conversion was basically, that was it. Once you had converted to this new community, once you had adopted this new community identity, then you were essentially absorbed into it. Let's remember that the concept of racism really doesn't develop until the 19th century. So it was colored by birth, and there was cultural bias, linguistic bias, things like that. But generally speaking, conversion meant open doors to society. So here's the idea of the purity of the blood, and we will have one group.
What's happening, you savages? We're back like herpes, Uncle Joey, and my trusted little Cato, Lee Sayat, aka the Flying Jew. The church of what's happening now, New Testament, is coming at you. What's happening, brother?
Good to see you, dude.
Good to see you. How was your weekend?
I had a great time at Parks. Parks was fucking really cool. Yeah, I had a really good New Jersey. I said Parks, Pennsylvania, but I did our buddy Pedro show in New Jersey, which is I love my favorite shows now, and I love doing shows with you, but our shows are like, it's basically like a fist fight. Like, it was just at a bar, people were heckling the whole, just talking, and they were funnier than some of the comics, which is my favorite. Is when the people at the bar, especially in New Jersey, they're funnier than some of the comics. And that was a blast. George came. Thank you very much. And then we did Parks, which was, I've probably done Parks like 6 or so times. We did it before you had this residency. I think this was the best I've done there. It was, and it's because you fucking made me cut 20 minutes of my act.
Oh, that was brutal. About having kids, you got no fucking kids. You dated a chick that had kids 4 years ago, and you still say you're titties chubby and all that shit. Not gonna.
I come on. Well, it worked. It was.
I knew it was gonna work.
It was crazy.
But do you see how material works? You have to let it go like a fucking a girlfriend with herpes. You gotta let them go. You can't call them back. That's it. She gave me a fucking herb for Thanksgiving. I'm done.
For Thanksgiving.
That's the fucking discipline. I ain't going back to that.
Right. Yeah, but it's hard to get rid of it, especially, I don't know, I hold on to it like it's like a life raft. I'm in the Titanic.
Get rid of it. Nobody wants to hear it. Get rid of it.
But you get rid of stuff like a weekend.
If they're just laughing from the top, I ain't going to say it. Right? I want to dig into them. And trust me, I ain't doing a good job of digging in there either. But that's what I'm saying to you, that when you know what material's not working. We all have material that's, when you first start headlining, you go from doing 20 minutes in the club every night in California to doing 45 to an hour. Yeah, you're going to put 10 minutes in there, that's going to lullaby. Build, but you gotta put it in the medium. They've already built that for the first 20 minutes. From 23 to 30 minutes, you might have a stupid story about your grandmother. That's two people laugh at. That's stalling. I do it too. No, everybody does it. But then those last 15 minutes, you pick that shit up like a fucking.
And I was closing with it. It was the best. It was like I thought it got laughs in certain rooms, but it had started to like wane off. And when you told me to get rid of it, I was not mad. I don't want to say mad, but like, how can I get rid of 20 minutes? Like it's not God. Jesus Christ! I didn't want to get rid of material. That's what I said to myself. Thank fucking God, I don't have to do that stupid fucking joke. Oh, I'm at the point where I'm just trying to get material.
And then 5 years from now, when you look at that YouTube tape, you're gonna go, thank God he told me to get rid of that material.
Right.
Thank God we got rid of that and everything else I said on that fucking 30-minute special. That's how I feel. I looked at something. Last week I was preparing for the weekend, and I looked at an old tape, and I was like, oh my God, I shut this shit off.
But then how come like when you're doing it and it's killing, you're like, this is going great?
Because you're under the ether. Your mind is playing tricks on you. It's like when you do a shitty movie, right? When you think it's fucking great, and on the set, everybody's talking about, oh my God, after the movie comes out, and nothing happens in your life, and you look at the movie again and go, Jesus Christ, they're right. It's the same thing. We do it all the time. We meet a girl, we expect them, they're single, and all of a sudden, we start fucking projecting. We're gonna do this, we're gonna take it easy, and all of a sudden,
she's not calling you back.
what the fuck?
Right. It's
Ether is a motherfucker. Ether is and you, like now I learned how to catch it. So I'm 60. I didn't need it now. I needed 30 fucking minutes. When I was doing something, I could say in the middle of it, this sucks. I'm out of here.
I was thinking about that the other day. Isn't it fucked up? Like the smart, like you know the most, and then you have like no time left.
Yeah. You get wise at the end, and then you got 3 years left. I know how to swindle Social Security. You know, it's fucking crazy the things you learn about yourself when it's too late. Like after you hit somebody in the head with an iron, you learn, you know, restraint control or whatever the fuck they talk about.
Anger management.
Yeah, anger management. You don't know these things. And ether's one of those things. You know, when a girl gets married, she's under the fucking ether. She's retarded. The minute she gets to the engagement ring, to the day she walks on the aisle, she's damaged goods. She's gonna, everything is great. The fucking pigeons are great. The mother's gonna dress in black. It's like a constant fucking mind fuck. And it's the ether. I'm gonna do this. And Cindy's coming. We forgot what the fuck this day is about. It's ether. Right? It's ether. It's about you and her lasting forever. I don't want to go to a wedding. While I'm on a wedding, I'm like, let's see if the odds are on DraftKings. Let's see if the odds are on FanDuel. Will you see it? Years ago, the fucking guy from San Antonio married the Mexican chick in Desperate Housewives. Nobody remembers that? Tony Parker. So they had a $50 million wedding. White pigeons, limos, white people, the whole fucking thing. He's black, she's fucking Mexican. They had white people there. Oprah was there. But then he cheated on her with the Mexican house. 2 years later, you know, with the chubby chick from the Beatles. That fucking retard. The chubby black chick. She had a big wedding, Long Island. Oprah, the Hamptons, everybody. He was fucking some ugly black chick 3 weeks later. But you're under the ether, and you actually know he's fucking that chick. But as a woman, you're under the ether. You get married, motherfucker. His dick's been smelling weird. His butt's been smelling weird. He's been fucking staying out on hours. But you get married. You get married, so. And then after you get married, a year in, you're like, this motherfucker's been cheating on me from day one. But you were too busy under the ether because pigeons were going to get thrown out of your fucking wedding. You dumb motherfucker.
Well, like your industry is kind of weird. Like, don't people get married as like entertainers or anybody just for like a business thing? Like they do it knowing they don't love each other. No, it's just for like
all these those Hollywood animals get married. You know, fucking like a vampire and Katy Perry, she's retarded. You know, like you know, that kid Russell Brand, the vampire. Oh, Jesus, I forgot about him. You know, these people, you know, they fall, and that's the worst. Those Hollywood couples. because it's all fucking ether. It's all ether.
What about, I keep seeing, because I think his show's out now, Angelina Jolie and Billy Bob, like, when he had her blood around it, and like they were like making out on the red carpet.
Disgusting. Disgusting. Was your fault. Crazy. But no, it's what talking about is what really happens to people, right? We really go under the ether, and you can ask professional athletes, they'll tell you. That season, I didn't know what was going on. I was banging my baby's mama. I was doing this. I was doing that. You know, it's fucking hard, man. And we all fall under that.
What, like, do you have a sign, or like, how do you notice you're under the ether?
When you go see the finished results, or when you see your set, or you see how your set does, or it's just something that you snap out of it. Once you fucking see it, once you see it, you snap the fuck out of it.
Is that why, like, when like you see like athletes,
then you understand the whole how it got there. You understand me? Like, once you see it go down, you go, oh shit. You know, this Netflix special. I was doing comedy everywhere in town, but at the comedy store, because in my mind, I thought that those people, like those 240 people, were gonna add up, and everybody was gonna see my jokes. So I went to all these clubs that I wouldn't perform usually at. When I shot the special, as I walked out there, I knew the ether. In my mind, I thought if I didn't go to the store, I would do better. It was a fucking stupid move. Thank God I recognized that, but I've done that plenty of times. And I'm not just the only one. We've all done that. How many times have we shot a pilot? We shot a pilot. And everybody's giggling at the pilot. That's the funniest fucking thing. And then the pilot don't get picked up, you already won the house, so now you gotta suck dick and start an OnlyFans. Because you listen to everybody, and you bought a house, $500,000 in Long Island when your husband was a plumber. You know, he's barely making it, you know. New construction is down 80%, but you hooked up with a fucking plumber. Okay, that's what it is. That's what it is. You know, and then you read the Friends story, where they shot the pilot, they got taken to Vegas, and the motherfucker gave them $500 a piece and said, go in the casino. This is the last time you're going to be able to walk like this, never. Okay? So obviously there was no ether there. That was an inside hit job. That's from Israel. They had the 6 people. That's a no anyway.
But is there a difference? Like, I know for a fact the answer is yes. Like, have you ever gone off stage and been like, I fucking kill, you know you kill it? And what do you think the difference is between that and
the fucking proof is in the pudding. You left bodies laying there. Right? It's that special you shot. And as you left there, you're like, oh my God, that was the best thing I ever did. And then you see it on HBO and you're like, fuck it. You're gonna cash your check with a mask on. Okay, like when they did Soul Plane, that was D.L.U.'s joke. He goes, you guys saw Soul Plane, I know you did. He goes, trust me, I was in there. I had to cash your check with a Halloween mask on. That's fucking hilarious. That's the truth, but why are you doing it? Think of all the celebrities in that movie, right? And on the way home, you're like, shit, Snoop, this, that, Kevin Hart, and also the movie bombers. So, it's just that I'm talking about movies that, you know, albums, comedians, you know, a special got released last year. I anticipated a special. It was dog shit. It was a lot of those. And what happened? That dude was delusional. Right after while the special's airing, you're going, oh no. Because I've been there. While you're looking at the project, you're going, what the fuck was that? What was the guy that played the fucking doctor in The Sopranos at the end with Johnny Sack? Fucking famous, that dude. Famous. At the end, he played the fucking doctor. Big time guy. And the fuck when Johnny Sack was dying of cancer, he was telling him, I'm a doctor, I shot my wife, I shot the mailman, because at that point I had to come in, and I shot her mother, who was in the other room. That dude was fucking well known. When I moved to LA, Sidney fucking Pollock, okay? Sidney Pollock, I shot CBS's Answer to NYPD Blue. They paid Sidney Pollock $1 million to direct that. You gotta hear me talking shit. I was looking at helicopters, houses in Miami, houses in New York. It was set to go. They told us when we were shooting the pilot. The pilot was fucking dog shit. the show never got aired. They were going to use it as a mid-season replacement. It was such bad dog shit. They couldn't do anything with it. Bronx County, what the fuck? That's what I'm playing. That's what I learned. I was in there going, holy shit. I'm going to buy a boat, a car, everything Tony Montana wanted. Like, I'm going to get my own fucking island. I'm going to do everything. And then it fucking, so you never fucking know what people got. It's just here. And there's nothing we can do. We can control the world as we get older. So it's like, when I'm back home, it's like fucking fire slam a jam. Okay. Houston, when they played that year, they gave fucking the other team 13 points. I was in court. I remember this court was in New York City at night. I got arrested by Harlem, and I had to go to court downtown. I made me go to court at 7 o'clock. And I had a national championship. I'm running back and forth calling sports phone. You put the fucking $1 in sports phone, it's too low. And those days, sports phone was too low. You couldn't adjust the volume. There was no volume. You got beat. You're like, God damn it. And then you had to put another quarter in. Hi, it's sports phone. We come out here every 15 minutes. They were giving 13 points, and at halftime, I think fucking the other team, whatever, was winning by 13 fucking points. They went in there with this league, and they were fine slamming channel. They let the league fucking this and that and slam dunk.
Did Jews really do so better under Islam? The kind of areas that we see focused on in 20th century historiography emphasizes the really pretty brutal period of conflict in early Islam, which we're going to look at in the very next video, and tries to reevaluate how do we understand their experience under Muslim rule. Bernard Lewis, very important 20th century historian, who looked at this period, he says, in a very moderate way, he says, look, Jews in Muslim lands, quote, were never free from discrimination, but were only rarely subject to persecution. This is, I think, a fairly temperate way to characterize several centuries of Jewish experience in Muslim lands. And when you compare it, pound for pound, incident for incident, there's no question that the moments of violence that punctuated Jewish-Muslim relationships was nothing compared to the same thing we would find in Christian Europe, as we shall explore over the course of this semester. He also said, this is also a helpful kind of way of thinking of Europe, it was never as bad in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when Christendom was at its worst, nor, on the other hand, was it ever as good for Jews in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when it was at its best. I think that's a fairly moderate, even-toned way to characterize these centuries. In other words, in Muslim lands, as the British historian Martin Gilbert put it, there was no Inquisition, there was no Holocaust, but at the same time, Jews never achieved the same level of full legal emancipation and broad acceptance that we would, for example, in England or in France. So this is kind of like a broad way to compare the experience of the Jews under the crescent, that is in Muslim lands, and under the cross, that is in Christian lands. One of the greatest living historians of this period and this topic is Professor Mark Cohen, who has done a lot of really valuable work looking at the comparative experience of Jews in Muslim and Christian lands. And he proposes there are 5 main categories that really explain much of the difference between the experience in these two areas. And let's look at them very quickly before we go to the actual history of next video. The first is we should understand that the nature of anti-Jewish antipathy in Christian lands is of a highly distinct character when compared to that in Muslim lands. Recall that Christianity is born from Judaism directly, that there is that special mother-daughter relationship which can have an unusual level of acrimony, particularly when the daughter religion tries to articulate how it is different than the mother religion. And we saw a lot of that, for example, when we looked at the work of the church fathers. Islam is kind of like a granddaughter religion, It occurs 6 centuries later, and it doesn't necessarily have the same kind of need to distance itself from Judaism that Christianity did. It's a very significant theological point that colored much of the period we're discussing. Secondly, we're talking about very different kind of social economic structures. In Europe, you have a form of feudalism that has competing centers of power. The church is a very powerful center, particularly at certain periods of the century.
I can't believe you were in court checking a score.
Also at other periods.
Did you put the bet in before court?
Yes, I did. In those days, there wasn't no draft game.
From the phone in the courthouse?
I don't know. I think I called him to a payphone.
That is wild.
How you doing, Louis? Red Corvette. Confirm your number, 648. What do you like? Give me the lines on them. There's no fucking halftime or first quarter.
They give you like a code name?
Yeah, you got a code name. And I used to use my school teachers had a connection.
Okay.
And he had a great Cavalier. So that was his name, Great Cavalier. So I would look at his phone when he called one day. I stole the number. And I started calling Great Cavalier. Give me San Diego. Hysterical. I saw him a week later. He's like, somebody's been calling in my account. Most of the quarterback coach.
It's not really like the. Shouldn't there have been a better way to get a code name? If you're using your car as your code name, aren't the cops going to figure it out?
Okay, it was 1982. I think I'm worried about code names.
I would be.
Don't worry about that. You have more problems. Cocaine and cheeseburgers. Don't worry about the fucking. You got more problems. You got problems about cocaine and cheeseburgers. Never mind you saying Great Cavalier over the fucking phone.
Cocaine, I like cheeseburgers.
I know you do. And it was 1982, so cocaine was in your bloodstream too. I hope you like cocaine. I hope you like cheeseburgers with cocaine. Use the salt.
What do they call that?
They call it a bike dick. We'll be right back, cocksuckers, with our guest. Hey, Uncle Joe here. I don't know if you guys got the message, but Sundays just got way more fun because college football is back, baby. No going to church. Think you know the game? Put your money where your mouth is with DraftKings Sportsbook. Turn up your picks into big-time payouts. They've got live betting, rivalry week odd boost, and tons more to keep you entertained all season long. It's going to be a tremendous college football season at DraftKings. Now get ready to start the fall off right because they got something special for first timers. You ready? New DraftKings customers, get ready. You bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. $5, $300 in bonus bets instantly to test your college knowledge. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and press code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey, Joey for new customers to get $300 bonus bets instantly when you just bet $5 in partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook. Listen, I love DraftKings. You know why? Because the ground is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please.
At the time of the birth of the son.
20 minutes a day.
The old adage of the 10,000 steps might be too much. They say 7,000 is probably enough. You do it right.
Sure. Or let's see. Or like I like to do it. Here we go. My little odometer here. Let's see how many steps. I've got 630. That's what I like to aim for.
30 steps.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like very much.
Jews were certainly present in the Arabian Peninsula centuries before the birth of Islam in the early 7th century. There are legends of settlements that come to us from Muslim sources that place the arrival of Jews way back in the biblical period. And there are various degrees to which we can ascribe any kind of historicity to it. The idea that they may have been.
What up, you whores? All right, so we've got a college pick'em to do. I guess there's standard, spread, and confidence. All right, well, why aren't we doing them all? I don't know. Okay, first game, Texas versus Ohio State. It's a good one. Those Buckeyes are tough. Number 1 versus number 3. Alright. Here's the dense version so everybody can see. Alright. Who do we have? I don't know. I haven't seen any of the teams play. It's 50-50. Probably. Man, they fucking love Texas. Alright. Northwestern over Tulane. Utah State. Clemson over LSU. Fresno State over Georgia Southern. Arizona over Hawaii, though. Shout out to the Rainbow Warriors. I like them when they were the Rainbows. Oregon State over Cal. UCLA Aqua over Utah. The Gamecocks over Virginia Tech, and the Hurricanes over the Irish. Yeah. Why? I can go to Coral Gables without an issue. All right. Are you done? Submit these bitches. You're in. Oh yeah, we have to join a group. And with Christians, and as we discussed in the previous video, there's no question that certain elements of Islam are modeled. There isn't one that's just called Pick Jews and Thugs. The dietary restrictions and so on. So he has some familiarity with Jews and Christians. No one knows. All right, college pick'em. All right, play. All right, now we've got. Create another entry. This one's spread. It's against the spread. All right. Texas is getting 2.5 points. I mean, I just picked Texas, so. All right. Oh, we gotta look at it like this. All right. Syracuse and Tennessee. Take Tennessee 12.5. Uga over Marshall. Dude, that's a lot of points. Alabama, FSU. I'm gonna take the Seminoles on that one. Sure. Yeah, they're terrible actually. Central Carolina versus Uva. 12.5. I hate fucking picking lines. We'll take. And Virginia usually sucks. All right, LSU Clemson 2.5. LSU's getting 2.5. Clemson. Buckle is getting. Oh, Utah's getting 3.5. No, Huckle's getting 3.5, but I picked Huckle. I'm gonna take another shit. Miami, we're just picking that one at 1.5 point dogs. Washington over Colorado State, 18.5. South Carolina over Virginia Tech. Yeah, I'll take that. All right, submit. Now, this last one I don't like doing because it sucks. And I'm not going viral anytime soon. Everybody hates me. Create another entry. Confidence picks. Dude, this one takes too long to do. I hate this one. I don't want to do it. I really think Miami's going to win. So we're going to move that to number 1. And then it's win-win. All right. Who else? I mean, these should be easy. Hawaii. Dude, I don't like doing this one. This one sucks. This I hate doing these ones. It takes too long.
Positions within his circle.
Hear this song again. It'll make you cray cray. Fuck you, dog. Okay, I'm not confident in this one. Utah State. Oregon State over Cal. Dude, I don't like doing this. This one takes long to do. Alright, are you done? 0 out of 10 picks made? Oh, because I have to pick them? Okay, I don't even remember. I picked Miami, Arizona, Utah State, Tulane. Like, whenever I make picks, I'm like, oh, this is 100%. I don't know how I'm not going to win all of these. I don't even know if they're consistent with the other ones. Texas, Clemson. Oh, dude. How many points will be scored in that game? 69, Doug. It's always 69. All changes auto-saved. Are you sure that it saved that? College pick'em. Where are my pick'em teams? Stick'em pick'em. Alright. Are you fucking serious? College pick'em. Yo. Fuck this Wondery shit. From Wondery. Well, go fuck yourself. Alright. Join group. Picks 2, picks 3. Okay, how many points are going to be scored? 69. It shouldn't let you. I know it says points. I know it says auto saved, but I don't know if it did.
Just like Muslims occupied tribal identities in the region, and they came to conflict in the period of Muhammad. Now, what I think is more significant for our purposes is to understand how these conflicts will.
All right, we'll see if that works. Then we'll do the pros. I don't know if those are open yet. I don't think so. But dude, look how big my fucking. Look at all these fantasy teams. I'm a king of fantasies, girls. Alright, I'm a king of fantasy, girls. Alright, are you done? Are you done? Are you done? You're fine.
The establishment of a formal relationship between Jews and Muslims in the era.
Alright, so we've got colleges.
Generally thought to be quite an early document and quite authentic. There are internal references.
You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
That have been analyzed to suggest that it actually does come from the period of Muhammad's early activity. Now, what exactly does it do? According to Dr. Moshe Gill, who is one of the well-known historians of this period, it basically demotes the Jews to a relationship of subservience to the Muslims as a people, specifically with the goal of removing their ability to negotiate independent alliances with other tribes. In other words, just like Muhammad had to go through a period of
Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in
What is Boot Hill Resort?
Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Uncle Joey, as soon as 5 o'clock hits, you're ready to unwind, right? You turn your brain off for a while and start your journey to the moon within the cloud. Listen, get yourself some legal, vegan, lab-tested hemp-derived THC products and get ready for a great time. Listen, I love these products, especially the Vampire. In the Cloud is available at different THC levels, so you're never getting a surprise high. And remember what I'm telling you, if you gotta be 21 over. Now's your chance to float above the stress, because In the Cloud is giving new customers 25% off their first order plus free shipping. I said it. That's right.
25% off their first order plus free shipping. Just press the code CHURCH, CHURCH at inthecloud.co or click the link in the show notes. That's inthecloud.co, inthecloud.co. Use code CHURCH for free shipping plus 25% off your first order. When you order, fill out that quick little survey, and it supports the show and keeps In the Cloud sending you the good stuff. So go ahead, grab a gummy, and vibe out with In the Cloud. I just did. We're back, Jack. Uncle Joey with my girl here. What's your name?
Lorraine Bracco.
No. It's I'm too high.
Catherine Narducci,
I
motherfucker.
know, the fucking edible hit me. What's happening, beautiful? What's going on? I haven't seen you in years. Oh my God. What's up, beautiful?
Holy shit.
Thank you for coming over.
Thank you.
I know it's a long hike over on the ferry.
I was like Barbara Streisand in Funny Girl. Don't rain on my parade. I wanted to sing on the tip of the ship.
You can sing now. I love you. Everything is beautiful. Everything is warm.
Location that Jews have.
There's your new career. Broadway. Musical.
I want to go into the city.
Joey the Musical.
Joey the Musical. That's next.
I like that. That sounds catchy.
Yeah. I would like to see the musical. What are we going to sing about? That's the fucking problem.
Just sing your life out.
Sing your life out.
Sing your life out.
Spanish songs, Italian
I love it.
That would be fucking.
Tell your story singing.
Oh,
You know they say tell your story walking.
Yeah.
Tell your story singing.
Listen, I can't walk and talk at the same time.
Can you tell me?
If I'm walking, I'm focusing on walking.
Do me a favor. I'm going to give you one acting challenge. Can I? I want you to sing the story about somebody walking on the bus. And right across the middle, and watches you go. Sing that story.
There's no song to sing that shit. And he grew up with it. And he was like, what you had was food.
We're not trying to make it be the bus.
Oh my God. No, he told me the price. And I'm like, this sounds like a commercial. This is Applebee's. I watch TV at like 12 noon. I watch New Jersey weather. And fucking this is the commercial. They play Applebee's.
You see?
Although it doesn't seem to.
See, you heard me play before my spiel. I'm very fucking serious about it.
Yeah.
So when I was in California, you ask him how hard I worked right because we're fucking East Coast people. We don't need to be reminded of what we can and can't eat from our childhood. We're not gonna eat shit just to hang out with people. Like I refuse that. Shit.
Yeah.
Like if you call me and go, hey, we really want to invite you to Tabory, like across from where?
Regulations and also
up the block from Church's Chicken, well not Church's. The one in LA with the fucking waffle.
Oh, with the waffle house. Wasco.
Just across the street has a studio. A couple blocks from there. Gower Studios. Gower Studios. I was supposed to go there for a table read and shit. They're like, we're gonna take you to lunch first at the Hindu restaurant across the street, and I can't smell curry. And I told them I can't smell curry, I get sick. They're like, nah, we're gonna have it, it's gonna be great. Like, well, I'm not going in there because I'm gonna get sick from the curry. I'm telling you, I cannot smell the pungent curry. I don't mind all the other stuff. It's the curry.
Yeah, it's a strong smell.
And I wouldn't go in there. I didn't get the role because I wouldn't go. I didn't give a fuck. I don't eat curry. Papa don't eat curry. I don't want to smell it either. It makes me sick. My cheeks get red. I'm like, kids are allergic to fucking peanuts. I'm allergic to curry.
He also refuses to go to Thai restaurants.
Yeah.
One had both in it.
Yeah. No, because I had a friend with a wife that was Thai, and she didn't do the dishes. And the kitchen was always dirty, and she had those fruit flies in the kitchen. So if you're a woman and you like fruit flies in your kitchen, you have fruit flies in your ass. I don't know what the business is.
And this is why he doesn't eat pad thai. Except he breaks his own rules. See, that's what gets me.
I love pad thai. I love pad thai.
But I get it. I'm a Japanese place across my house.
That doesn't even make
That's not
sense.
that good either. You know what I'm saying?
I was talking about LA where you like to
The
go.
best pad thai is toy. But I won't go with toy because they make you take your shoes off. Listen, I know what my street smell like.
I've never been to Toy.
Toy is right on Schrader down the block from the guitar center.
Wait,
It is the best.
T-O-I. T-O-I, Toy. Not T-O-Y. Toy.
I don't know. What am I spelling? Be careful. I'm Chinese now. I don't know this shit. Toy. T-O-I.
Toy.
Toy.
Okay. I need to know one thing. Can I ask you a question? What is the ether?
What you and I were just discussing.
What is ether?
Ether, or in common terms, ether is a chemical that they wash cocaine with. In the 80s, we had so many problems. In the 80s, they were using so much ether to clean cocaine. That's why by 87, 88, cocaine started smelling funny because they started taking the ether out and using turpentine and all that shit instead. But it's better with ether. It cleanses the cocaine that gives it that smell. You can get ether. Ether is not what they give you the dentist office. Yeah, they use that.
I know that. When you use it in terms of the story.
Ether is a thing that.
So you use it in your stand-up.
Okay, let's say you go buy a car. And you want a 2020 whatever, and it's $80,000. But you run into a motherfucking salesman like me, and we start talking, and I go, listen, I have the same car on the lot, $40,000, blah, blah, blah. Now you start, like, getting into your ether, you could save 40. Now you're thinking about all the things you can do with the 40.
Wait, hold on, stop right there. What is that ether? What do you mean?
Hold on, ether is your mind playing tricks on you. Now it's just telling you, oh, yeah. I can cheat on my husband. I can fucking go to a Coldplay concert. I can afford $40,000 that my husband didn't know. Whatever. I don't know what your motivation is. But you were worried more about that 40 G's than you bought fucking lemon. You got so caught up in the money that you didn't look under the fucking hood. You bought a lemon. And it's ether is when you start believing something. A lie. And we all been in that situation.
Oh, okay. I get it.
When I was a kid, my mother had a valley when she died. And by the time 2 years later, our valley was 20 times the amount. I was going to get that. Yeah, I wasn't going to get anything. It was under the ether. Not to mention cocaine, oils, and all the other fucking things that fucking distort your mind. That's what I'm saying. It's called ether. When you, it's like when you look at a guy that comes out of prison for 10 years and you're going to hook up with him. I'm going to change him. He's such a sweetheart. He called me when I get home. Yeah, every guy calls you when you get home. The first month. How'd you get home? Did you get home safely? How's your mother? Yeah, we all can.
Yeah.
Everybody's a sweetheart at the beginning.
That's right.
And then you have these women that come back with a black eye and a busted nose. Oh, he's both sweet. He's rehabilitated. What fucking? Because maybe he's got an 18-inch dick they put through your ass that comes out of your fucking ears. I don't know. I don't fucking know these things, but I do know that there's ether. You ever watch those shows where the black guy gets out of prison and he's a fat little blonde chick from Louisiana or something? They have that show on one of those with the midgets. They have a show with the midgets. They have a channel that's dedicated to all this. TLC. Okay, there's a show that women hook up with guys locked up. And you have your expectations, and you're like, I remember coming out of prison myself and sitting with my wife, at the time my girlfriend, in the front seat, and just blabbing off how Christ took my life, and all I'm thinking about is a grandma blowing in her ass. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to college, I'm going to be a doctor, I'm going to fucking speak at universities, I'm going to do this.
How old were you on festival?
But you know what I'm saying? Like this ether that we all think is real. Ether is another word for us wanting to believe something's going to happen.
Yeah.
Look, if I get a kill Tony and do my 1 minute, the world will get to see me. Then I can get on the fucking Tonight Show. Or HBO can give me a deal. That's ether.
It's almost like you're delusional.
Exactly. like what? Well, you've only been doing comedy for a year and a half.
But the crazy thing is, it's not like these things do happen. People do get on film tour. People do get discovered in LA and like
They do have.
so like it fucks with you. Like it does. Like you think it's, you think it's a possibility, and it is a possibility, but it's. I just had the ether happen to me with the car. Like I did like sometimes like you always talk about like doing too much research or like thinking too much, but so I did all this research on a car. I loved it until I got it. Now I was like, there's 8 things I hate about it. I did too much with it. So it's weird how you don't snap. But you were saying you snapped out of it, like you were able to snap out of it.
Well, no, you blow so much smoke up your ass so long. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I blew so much smoke up my own ass for so long that now I know how not to blow that smoke up my ass.
I'd like to now turn to.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Ether is a chemical, but it's a state that we go into when we want something to work in our lives, and we'll push everything else out, even though it's pointless. And it's not something that you're being positive about. This can be like this is like the motherfucker that comes up to you and says, if I grow a pound of weed with your name on it, okay, there's sponsors that'll come on the show. And after 2 times, they'll go, nothing happened. And I'll go, what did you want to happen? And then they'll go, well, if we don't get a sale by this week, we want you to do 2 ads for free. And I go, that's not how it works. That's not how this works. See, people want to believe that one time doing something is going to work. And I tell them, yeah, you can put an ad here, but I also want you to put an ad on CNN. It's cheap. Midnight after midnight is cheap. You need to do print. You need to do social media ads. And after people see your name in different situations, one day they'll say, you know what, I'll give it the one night. You know, it's not just fucking you. You know how many people have contacted me and put their juice or their coconut oil or their fucking seed moss on Joe Rogan's podcast? And I'm saying, oh, listen, it's not like that. And they'll go, well, you don't understand. I have a kid who's got leukemia. I can't help you. I can't help you. Like, people come at you like that. Like, I have an aunt. She's got one eye. She needs surgery. It's $400,000. If you get this on Rogan, it'll save me.
Then there is a fascinating story.
I won't even enable you. If you tell me that, I'm not going to enable you. I'm not going to go, okay, I'll get you on Rogan, which you'll never go for it anyway. But there's people that actually believe that. They're at home right now. Look at the Liver King. He wanted to go on Rogan so bad. He went to Austin, shit in a hotel, and he got arrested. You know, people just have, come on, Kathy, how many people come up to you with movie scripts? And they go, if you could go every day. If you could
My DM is filled with them.
And what are they telling you that they'll be made? They think that this one movie, and they'll be Quentin Tarantino.
I kind of feel bad when I get DMs.
So do I. How do you think
I know this person put so much into it, and they don't know. They're still so green. They think if they get me attached, or like, can you give it to this person? It just don't work like that. Like, you don't just go in front of the whole line. Like, this took years to get where I am. It took years for me to get whatever I have. You don't just DM somebody, think the script's gonna land on my lap, and overnight, it's gonna be an overnight success because now I have your script and I'm gonna hand it to somebody. But hand it to somebody and it's gonna make your dreams come true. It doesn't work like that at all. I just feel bad when people put so much into, one person, me, you, whoever else they're DMing. And I understand where they're coming from, so I have empathy that I know, like, this person doesn't really get it, and he doesn't understand how it works and how you really go through a real process of pitching your script to real producers. You don't just DM an actor. I'm just an actor. I'm trying to get a movie too. I'm trying to work myself. Like, just because I know people, I'm not going to take your script. I don't even know you. You're a stranger DMing me and hand it to one of my friends. If I'm going to hand my friends one of my scripts, it's going to be something that I need from my script that I wrote. And I'm gonna use that favor for myself, which I don't even ask people for favors ever. I'm very uncomfortable with it. And now the stranger that I never met is like, Miss Narducci, will you read my script? And it doesn't work like that. But I understand you, and more props to you. Go after your dreams. Do whatever you gotta do. Knock on every door. Break down every door. Try to get your thing out there. Try to, I get people like, can you put a word for me on, Godfather Harlem or when I was on Sopranos or any show that I was on or any movie where you tell them I'll be an extra or this or that. Like, it doesn't really work like that. And I feel bad for these people who DM because I want to help everybody. But if I helped everybody, what they don't know is behind you, I have 50,000 other DMs with people asking the same thing as you. And I want you all to win, but this is not how it works. It could though, so never stop doing what you might think is impossible. Always do it, but the odds are not really in your favor of working that way. The shortcut. DM this person, boom, get the hit, it's gonna work, everything is gonna work out. It doesn't really work like that. I want it to work like that. For me, something like that kind of worked with me. I walked off the street, open audition, got a Bronx Tale, and it did work like that. So that's why I have empathy for these people that are trying like the one shot. If I just do it, DM people, however they're doing it. It might work. Maybe somebody will answer you and will get it to somebody. So don't stop whoever you are. Keep doing what you're doing if that's the way you want to do it. Most likely it won't work that way. You gotta go through the proper channels, and I think you have more of a shot working it that way, going through.
And I have empathy also. That's what you have to look at it. They go, I'm pathetic also. But here's where it doesn't get good. I've helped those people. I've been one of those guys that says, let me see what I can do. And I've got it.
I've done it too.
And then it doesn't turn into one favor. It turned into two or three. So I went from my watch, borrowing my watch for the day, and now you're going for my whole lawn.
Well, that's right.
People don't know when to stop. That's one thing.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, I look at the reasoning they're coming at me with. And like I said to you guys, I've had people contact me and say, I need this. My daughter's got leukemia. They know I have a daughter. So they hit me that way. Okay, they hit me with weird stuff.
Well, that's called a guilt punch.
This weed shit, this weed business shit, those are the biggest maggots in the world. They're the biggest maggots in the world. The weed business, the way they leech onto you, they're the biggest fucking maggots in the world. And that's why I don't mess with them. I've cut them all off. You can't even get one of those motherfuckers on the block. Because next thing you know, you're a spokesman for their company. And you can't go. You got to be very careful. And you try to walk the earth as a Christian kung fu, helping people out. But people don't know when when no is no. People don't know when
you reach your limit.
There's nothing I can do for you. I wish I could help you. But you're right. I get before anything happens in my world, I got 20 people I love and cheer for. Before I donate to the Red Cross or fucking this guy, I got 20 family members. You know what I'm saying? You think I'm gonna give 200,000 to some art gallery to have a party and drink wine? But my fucking people are starving. My people ain't doing shit. No, I'm not doing it. That's what most people do. They want to save the world, but not the people in front of their fucking eyes. Okay? I'm one of those guys. So you want me to do this for you? Meanwhile, I got people.
But he wrote about childhood memories of associations with Jewish practices because of his presumed tribal affiliation with an original Israelite origin. The accuracy of these claims to Semitic or Israelite origins, of course, is really all over the board. Some are quite significant. The Lepa tribe has, for example, demonstrated through DNA studies that there is definitely a linkage with Semitic people living in the Middle East. But in other cases, it's purely fanciful and to serve primarily to bolster claims of superiority of one people over another for whatever reason you might have at the time. Now, one last comment before we look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which will give us a first look at the real Jewish history in Africa. We should understand that there are many different populations that use the words black or Hebrew or Israelite or Jew or African in many different contexts. So let me just clarify that in this particular series of lectures, right now I'm really focusing on the distant historical experience of Jews in Africa, and specifically we're going to look at the Jews of Ethiopia in the next lecture. But I am not speaking about many other peoples who claim similar origins, especially when they're living here in the United States of America. It's an entirely different phenomenon that is definitely deserving of study, but not necessarily historically linked to the populations that I'm going to discuss here. There are movements in America that call themselves Black Hebrews or Black Israelites because they identify with the ancient Hebrews or Israelites, sometimes with a bit of animus to people who identify as Jews who do not necessarily have African origins. There seems to be a certain amount of hostility to Caucasian Jews, for example, with the claim that somehow Caucasian Jews have supplanted the true identity or true racial features of Jews by portraying themselves as Jews, whereas the real Jews would have been of a darker skin hue. I am not going to evaluate those claims in this particular lecture. We may come back to it in the future later, but right now we're just going to focus on the Jews of Africa. It's also important to note that there are many Jews who are of African origin for whatever reasons, including conversion. There are some tremendous individuals who have converted to Judaism because it is effectively colorblind. The state of one's skin color does not have a reflection or bearing on their candidacy for conversion to Judaism, although it is less common. But they and their children remain Jewish, and we have significant populations of Jews of color throughout the world. Okay, enough background information. Let's have a closer look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which I find absolutely fascinating. Thank you for watching this brief introduction.
At least 18 people in Ukraine have been killed in the major Russian air attack on Kyiv. Dozens more people were hurt in the early morning attack. ABC Sky Davies says Russia fired hundreds of drones and missiles, most of them hitting targets.
President Zelensky is saying these burning missile attacks were put they are responsible around the world for ceasefire. A total of almost 600 drones and 30 missiles were fired by Russia across Ukraine.
Zelensky says Russia is choosing to continue the killings over ending the war. And Michael Jackson's oldest son is engaged.
The Jews of Ethiopia are absolutely fascinating, and I really enjoyed doing the research for this particular video because so many of the norms that I'm used to by studying the history of the Jews in the Middle East or in Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new to me. I was also surprised by how much of it was actually very similar. I said, well, of course this is Jewish history, even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment. A lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic and Ashkenazi lands experienced. I'm going to speak in this video only about the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly enough for this lecture, but I have to set aside the remarkable events of the 20th century for a much later lecture when we look at the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia as they finally returned to the land of Israel. It's really an amazing story, but I'm going to have to leave that chapter of it until quite a bit later. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia and specifically their discovery. The term discovery in itself is something of a colonial term because, after all, the Jews of Ethiopia didn't need to be discovered, they simply existed. But they were discovered by the Europeans. So the most important figure in bringing the attention of a Jewish population in Ethiopia to the minds of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James Bruce, this 18th century explorer, who wrote this remarkable book, Travels to Discover the Source of the Nile. And on several trips, he actually went and he encountered the Ethiopian Jews, and he wrote about them in quite a fascinating way. And he really drew the attention of much of Europe to this unusual Jewish population. But by the time the Jews came on the scene, Jews had known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. Just to give you a few examples of the earlier references to them. There is a remarkable story of Eldad the Ghana, who was a mysterious character who appeared in the 9th century and claims to be associated with a Jewish kingdom that some authors have identified with Ethiopia. It's, however, difficult to ascertain because there's evidence that he was a bit of a charlatan, and much of the stories that he recorded is collection of bad historians. More likely, he actually came from the region of Arabia, and much of the events that he described and the conditions that he described really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians rely on, but others regard as suspect. Then we have Benjamin of Tudela, much more reliable source, a famous Jewish traveler who made his way through much of the Jewish world, and he recorded in significant detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself. He merely recorded what he had heard from others, and so there is some question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there is significant reference to it. Rav Ovadia of Bartanura, also known as Bartanura, or simply Rav, very important commentator on the Mishnah, writes about the appearance of African Jews, dark-skinned Nubian Jews, showing up in slave markets and needing to be redeemed by the Jewish community. Much more interesting kind of reliable source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David and Abi Zimra, known as the Radbaz, an abbreviation of his name, in the 16th century. He was the preeminent rabbi of North Africa, who was very active in Cairo in particular, and he dealt with specific cases regarding these people from Ethiopia, and he absolutely confirmed that they were Jews from the tribe of Dan. In particular, he dealt with the question of whether a slave woman coming from this region, Jewish,
eating, taking shit, fucking whatever,
guys who are out of slavery, and then
I get requests from things. I get people asking me to ask Joe Rogan for UFC tickets. Oh, I'm tickets. You don't even know the man.
Yeah, I get people asking me to get De Niro. That's the biggest request. Could you give this to De Niro? My father was in the mafia, and they think he's really in the mafia. I'm like, look, I was married to him in a movie. He's not really my husband. I can't ask for favors like that. It was fake. I'm not really, but I do like you. I help where I can help. But people that I know, or sometimes a stranger. One stranger will hit it right, say it right, do it in a way right, where they're not trying to not do it right. They're just being them, and I see it's coming from a raw, honest place. And they're like, Ms. Nazuchi, if there's anything, I'll be in action, this, that. And I'll go look at their page, and I'll look at their face, and I'll look at their eyes, and I'll go, I like this guy. I'm going to help this one. And I'll go to casting if I'm on a show, and I'll be like, if there's any extra stuff, get this guy. And I'll help my friends if I can help. Even acquaintances. Most of my friends are on their own, and they're doing their own thing. They don't really need my help, but like some acquaintances that want to be like, get me a little role, an extra job, I have no problem with that. If I'm on a show, you do have a connection with casting. That's somewhere where you do have a little, not pull, but a real connection where they may listen to you. You can help them with some extras. And I can do that. I'll do that. I'll help people. Or my friends that are actors, like, certainly you're a great actor. Like, I'll be like, he should be on Godfather. What are you kidding? Or like, whatever I do, I always mention my friends But the people will just DM and send me a whole script. They expect you to be, you're so busy, you got so much shit on your own.
Motherfuckers are the ones when you're eating dinner, or you're at a bar talking to somebody you haven't seen in 10 years, and they come up to you, excuse me, and I don't mind, excuse me, nice to meet you, I take a picture. But it's the motherfuckers that have 3 drinks in 2 to 5 alcohol. That's a complete different animal. Now they just want to sit next to you and stand there and ask you creepy questions. I'm telling fucking Catherine Narducci my life story. I don't need your opinion, but they don't understand that. And if you say something to them, they get offended. They want to talk business at 11 o'clock when you're on 3 mushrooms, smoke 18 joints, and you're fucking high. And it's like, guy, it never, like people, we talked last week about, I learned something from acting, and I took it for the rest of my life. The moment before,
it's so important.
But then, when some guy runs down the street and says, Catherine, fuck you, I hate to get The Sopranos, and it's 8:30 in the morning. You have 2 things. You can look at him and go, fuck your mother, and lower yourself, and you keep walking and go, what happened to him at 8:05?
It appears that they
what happened to him with his weight by his neck? What happened to him the moment before? Because if you go at him when he comes back with a knife and stabs you, you think people on road rage. When you get beat up in a fucking car, you don't know what that guy was the moment before. It's so very important.
It's so important.
So, I'm sitting there talking to Catherine, not doing shit at the bar. I was 3 drinks with him. This idiot comes over, this guy, a big pussy. And they my mother just died. And they just cry. They don't know what the moment before. So when you walk over there, be very cautious. And that's something you learn in your home. That's not something you learn at night. You learn that in your home. Your mother taught you that shit. Approach him, say hello, and keep fucking walking. He's still people feel like they know you. And listen, these are all the things of why we got into our business. These are all the opposite. Like, I watched Ole Ole. Did you ever see Ole Ole? The Rolling Stones in South America. Mick Jagger walks by himself. Mick Jagger loves to fuck with people. So, I remember a year ago, he went to Nashville and sat at a bar. He's thinking of that shit. And they asked him, they said,
Bill Murray does that too.
Aren't you scared that people in the bar? And Mick Jagger goes, it's part of the gig, man. It's really part of the gig. That's all part of the gig. I love people. It's the people that come up to you expecting something. I told the joke on stage, I go to a strip club from my house. Once or twice I go in there, I eat some mushrooms.
This is true?
I go in there, that's like, there's nothing better to see. They have TVs, the music is good, the DJ is hilarious. Because he curses and stuff. He's like, get this big ass bitch up upstairs. All that type of shit.
So you're just strolling, dipping in and out, get a muse going.
I won't even get a lap dance.
You're just going in, you get the dip in and out, little muse go home.
Every time I go in there,
wrap it up.
The second night I went in there was great. The second night, 3 kids come over to me all creepy. No, this is strip club. Look at your best. They still got the hat on from the farm. 3 fucking dudes in boxes, like they said. Anywhere else in Brooklyn, they're all farmers. These guys were farmers. They had a bathe. It's Friday. They went right from work out there. And they come over and you do what it is. We're in a strip club. Dancing titties, Russian chick up there shaking her tits, look like a bull. You do what it is. Yeah, American Rogers. Hey, you really know Joe Rogan? They're 25 years old. Then they start because they really help me every day. Does he really go with a tub? And I go, yeah. But the whole time I'm thinking, this is society. It's like that guy you bumped into with the big ass that's in a load.
Oh, God.
He has no testosterone. Why would the 25-year-old talk to a fat fuck fella, old fuck, about another old fuck that lives in Texas that eats elk? There's pussy everywhere. There's bitches everywhere. When you have to talk to me about Joe Rogan, and does he eat elk on a Friday fucking night? Then you want to ask me what's wrong with fucking Whether you like it or not, it's still pussy. You can smell it in the fucking air, and you want to talk about Joe Rogan.
What do you do in that case?
I put my feet down, I get in the car, and I go home and smoke 15 joints and pray for society. Pray that the Jews, the Israeli don't get them. Pray that Israel don't get them. What do you do?
The whole tradition
What the fuck do you do?
It's
I'm not sure what I do. First off, I'm 62. I can't hear you. If there's music on,
No, me either.
you want to come walk, you're going to be great in the face.
Yeah.
Because I'm just going to go crazy. Yeah, and then look over.
Sort of a break off
Keep
from
talking
the
after that, because I'm looking at bitches.
that tries to
I didn't come here
rely
to talk to fucking anybody. Okay? I look at naked women. I'm 62 years old. I've earned that right.
Yeah.
I'm not in a park with a long jacket, a rain jacket on.
You're not even getting a lap dance. You're allowed to sit there and look.
I don't want to laugh there. That's still embarrassing too.
Yeah.
Then you come in your pants and you squeak out of it. In my I got to squeak out of it. But then I got an itchy nut and red skin for a month because I didn't want to dry patch it. Because no, I'm too old for that shit here.
Man, this is a lot of information.
You know how we do it here, Catherine.
Oh, man. So, I want to ask you a question now. You sent me a funny photo because you like the movie The Ultralights. And you sent me a photo. I love that you sent me the photo of your house, of your TV, in your... Where was that? In your basement. And it was, I think it was it me on the screen?
Yeah.
In The Ultralights. I want to ask you, what is it what do you think it is that you like about that movie? What is it that you like about it?
Well, let's get back to basics. I've always liked you. So I loved you in Bronx Tale. Then you popped up in fucking The Sopranos, and you were really good at that. I really enjoyed it. There's no, I mean, I enjoy. I'm the type of guy, if I know you, I'm kind of cheer for you.
Right.
For the movie, like when you're in the movie, I'm cheering for you. I'm watching the movie. I loved you in the other fucking movie.
The Irishman?
Which one?
Irishman?
Yeah, when you took Joe Pesci's clothes off. I love that scene. You know, you took his clothes off. He said, take off your shoes.
Yeah, the bloody clothes.
I love when you came down. How you look. But this movie, there was something different about you. This movie was you. You know, Aerosmith is Aerosmith. Guns N' Roses is Aerosmith on steroids. This was Catherine Narducci on steroids. This was all your years' work. Because you've always been funny, just being you. Arthur, they told you not to shoot the fucking gun off in the city limits, you know. You always gotta say fucking something, you know. But this movie, you were extremely funny. Your character really played out in your beauty. It was such a... I was disappointed when that movie came out. I read for them. And I was very I wasn't disappointed in it. I'm not one of those guys.
Can I ask you what you read for?
Everybody read the comic book, and then they cast you from Tony Bennett. And the scene I read for, they broke it up into 5 guys. Fucking brilliant. That's how, we can talk for hours about that.
Wow.
The scene when he's yelling at the TV, Vito,
yeah.
And they go, about Columbo, he let off whatever the dude jumped the 6-story with a 5-foot blanket and all that shit.
Yeah.
That was all in character. They broke it into 5 different bosses, talking about how Columbo put that guy in command, and the guy they shot in the barbershop.
Oh, Michael Respoli's character, Joe,
Maranzano, whatever his name is.
yeah.
Maserano, whatever.
I'm so mad I don't know.
But
Can't think of
the
it right
fucking court scene, you were fucking brilliant. He spends all his money on the boutons. It was very reminiscent of the scene when Christopher gets when you all go to his house.
The intervention.
The intervention, it became a circus. That court thing became a circus, and then you even say it. You see, this has become a circus. But the beauty about that, you're a clown. You spend all your money with the boutons. Ask him, he gives all his money to the boutons. I'm a broke man. He's there fighting. He was
good in that.
I haven't made $1 in years. You know, I'm an old man. I live on Social Security.
Yeah.
You're like, bags of money come to his house. But the beauty about that whole scene and how it was written. And at the end, you come back and you go, and you're on, no idea what the fucking dumbest thing in the world is. I still fucking love him. He asked me to take me back and take him back to the
Dysfunctional.
That's a beautiful fucking scene.
That's funny.
And no, the scene was written like that. I know you were provided. I know you told you to do what you do. But that scene, like, no matter what happened, I still love him. You sold that. You really sold it.
Thank you.
How he tortured you. You know, with money when he comes in to get the fucking money from the register.
Oh, yeah.
And Tony's there.
And I jump over the bar.
It's just, I enjoyed that movie. When that movie came out, I was really depressed. Like, it had been out. So they were well, that movie didn't come out yet. And they're like, yes, it did. It's in the fucking movie theaters. I go, no, it's not. And I went online. I'm like, oh my God, it's in the movie theaters. I didn't know nothing.
Wow.
To the release date. I didn't see an ad. I didn't see it on the internet.
Yeah, they didn't really publicize it too much.
The problem is, when you have such a big budget for a film like that, there's a lot of you put on an Amazon film late at night that you've never seen or never heard of.
I don't have Amazon.
Wait, 5 out of 10 of them are.
Okay.
Like, I just watched one about D'Onofrio. He's a mob boss in Brooklyn, and he goes and he gets hit in the head. He goes into a tree.
Oh, shit.
Oh my God. It's horrible, but funny.
Vincent D'Onofrio?
Yeah. He's a mob boss, and now he gets hit in the head. He gets his old men go to shoot him. He jumps into a lake. They think he's dead, and he shows up on a tree.
What do you mean, a tree house?
In a tree house, because they're going to tear down the forest. So he wants to sit in the tree house. So he's a mob boss. They're all coming to him. Oh, please, Vito, come down.
In a tree house.
In a fucking tree house.
Oh my
It's
God.
a cute movie, but then there's like another one. There's like 20 Italian movies on there that all should be banned.
Are you in Greenland?
No, and then.
Not even just taken off, just banned.
What's that?
They should be banned.
These movies are just never made. But there's a movie on Amazon. Let me tell you the cast.
And several courts, they went through the motions. They actually
Oh, you're talking about
It's Forrest Whitaker. It's Ray Liotta. It's fucking Justin Timberlake's wife.
Jessica Biel.
Fucking gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
I mean, it's an all-star lineup. The English kid from the movie with fucking Angelina Jolie. I mean, great names. Movie was shot in toy. Movie was shot in toy, but I have a friend that was the hot dog man in that movie. It's a movie where Ray Liotta comes out of prison, and he goes to see his daughter. It's Jessica Biel, but he can't tell her. And Jessica kind of hits on him. And now he's caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's going to die.
Wait a minute, his daughter's hitting on him?
She doesn't know it's his father.
Oh, that's
He goes to the strip club.
Wait, how is this movie, though?
It's a good movie. It's very interesting.
Wow.
Oh, shit. You know who plays a strip club owner? Roadhouse, the dude that died of cancer. With a fucking wig on like Walter McDonald.
Whoa!
What's the guy that died of cancer from Roadhouse?
Oh, Patrick Swayze!
It's an all-star fucking lineup. But I have a buddy who plays a hot dog man in the scene with Forrest Whitaker. One of Gabriel Iglesias' buddy.
Shit!
So I bumped into him and I go, bro, good dude too. I forget he's on a commercial now too. I go, bro, I saw you in that movie. You were fucking great. I go, why didn't that movie ever get released? And he goes, they put so much money into the actors and the locations and shit that they ran out of money for the advertising.
Wow.
And he goes, it happens a lot.
What's the name of the movie?
IMDb, Blue something. IMDb,
Patrick Swayze who?
Just put Ray Liotta's IMDb.
Yeah, I gotta know. We gotta know now.
No, this movie is fucking wild. And like, they shot it all on Gardner. They shot it where I live. They shot
yeah.
So the end of Gardner has a floral shop. And that they just closed that during the pandemic. Because that's where fucking Powder Blue.
Powder Blue.
Who's in the movie? Tell them the cast.
Yeah, give us the cast.
Ed Redmayne, Forrest Whitaker, Ray Liotta, or Los Angeles.
I thought Vincent D'Onofrio was
Let us know.
No, that's the guy.
The Roadhouse.
No, Forrest Whitaker. Godfather. That's
Oh, wait, what was Vincent D'Onofrio in? Oh, wait, he lived in the treehouse. What was that movie? Shit. Would this movie have to be long? Oh, Patrick Swayze's dead. Oh.
Armando Cosillo. That's my brother. He's in that movie. He plays a hot dog man. Yes, he fucking told me was they ran out of budget. They ran out of advertising.
Wow.
So that's what I thought happened with Alpha Nights. But I still wanted to see it at the time. I couldn't take my daughter. I take my daughter to the movie.
That's right.
So all this shit finally came on TV.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I fucking liked it. I loved you. I loved Deborah Messing. I loved
De Niro. Did you like him?
As Vito, I mean, it was solid De Niro too. But as Vito, oh my,
he was so good.
Oh my,
so good.
A couple of white guys in that movie was fucking great.
Yeah.
Tony Bender. I didn't like the way they were.
Tony Bender passed away. Yeah, before it came out.
I really
love that guy.
I didn't like Vito. The guy that played, no, Vincent. The guy that played Vincent. What Vincent plays in Godfather of all. The guy that was the boss.
Oh, the Chin.
The Chin. I didn't like the Chin. They made him look like a retard. The Chin wasn't a retard. He just shot the guy by mistake. He didn't shoot him right. Instead of shooting 3 or 4 times, he shot him and ran away. But that guy didn't go on to fucking lead a crime family being a retard. He ended up playing a retard later in his life. But it was also a scam. He was that brilliant.
Right.
You know, so
that's
the only guy I didn't like in that movie. How they played him. Everything else was solid. I like the name of the club, the social club with the Alto Knights.
Yeah,
I like how Columbo was very politically fucking. That's what a gangster was. You know, they got to be in politics, rocking it. And I liked all that. You were great, man.
I thought the movie was so good. I thought De Niro was on his game. I loved everybody in it. I loved the whole cast, and I loved Tony Bender. I thought he was so authentic and real, and his acting was honest. He was so chill, that guy, always just like himself. And that's the key to acting. You have to bring yourself. You have to. And I love what you said about acting. That's the key too. The moment before. It's like it's so important. The moment before. And what do you want from a scene? Also, it's like, how do I want you to feel when I walk in this room? How do I want you to feel? What's my objective? I want to be a good guest on this show. That's my objective today, right? I want it to be a good show. So try to find what would I do to do that? Good subjects to talk about, make it interesting, but be natural and organic. That's my objective. I just want people to like the show. I hope people like this show and find it interesting. And how do we do that? We just come up with good subjects that we want to connect with people who are watching it. So, you know, if we were filming this as a movie, it would be the same thing. What's your objective in the scene when you're filming the podcast scene? Oh, I just want to be a good guest in the scene. Right? It's so simple. Keep it all simple. Keep everything simple. And the moments before are great. It's a great thing. I'm glad you learned that. Yeah, that's so great.
And I learned that was a $35 a month acting class. His name was Frank, some Italian guy from Brooklyn.
Wow.
And he taught on Monday nights, and I started with him. Frank Perna or something like that. And I started with him because he was close to the house. He was cheap. But the only thing I didn't like was Monday nights. And Monday nights was the hot comedy night in LA. So I had to go to class, do a scene, and then leave. I didn't like doing it.
Yeah.
The guy was such a good teacher. I didn't want to do that.
Right.
And then I went to a manager.
Oh my God, she's like the shit out.
She's the shit.
Did you learn from her?
Yes.
What's the biggest takeaway from her class? She makes everything about sex. Is it very?
This is what she does.
She doesn't make it. I take that back.
No.
She just, it's about, am I right? It's that a lot? Because I sat in on it.
Fucking watch Mary. Who's in that movie, the mayor, the female, that chick from Leo's wife in the fucking boat, the Titanic.
Oh, that's oh God, she's amazing. That's Kate.
Like that bitch has no bathroom. She'll show you a pussy.
She doesn't care how she looks. You know what my acting teacher used to say? This is gonna say what she is. My dad used to say, "Stop being a mirror." Not to me. If you were on stage and you were worried about your looks and what you were wearing, he'd say, "Stop being a fucking mirror actress. She's anything but that. She doesn't give a shit. She'll come out, no makeup, raw. She doesn't care what she
just was on the Titanic. I got them all coked up one night. I'm sick. I put HBO on, and all of a sudden it's her with a pussy out with Harvey Keitel drawing her, and I'm like, she just won a fucking tremendous Oscar, and she's on the late night. So one night I was thinking about this because I saw something else that pussy was out.
What?
How pussy's been out like 18.
What'd you say?
Little Monsters, something like that. Yeah. It's a movie. Fucking
with the pedophiles.
It's crazy that she doesn't care. I read an article where the producers called and she goes, leave that in. That scene where she fucked the guy in that, and the pussy was out. I mean, she's fucking nuts. That's what a violent takes a woman who's grown up in my house, let's say. Like if I had to like my daughter, I'm very like, there's that I give her some rope, but she knows the bottom fucking line. I'm a Cuban old school dad, so I don't want to fucking hear it.
You're strict.
I'm 12, she's 12. She's going into the jaws of life there with me. Her mother had it till she's 12 now. I mean, me and the mother have it, but now I gotta look at her a little more. I gotta watch her a little more. These are the ages where they need their dad. They break away from the mom a little bit, and you either have to go.
Yeah.
You gotta go. So, now you fuck off what I was gonna say.
Are you talking about how you, Kate? You said Kate.
So, when you get a girl like that moves to Hollywood and says, I'm never gonna show my titties. That's great. Until you walk into a Vanna's class. Vanna's like Mitzi Short. When you tell them what you don't want to do, that's the first thing they make you do. I told Vanna one day I don't like Vanna. $300 fucking times. Don't fucking put me in the scene to kiss a fucking girl.
And by the way,
next thing you know, you're kissing a girl.
Next thing you know, she gave me the role of Ernie. Ernest Borgnine in that movie where he plays the butcher and he falls in love with a pretty girl upstairs.
Marty.
That's the first scene I did. She made me kiss somebody. And dog, I had to go to the girl's house and rehearse with her. I would tell her that I don't want to do it.
Can I ask you something? You're so outspoken. You're so. I'm not going to say the word, the P this, the P that, the F this, F that. Try to get you to do like a little thing where you're kissing somebody. What do you shrivel up like a prune?
Yeah.
Let's say.
Why?
That's why.
So then I'm going to tell you what that's about, the psychology. It's all up front.
I'm a prude motherfucker.
No, that's all up front.
Listen, no, because I know for a fact. Listen, I'm 62 out there, the truth, okay?
Yeah.
I love strip clubs. And I'm a Cuban old school cokehead. I had to fight off the machismo all those years. But I got nothing wrong with Captain Narducci coming up here to the bar. They go, Captain, where you go, little lady? I got an 8-ball of coke. I'm gonna suck your fucking uterus out. Okay, and I want you to go. You're right. Let's get the fuck out of here. Is that how that would go? Now, God forbid. No. Now, God forbid. Captain Narducci said to me, hey, I got an 8-ball of coke. Let's go back to my house. Have a few cocktails.
Reverse it.
I'm done. I run like a pussy. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. And especially, it's the weirdest fucking thing. So when I go to a strip club, I don't mind me going to you. If I'm coked up and drunk. I haven't done coke in 18 years. So that side of my personality left. So now it's even more. But then I felt bad for the girl. I'm 300 pounds. Why would a pretty girl want to kiss me? That's forcing myself. Even for a fucking scene in a movie. When a girl has to kiss a man in a movie, the guy's at least a fucking 8. Okay? And she don't mind. He's an 8.
Okay.
I was a 4. I don't want to kiss a girl that's a fucking 10. That's 20 years younger than me. I'm 10 years
Could
younger.
I just say something?
Go ahead.
Do you love acting? You're an actor?
I love it.
Are you an actor?
I don't know.
Oh, I like that honest answer.
I don't know. It depends who I'm around. It depends who I'm with. It depends who I'm in a scene with. It depends who I'm working with. I don't know. I don't know. I can't do voices. I can't do fucking accents. I can't dance. I can't jump up and down. So I don't really know. I can look at your eyes. I can be sincere. I know all the principles of what I want to do because I stole the principles of acting and use it in my stand-up.
Heavy to carry around. Awkward to
So I was one of those dudes that understood acting.
Yeah.
All kinds of things.
Like I just told you about a movie I have no audition for.
Yeah.
Next evolution in information.
I go to New Mexico. They're paying scale.
They want you to play Italian, Mexican.
Right, but
What do they call the farm?
that's not the point. That's not the point.
At the border?
Right, smug or whatever, right? But the point is that the point is this, that
record, store,
it's a chance to have.
Something's kicking in over there.
Oh yeah, he's all
Holy shit!
He's all Zambona.
Can't get
It's
in.
his lucky night, so. There was a time when I was already on television. Remember, I booked a bunch of movies from sending tapes in. I do my own auditions. I get films in pre-production and get the script from the agent.
Do you feel in your heart? You feel in your heart of hearts, in your gut, the same way if I said to you, Joey, are you a comedian? Are you a comedian? Are you a good comedian?
Yes.
Do you understand comedy?
Yes.
Do you think you're a good comedian?
There's better comedians, but I'm good. I can hold my own in a room. Let's just say that. Okay? I can hold my own in a room.
Okay.
I'm not the best comic. I'm not the best writer. But energy and heart and enthusiasm always wins with me.
Okay.
It could be a minute joke. But the way I enthuse about it, it becomes bigger. It's smoke and mirrors.
Do you think that you were born to be a comedian?
Yes.
Anything else you think is better than comedy?
I love
Still today, you can still better than you could be a comedian?
That's not even my world anymore.
Okay, so
I couldn't be a burglar now. You know what I'm saying?
So
I can walk up a ladder. I can't go in through a mirror. I go through a TV. I go in through a fucking window. I'm going to be soft before this.
So stealing was survival. Comedy is for survival too, because comedy, I mean, I'm not a comedian, but I'm an actor, and I understand the art form of any a musician, a painter, a comedian, an actor.
Survival until I realized the stakes. I say that to you. The comedy was survival. I didn't want anybody to get a touch of me. I just got
我都講馬色跟子，馬色跟子，馬色放咁高嚟影我嘅，你一個放咁低你死咩？你隻手單住你做乜嘢啊？你隻手好靚咩？
Yo, what up? Nathan, what's going on, Pam?
So heavily associated with it.
Can you hear me, son? All right, well, that's cool.
When Lenny Bruce had been arrested a few
It
times,
also has some
so I felt in a good company. And then I read a Lenny Bruce book, and he broke it down. He looked at that hotel in Chelsea, and heroin, and he fucked the strippers, and he slept all day, and I'm like, I'm in. That's what I was going to do.
So you identified
Lenny Bruce would play in the jazz club, be a comedian at the strip club at night, and then going back to a hotel with no responsibility, no rent. You know, you pay rent, but it's not a big house. You have to pay HOA to mow your lawn. It's just a fucking room, a woman, and a fucking syringe.
So we're coming in, we are.
And you're writing comedy. What can be any better than that? But it didn't work out for me that way because I didn't want to do it. I wanted to do comedy. So what that meant to me was that you didn't want to be part of society. It was like joining Hell's Angels. It was like joining the mafia. I was a rebel because I had no choice. Because I couldn't get a job. And I'm one of those guys. Saying anything bad. But as much of a douchebag as he is, I'm not saying it. I'm saying from people's opinions. People don't like saying that move on, but I got no feelings. Sammy the Bull, nobody likes it. I understood why. But that motherfucker could run a CEO. He could be the CEO of any fucking company. And there's a lot of those gangsters that could have been CEOs of any one of those companies. I just repeated this years to leave these guys one day. I learned good things from bad people. Okay? No matter how bad they are, they have one good fucking trait. Maybe it's remembering something. Maybe it's mathematics. I mean, you know, what's the famous Jew? The fucking Maya Lansky, you know. These guys were all, he was a mastermind. He dropped out of school when he was 6. He was dyslexic and with a bum leg to boot. You know, it doesn't matter when you're fucking, well, I have an IQ of 180. Well, but if you send money to Africa, they million because your mother left you a will in Africa, what good is that 180? What good is if you go 10 for 10 on Jeopardy? I don't give a fuck about that. It's when you translate into the street. It's like functional fitness. Well, my kids, we do curls and squats. I still do squats, but it's more function now. I use bands and fucking, pulleys and whatever the fuck. So it's the same thing. You adjust. My point is, I have no idea because I took the same pills to sleep.
Well, here's my question is to you. Do you think you're a comedian? And were you born to be a comedian?
Yes.
Well, you were more born. I'm going to tell you something about you.
I'm going
to tell you something about you. Can I tell you something about you? To break it down a little bit from what I think. I think that
See something horrible happen in the world.
on top of the hard exterior and the cursing and the fucking motherfuckers and you savages and everything, I think that
Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, I'm really going to try to put this into terms for you. This is the most athletic motherfucker we've ever seen.
and gives this massive
If they were a fantasy draft, this motherfucker goes one.
honest, and he's connected to all these other hurt people who are hard, this macho kind of thing.
Oh, dude.
I
That's
think
that guy.
the
Hey,
connection
dude.
with you is
You don't have a mic.
you also,
You need to pray, my friend, for a
on
fucking
top of
mic.
that hard exterior, that wall, I do believe that the real connection is not that. I think that we see through that wall and see that there's a guy behind all that who is actually like this really good guy, this teddy bear who you're on stage being a comedian and you're good at it. These are all your survival skills, and it's also you connect with these broken people in a way through your comedy, it's kind of like what's the word I'm looking for when you do reverse psychology? You do sort of a reverse psychology where you're like, come on, you motherfuckers, and you're like, you're using that, but you're connecting in a way where you grab them because they understand. We understand what you're doing. You're good at what you're doing. Like you're making a connection with these people with that hard exterior. This guy is having a meltdown behind the scenes. He's having a meltdown. No, you really are. You're like this guy that really connects in a way that it's almost like it's sort of like a psychology thing that you do where you come up with the hard exterior, but you're also connecting with people and helping people in a way where it's like, show me you're helping me without showing me you're helping me through your confidence.
To answer your question from before, yeah, I feel like an actor at times. But the last 5 or 6 years I haven't, because an actor wants to get out there, whether they pay him $1, whether they pay him $10,000.
So does a comedian.
But the problem the last couple of years is the money is getting so bad. And they want you to do weird things, and I'm just saying, you know what, I'll pass. So that's why my hesitation. That's why I hesitated.
And he writes
That's why I hesitated answering your question.
Explaining a lot.
That's why I hesitated answering your question.
About the human actor.
Because
and he goes
I got off the plane, but I didn't want to do it.
Why?
It was in the heart of fucking July. It was a weekend in New Jersey, which I don't know about you. I don't think people want to play in New Jersey on the fucking weekend in July. Okay, but right away I don't want you to sound like I was negative off the bat about it. The real reason was the time. I like my time at home. I like my time with my daughter. I like being close to her. For the first 7 years I was always doing a podcast or doing something. And I was in her life, but not. And I saw the change when we moved here. Because women don't want to be loved. They want to feel secure. She doesn't need to hang out with me. She comes down 3 times a night with that. Are you okay? And then she'll take a water and get right back on the phone. But she comes down. And I can see that. So I like being around.
Yeah.
You know, like I like being around. Like when she got home from school, my parents went home when I got home from school. What a fucking horrible existence. In the old days, somebody was always home when you got home.
That's called a latchkey kid.
That's called what?
Latchkey kid. That's a kid who lets himself in.
Yeah,
latchkey kid. Nobody's home.
I wanted to be a latchkey, but not now. A little later. You follow me? There's just so many things. And when you do a play, you have to commit. That's a commitment. You just can't wake up and go, look, I don't feel like doing it. It's like anything else in life. Then you committed to something. There's 8 people waiting on you. 8 people waiting on you. Everything else. I'm getting to the age where I wake up in the morning. I may have to go to the wrong to see you. I smoke a joint. I change my mind.
There's a lot of politics involved.
Well, that's it. I don't eat class today. I don't feel like eating spaghetti.
So what you see
well, you know what? I have a T-shirt that I had made, and it says, "I'm not a planner. I'm a canceler." I cancel everything. I make plans and I fucking cancel them. I'm a professional canceler. I'm lucky I'm here today. But I'm happy I'm here. I'm happy I'm here. I got to meet this whole great. Let me tell you, by the way, people, his behind-the-scenes crew is the best. The conversations behind the scenes should have been filmed. It should have been filmed. You missed the goal. The goal was behind the scenes. Who's Booties? You like booties. You don't want nothing but Rudies. You want no frills, in and out, no small talk. I want to eat, I want to be in and out. And you only want his chicken cutlets. Your chicken cutlets tonight.
Oh my God, the best. Listen, in the last world that we used to think where you came from, where you are today. All we have is a little bit of loyalty. We become these people, and every time, oh my God, there's a new recall open.
That's great. It's something. I gotta go to Nico. You know what? Who gave you fucking food on the oven
sort of like
when you were broke that time? And that's what we've all forgotten. Everybody forgets. We don't eat that. We eat a bunch of eaters in Staten Island. You have a little water in it. Leave me the fuck alone. We all grew up, we have one place. That's all you have.
Keep it simple.
This fucking jerk off goes to a pizza place. And all these saps run after him. They all annoyed. A skinny fucking Irish kid who bought them. They point like, I've never seen a society of such suckers. Because the East Coast is made of great pizza. We don't, there's so much good pizza now that if you make bad pizza, you get ousted. So everybody has a different flavor. So for you to tell me that you're going to drive 2 hours to get a slice of pizza, something like that,
Well, you're not into the trends.
no.
And you're not into the gurus, and you're not into follower to follower.
Because this is
Follow the follower.
This is a goddess to the dance. Now you want to be Johnny Bananas and be better. And that's what the problem is.
Yeah.
We forget what got to the fucking dance. That got you to the dance for years. And okay, you may be bored, but you better go in there once a month and pay your fucking respects. And keep your fucking mouth shut.
To a pizza place?
Whatever. I grew up in Rome part-time. See, you're not from that world, so you would never understand. She grew up in the Bronx. And there was where the fuck you grew up? And there was 1,000 fucking places to eat pizza. But there was one that your mother and father went to. And you went there every day. And you went there after school. And Mr. Nicky, whatever, he gave you a slice, he gave you Italian ice. Your whole life was in there. Until you went away to college. And when you went to college, no matter where the fuck you went to college, you kept saying, man, I can't wait to go home. To get a slice of that fucking pizza, okay? And you went back home and you got that pizza. But now you moved to Asbury Park. You know, I like the Sicilian with the whatever. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck alone. I get it. But every time you come up, pay your fucking respects. Pay your fucking respects. We grew up in that fucking place. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Oh, so you feel like people are jumping ship?
All the time. All the fucking time.
Jumping ship.
All the time. To the hottest restaurant to impress somebody. Oh, we went to the lowest. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I get
Shut the fuck up.
I get what you're saying.
Shut the fuck. I just moved from LA. But there's no loyalty. 20 years I sat there. No loyalty. Nobody. No, we went there. Only no. You're from fucking Jersey. Why are you eating that shit? Because it was good or because?
No, because this one said to.
The forces of being, or what is it? Let's tap into what the fuck you're doing. You're not one of these fucking Americans. Why are you acting like them? For 30 years, these Americans fucked you in the ass. Now you want to be like them. Shut the, you eat their lunch. You fucking tell them where they're going to eat, you motherfuckers. I'm not going there. I don't care where you 11 people go. And that shit ends. That shit ends. You have to have something. You have to stand for something, man. And that shit pisses me the fuck off.
Well, you know what it is?
Simple thing. You're probably saying
Swipe left. Swipe left. Swipe. There's always something new. Swipe
people at
left.
home right now going, what the fuck is wrong with him? He's a grown man. You don't know where the fuck I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is you have to have something. Just a little bit of fucking
Loyalty.
Just a little bit. You want to die with you know, in this fucking rotten world. And it's a loyalty, not to Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm loyal to Instagram, you know. You have to be loyal to something. We grew up in this place, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, but it's the swipe left syndrome.
Oh my God.
Because there's always something new. You're talking about social media. If you go on social media, there's always an influencer going to a new place where the line's around the corner and everybody's got to get in what they can't have. If there's a line, they want it. If there's no line, it must not be that good. But think about this. You're making a good point because years ago, the best places like, say, Rayos or, say, Patsy's Pizza, when I was growing up, there wasn't any line. It was just a good place on a DL. But they did a great business. They're the loyal. You're talking about neighborhood people supported them. That was it. That's all we needed. We were happy. You went in, you got a good meal, you went home. No bells and whistles, right? Now, swipe left, go on social media. The next influencer who you like is telling you it's like bing, 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 bing. It's like a pinball machine. Go here, go there, go there, go there for the best donut. Go there for the best donut. I found the best donut in New York City. They're gluten-free. These influencers are brainwashing everybody. We can't have a moment of silence. We can't have a moment of silence.
Hudson County people.
We can't have a moment of
We
silence.
were raised a little differently. You can't brainwash Bronx people. You can't brainwash old school Brooklyn people. That's the fucking problem. Okay? When we're set on something, because we were raised, listen, I'm just a stupid fucking fellow inspector. Let me tell you an interesting story while we're here. All of us. David Chase on a beautiful show called The Sopranos. And he made you the wife of the guy who owned the partner. Marty Bucco. You remember that show? I tell you that regular show called The Sopranos. And he made you the wife of the guy who owned the partner. Marty Bucco. Do you remember that show? They tell you had regulars that came in every week. Not 6 days a week, but they came in once a week. And they got the same stupid dish. Maybe a different type of bottle of wine. How many times on the show did Tony Soprano or Christopher Nolan Sunday say, Artie, bring all this menu back and forth? It doesn't matter. That's the restaurant. I know the menu at Rudy's back and forth. I know the menu at Osteria back and forth. We know the menu at fucking Las Brisas back and forth. You know the menu at the Riverfront back and forth. You know the menu at Carmine's back and forth. I don't know. You know, you just know you have something that you know it, and that's fine because that's home.
But you know what I like that you're saying? You really mostly, if you break it down, everything you're saying just comes down to loyalty.
That's home. Another episode. Years later, he talked about it. He goes, Hardy, in my darkest night, I was driving home. There was a storm. And we came to you, and you let us in there. There was no power. And that's one of the best nights we had in our life because we were home. People complain that they're depressed, but they ain't got a fucking home. And then they don't want to go home. They always want to go somewhere else. And always grip. Just you here, enjoy it, shut your fucking mouth, and eat the fucking food. Don't drop any fucking Italian names on me, so help me God, I'll hit you with this bottle of vinegar right to the fucking skull. Don't mention who's better. I don't want to hear it, because right now, at this moment,
That's right.
it's like the homeless guy you said today. There ain't no better place than where we're at.
Right.
So shut your fucking pie hole with that shit. And that's the problem you have.
Well, it's an overload. It's overloaded. I'm telling you, it's the swipe left syndrome. I'm just using that as the metaphor to what I'm talking about. It's like, there's always something better. The grass is always greener. Oh, you like that place? But no, try this place. But now that we tried that place, that pasta, no, now you gotta go here. Now you gotta go there. And they'll show you the line around the corner because this is what this person, this is another place that we just got here. It's a swipe left syndrome. It's the ADD. Swipe left syndrome.
You know, I live in central New Jersey. Since I've been there, I like 2 restaurants. Both of them are like weird now. They've opened up all these restaurants. But last December, or December before that, they opened up a Mexican restaurant that people were having car accidents pulled into. It was insane. Parking lot, they had cars on top of cars. They had to use the parking lot to fuck other businesses at night. I never stepped in there. I won't go to those places. When they hopping like that in the beginning, they're all sacks. Because they go in there under the ether. They're under the ether.
Yeah.
They go in there. We're all great. Let's take a picture. And they pick up that margarita not knowing it's $22. And they're just pumping the ether like Vegas. your Girl Scout, and more. Now, nachos and chips, everything sucks. You were drunk. You dropped 300. Now you get home after fucking and sucking. And you correlate the fucking and sucking with the Mexican bar and the Mexican drinking you went to do the night before. Trust me, the mind works so fucking weird. So you can't wait to go in there again. Then you go in there one day without your girlfriend when you're sober and see if everything sucks. Okay? That's so that's ether.
I get the ether now.
Now you get the ether?
I get it.
They suck you right in. They suck you right the
It's
fuck
almost
in.
like you're under the influence.
And right away, yeah,
You get out the big.
it is.
Right?
There's an article or a book around. I read this the other night again. I do not know if this is true. I do not know if this is true. Don't quote me. You know how life is.
Yeah.
Oh my God. 8 women come together.
8 women have got together. And what do they do?
You ready?
Yeah.
Come together. From the metropolitan New York City. And they're ready to file a big-time lawsuit against the owners of Studio 54 because they got raped there in the 70s. Get the fuck out of here! Again, they went down there. Quaalude. When Jagger walked in, they sucked this thing. And they remembered it during the pandemic. Like everybody else did. Remember during the pandemic? Everybody remembered who raped them. During the pandemic, they shot each other. Everybody remembered who held their mouth 20 years ago at a fraternity party. Who grabbed your pussy when you saluted the soldiers. You know, everybody remembers. I read the shit. It was very interesting. It was very interesting that a woman will wait 50 fucking years. 50 years, damn.
What happened to the Studio 54?
They say they got raped and say, you know, everybody said it was a party. It wasn't for us. It was a night of hell. Steve Rubell took us in a room and whipped us and made us snort coke off his dick. It was horrible. You know, that type of shit. Okay, so for the 2,000 people who went there, they said it was the best night of their lives. They did coke. I mean, Bing Crosby was in there. Paul Castellano was in there. Frank Sinatra was in there. Okay, but now these 8 women, say that in 1978 or 77 or 73, you know, and it just, it's like Jesus Christ. What the fuck? What the fuck? I didn't know I brought this up now. Fucking, we were already high. We'll bring up some more shit to confuse the fuck out of
That pill is kicking in.
Oh, it's kicked in a while. These poor bastard. Me, I'm still, I go for 2 more. 2 more what? 2 more these motherfuckers. Why? Why not? It's Monday night. It's Labor Day weekend. You ain't got dick. I ain't got dick going on.
It's Labor Day weekend?
That's it. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's over.
Summer's over.
It's over.
Wow, that's scary.
You can't wear white no more.
Shit.
That's it. You gotta put on the dark bucket.
I want to see you do stand up right now.
No, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Please leave him alone. Don't bother. Leave him alone. Leave him right there to sit there. Do it right now. Once he gets some beats,
Let's get one line.
no, leave him alone. Let him get some food. Then he'll do stand up. He'll jump up and down for you.
Look at his eyes. They're like,
Yeah, it was a Jewish eyes. Now, dude, did you have a good time shooting out all night?
I really did have a great time. I like being away. I like being out of my environment and on location and not around familiarity. You know, I like shooting in New York because I love New York. I'm a born and raised New Yorker. On the island of Manhattan, not the Bronx, but I do like the Bronx. But I am born and raised in Manhattan. I like shooting there. But I like getting away to shoot films. I like being away on location because then you're not around familiar faces and places. And I feel like when I'm at that point, my imagination is on a much higher level.
Anyway, imagination, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
You ever walk into one of these hotels, you go to your room, you put your shit on the bed, you go, how the fuck did I get here?
When you're working?
Yeah, like when I check into a hotel, they're like, hi, Mr. Diaz, welcome. We have a basket for you. And you're like, these motherfuckers don't know 10 years I was robbing these baskets. You know what I'm saying? They're like, we got a basket for you. Welcome. The movie welcomes you, and then you go to your room, and you sit down. It's a nice room. You got buckets and saunas.
But I gotta tell you, those are my proud moments.
I understand, but you have
Because I go, shit, man, I earned my freaking way. This little shit cockroach from Harlem earned her way to not a hotel room. I could get myself a hotel room. I understand. But those moments that I'm answering you how I feel about that are surreal for me and proud moments for me. Because I'm like, boy, you know, my ex, Joe Maruso, he's an actor too. He said to me, Kat, every now and then, every night, my therapist told me, when you're feeling really bad about yourself at night, when you're alone, and you're about to get in bed, you give yourself a pat on your own back, like literally, you go like this. You did good today, kid. You did good today, Kat. You give yourself a pat. You tell yourself you did good. When I walk into a hotel room on location, and I go, it's not about, oh, I'm in a hotel room. It could be a shithole hotel room, and I could be doing an independent film for $100 a day in Massachusetts. But I still have the same feeling I have as if I walked into a hotel on a studio film in Hawaii, that you believed in yourself enough and you did the work to get here. And you're here and you did something good. That's something good. That's the one time I give myself credit and go, don't be hard on yourself. Did something good. Give yourself the pat on the back at the end of the night and say, you did good, Kat. You did good, kid. And I do. I go like that to myself. And I always took that to heart when Joe told me. And when I check into the hotel, wherever it may be, for a job specifically, it's better feeling than when I'm on a vacation with family or friends, because I earned that and I worked so hard for that.
Now you know I don't like fucking vacations.
And back and forth debate.
I don't like what we're talking about, but that's a different story.
But I earned it.
You earned it.
I earned that fucking room. I earned this place. I earned my place here. I earned welcome, Miss Narducci. We have a room for you. Thank you. I earned that. It didn't come overnight. I earned that. You know, from my fucking poor beginnings to where I am now. You did good, Kat. Today you're doing good. Tomorrow you might not be out of work again. Right now, you're checking in to do another movie you earned.
You got anything coming up?
Right now I just have the series that I wrote, and I'm hoping to get it done as a movie, which I was just told by somebody that I love and respect, that you all know, but I can't say, saying that, because I wrote 8 episodes of a series of my life, and the person read it and said it's going to be a movie, so I'm going to be like trying to get that made right now. And hopefully Godfather Hall is coming back for season 5.
No.
legislation.
They destroyed it already.
No, come on, give Chris Bogdato another chance.
I love Chris, and I love that show. I love that fucking show.
You just weren't crazy about season 5.
There's like 3 of us that really like that show, and we've all looked at each other and said, "What the fuck was that?" It reminded me. You know what it reminiscent of?
Yeah.
Miami Vice. Last season of Miami Vice, they were chasing a guy. Martians. They were doing everything. Remember that the guy became somebody else? Don Johnson had fucking whatever. He forgot who he was, so he became a renegade drug dealer. You're like, what the fuck happened? Frank Zappa? What happened? And that's what happened. What happened was, with that show, the cocaine, other shows, you know this happens. The show was great the first season. Then one motherfucker decided to leave, one of the writers, and then the second show was the second season was strong, and the third season was strong. Now they're bonding. But usually the fourth and fifth season, now people start using those 2 years to get bigger and better jobs.
Yeah.
And now you got to bring people in. Plus, the executive producers move on to other projects. Like Chris did. Chris moved on to that fucking Heartbreak Hotel with those dudes. That wasn't that good.
You know, I never saw that guy.
I tried 1-2 episodes. Great cast, but just it was overdone already.
Was it?
Yeah, somebody already did that.
Oh,
and they shot him to the point. And it was, Zelda. When they released Zelda, about that place. So then he came back and.
You mean Griselda Blanco?
Yes. He didn't do
One of the most
Griselda
fascinating
Blanco.
periods, I think, in Jewish history
That was Captain Zeta-Jones.
a brief period of about 2 centuries that existed in medieval Spain. It's sometimes called the Golden Age because of the phenomenal personalities that animated the cultural, especially the literary, poetic life of the Iberian Peninsula about the 10th and 12th century. There's a lot of question, however, as to exactly how golden this era was. A series of books over the last decade or so come back and forth on it. So I thought I'd just very quickly give you a sense of when was this golden era? Why did people call it a golden era, and what are some of the criticisms? So it's not so golden after all. Okay? I happen to have played a few lectures on this topic and people in this topic. In the following lecture, I'd like to just take a very brief moment to speak about 3 of my favorites, half of my favorites. But I'll put in the links below some longer videos which I explore the lives of these people.
I have a question.
Let's talk a little bit about the golden age of Spanish Jewry.
Are you seriously
When
going
you
to
last
go to
discussed
Empire
the
Casino?
Iberian Peninsula, it was under the control of
We
the
need to go to
Visigoths,
Empire Casino.
who, when they converted
It's in
to
Yonkers.
Catholicism in the year 589, initiated a bizarre reign that was characterized by
Oh,
tremendous
42nd
amount of
Street.
anti-Semitic
They
legislation.
got shut down?
As we discussed earlier, there's a lot of questions surrounding exactly the nature of how these decrees are implemented, particularly when we have the legislative side to look at to try and examine history, but it was a period of remarkable anti-Semitic legislation. With punishments like amputations and imposition of a police state to track the movements.
What do you really think that would do to New York City? I don't think it would be good.
At any rate, it was a very, very nasty period. We have to assume in years 589 and 711, which is when the Muslims entered the peninsula and conquered it in very short order, along with their rapid expanse across the southern part of the Mediterranean and into southern Europe as well. We don't get a lot of information about the
So Vegas is suffering?
sort of a Jewish Muslim synthesis or of this kind of cultural coexistence that we so celebrated for the first couple hundred years. By the time we get to the 10th century, things change dramatically. One of the concepts that comes up again and again in the origin stories of this golden age
I get on the
is the
4
notion of the
train,
loyal,
and
wise
I get
Jewish
there.
advisor, meaning you have like
On the 4
Muslim
train,
leaders coming into
I
the
get off
military
Yonkers.
relations. They've got
Last
to
stop.
manage
And I love it.
a restive Christian population.
Beautiful, real people. That will go to Udi's. What's your restaurant, Udi's?
The interlopers into the culture and indigenous population. they're literate, they're numerate,
It's
they're
definitely
urban. There's all
a
kinds of
rough crowd.
advantages to using the Jews who themselves have no special connection to the local population, and especially not to the previous regime, the Visigoths.
What
So you
kid
do
is
fit
cutting
that
school
role very
going
nicely. And over again, you see
You?
this phenomenon of like a Muslim military ruler coming in and needing some local support and infrastructure, and
We'd have to
Jews
drive
are there
along to Connecticut and give us
to fill
25
that
bucks.
gap.
Sideline,
It's not
heavy
clear at all
Wow.
that, as some 19th century historians
I
argue,
loved all
that
that. My
Jews
mother
somehow
was like,
betrayed the Iberian Peninsula to the Muslims,
so she took me to
but it
Yonkers.
is not at all
That was-
outside of the realm
listen,
of
you go to
possibility
Yonkers Raceway
that
at
when
night,
Muslims came in,
you
and
got
as
problems.
their
That's where the casino
military
is.
advance required them to
Schwann's
go
right
further
there.
and north, and they had to leave
I
behind
go in the day and
thinner
I
and thinner
went the
layer
other day,
of
2 o'clock, I
administration.
got on the 4
The
train.
Jews were able
I'm sorry,
to
1
staff
o'clock.
those
I walked
positions
into the
to
casino
control the
like
population tax.
2 o'clock.
So that's
I left the
probably
casino
where we have
11:30
the
at
functional
night,
origins
but I
of
take an Uber
this
home.
interconnection.
I take an Uber
Jumping
back
ahead
to
a
the
little
city.
bit, of course,
That many
this,
hours, and I lost
is
track of time. I
reversed
think I'm
over
coming
the
out at
next
4
several
o'clock. I'm
hundred
like,
years
what?
in something
12
called
o'clock
the
at night?
Reconquest
my
or
mind.
Reconquista.
Blackjack
And that refers
They
to
have the virtual.
from the north
You know,
down
it's
to
a
the
big
south,
screen with this like
slowly pushing
virtual
Muslims
pretty
back
girl,
out
you know.
of the peninsula. As you can see in this map here,
I do
which
slots.
covers the period from 914 till 1492, which is of course the expulsion
I
of
love
the
it.
Jews. And shortly before that, the complete conquest
go.
of the peninsula
No,
with the fall of Granada
They
in the
have
south.
all around
But
the
as you can see
casino.
with the
They're
color
right there.
coding here, gradually over the course of half a millennia, the Christians begin to slowly work their way down with significant consequences for this population, as we will discuss later on. So speaking specifically about the Golden Age, what we're talking about is basically the era from Hashtag to the Shahrukh to Yehuda Halevi. Those are kind of the major figures who took hands in this period, and that dates from the 10th to the 12th
I
century.
like this one. It's
The area
called,
in which this
it's
Golden
called,
Age is especially expressed is in the southern region, which
what is it?
is known as
Mayan
Al-Andalus, the Muslim region,
The Mayan
and it
chief.
works
And I like
within
this other
a
one,
Muslim
Slade,
cultural
Dragon
ecosystem. In
Slay.
particular,
And then
the
one
attitude
other
to
is,
poetry that we
it's
shall see
called,
is
like, my
so
nickname is
significant.
Kitty.
I'd like
call
to
me
suggest,
Kitty.
I don't think I've
And
ever
I
seen
like
this
kitty
term
cat.
used
It's like a
before,
cat
but
that comes,
maybe I
if you
can
hit
coin
it,
I'm
the
not
cat
stealing
comes
it,
out,
I'm not
meow,
putting
meow,
someone
goes
else.
around, and drops the
There was
money.
kind of a silver age that followed it, not nearly
It
as
drops the money.
amazing as the
It's like a
Golden
whole
Age,
fucking
but there
movie
were
I'm watching. It drops the money, it waves to
figures
you,
like
and I'm like,
Maimonides,
Kitty.
or
I
the
love
Rothschild,
it.
phenomenal figures who were in Spain shortly after the Golden Age was coming to a close, and they existed within a Christian cultural ecosystem.
Oh, I punch it.
Yeah,
Quite
oh, I
a
knew
different
it.
experience in
Yeah,
many ways,
yeah.
as Dr. and we shall discuss as we go further along.
I love people.
So basically, that's what we're
How
talking
do you
about.
make a machine?
These 200 years
I love
between
gambling.
the conquest of the peninsula in 711, it really comes to its golden period in the 10th century, up until the 12th century when the Reconquista begins to slowly make its impact on this unique and fascinating period.
I gotta tell you, the ferry
Now,
coming
what
is
makes it so
unbelievable.
golden, perhaps one of the
You
most
know, it's
significant
crazy. You
things,
say
is something that is
you're
known
bored,
in
what do
scholarly
we do?
research as
You
black
either go out to
convention,
eat, you go to
or
a
as I think
movie.
the Spaniards
I go to
say,
galleries because I'm an
black
artist and I like to look at art.
Always
That's
makes
always
me
good
laugh.
for me.
But,
May not be good for everybody. I like
it
that.
means
You go to
literally
a movie.
the
But then you
living
think about the other
togetherness,
things that
right?
you don't
The
do.
coexistence,
Taking the
which is a
ferry
little bit
here,
stronger, I think, in
now
Spanish.
that's
The
just that
idea
ferry.
that
New York to
these
New
are,
York, right?
you know,
Okay. But you can
very
just get on the ferry.
diametrically
There's like
opposed
$10
cultures in so
ferries
many
that go
ways.
around the city.
Christians and Muslims and
That's
Jews,
such a nice thing
they
to
have a
do.
lot to
You forget.
argue about,
It cleared
they
my
did
head from
argue
here
in
to the
many
city.
ways, and there
What
was
was
a lot
it,
of violence
15
involved
minutes?
in the history between those three parties.
Wow.
But for some reason,
Yeah.
during those 200
I'd rather
years,
have
there was a
I
tremendous
call what they
amount
call a
of
little baseball bat.
a living togetherness
You know, the
where
pre-roll.
they appreciated each
I like
other's
nice little
cultures in
pre-roll.
ways that we
But
don't
I like,
see for
I don't
much
like,
of the period.
I like
There's
indica.
certainly several key examples of this
I don't
convivencia,
like,
which is not,
sativa.
perfectly round
Because
convivencia
I'm already
with,
hyper.
Jews and
Sativa
Christians
makes me
all
more
sharing
hyper. I
equally.
like indica.
It tends to be lopsided towards Muslims in terms of political authority, for example, towards the Jews in terms of physical activity,
too.
let's say.
We had a good
But
time.
and I would say the Christians are probably at the bottom end of this triangle or this circle. But nevertheless, it does represent a step forward. Now, there are a lot of questions about it, though. Is it really as great as we was describing?
August 30th, I'm at
First of all,
Barbershop,
we
TV
should
Barbershop in
understand
Hoboken
that
again.
one of the reasons why this happened at all is
I'll be at the open
Spain
mic Wednesday.
is so far away
Thursday
from
we
the
got the
center
bucket,
of Muslim
and
culture, which was
tickets go on sale
Baghdad,
tomorrow.
right? In fact,
For
many
part of
ways,
the casino the
the
night before Thanksgiving.
Spanish caliphate,
That's always a good
the
fucking night.
leaders of
Oh, that's
Muslim
the best
society,
night.
Last night I have a different lineup,
themselves a
different
separate
crew.
and
Come on down.
independent
You can
caliphate
gamble.
from
Man,
the
Wait, where can I
caliphate that
gamble
was
and see
based in
you?
Baghdad.
Casino
They were
in
so far
Philadelphia.
away.
Where?
I mean, we were talking about distances that
Is it
took
a casino?
days, weeks to travel.
Yeah, we
So
just did this last
it was
week.
kind of like being in
Oh,
Vegas.
shit.
What
He's got
happens
the
in Vegas
Tesla, so be
stays in
careful.
Vegas. There was a lot more flexibility because they were so far
Does it drive
from
by
central
itself?
authorities, and they could act
Anyway, I love you, Catherine Lee. I love
That's
you,
why
man.
you see in many
And
times
tickets
a
also went on sale for
relaxation
November 8th.
of Muslim orthodoxy,
DC,
such
I
as,
think,
for example,
December
consumption
5th
of
in
alcohol,
Virginia.
which was a very big part of
We're in
the
Maryland and
evening
Virginia.
salons
One in
that
November,
would
one in
be
December.
held
Yeah,
where
and then
Muslims and
Florida
Jews and
next week.
Christians would get
And that's
together
all that matters.
and
September
recite
6th.
poetry.
Hard Rock Live,
and
Friday night.
This was
It's
something
Casey
that
the
you wouldn't see
Sunshine
happening
Man.
in Baghdad. There would be some elements of this in the Ottoman Empire, but centuries and centuries later.
Bring the fucking
So
glues.
the
Bring whatever you got.
supervisory
Glue,
control
I don't give a
of
fuck.
Orthodox
It's KC. He's only got
Islam
2 songs.
did not
And
have
we
the
jumping
same
up and
kind of
down for an
impact
hour.
in Spain
What's
as
the
it would
other
have
one?
in the center. There would be ups and
Cause
downs to
I'm
this.
your
There would be
boogeyman.
visitors from
So he'll do like a
North
trio,
Africa, from
Boogeyman,
much more
something
doctrinaire
else. Like he'll do
Muslims
this is a
who
new
would
song.
insist on a
This is
return
KC.
to
Don't
some
play
of
no
those
new
values.
songs, all right?
But for
Coke ain't even
the
the
golden
same
era that
anymore.
we're talking
You got
about,
one
there's a
song,
lot of center
just
versus
stick to it for an
periphery
hour.
issues with
Do
the
a little
verses.
dance.
And by
Bring a
the way,
little up.
the same
Let
thing
down
holds
the
true
night.
for the
Come on, keep
Jews,
going. Keep
because
going,
their
KC.
center of gravity
That's
intellectually
it. I
was
love
still
you,
in
motherfuckers.
Mesopotamia,
Have a
with
great
the
week. Stay
great
black.
economies
And God bless you and your
for
families,
for
cocksuckers.
themselves moving to Baghdad, but the only were based there as well. So they're very far away from the central authorities too. Let us not forget as well that although we speak about this intelligentsia, it wasn't completely equal. It wasn't like Wisconsin. It was a situation where the Jews were definitely limited in their authority. There were some phenomenal figures who reached great heights, but always subordinate to the Muslim rulers. There was no question that somehow there could be an independent Jewish state or anything like that. And so there were similar kind of boundaries on Jews and on Christians within their community. Nevertheless, placed within the larger context of what Jews and Christians were allowed to do in Muslim lands elsewhere, or what Jews or Muslims were allowed to do in Christian
What's
lands
happening, you
elsewhere,
savages?
really
We're back like herpes, Uncle Joey, and my trusted little Kato, Lisa
there were also
aka the
moments of
Flying Jew.
violence
The
during
Church of what's
this
happening now,
period.
New
I would
Testament,
not think that
is
this was
coming
one
at
of
you. What's happening, brother?
peace
Good to see you,
and
dude. Good to see
happiness.
you. How was your
There was
weekend?
a rather
I had a
remarkable
great time at
progression
Parks.
in the southern
Parks was
region
fucking really cool.
1966,
I had
after the
really good New Jersey, actually Parks, Pennsylvania. When I started, I did a Buddy Pedro show in New Jersey, which is I love my favorite shows now. And I love doing shows with you, but our shows are like, I have to, it's basically like a fist fight. Like it was just at a bar, people were heckling the whole, just talking, and they were funnier than some of the comics, which is my favorite. Is when the people at the bar, especially in New Jersey, are funnier than some of the comics. And that was a blast. George came. Thank you very much. And then we did Parks, which was, I probably did Parks like 6 or so times. We did it before we had this residency. I think this was the best I've done there. And it's because you fucking made me cut 20 minutes of my act.
But in reality, the vast majority of his work, his scholarship, his activity as a Jewish leader occurred in Egypt as an older
You see how
individual.
material works, you have to let it go
His
like
period
a
in Spain
fucking
was fairly brief.
crumple with herpes. You gotta let them go, you
He
can't
was still a young man, primarily because of migrant persecution from those North African invasions that occurred. So this is just kind of like the caveats to the overall idea of intelligentsia. In the next video, we're going to look at several figures who embody the ideas.
But you get rid of stuff like a
Finally,
weekend.
I'd like to give just a little bit of a historiographic perspective on the reason why we get to this whole concept of the golden age in the first place. A lot of it has to do not so much with the 10th to the 12th centuries, but with the 19th century, specifically Germany in the middle to late 19th century. This is a period when Jews were arguing strenuously for equal rights, for what was called emancipation. A major theme that we'll speak about more next semester. One of the important historians of that era was this man, who wrote one of the first major encyclopedic history of the Jews that has been translated into a 6-volume edition.
I thought it got laughs in certain rooms, but it had started to like wane off. And when you told me to get rid of it, I was not mad. I wasn't mad. Or like, how can I get rid of 20 minutes? Like, it's not God. Jesus Christ.
Have been emancipated in France already 50 years prior.
I'm at the point where I'm just trying to get
made tremendous strides similarly in England and even in Austria. There, the tolerance of content was out, and all kinds of things were indicating that Jews were getting more and more rights. Germany was not yet unified, so there was a sort of approach to how Jews should be treated. There was also the disabilities, and then back down again. So Jews in Germany were trying very hard to make the case that they should be emancipated as well, granted equal rights, equal access to college, equal access to professions, and things like that. And one of the things that was part of their overall intellectual strategy was to look at Spain, another country, look at what happened when society those Jews suddenly are able to make phenomenal contributions back to the society. They're able to express themselves culturally, they're able to express themselves in literature, in science, in diplomacy, military arts, all kinds of areas where
I was thinking about that the other day. Is that fucked up? Like, don't be smart. Like, you know the most, and then you have like no time.
Of these artificial political disabilities that are placed on them. So by sort of elevating the Spanish golden age and this noble Sephardic ideal, the 19th century historians really tried to create a perfect society as a model for 19th century.
You don't know these things.
The historical reality has a lot to say in support of that model, but as I've tried to outline here, there are some major caveats that take it over. At any rate, now that we have a sense of why it was considered such a golden age, in the next video, let's look at 3 figures, 3.5 really, that exemplify the ideals of the period and really what's
we forgot what the fuck this day is about. So it's ether, right? It's ether. It's about you and her lasting forever. I don't want to go to a wedding, but while I'm on the wedding, I'm like, let's see if the odds are on DraftKings. Let's see if the odds are on FanDuel. You see it. Years ago, the fucking guy from San Antonio married the Mexican chick from Desperate Housewives. Nobody remembers that? Tony Parker. So they had a $50 million wedding. White pigeons, limos, white people, the whole fucking thing. He's black, she's fucking Mexican. They had white people there.
In the previous video, we talked a little bit about the structural features that made the golden age so golden. We talked about
that fucking retard.
Questions about exactly how golden was it.
Chubby
In
black
this
chick,
video, let's look
wedding Long
at
Island, old girl, the handpins, everybody. He was fucking some ugly black chick 3 weeks later.
Exemplify the golden age.
You underneath
some sense of really
and
what
you
was so
actually know he's fucking that chick.
Let's start
But as
first
a
with
woman, you're
Hastai
underneath, you get married,
His
motherfucker.
years are
His picture
approximately 9, 10,
his mother's been smelling weird. He's been fucking
He
staying
is
out.
really an example of the wise and loyal servant that we saw a little bit in the previous video. There's a fascinating story that actually you can see in a couple of these pictures where he is drawn to political authority because of his literary ability.
Like, don't people get married as like entertainers or anybody just for like a business thing? Like they do it knowing they don't love each other. No, it's just for like
those Hollywood
reasons for that is that the man's literacy is the field that is political profession, where sometimes has land, which sometimes has the disadvantages of restrictions on land ownership in some places, and then the fear of
what about I keep seeing, because I think his show's out now, Angelina Jolie and Billy Bob Thornton, when she had her blood around it, and like they were like making out on the red carpet.
multilingual qualities of Jews, Asians,
but no, it's what you're talking about is what really happens to
and
people,
with Latin.
We really
So the
go
other
into the
languages
ether.
means that they're able to access many
professional
different texts, and so
that season,
being a doctor was something we see among many prominent Jews. Although that's not where he was especially famous, it was one of the areas in which he excelled. He was even invited
do you have a sign or like how do you notice you're really
when you go see the finished results,
for
when you
weight
see
loss?
your set,
Apparently
or
was
you see how you
quite
think
overweight,
those are,
and Master
it's just something
was
that
one of
you
the earliest
snap out
diet
of it once you
doctors who
fucking
was
see it.
able to
Once you
change
see
his
it, you
waistline
snap the fuck
significantly,
out
and
of it.
that led to his
is that why like when like you see like
also
athletes
Then you understand the whole how
secret ingredients in
you understand me?
a
Like
long
once you see it
lost
go down, you
medical
go, oh
potion, a
shit.
panacea really, that
You know,
would cure all ills,
This
called
back was special.
teriyaka.
I was doing comedy
It's been
everywhere in
lost
town, but I
since
think I
then
was
as well.
because
There
in my
was this
mind, I
idea
thought
that
that those
if you
people,
could just make this one
like
perfect
those
medicine, it
240
would
people
cure
that I had up
everything,
and
kind of
everybody
like
would see my jump.
aspirin for everything.
So I went to all these
I
clubs and I
always think
wouldn't
it's
perform usually at.
teriyaka.
When I shot the
Sounds a
special,
lot like
as I walked out of there,
and that
I
connects
knew
us to
the
Asian
ether.
food, which
In my
is
mind, I
something
thought if I didn't go to the
think a lot
store, I
about.
would do better.
At any rate, he's
It was a
drawn
fucking
to
stupid
political
Thank
centers
God I
primarily
recognize
because
that,
of
but
his
I've done
literary
that plenty of
qualities.
times.
The
And
story
I'm not
goes,
just
and
the
again,
only
there are
one.
a few different
We've all
versions of
done
this,
that.
and it
How
applies
many
to several
times have we
figures,
shot a
but
pilot?
a
We shot a
servant
pilot.
girl from
And
a
everybody's giggling
local
at the pilot.
government authority, of course, is illiterate. She goes to
And then the pilot don't get picked up. You already
an
bought the
apothecary
house.
shop,
Now you got to
and
suck
she
dick and
asks
start
him
an
to write
OnlyFans.
letters for her.
Because
She
you listen to
dictates to him the
everybody.
kind of ideas that
And you
she
bought a
wants
house,
these
a half
letters to
million,
say,
Long Island
and
with
he
your
writes
husband
them in
was a plumber.
beautiful,
You know,
poetic
he's barely making
Arabic
it. You know,
for her.
new construction's
Later,
down
her
80%.
boss finds
But you
out
hook up with a
about
fucking
these letters.
plumber. Okay, that's what it is.
The letters,
That's what
such
it is.
turn of phrase,
You know, and then
such
you read
beautiful
a friend
calligraphy.
story
I want to meet this person.
where
So
they
you
shot the
drive
pilot,
in
they got
and
taken to Vegas,
promoted
and the motherfucker $500 a piece. He
and
said, go
what
in the
happened
casino.
is he is
This is the last time
essentially
you're going to be able to
the
talk like this.
minister of trade, which makes him essentially the foreign minister of
Obviously, there
the
was no
southern
way to that.
of
That was an inside
Peninsula.
job.
And he ends up,
That's from
for the
Israel. They had
purposes
the
of
6
international
people.
trade,
That's a
communicating
no,
with
anyway.
But is there like is there a
foreign
difference? Like
wine.
I know for a fact the answer is yes.
Languages
Like have you
help
ever
him.
gone off stage
His ability
and been like,
to
I
compose a
fucking
literary
kill, you know,
message
you like,
helps him
and what do
tremendously.
you think the difference
And
between that and
his
ether?
authority just expands and expands in this context.
You left
He
bodies
never
laying
loses
there.
sight, however,
It's that
of his
special you shot.
responsibilities to the Jewish people.
And as you left there, you're like, oh my God, that was the best thing I ever
His
did.
position
And then you see it on
specifically
HBO,
to
and you're like,
defend
fucking
and battle populations, writing
gotta
strong
cash your check
letters
with
to
a mask on.
Constantinople, for
It's
example,
like when they did
writing, as
Soul
we saw
Plane,
in the previous
that was
video,
D.L.
letters
Jones.
to inquire
You guys saw
about
Soul Plane, I know you
the
did.
Jewish
Because
kingdom of
trust me, I was
Caesarea
in
that he's
cash
quite
check
interested in.
with a
So
Halloween mask on.
he's using his
That's
position
fucking
and his
hilarious.
skills really
That's
as
the
a
truth
leader
of why
of
you're doing
world
it. All the
Jewry,
celebrities
at the same time as he is
on the way
representing
home, you're like,
Muslim
shit,
leaders
Snoop
in
did
southern
that,
Spain.
Kevin Hart.
Now,
And
another
also
thing
the
that
movie
makes him
Bugs.
especially well
It's
connected
just, and I'm
to
talking
the
about
golden
movies
age
and,
is
you know,
his
albums,
establishment
comedians.
of
You know,
a
a special got
scholarly
released last year.
basis
I
for
anticipated
the
special.
Spanish Jewish
It was
community.
dog shit.
He redeems a
There's
shipwrecked
a lot of
rabbi
those,
named Moshe
and what
Ben
happened? That
and when
dude
he finds out that Moshe
was
Ben I should say redeemed, because
right
quite often
after while the
you
special
have this
Harry,
situation where Jews are taken captive, kidnapped, and of course if they're shipwrecked and they have no papers and things like that, they can be taken by slavers and then they're sold in the slave market. Very large phenomenon of stealing their money and redeeming for religionists from slavery. So Rabbi
Big
Moshe
time
Ben
guy.
Chanoch is
In the
redeemed
fucking
by
Johnny Sack
Chaim
was dying of cancer. He was
and
telling him,
finds out that
I'm a
Moshe Ben
doctor.
Chanoch
I shot
is
the
an
mailman
Italian
because
rabbi.
at that point
Says
I had
to
to
him,
come
you know
in.
what, why don't you
And I
stay
shot
here
his
and
mother
establish
to the other
yeshiva
room.
here? This
That dude
yeshiva was
was
incredibly
fucking well
successful.
known.
And the
When I moved to
establishment
LA,
of this yeshiva set in
Sidney
motion
fucking
the
Pollock,
Spanish
okay?
Jewish scholarly tradition
Sidney Pollock,
that
I
would
shot
eventually
CBS's
become the
answer
pinnacle of
to
scholarship
NYPD
in
Blue.
Europe.
They paid Sidney
Particularly in
Pollock $1
areas
million fucking dollars to direct that.
maintaining
You
very
gotta hear me
fine
talking shit.
texts,
I was
because
looking at
some of
helicopters,
the
houses in
manuscripts, of
Miami,
course, they're
houses in New
copied
York.
by hand, and
It was
quite
set
often
to
there
go.
are
They
errors,
told
and
us when we shoot
multiple
the pilot.
versions circulating.
The
Because
pilot
of
was
these errors
fucking
that get
dog shit.
repeated by
And
scribe after
the
scribe,
show never
that
got
the
aired.
Spaniards
They
were
were using a
especially
mid-season replacement.
dedicated to the
It was such
concept
bad
of
dog
getting
shit.
the text
They couldn't do
precisely
anything with it.
correct. That required a lot more of their
What the
investment
fuck?
in grammar and things like that.
That's when I
By the
learned.
way,
That
I'm
was
sorry
in
about
there.
the
Holy
image here.
shit.
Those of you
I
who
want to
were
buy a
born
boat,
before, let's say,
everything Tony
1970 will
Montana
recognize
wanted.
it. To the shipwreck.
My own fucking island. I want to do
Anyway,
everything
let's
in
go
there.
on.
Fucking,
Another example of the
never fucking
activity
know
of the Spanish Golden Age that I find especially perfect in the lifetime of Chaim Shaul is the massive
it's like fucking
poetry
Vice
battle
Slam
that
Jam.
erupted between the traditionalist Menachem Ben Saruk and
Villanova.
the interloper
Whoever that guy
Menachem
is,
Ben
but
Rak.
Villanova. Who's
So,
Vice Slam
the story goes
Jam?
like this.
The guy that had cancer.
Everyone's a big supporter of poetry. There's a strong Arabic tradition
The other team,
that
13
values
points. I was in
poetry
court.
very highly.
Spanish
Spanish
court was in
really
New York City at
heavily
night.
influenced
I
by
got
this
arrested
as well,
by
and there's a
Harlem.
massive
And I had to go to court
industry
downtown. I
for
made me go to court at
poetry.
7 o'clock.
Poets
Then I had the
are
national
called in
championship.
for
I'm running
hire
back and forth calling
to
sports phone.
compose original poems for weddings,
Putting
funerals in
fucking $1
particular.
in sports phone, it's too low.
You
And
have
those days,
these
sports phone was
gatherings,
too low. You
frequently
couldn't
of
adjust the
Muslim
volume. There was no
traditions
volume. You got beat.
who will
Like,
sit around the
God damn
table
it.
together
And they had to put another quarter in.
drink wine
Hi,
and
it's sports
will,
phone. We come out
recite
here every 15
poetry
minutes.
they have proposed,
They were
sometimes
given
on the spot,
13 points in the
sometimes in
halftime.
terms of competition,
Fucking
whose
the other team
poems are the
went
best.
by 13 fucking
Really
points. They went in there with this
saturated
heat and they were fight
poetry
slamming
in their
jam.
society.
They let the
So
league
Menachem Ben Saruk
this and
wrote
that,
poetry in
slam
Hebrew,
dunks and 3-pointers.
based on biblical norms.
Valdano
Very
just
beautiful,
fucking
powerful Hebrew. We know from one of his letters to Chaim Shaul that he was engaged in this kind of poetry for hire his entire life. However, this newcomer arrives, having been influenced in Baghdad by some of this Arabic poetry. And he says, you know what? If you just recalculate the metric value of Hebrew vowels,
I used to use my school teacher.
Discussion about what's going on here on grammatical level, but basically,
So that was his name,
without
Ray Cavalier.
vowels,
So I would look at his phone when he
the
called
vowels
one day, I
added
stole the number,
later,
and I started
and
calling Ray
practice
Cavalier.
typically
Give me San Diego.
without any
Hysterical. I
vowels
saw him a
whatsoever. You
week
have
later.
to
He's like,
literally
so he's been
memorize
calling in my account.
vowels go with
Wilson
these
Grant,
years.
the
That should
quarterback
make
coach.
it easier to
It's
learn.
not really like the.
But there's
Shouldn't
certain
there
vowels
be a better
like
way
the
to get
schwa, for
a
example,
code
that
name?
can be
If
pronounced
you're
in
using
different
your
ways.
car as your code name,
That
are the cops gonna
alters the
figure it
way
out?
in which electric poetry
It was
is written.
1982.
So Menachem Ben Rak says, you know what, if we just apply some of the Arabic rules of grammar to Hebrew vowels, we can make the Hebrew language much more melodic.
Never mind you saying Ray Cavalier. Over the fucking phone.
Okay, I have
So
a
there
valid
was a
cheeseburger.
huge uproar that literally led
It was 1982,
riots
so
in
cocaine
the
was in your
streets of
bloodstream.
Tehran.
Don't
Literally,
be like cocaine.
Jews
Don't
fighting
be like
each other,
cheeseburgers
basically
and
fist
cocaine.
fights
Use the
over
salt.
whether we should stick with the classical poetry of Menachem or whether we should go with this rock and roll version that this newcomer, this Elvis Presley guy, has brought to our society
But
by,
Sundays just got way more fun
contaminating
because
Hebrew
college
poetry
football
with
is back,
Arabic
baby.
meaning.
Don't go to
In the
church.
end, of
Think
course,
you know the game?
Menachem Ben
Put your
Rak
money where your
wins,
mouth is
and
with DraftKings Sportsbook.
he
Turn up your
colors
picks.
the next
It's a big
1,000
time
years of
payout.
Hebrew poetry.
They got live
Most of the
betting,
poetry
rivalry
that
week,
Jews
odds
love
boosts,
today,
and tons
songs like
more
Guror
to keep you
Yikra, which
entertained
is
all season
recited
long.
at the
It's going to be a
Seder on
tremendous
Shabbat and so on.
college football season.
These are,
DraftKings. Now get ready.
Arabic
to start
inflected
the fall off right because they got
has
something
such a
special
huge
for
impact.
first timers. You ready? New DraftKings customers,
His
get
support
ready.
of Menachem
You bet
Ben
$5
Shalom
and get
of this
300
approach.
bonus bets
But
and
you
to
get
win.
a sense
$5,
here of
300
how
bonus bets
cultural
and to
the
lead
society
to test
was
your
and how
college
literature
knowledge.
played such a
Download the
huge role.
DraftKings Sportsbook app
Gives you also a
and
sense
press
of what
code
we've
Joey
lost in the last 1,000 years.
That's code
Let
Joey.
us move on to another
Joey
figure
for new
who
customers
will
to
certainly
get
share
300
poetic
bets
literacy,
instantly
but
when you
has
just
a
spend $5
much
in a
military
partnership
trend.
with
Shmuel
DraftKings
Hanandian,
Sportsbook.
whose years
Listen,
are
I love DraftKings. You know why?
995, so he's just
Because
slightly overlaps with Costa
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boonville Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. License expires 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
And this was right to the end of his life.
Uncle Joey here.
He died
As soon
as
as
a
5
general.
o'clock hits,
He was
you're ready
never
to
forced out,
unwind, right?
never
You
retired.
turn your brain off for a
Phenomenal
while
individual.
and start
And
your
he
journey
was
to
a
the moon.
ferocious general, was
Within the cloud.
tremendously successful.
Listen, get
We
yourself
know
some
this
legal,
because he wrote a
vegan,
lot of
lab
war
tested hemp
poems,
and
of
derived
course.
THC
And the
products
poems
and get ready
are
for a great
so
time.
surprising in the sense
I
that they
love these
express such a
products,
range of
especially the
human
vampire.
experience that
In the
you won't
cloud
find
is
in
available
typical
in different
religious poetry
THC
at all.
levels.
He
So you're
has
never getting a surprise
poems
high.
that
And remember what I'm telling you,
the heat
if
of
you
battle,
gotta be 21
that
over.
harken back
Now's your chance
in
to
many
float
ways
above the
to
stress.
to King
Because in the
David's
cloud
poetry
is giving
in
new
the
customers
Bible. In fact, he referred to himself
25% off their first order
to himself
plus
as
free shipping. I said, that's
the
right.
David of his age.
25% off their
But
first
at the
order
same time,
plus free
he
shipping.
was also a
Just press and code
tremendous
church.
Talmudic scholar. And he wrote
CHURCH
a book on Talmud which is still studied today.
.co
And I'd like to
or
pause
click
us
the
for
link
just a
in the
second
show
and reflect
notes.
on this.
That's in the
One
cloud.
of the
.co.
amazing aspects
In the
of the Spanish
cloud.co.
Golden Age,
Use code
and in
church
this
for
context,
free shipping
Maimonides is an
plus
excellent example, even
25%
though
off your
he
first
fled
order.
to Spain
When you order,
as a
fill out
youth.
that quick little survey,
It's a great
and it
example of
supports
how
the
this
show
is.
and keeps in the
It
cloud
is highly
sending you the good
unusual
stuff.
in Jewish
So
history
go ahead,
that you
grab a
have
gummy
Jews who
and
are
vibe
at
out
the
in the
same
cloud.
time
I just did.
highly expert and valued
We're
and
back,
real
Jack.
leaders
Uncle Joe
as
with my girl
Jews
here.
per se in
What's your
things Jewish,
Yeah,
like for example the Talmud, and at the same time they are highly valued and expert in secular fields
Casvin not
that
doing motherfucker.
essentially
What's
followed
happening,
by
beautiful?
non-Jews. So
What's
you will
going on? I
have, for
haven't seen you in
example,
years.
lots of tremendous geniuses like the Ramadan, Shmuel Zalman of
Oh my
Riyadh,
God, what's
some
up, beautiful?
phenomenal
Holy shit.
rabbis who make
Thank you
tremendous
for coming over.
contributions to the Jewish culture. And then you will have
I know
secular
it's a long
figures
hike
like
over on the
Albert
ferry.
Einstein,
I was like
Sigmund
Barbara
Freud,
Streisand
who
on
make phenomenal
in Funny
contributions
Girl.
to
Don't
world
remain on my
culture.
parade. I want them to sing on the tip of the
Rarely
ship.
have
You can sit down.
figures who are very
Everything
well
is
expert
beautiful.
and recognized for
Everything
figures
is
of Jewish culture overall, and at the same time contributing
There's your new
to
career.
secular culture overall. You will not have the chairman of the
Joey
Joint
the
Chiefs of
musical.
Staff,
Joey the
who is
musical.
also the
I
Rosh
like
Yeshiva
that.
in Lakewood.
That
It just
sounds
doesn't
catchy,
happen.
but
We don't have those
I
kinds
would
of
like to see
figures.
the musical. Let me hear you sing about it. That's
Specialize
just sing your life out.
Sing your life out.
Sing your life
or
out.
when you get to the
Spanish
modern
songs,
era,
Italian.
I love it.
secular. And they excel at the
Tell your
various
story
things. God,
singing.
there are lots of
Oh,
people
they
who have
You know
made
they
their
say tell your
names
story
and
walking.
you know, the
Tell your
right
story
times
singing.
across the entire globe for what they've done.
Can you tell me?
If I'm walking, I'm focusing on walking.
Do me a favor. I'm gonna give you one
Who
acting
is equally
challenge.
famous
Can
as a general
I want you
and
to sing
as a Hebrew
story
poet and rabbi.
that you told me
Maimonides, one of the
about
greatest physicians
somebody.
of the
They
world,
won't say
and
who
at the
told
same
them under the
time,
bus.
one of the most
Invited you
stellar
out to dinner,
thinkers
but they
and
wanted
musicians
you to go to
simultaneously.
Applebee's.
This is something that is really
Sing that
characteristic
story.
of the
Listen, there's no
Spanish
song
We
to
will
sing
see it
that shit.
over and over again. It
And
is
he
so
grew up
fascinating.
with me.
But
And he
let
was
us go
like,
back to
bro,
Shmuel
when do you
Hanagid,
have this
and
food?
let it, by the way, the term
$35
Hanagid
entree,
means
new
kind of like the
appetizer.
prince, the leader.
Oh
It was
my
probably
God.
applied to him
He's
by
gone.
Did he tell you about the
Gaon,
price first or
who
the
was one of
restaurant
the
was
leaders
first?
No,
of
he
the
told me the
Jewish
price. I'm
community
like,
in
this sounds like a
Baghdad.
commercial.
Yeshivas
This
in
is
Baghdad.
Applebee's. I watch
And
TV and
this
like,
recognition
I
of
watch New
giving him his
Jersey
title
Mother. Fucking this is the
Nagid
commercial they
was was probably both an homage to his political position and to his tremendous scholarship. We will have this term used, this title of that being used over and over again in many Muslim areas for the leader of the Jewish community in that area. Now, I mentioned that he wrote war poetry, and a fascinating little tidbit is that he says he used to write his poems out in an accent to the legs of carrier pigeons.
really
he would
want to
fly
like
them
go
back
tambourine
to the
like
sun
that?
in Granada, and
Across
he
from
would
where?
then, unwrap them and assemble them in a diwan of his corpus of poetic writings.
One in LA with the
He wrote
fucking waffle.
not only war poems, but also drinking
Across the
poems,
street there's a studio.
love
Watch
poems,
from there. Gower Studio.
wrote voice
Gower
poems, which is
Studio.
a fascinating phenomenon where kind of like the poetry slam thing. You can imagine like rappers who are, arguing with each other and dissing each other, shaving each other's uses, kind of like contemporary terms.
It's gonna be great.
Well, really,
I'm going in
some
there. I'm gonna get
great
sick from the curry.
political posts have a look at the work
Smell
of
the
Peter
onion
Cole,
curry.
who's
I
translated a
don't
lot of
mind all
these
the other
absolutely
stuff. It's
fascinating.
curry.
He
Yeah,
wrote
it's a
three
strong
main
smell.
And I would go in
collections.
there and I didn't get the roll because
One
I was
is
good. I didn't give a
called,
fuck. I don't eat
and
curry.
if I
I don't
remember
eat curry.
correctly, alluding to
I
himself
don't
as
smell
like King
it. It
Solomon,
makes me sick.
in
My
the
cheeks
work
get
of his
red.
youth, which is
I'm
mainly
like
the
a big
war
kids
camps
are
and so
like
on.
the fucking
There's
peanuts. I'm
Ben
like
Mishlei,
He also
which
refuses
is
to
also a work attributed to King Solomon. The Proverbs, which is kind of the work of his
because I had a
middle
friend
age,
who had a wife that was
kind of
Thai,
like wisdom
and she didn't do
poetry,
the
and
dishes.
it's a little bit like Mishlei. I'm sure you
The kitchen was
want
always dirty,
and then
and she
he
had
wrote
those
the
fruit flies in the
Kohelet,
kitchen.
which is kind of
So
like
if you're a woman
reflections on
and you like fruit
mortality,
flies in
things
your
like
kitchen,
that, the work
you
of
have fruit
Solomon.
flies in your ass. And I don't want to do business with you.
Tremendously successful and moving poet.
And this is why he doesn't eat pad thai.
Here's
Except he breaks
one
his
of
own
my
rules.
favorite
See, that's where it gets
poems
me.
from Ben
I love
Mishlei.
that time.
I'm going
I
to
love that
be
time.
to
But I
forgive
get it. It's a
my
Japanese
attempt
place
to
across
safari
my
That
head.
doesn't even make
And that's
sense.
the way you can
You know what I'm saying?
I was talking about LA where you like toy.
hear
That's
the
pad
sound
thai.
of
It's
the
toy.
poem, which is
But I
really
won't go
gorgeous.
with toy
And
because
I'll
they make you take
translate it
your
to a
shoes
sense
off.
of where he's coming
Listen,
from.
I know my feet
This
smell like.
poem
I've never been to
is
Toy.
Toy is right on
dedicated
Trina down the block with the Todd Center.
Wait,
It is the best.
T-O-Y.
intellectual capability
T-O-Y.
without
Toy.
actually
Not
investing in effort
T-O-Y.
to learn.
Toy.
I don't know what am I spelling.
So,
Am I Chinese now?
Chevy,
I
I
don't
got
know
it
this
when I was
shit.
funny.
Toy, T-O-I.
Okay. I need to know one thing. Can I ask you a question? Ether.
About a person
What is
who
ether?
exerts effort and buys many books, but his heart remains
cocaine with.
completely
In
empty.
the 80s, we had so many
He's
problems.
like a lame
In the
person
80s, they were
who
using so
draws
much
legs
ether
upon
to
a
clean
wall,
cocaine.
even 100 of them.
That's
when
why
he tries
by
to get out.
87, 88, cocaine started smelling funny.
So,
Because
the
they
idea
started
is,
taking the ether out and using
they took
turpentine
a
and all that shit
reputation
instead.
for
But
being
it's better when
learned
ether
just by
cleanses
buying
the
books and
cocaine
putting
and
them on
gives
the
it
wall.
that smell. You
But
can
all you
get
get a
ether.
reputation for is for buying
Ether
books
is
and
not what
putting
they
them on
give
the
in
wall.
the
You
dentist
actually
office.
have to
Yeah,
learn
they
the
use
books
that
I
to
know
work
out
out.
that. I know that. I know
listen
that.
to the last
What were you
line.
using in
You heard the
terms of
phrase, what I
the
come,
story? No.
Ether is a thing that.
very, very beautiful kind of sense of
So
how
you use it in your
I really
stand-up.
enjoy
Okay, let's say you go buy a car.
Yeah.
stories of
And you
coaching
want a
you with them.
2025.
Let's one here now. I mentioned at the beginning that there's
$80,000.
3.5 figures I can talk about.
Fucking
Maybe
sales
4
boy.
thing I'm going to talk about it.
And we start
One of
talking,
the
and I
most
go, listen,
interesting
I have the
little
same car in the lot.
footnotes that I wish we knew
$40,000.
more. I wish we could say
Now
fully.
you
This
start.
is a fourth
I
person, but we
tipped it to
only
you.
have
You could say
3
40.
poems
Now you're
from this
thinking about all
person.
the things you can do
But
with
she
the 40.
is
Wait, hold on, stop right there. What is that ether? What do you mean?
Hold on, ether is your mind playing tricks on you. Now it's just telling you, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
And one of the
I can
very
pay a million,
few
I can
surviving
go to a Coldplay
female
concert. I can
poets
afford
of any era
$40,000 that my husband didn't know. What? I don't know what your motivation is.
his smile.
What you were
And
worried
his
about
smile
that
was
Philly cheese.
the Arabic name that Shmuel used to describe
You got so
himself.
caught
So
up
many
in
have
the money
felt that this
that you
might
didn't
be
look under the fucking hood. You
Shmuel
bought a
having
lemon.
his own daughter. He does actually refer to
And
the
it's
loss of his daughter at one point in his
when
life.
you
Unfortunately,
start
you
believing
can't
something.
connect these
Alive.
dots
And we all
completely,
been in that
but
situation.
nevertheless,
I
it's
get it.
When I was a kid, my mother had a value. She died.
his own daughter and not
And by the
outside
time
the
2
realm
years
of
later, her
possibility at
value
all.
was 20 times
We
zero.
have those 3 little
I was
poems
gonna get that.
preserved
At the end,
in
I wasn't gonna
Arabic
get anything.
in a
I was
15th
under the
century
Not to mention
collection.
cocaine,
And let me show
quaaludes,
you a
and
couple
all the other fucking things that fucking destroy your mind.
Oh dear.
That's what I'm saying.
You
Okay.
It's
raise
called ether.
constantly
When you, it's It's like when
I
you look at
resemble you in
the guy
wildness
that comes out of
and
prison
blackness of
for
the
10
eye.
years and you're going to hook up with
Both
him.
of us are
I'm
alone.
going to change him. He's such a sweetheart. He called me when I get home. Yeah, every guy calls you when you get home. The first one, how'd you get home? Did you get home safely? How's your mother? Yeah, we all did.
Yeah.
Everybody's a sweetheart in the beginning.
That's right.
And then you have these women, they come back with a black eye and a busted nose. These both three have motivated. Well, because maybe he's got 18 and he puts on your ass and puts on your fucking ear. I don't know.
Disappointment that the hand
I don't fucking know these things, but I do know that
runs through much of
there's
his
either. You ever watch those shows where the black guy gets out of prison
introduction of that collection says that, by way of kind of like putting this in context, says she has been a mirror one day, seeing that she was beautiful, and had reached the time of marriage, and was about to marry. She said,
hook up with guys,
I see an orchard where time
and
has
see their
come for
expectations,
harvesting,
and you're like,
but I do not
I've
see
been
a
coming out of prison
gardener
myself
reaching out a hand.
and sitting with my wife at to find my girlfriend in the
Whose
front
girl
seat
is vanishing?
and just blabbing off how Christ took my life. And all I'm thinking about is to grab a blow and eat her ass. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm going to college. I'm going to be a doctor. I'm going to fucking speak at universities. I'm going to do this.
How old were you when you were
educated women at the same time as well. It's highly
You know what I'm saying?
unfortunate.
Like this ether.
Examples of it.
Yeah.
Ether is another word for us wanting to believe.
So Costa even
Yeah.
If I get on Kill Tony,
tremendous
and
builder,
one medical
acted as
world
a
will get to see me,
diplomat,
I can get on the
as a
fucking
foreign
Tonight
minister,
Show.
and of course as a
Oh,
doctor.
HBO can
Shmuel
give me a
had
deal.
this amazing
That's ether.
general
It's like your
warrior
delusion.
poet,
Hey, guy,
daughter
but you've
possibly.
only been doing comedy for a year and a half.
But the
Last
thing
thing
is,
I'd like to
not
speak
like
about
these
is
things do happen. People do get on Phil Tony. People do discovered in LA, and like you have to like
is
they
of
fuck with
course
you.
famous
Like it does.
for
Like you
his
think it's
really
you know
bold work
you
with
think it's a
Kuzari,
possibility, and it is a possibility,
which
but it's
frames the three
I
great
just had to get to happen to me with the girl.
religions that are
Like I did
competing
like
to some
sometimes like
degree
you
in
always
the
talk about like
Peninsula
doing
as
too
a
much research
three-way debate.
or like thinking too much.
This
But
is
I
something
did all
you
this
could
research
not
on my car.
imagine being written.
I love the until I got it. That was like the 8 things I hate about it.
Completely,
I just I
beyond the
did too
realm of
much with it.
tolerance. Whereas in
So
Muslim
it's
lands, in
and
Spain
it's
in
weird how you
particular,
don't
as a
snap.
result
But
of
you were saying you were snapping out of it. Like you
perhaps
were able
that's
to
why
snap
he
out
could
of it.
get away with writing slavery. He wrote it late in his life, and to be fair, he did leave Spain
so long.
to
That's what I'm trying to say.
Aliyah to
Like I
Israel.
pulled so much smoke up my
At
own
any
ass
rate,
for so long that now
he
I
did
know how to
write
act
this
the well that's
phenomenal work,
my
which
ass.
is indicative of the
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
at
Ether.
the
It's ether is
time.
chemical,
Like Hastayim
but it's a state that we go
he
into
was
when we
also
want
a
something to
medical
work in
doctor.
our lives.
It was something that he didn't really intend
Push
to do,
everything
but
else out,
you know
even
what?
though it's
He was
poisonous.
not able to pull together a living as
And
a
it's not
source for
something that you're
hire.
being positive
So
about. This could be
probably
like, this is like the
his
motherfucker
father
that comes up to
became
you
a
and
doctor,
says,
and he earned his
if I
living
grow a pound of
primarily
weed
through
with
that.
your name on it, you know,
And he had many tragedies in his
there's
personal life.
sponsors
But
that'll come on this show.
if you're curious, please have a look at the links in the information box to see a longer
Nothing
video
happened.
on his life and
And
work.
I'll go,
But
what
I'd like
did
to
you want
also
to happen?
close
And
by
they'll
just
go,
giving you a
if we don't
look
get a
at
sale
some
by
of
this
his
week, I want you to
amazing
do 2
poetry
ads
as
for
well.
free. And I go, that's
This
not how it
is
works.
a eulogy that
That's not how
was
this works.
likely recited
People want to believe that
grave of a
one time
girl.
doing something is going to work.
We
And
know
I
that
tell
he
them,
lost
yeah,
a
you can put
daughter,
an ad here, but I
just
also
like
want you to put an ad on CNN.
he
It's
did,
cheap, man.
and it's
After midnight, it's cheap.
power
You need to do
that
print. You need to do social media ads. And after people see your name in different situations, one day they'll say, you know what, I'll give it to one night.
Yeah.
The other,
You know,
but,
it's not just
let's look at the
fucking you.
first
You know how many people
The
contact me
translation
and put
is from
their
Hillel
juice
Halkin's
or their
remarkable work,
coconut oil or their
phenomenal
fucking
biography
Steve Moss on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Actually, this
And I'll say to them, listen, it's not my job. They'll go, well, you don't understand.
have a look.
I have a kid who's got leukemia. I
So
can't help you.
just
I
the first
can't help
stanza,
you.
listen to the sound, please.
Like people come at you like that, like I have an aunt. She's got one eye. She needs surgery. It's 400,000. If you get this on Rogan, it'll save me. I don't even. I won't even name you. If you tell me that, I'm not gonna name you. I'm not gonna go. Okay, I'll get you on Rogan, which you'll never go for anyway.
My child, have you forgotten the way to your own home?
But there's people
But
that
your
actually believe
pallbearer
that.
is
They're at
strayed
home right now.
afterwards,
Look at the Liver King.
leaving me
He
with.
wanted to go on Rogan so bad.
Here to ask
He went
how
to
you
Boston
are.
and shit in a hotel. He got
Raise
arrested.
claws
You
to
know,
kiss. And your mouth.
people just have. Come on, Cat. How many people come up to you with movies,
This poem
scripts,
goes on.
and they go,
First
Every day.
every day.
The father,
If you could,
My
later
DM
was
is
speaking
filled
was
with them.
and what are they telling you that
was as the
they'll be
dead child
made? They
herself,
think that this
describing
movie,
how terrible
and
she
they'll be
feels
with Tarantino.
that she was not able to
I kind of
live
feel
her
bad
life
when I
through
get DMs.
adulthood,
So do I.
marriage,
So do I. How do you think
Because
I
I know
feel?
this person put so much into it, and
In the sounds
they
of
don't
it, you
know
hear
they're
how
still
the
so green. They think if they get
uniformity of
reattached
that
or like,
final
can
syllable
you give it to this
feels
person?
like
It just
a
don't
brick
work like
wall,
that. Like
so
you don't
solidly
just
constructed,
go in front of the whole line. Like this took years years to get where I am. took years for me to get whatever I have.
But he, like
You don't
Sean,
just
he is
DM somebody,
right
hey,
across the entire
the script's
spectrum
gonna land on my
of
lap,
experience,
and
love
overnight success, because now I have your script and I'm gonna hand it to somebody.
Truly one of the great poets.
You know, I'm gonna hand it to somebody and it's gonna make your dreams come true. It doesn't work like that at all.
Okay,
I
hope
just feel bad when
release some of my excitement about
put so much
the
into,
period,
one
and I encourage
person,
you to have a
me,
look at the
you,
lost
whoever
videos
else they're
if you want to see
DMing,
more.
and
But
I understand where they're
thank you very
coming
much for
from, so I have empathy that I know, like, this person doesn't really get it, and he doesn't understand how it works and how you really go through a real process of pitching your script to real producers. You don't just DM an actor. I'm just an actor. I'm trying to get a movie too. I'm trying to work myself. Like, just because I know people, I'm not going to take your script. I don't even know you. You're a stranger DMing me and hand it to one of my friends. If I'm going to hand my friends one of my scripts, it's going to be something that I need from my script that I wrote. And I'm gonna use that favor for myself, which I don't even ask people for favors ever. I'm very uncomfortable with it. And now the stranger that I never met is like, Miss Narducci, will you read my script? And it doesn't work like that. But I understand you, and more props to you. Go after your dream. Do whatever you gotta do. Knock on every door. Break down every door. Try to get your thing out there. Try to, I get people like, can you put a word for me on, Godfather Harlem, or when I was on Sopranos, or any show that I was on, or any movie where you tell them I'll be an extra or this or that. Like, it doesn't really work like that. And I feel bad for these people who DM, because I want to help everybody. But if I helped everybody, what they don't know is, behind you, I have 50,000 other DMs with people asking the same thing as you. And I want you all to win. But this is not how it works. It could, though. So never stop doing what you might think is impossible. Always do it. But the odds are not really in your favor of working that way. The shortcut. DM this person, boom, get the hit, it's going to work. Everything is going to work out. It doesn't really work like that. I want it to work like that. For me, something like that kind of worked for me. I walked off the street, open audition, got a Bronx Tale, and it did work like that. So that's why I have empathy for these people that are trying like the one shot. If I just do it, DM people, however they're doing it might work. Maybe somebody will answer you and will get it to somebody. So don't stop whoever you are. Keep doing what you're doing if that's the way you want to do it. Most likely it won't work that way. You got to go through the proper channels, and I think you have more of a shot working it that way.
And I have empathy also. That's what you have to look at it. And I'm empathetic also. But here's where it doesn't get good.
Yeah,
I've helped those people.
Yeah.
I'm one of those guys that says, let me see what I can do.
Yeah.
And
I've done it too.
then it doesn't turn into one favor. It turned into two or three. So I went from my watch, borrowing my watch a good day, and now you're going for my whole one.
Well, that's right.
People don't know when to stop. That's one thing.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I look at the reasoning they're coming at me with. And like I said to you guys, I've had people contact me and say, I need this. My daughter's got leukemia. They know I have a daughter. So they hit me that way.
Yeah.
Okay, they hit me with weird stuff.
Well, that's called a guilt punch.
This weed shit, this weed business shit, those are the biggest maggots in the world. They're the biggest maggots in the world. The weed business, the way they leech on to you, they're the biggest fucking maggots in the world. And that's why I don't mess with them. I've cut them all off. You can't even get one of those motherfuckers up right. Because next thing you know, you're a spokesman for that company. And you can't talk. You gotta be very careful.
Yeah.
And you try to walk the earth as a Christian kung fu, helping people out.
Yeah.
But people don't know when no is no. People don't know when
you reach your limit.
When there's nothing I can do for you. I wish I could help you.
Yeah.
But you're ready. I get before anything happens in my world, I got 20 people I love and cheerful. Before I donate to the Red Cross or fucking this guy, I got 20 family members You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
If you think I'm gonna give $200,000 to some art gallery to have a party and drink wine, but my fucking people are starving, my people ain't doing shit. No, I'm not doing that. That's what most people do. They want to save the world, but not the people in front of their fucking eyes. Okay? I'm one of those guys. So you want me to do this for you? Meanwhile, I got people that have been with me for 20 fucking years, walking around, eating, taking shit, fucking whatever, you know. And that's what people don't understand. I get requests for things. I mean, I get people asking me to ask Joe Rogan for UFC tickets. Buy tickets. They don't even know the man.
Yeah, I get people asking me to give De Niro. That's the biggest request. Could you give this to De Niro? My father was in the mafia, and they think he's really in the mafia. I'm like, look, I was married to him in a movie. He's not really my husband. I can't ask for favors like that. It was fake. I'm not really. And but I do like you. I help where I can help. But people that I know, or sometimes a stranger. One stranger will hit it right, say it right, do it in a way right, where they're not trying to not do it right, they're just being them, and I see it's coming from a raw, honest place, and they're like, Miss Narducci, if there's anything, I'll be an extra, this, that, and I'll go look at their page, and I'll look at their face, and I'll look at their eyes, and I'll go, I like this guy, I'm going to help this one, and I'll go to casting, if I'm on a show, and I'll be like, if there's any extra stuff, get this guy, and I'll help my friends if I can help, you know, even acquaintances. Most of my friends are on their own and they're doing their own thing, they don't really need my help, but like some acquaintances that want to be like, get me a little role, an extra job or something, like I go right to casting. I have no problem with that. If I'm on a show, you do have a connection with casting. That's somewhere where you do have a little, not pull, but a real connection where they may listen to you. You can help them with some extras. And I can do that. I'll do that. I'll help people. Or my friends that are actors, like certainly you're a great actor. Like I'll be like, he should be on Godfather. What are you kidding? Or like whatever I do, I always mention my friends. But the people who just DM and send me a whole script, they expect you to be, you know, you're so busy, you got so much shit on your own team.
Motherfuckers on the ones when you're eating dinner, or you're at a bar talking to somebody you haven't seen in 10 years, and they come up to you, excuse me, and I don't mind, excuse me, nice to meet you, and take a picture.
Yeah.
But it's some motherfuckers that has 3 drinks in it.
Yeah.
See, because once you involve alcohol, that's a complete different animal.
Yeah.
Now they just want to sit next to you and stand there and ask you creepy questions. I'm telling fucking Captain Narducci my life story. I don't need you over here, but they don't understand that.
Yeah.
And if you say something to them, they get offended.
Yeah.
They want to talk business at 11 o'clock when you're on 3 mushrooms, smoke 18 joints, then you're fucking high. And it's like, God, oh,
yeah.
It's never like people. I talked last week about I learned something from acting, and I took it for the rest of my life. The moment before.
Love it.
The moment.
It's so important.
But then when you look at the moment before in life, when some guy runs down the streets and says, Catherine, fuck you, I hate it, the Sopranos, and it's 8:30 in the morning. And now you have 2 things, you can look at him and go, fuck your mother, and lower yourself, and keep walking and go, what happened to him at 8:05 in the morning?
Yeah.
What happened to him? Just wait by these things.
Yeah.
What happened to him? The moment before, because if you go out and when he comes back with a knife and stabs you, it's like people on road rage. When you get beat up in a fucking car, you don't know where that guy was the moment before.
Yeah.
It's so very important.
It's so important.
So, you know, I'm sitting there talking to Catherine Narducci at a bar, having 3 drinks with him. This idiot comes over, hey, Puto! Hey, this guy, no big pussy! And they're on and all of a sudden you're like, you know, my mother just died. And they just cry. They don't know what the moment before. So when you walk over there, be very cautious. And that's something you learn at home. That's not something you learn at night. You learn that in your home. Your mother taught you that shit. Don't, you know, approach him, say hello, and keep fucking walking. He's talking to a woman. People feel like they know you. And listen, these are all the things of why we got into our business. These are all the opposite. Like I was watching Ole Ole. Did you ever see Ole Ole? The Rolling Stones in South America. How Mick Jagger walks by himself. Mick Jagger loves to fuck with people. So like when a year ago he went to Nashville and sat on the boat an hour, he's the king of that shit.
Yeah.
And they asked him, I said,
Bill Murray does that too.
yeah, aren't you scared that people don't bother you? And Mick Jagger goes, it's part of the gig, man. It's really part of the gig. That's all part of the gig. I love people.
Yeah.
It's the people that come up to you expecting something.
Yeah.
You know, I told the joke on stage, I go to a strip club by my house. Once or twice, I go in there. I eat some mushrooms.
This is true?
Yeah, I go in there. You know, there's nothing better to see. There's no damn TVs, the music is good, the DJ is hilarious. Because he curses and stuff. He's like, get this big ass bitch up on stage. And all that type of shit.
So you're just strolling, dipping and out, get a muse, go home.
I won't even get a lap dance.
Yeah. You're just going in, you're getting the dip in and out, little muse, go home.
Every time I go in there,
wrap it up.
The first night I went in there was great. The second night, 3 kids come over to me, all creepy. Now, if there's a strip club, look your best. They still got the hat on from the farm. You know, 3 fucking dudes and foxes. You know, like they said, if they're anywhere else from Brooklyn, they're all farmers. These guys were farmers. They had a baby. It's Friday. They went right for work. And they come over to me. You know, you doing this? Now we're in a strip club. Dancing titties, Russian chick up there shaking her tits, looking at the pole. You Joey Diaz? Yeah, Aaron Rodgers. No, I'm not. Hey, do you really know Joe Rogan? They're 25 years old. Then they start with, does he really help me every day? Does he really go in a tub? And I go, yeah. But the whole time I'm thinking, this is society. It's like that guy you bumped into with the big ass that said hello.
Oh, God.
They have no testosterone. Why would a 25-year-old talk to a fat fuck fella, old fuck, about another old fuck that lives in Texas that eats elk? There's pussy everywhere. There's bitches everywhere. Would you rather talk to me about Joe Rogan? Does he eat elk on a Friday fucking night? And you want to ask me what's wrong with fucking society at the highest level? That's what's wrong with society. I'm there with a bunch of pussy. Whether you like it or not, it's still pussy. You can smell it in the fucking air. And you want to go about Joe Rogan.
What are you doing that case?
I put my beers in, I get in the car, and I go home, smoke 15 joints, and pray for society. Pray that the Jew, the Israelis get play that Israel get. What do you do? What the fuck do you do?
It's
I'm a strip club, I don't let talk. First of all, I'm 62, I can't hear you. If there's music on,
no, me either.
you want to go and walk, you'll be green in the face.
Yeah.
Because I'm just going to go, really? Yeah, and then look over. I didn't keep talking after that because I'm looking at bitches. I didn't come here to talk to fucking anybody. Okay? I'm going to look at naked women. I'm 62 years old. I've earned that right.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not in the park with a long jacket, a rain jacket on.
You're not even getting a lap dance. You're allowed to sit there and look.
I don't want to laugh there. That's still embarrassing too.
Yeah.
And you come in your pants and you squeak out of it. If my I got to squeak out of it. With that foot, then I got an itchy nut and red skin for a month because I didn't want to dry patch it. Because no, I'm too old for that shit. Yeah.
Man, this is a lot of information.
You know how we do it here.
Oh man, so I want to ask you a question now. You sent me a funny photo because you like the movie The Ultimate Nights. And you sent me a photo. I love that you sent me the photo of your house, of your TV, in your, where was that? In your basement. And it was, I think it was it me on the screen? In The Ultimate Nights. I want to ask you, what is it that, what do you think it is that you like about that movie? What is it that you like about it?
Well, let's get back to basics. I've always liked you. So I loved you in The Bronx Tale. Then you popped up in fucking The Sopranos. And you were really good at that.
Jewish legal tradition.
I really enjoy it.
Thank
Like, there's no how to get my enjoy. And I'm the type of guy, if I know you, I'm going to cheer for you.
Real blood
Right.
ages
For the movie, like when you're in the movie, I'm cheering for you. While I'm watching the movie, I loved you in the fucking movie.
We're talking
Irishman?
weird backwards
Irishman?
Yeah, when you took Joe Pesci's clothes off. I love that scene. You took his clothes off. They said, take off your shoes and
Yeah,
whatever.
the bloody clothes.
I love when you came down, how you looked. But this movie, there was something different about you. This movie was you. You know, Aerosmith is Aerosmith, Guns N' Roses is Aerosmith on steroids. This was Catherine Bonucci on steroids. This was all your years' work, because you've always been funny, just being you. Arthur, they told you not to shoot the fucking gun off in the city limits, you know. You always gotta say fucking something, you know. But this movie, you were extremely funny. Your character really played out. Your beauty played out. It was such a... I was disappointed when that movie came out. I read for them. And I was very disappointed. I didn't get it. I'm not one of those guys.
Could I ask you about the truth?
Everybody got a point. And then they cast you from Tony Bennett. And the scene I read for, they broke it up into 5 guys. Fucking brilliant. That's how we can talk for hours about that. Wow. The scene when he's yelling at the TV, you know?
Yeah.
And they go, tell him about Columbo. He let off whatever the dude jumped 6 stories with a 5-foot blanket and all that shit.
Yeah.
That was all. They broke it into 5 different bosses, talking about how Columbo put that guy into mayor. And Gillette, the guy they shot in the barbershop.
Oh, Michael Spoley's character, Joe,
Maranzano, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Toronto, whatever the fuck.
I'm so mad I don't know.
But
I can't think of the
the
name.
fucking court scene, you are fucking brilliant. He spends all his money on the boutons. It was very reminiscent of the scene when Christopher gets the AA thing, when you all go to his house. And when it turned into the intervention, it became a circus. That court thing became a circus. And then you even say it in the scene, this has become a circus. But the beauty about that, you're a clown. You spend all your money with the boutons. Ask him, he gives all his money to the boutons. I'm a broke man. He's there fighting. He sees my stepdaughter. I haven't made $1 in years. You know, I'm an old man. I live on Social Security.
Yeah.
You're like, bags of money come to his house. But the beauty about that whole scene and how it was written, that at the end, then you come back. And you go, and you run, you know, and what the fucking dumbest thing in the world is, I still fucking love him. He asked me to take me back, and I take him back tonight.
Dysfunctional.
That's a beautiful fucking scene.
That's funny.
No, you know, the scene was written like that. I know you would provide, I know you told you to do what you did. But even that scene, like, no matter what happens, I still love him. You're so really sold.
Thank you.
How he tortured you. You know, with the money, when he comes in to get the fucking money from the rich.
Oh, yeah.
And Tony's there.
And I jump over the bar.
It's just, I enjoyed that movie. When that movie came out, I was really depressed. Like, it hadn't been out. So they go, well, that movie didn't come out yet. And they're like, yes, it did. It's in the fucking movie theater. I go, no, it's not. And I went online. I'm like, oh my God, it's in the movie theater. I didn't know nothing.
Wow.
To the release date. I didn't see an ad. I didn't see it on the internet. Nothing.
Yeah, they didn't really publicize it too much.
And the problem is, when you have such a big budget, for a film like that, there's a lot of people put an Amazon film late at night that you've never seen or never heard of.
I don't have Amazon.
Like 5 out of 10 of them are.
Okay.
Like I just watched one about D'Onofrio. He's a mob boss in Brooklyn, and he goes and he gets hit in the head and he goes into a tree.
Oh shit!
Oh my God! It's horrible, but funny. He he's a mob boss, and now he gets hit in the head. His old men go to shoot him. He jumps into a lake. They think he's dead, and he shows up on a tree.
What do you mean, a tree house?
In a tree house, because they're gonna tear down the forest. So he wants to sit in a tree house So he's a mob boss. They're all coming to him. Oh, please, Vito, come down.
In a
In
treehouse.
a fucking treehouse.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
cute movie, but then there's like another one. There's like 20 Italian movies on there that all of them should be banned. All
Are you in Grayson?
of them. No, and then,
Not even just take it off, just banned. Why are they
what's that?
they should be banned.
These movies are just never made them. But there's a movie on Amazon. Let me tell you the cast.
Yeah.
Godfather Home. The black dude. The black dude, yeah.
Oh, are you talking about?
Forrest Whitaker. It's Forrest Whitaker.
Oh, Forrest Whitaker.
It's Ray Liotta. It's fucking Justin Timberlake's wife.
Jessica Biel.
Fucking gorgeous.
Gorgeous. She's.
I mean, it's an all-star lineup. The English kid from the movie with fucking Angelina Jolie. I mean, great names. Movie was shot in Toy. It was shot in Toy, but I have a friend who was the hot dog man on that movie. It's a movie about Ray Liotta comes out of prison, and he goes to see his daughter. It's Jessica Biel, but he can't tell her. And Jessica kind of hits on him. And now he's caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's going to die.
Wait a minute. His daughter's hitting on him.
She doesn't know it's his father.
Oh, that's
He
good.
goes to the strip club.
Wait, how is this movie though? I could buy.
It's a good movie. It's very interesting.
Wow.
Shit. You know who plays the strip club owner? Roadhouse, the dude that died of cancer. With a fucking wig on like Walter McDonald.
Oh.
What's the guy that died of cancer from Roadhouse?
Oh, Patrick Swayze.
No, it's an all-star lineup. But I have a buddy who plays a hot dog man in the scene with Forrest Whitaker. With a Gabriel Iglesias buddy.
Shit.
So I bumped into him and I go, bro, good dude too. I forget he's on a commercial now too. I go, bro, I saw you in that movie. You were fucking great. I go, why did that movie ever get released? He goes, they put so much money into the actors and the locations and shit that they ran out of money for the advertising.
Wow, really?
And he goes, it happens a lot.
What's the name of the movie?
Earlier generation.
IMDb, Blue something. IMDb, just put Ray Liotta's IMDb.
Yeah, I gotta know. We gotta know
Yeah,
now.
no, this movie is fucking wild. And like, they shot it all on Gardner. They shot it where I live. They shot it.
Oh, yeah.
So the end of Garden is a floral shop. And then they just closed that during the pandemic because that's where fucking Powder Blue.
How? Well,
Losing the movie. Tell them the cast.
yeah, give us the cast.
Had achieved such a closeness to God.
I thought Vincent D'Onofrio was in it.
No, the guy. Roadhouse. No, Forrest Whitaker. Godfather. That's what
Oh, wait, what was Vincent D'Onofrio in it? Oh, wait, you looked at the treehouse. What was that movie? Shit. Well, this movie had to be long ago. Patrick Swayze's dead. Oh.
Armando Cosillo. That's my brother. He's in that movie. He plays a hot dog man. Yeah, he fucking told me because they ran out of budget. They ran out of advertising money.
Wow.
A lot of times, that'll happen. So that's what I thought happened with Outdoor Nights. But I still wanted to see it at the time. I couldn't take my daughter. I take my daughter to the movies.
That's right.
Too busy. Saw all this shit. So far, that came on TV.
Yeah.
I paid for it.
Yeah.
Paid for it. And I fucking liked it. I loved you. I loved Deborah Bethany. I loved
De Niro. Did you like him?
as Vito. I mean, listen, I'm a De Niro dude, but as Vito, oh my
He was
fucking
so good.
oh my
So
God.
good.
A couple of white guys in that movie. Just Tony Bennett. I didn't like the way they put
Tony Bennett passed away. Yeah, before it came out. I love that guy.
So he's very, the guy that played Vincent played in Godfather. The guy that was the boss.
The chin.
The chin, that they like the chin. They made him look like a retard. The chin was a retard. He just shot the guy by mistake. He didn't shoot him right. Instead of shooting him 3 or 4 times, he shot him and ran away.
Yeah.
But that guy didn't go on to fucking lead a crime family being a retard. He ended up playing a retard later in his life, but it was also a scam. He was that brilliant.
Right.
You know,
He
so
played that.
that's the only guy they like in that movie, how they played him. Everything everything else was solid. I like the name of the club, the social club, the Alto Nights.
Yeah, the Alto.
I liked how Columbo was very politically fucking, that's what a gangster was, you know. They got to be in politics rocking it. I liked all that. You were great, man.
I thought the movie was so good. I thought De Niro was on his game. I loved everybody in it. I loved the whole cast, and I loved Tony Bennett. I thought he was so authentic and real, and his acting was honest. He was so chill, that guy. Always just like himself. That's the key to acting. You have to bring yourself. You have to. And I love what you said about acting. That's the key too. The moment before. It's like it's so important. The moment before. And what do you want from a scene? Also, it's like how do I want you to feel when I walk in this room? How do I want you to feel? What's my objective? I want to be a good guest on this show. That's my objective today, right? I want it to be a good show. So try to find what I do to do that. Subjects to talk about, make it interesting, but be natural and organic. That's my objective. I just want people to like the show. I hope people like this show and find it interesting. And how do we do that? We just come up with good subjects that we want to connect with people who are watching it. So, if we were filming this as a movie, it would be the same thing. What's your objective in the scene when you're filming the podcast scene? Oh, I just want to be a good guest on this. Right? It's so simple. Keep it all simple. Keep everything simple. And the moments before are great. It's a great thing. I'm glad you learned that.
A long time ago, like when I first got to LA.
That's so great.
And I learned that was a $35 a month acting class. His name was Frank, some Italian guy from Brooklyn.
Wow.
And he taught on Monday nights, and I started with him. Frank Perna or something like that. And I started with him because he was close to the house. He was cheap. But the only thing I didn't like was Monday nights. And Monday nights was the hot comedy night in LA. So I have to go to class, do a scene, and then leave. I didn't like doing that.
Yeah.
The guy was such a good teacher, but I didn't want to do that.
Right.
And then I went to Advantage of.
Oh my God. She's like the shit out.
She's the shit.
Did you learn from her?
Yes.
What's the biggest takeaway from her class? She makes everything about sex. Is it very?
That's what she does.
She doesn't make it. I take that back.
No.
She just. It's about. Am I right? It's had a lot. So I sat in on
You
it.
fucking watch The Mayor of Eatontown. Wasn't that the movie, The Mayor? The female, the chick from Leo's wife in the fucking boat, the Titanic.
Oh, that's a. Oh God, she's amazing. That's Kate.
Like that bitch has no barrier. She'll show you her pussy.
She doesn't care how she looks. She not. You know what my acting teacher used to say? This is gonna say what she is. My acting teacher, Charlie, who died, used to say, stop being a mirror. That's me. If you were on stage and you were worried about your looks and what you were wearing, he'd say, stop being a fucking mirror actress. She's anything but that. She doesn't give a shit. She'll come out, no makeup, raw. She doesn't care what she
just wasn't a Titanic. I got them all coked out one night. I'm sitting there. And I put HBO on, and all of a sudden it's her with a pussy out with Harvey Keitel drawing her. And I'm like, she just won a fucking tremendous Oscar. And she's on the late night. So one night I was thinking about that because I saw something else in the pussy was out.
What?
I Googled her. Her pussy's been out like 18 months.
What'd you say?
Little months or something like that. Yeah. But fucking.
With the pedophile.
It's crazy that she doesn't care. I read an article where the producers called her and said that she looked chubby. And she goes, leave that in. That scene where she fucked the guy and the pussy was, I mean, she's fucking nuts. That's what a father does to you. A father takes a woman who's grown up in my house, let's say. If I had it like my daughter, I'm very like, this, that. I give her some rope, but she knows the bottom fucking line. I'm a Cuban, old school dad. So I'm gonna fuck in here. Huh? I'm 12, she's 12. She's going into the children's life now with me. Her mother had it until she's 12 now. I mean, me and the mother have them, but now I gotta look at her a little more. I gotta watch her a little more. These are the ages where they need their dad. They break away from the mom a little bit, and you either have to talk to them.
Yeah.
You gotta talk. You know what I'm saying? You gotta talk to them. So, now you can get what I was gonna say.
No, you talking about how you with Kate? You said Kate.
So, if you get a girl like that that goes to Hollywood and says, I'm never gonna show my titties, that's great. Until you walk into a Vanna's cat class. A Vanna's like Richie Shaw when you tell them what you don't want to do. That's the first thing they make you do. I told them I don't like it. That's the first scene I did. She made me kiss somebody. And I had to go to the girl's house and rehearse with her. I was telling her what I want to do.
Can I ask you something? You're so outspoken. You're so. I'm not gonna say the words, the P this, the P that, the F this, F that. Try to get you to do like a little thing where you're kissing somebody. What do you shrivel up like a prune?
Yeah.
Why?
That's why I'm not.
So then I'm gonna tell you what that's about. The psychology. It's all a front.
I'm a prude motherfucker.
No, that's all a front.
Listen, no, because I know for a fact. Listen, I'm 62, I'll tell you the truth, okay?
Yeah.
I love strip clubs. And I'm a Cuban old school cokehead. I had to fight off the machismo all those years. But I got nothing wrong with Captain Dude, you coming up here to the bar? They go, Captain, why you coming to late? I got an 8-ball coke. I'm gonna suck your fucking uterus out. Okay, and I want you to go. You're right. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Is that how that would go?
Now, God forbid. No, but now, God forbid. Captain Narducci said to me, hey, I got an 8-ball coke. Let's go back to my house, have a few cocktails.
Reverse it.
I'm done. I run out like a pussy. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. And especially, it is the weirdest fucking thing. So when I go to a strip club, I don't mind me going to you if I'm coked up and drunk. I haven't done coke in 18 years. So that side of my personality left. So now it's even more. But then, I felt bad for the girl. I'm 300 pounds. Why would a pretty girl want to kiss me? That's forcing myself. Even for a fucking scene in a movie. When a girl has to kiss a man in a movie, the guy's at least a fucking 8. Okay? And she don't mind. He's an 8.
Okay.
I was a 4. I don't want to kiss a girl that's a fucking 10. That's 20 years younger than me or 10 years younger.
Can I just say something?
Go ahead.
Do you love acting? You're an actor?
I love doing it.
Are you an actor?
I don't know.
Oh, I like that honest answer.
I don't know. It depends who I'm around. It depends who I'm with. It depends who I'm in a scene with. It depends who I'm working with. I don't know. I don't know. I can't do voices. I can't do fucking accents. I can't dance. I can't jump up and down, so I don't really know. I can look at your eyes. I can be sincere and know all I know all the principles of what I want to do because I stole the principles of acting and used it in my stand-up.
Something that's not a good sign. Don't have that at all.
So I was one of those dudes that understood acting.
Or
like I just told you about a movie I have an audition for.
So the
I got to go to New Mexico. They're paying scale.
They want you to play Italian, Mexican.
Right.
What do they call it?
That's not the point. That's not the point.
At the border?
Right. Slug or whatever. Right. But the point is this. The point is this. That it's a chance to act.
Something's kicking in over there.
Oh yeah, he's all
Holy
salvoed
shit!
out. He's all salvoed out.
Kicking in!
It's his lucky night. So, you know, there was a time when I was already on top of that. Remember, I booked a bunch of movies from sending tapes in. I do my own auditions. I get films in pre-production. I get the script from the agency.
Do you feel in your heart? You feel in your heart of hearts, in your gut, the same way if I said to you, Joey, are you a comedian?
That
Are you a comedian?
Yeah.
Are you a good comedian?
Yes.
Do you understand comedy?
Yes.
Do you think you're a good comedian?
There's better comedians, but I'm good. I can hold my own in a room. Let's just say that. Okay? I can hold my own in a room.
Okay.
I'm not the best comic. I'm not the best writer. But energy and heart and enthusiasm always wins with me.
Okay.
It could be a minute joke, but the way I'm enthused about it, it becomes big. It's smoke and mirrors.
Do you think that you were born to be a comedian?
He tells you a little bit about how the mitzvah is
Yes.
formed.
Is there anything else you can do better than comedy?
This is amazing and not so common as you would think.
Rob, plan, I love all that shit.
Still today, you could steal better than you could be a comedian?
No. That's not even in my world anymore.
Okay, so
I couldn't be a burglar now. You know what I'm saying?
So
I can walk on the ladder. I can't go in through a mirror. You know, I go through a TV. I go in through a fucking window. I'm gonna be soft before that.
So stealing was survival. Comedy is for survival too, because comedy. I mean, I'm not a comedian, but I'm an actor, and I understand the art form of any musician, a painter, a comedian, an actor.
It was survival until I realized the stakes. I say that to you. That comedy was survival. I didn't want anybody to get a touch of me. I had just gotten a divorce. I owed $250,000 between attorneys, Discover cards, Visa cards, MasterCard, American Express cards. I couldn't get a job because of the family. What are you going to become? And I can approach you. What are you going to do? I can't take the test. I can't get licensed. So at that point in my life, I was always a big fan of comedy. I never thought I'd have one. I figured I'd do comedy and drive around the country until I fucking got old or beat. When I started this, it was just to disappear. And to find out who the fuck I was. Let's take this in a car. A moderate car. It wasn't no Cadillac. It wasn't no Maserati. It was an 89 Nissan B210 with a broken suspension. And I just wanted to go out there and see what was out there. But then the stakes got high. And then I found out that Tim Allen had done time. And other comedians had done time. And Lenny Bruce had been arrested a few times. So I felt in a good company. And then I read a Lenny Bruce book. Then he broke it down. He lived at that hotel in Chelsea. And heroin. And he fucked struppers. And he slept all day. And I'm like, I'm in. That's what I want to do.
So you identified with
Lenny Bruce was playing in a jazz club, being a comedian in the strip club at night, and then going back to a hotel with no responsibility, no rent. You know, you pay rent, but it's not a big house. You don't have to pay HOA, mow your lawn. It's just a fucking woman and a fucking syringe, and you're fucking and sucking, and you're writing comedy. What can be better than that? But it didn't work out for me that way because I didn't want to do it. I wanted to do comedy. So what that meant to me was that you didn't want to be part of a society. It was like joining Hell's Angels. It was like joining the mafia. I was a rebel because I had no choice. Because I couldn't get a job in the regular world. And I'm one of those guys. I'm not saying anything bad, but as much of a douchebag as he is, I'm not saying this. I'm saying from people's opinions. People don't like Sam the Bull Romano, but I got news for you. Sam the Bull Romano, nobody liked him, but I understood why. But that motherfucker could run a CEO. He could be a CEO of any fucking company. And there's a lot of those gangsters that could have been CEOs of any one of those companies. I just repeated this here to Lee and these guys one day. I learned good things from bad people. Okay? No matter how bad they are, they have one good fucking trait. Maybe it's remembering something. Maybe it's mathematics. I mean, you know, what's the famous Jew? That fucking Maya Lansky, you know. These guys were all, he was a mastermind. He dropped out of school when he was 6. And he was dyslexic and with a bum like the boot. You know, it doesn't matter what you're fucking, well, I have an IQ of 180. Well, if you send money to Africans with 8 million,
because your mother left you a will in Africa. What good is that 180? What good is it if you go 10 for 10 on Jeopardy? I don't give a fuck about that. It's when you translate into the street. It's like functional fitness. When we're kids, we do curls and squats. I still do squats, but it's more for function now. I use bands and fucking, pulleys and whatever the fuck. So it's the same thing. You adjust. My point is, I have no idea because I took the same pills as sleep.
Well, here's my question is to you. Do you think you're a good comedian? And were you born to be a comedian?
Yes.
Well, you were more than one. I'm going to tell you something about you.
I was born to be a fucking attorney.
I'm going to tell you something about you.
A Jew attorney.
Can I tell you something about you? Break it down a little bit from what I think. I think that on top of the hard exterior and the cursing and the fucking motherfuckers and you savages and everything, I think that there's a guy underneath that and behind that wall who gets on a stage and gives this massive hard exterior. Like, he's so brutal, he's so honest. And he's connected to all these other hurt people who are hard, this macho kind of thing. But I think the connection with you is you also, on top of that hard exterior, that wall, I do believe that the real connection is not that. I think that we see through that wall and see that there's a guy behind all that who is actually like this really good guy, this teddy bear who you're on stage being a comedian and you're good at it. These are all your survival skills. And it's also, you connect with these broken people in a way through your comedy. It's kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for when you do reverse psychology? You're doing sort of a reverse psychology where you're like, come on, you motherfuckers, and you're like, you're using that, but you're connecting in a way where you grab them because they understand. We understand what you're doing. You're good at what you're doing. Like, you're making a connection with these people that hard exterior. This guy is having a meltdown behind the scenes. He's having a meltdown. No, you really are. You're like this guy that really connects in a way that it's almost like it's sort of like a psychology thing that you do where you come up with the hard exterior, but you're also connecting with people and helping people in a way where it's like, show me you're helping me without showing me you're helping me through your comedy.
Good way of putting it. And to answer your question from before, yeah, I feel like an actor at times, but the last 5 or 6 years I haven't, because an actor wants to get out there, whether they pay him $1, whether they pay him $10,000.
So does a comedian.
But the problem the last couple of years is the money has gotten so bad, and they want you to do weird things, and I've just said, you know what, I'll pass. So that's why my hesitation. That's why I hesitated. That's why I hesitated answering your question. That's why I hesitated answering your question. Because I got offered to play, but I didn't want to do it. It was the heart of fucking July. It was a weekend in New Jersey, which I don't know about you. I don't think people want to play in New Jersey on the fucking weekend in July. Okay, but right away, I don't want you to sound like I was negative off the bat about it. The real reason was the time. I like my time at home. I like my time with my daughter. I like being close to her. For the first 7 years, I was always doing a podcast or doing something. And I was in her life, but not. And I saw the change when we moved here. Because women don't want to be loved. They want to feel secure. She doesn't need to hang out with me. She comes down 3 times a night. Look at that. Are you okay? And then she'll take a water and get right back on the phone. But she comes down. And I can see that. So I like being around.
Yeah.
You know, like I like being around. Like when she gets home from school, my parents went home when I got home from school. What a fucking horrible existence. In the old days, somebody was always home when you got home.
That's called a latchkey kid.
That's called what?
Latchkey kid.
What's that?
That's a kid who lets himself in.
Yeah,
relax. Let yourself in. Then nobody's home.
I want to be a latchkey, but not a little later.
Yeah.
A little later. You follow me? There's just so many things. And when you do a play, you have to commit. That's your fucking commitment. You just can't wake up and go, okay, I don't feel like doing it. That's like anything else in life. Then you commit to something. There's 8 people waiting on you. 8 people waiting on you. And like again, I'm getting 2 days if I wake up in the morning. I may have to go to the brothers and see if I smoke a joint or January.
Dude.
I'll go back to the
Well, you know what? I have a T-shirt that I had made, and it says, "I'm not a planner, I'm a canceler." I cancel everything. I make plans and I fucking cancel them. I'm a professional canceler. I'm lucky I'm here today.
I'm happy you're here.
But I'm happy I'm here. I'm happy I'm here. I got to meet this whole great. Let me tell you, by the way, people, his behind-the-scenes crew
is the best.
It's the best. The conversations behind the scenes should have been filmed. It should have been filmed. You missed the goal. The goal. The goal was behind the scenes.
Starting
Who's booties? You like booties? You don't want nothing but booties. You want no frills, in and out, no small talk. I want to eat, I want to be in and out. And you only want his chicken cutlets.
Listen.
Your chicken cutlets.
Oh my God, the best. Listen, in today's world, I mean, think where you came from, where you are today. All we have is a little bit of loyalty. But if we become these people that every time, oh my God, there's a new Nico open. It's great and something. There's a Nico. You know what? Who gave you fucking food on the arm? You broke that time. And that's what we all forget. Everybody forgets. We don't eat that. We eat Angelina's in Staten Island. You know, run the water in. Leave me the fuck alone. We all grew up in one place. That's all you have. Keep it simple. This fucking jerk off goes to a pizza place, and all these saps run after him. A skinny fucking Irish kid from Boston. They point like, I've never seen a society of such suckers. Because the East Coast is made of great pizza. We don't. And there's so much good pizza now. That if you make bad pizza, you get ousted. So everybody has a different flair to it. So for you to tell me that you're going to drive 2 hours to get a slice of pizza or something like that, it just doesn't work for me. You grew up eating.
Well, you're not into the trends. No. And you're not into the gurus, and you're not into follower to follower. Follow the follower.
This is God is going to dance. Now you want to be Johnny Bananas and be better. And that's what the problem with us is.
Yeah.
When we forget what got into the fucking dance. That got you to the dance for years. And okay, you may be bored, but you better go in there once a month to pay your fucking respects and keep your fucking mouth shut.
To a pizza place?
Whatever. I grew up in Roma part-time. See, you're not from that world, Lee. So you would never understand. She grew up in the Bronx. And there was where the fuck you grew up? And there was 1,000 fucking places to eat pizza. But there was one that your mother and father went to. And you went there every day. And you went there to school. And Mr. Nicky, whatever, he gave you a slice, he gave you an Italian ice. Your whole life was in there. Until you went away to college. And when you went to college, no matter where the fuck you went to college, you kept saying, man, I can't wait to go home. To get a slice of that fucking pizza, okay? And you went back home and you got that pizza. But now you moved to Asbury Park. You know, I like the Sicilian with the whatever. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck alone. I get it. But every time you come up, pay your fucking respects. Pay your fucking respects. We grew up in that fucking place. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Oh, so you feel like people are jumping ship?
All the time. All the fucking time.
Jumping ship.
All the time. To the hottest restaurant, to impress somebody. Oh, we went to Lola's. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I get
Shut the fuck up.
I get what you're saying.
Shut the fuck. I just moved from LA. Where there's no loyalty. 20 years I sat there. No loyalty. Nobody. No, we went to only. No. You're from fucking Jersey. Why are you eating that shit? Because it's good or because?
No, because this one said so.
The forces of being, or what is it? Let's tap into what the fuck you're doing. You're not one of these fucking Americans. Why are you acting like that? For 30 years, these Americans fucked you in the ass. Now you want to be like them. Shut up. You eat their lunch. You fucking tell them when they're gonna eat, you motherfuckers. I'm not going there. I don't care where you 11 people are going. And that shit ends. That shit ends. You have to have something. You have to stand for something, man. And that shit pisses me the fuck off.
Well, you know what it is?
You're probably saying
Swipe left. Swipe left. Swipe. There's always something new. Swipe
people
left.
at home right now going, what the fuck is wrong with him? He's a grown man. You don't know where the fuck I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is you have to have something.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of fucking
loyalty.
Just a little bit. You want to die with you know, in this fucking rotten world. And it's a loyalty, not to Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm loyal to Instagram. You gotta be loyal to something. We grew up in this place, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, but it's the swipe left syndrome.
Oh my God.
Because there's always something new. You're talking about social media. If you go on social media, there's always an influencer going to a new place where the line's around the corner and everybody's got to get in what they can't have. If there's a line, they want it. If there's no line, it must not be that good. But think about this. You're making a good point because years ago, the best places like, say, Rayos or, say, Patsy's Pizza, when I was growing up, there wasn't any line. It was just a good place on the DL. What they did, a great business. They're the loyal. You're talking about neighborhood people who supported them. That was it. That's all we needed. We were happy. You went in, you got a good meal, you went home. No bells and whistles. Right? Now, swipe left, go on social media. The next influencer who you like is telling you it's like bing, 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 bing. It's like a pinball machine. Go here, go there, go there, go there for the best donut. Go there for the best donut. I found the best donut in New York City. They're gluten-free. These influencers are brainwashing everybody. We can't have a moment of silence. We can't have a moment of silence.
Hudson County people.
We can't have a moment of silence.
We were raised a little differently. You can't brainwash Bronx people. You can't brainwash old school Brooklyn people. That's the fucking problem. Okay, when we're selling something, because we're raised, listen, I'm just a stupid fucking fellow inspector. Let me tell you an interesting story while we're here. All of us. David Chase wrote a beautiful show called The Sopranos. And he made you the wife of the guy who owned the partner, Marty Bucco. Do you remember on that show, until you had regulars that came in every week? Not 6 days a week, but they came in once a week. And they got the same stupid dish, maybe a different type of bottle of wine. How many times on the show did Tony Soprano or Christopher Mulder Sunday say, Marty, I know this menu back and forth. It doesn't matter. That's the restaurant. I know the menu at Rudy's back and forth. I know the menu at Osteria back and forth. We know the menu at fucking Las Places back and forth. You know the menu at the Riverfront back and forth. You know the menu at Carmine's back and forth. I don't know. You know, you just know you have something that you know it, and that's fine because that's home.
But you know what I like what you're saying? You really won't see. If you break it down, everything you're saying just comes down to loyalty.
That's home. Another episode. Years later, he talked about it. He goes, Artie, in my darkest night, I was driving home. There was a storm. And we came to you, and you let us in there. There was no power. And that's one of the best nights we had in our life because we were home. People complain that they're depressed, but they ain't got a fucking home. And then they don't want to go home.
Yeah.
They They always want to go somewhere else. An old script. Just you here, enjoy it, shut your fucking mouth, and eat the fucking food. Don't drop any fucking Italian names on me, so help me God, how you just follow the nigga right to the fucking skull. Don't mention who's better. I don't want to hear it, because right now, at this moment,
That's right.
it's like the homeless guy you said today. There ain't no better place than where we're at. So shut your fucking pipe hole with that shit. And that's the problem you have.
Well, it's an overload. It's overloaded. It's an I'm telling you, it's the swipe left syndrome. I'm just using that as the metaphor to what I'm talking about. It's like, there's always something better. The grass is always greener. Oh, you like that place? But no, try this place. But now that we tried that place, that pasta, no, now you gotta go here. Now you gotta go there. And they'll show you the line around the corner because this is what this person, this influencer, is saying is good. But you're talking about, like, for that moment, we give that place love. That's the place, that's the place, that's the place. The next influencer goes, no, not that place. I found a better place. While you're eating, you're saying, shut up, enjoy this place now. What do you mean? We gotta go to another place now? We just got here. It's a swipe left syndrome. It's the ADD. Swipe left syndrome.
You know, I live in central New Jersey since I've been there. I like 2 restaurants. Both of them are on like weird now. They've opened up all these restaurants last December or December before that. They opened up a Mexican restaurant that people who having car accidents pulled into. It was insane. Parking lot, they had cars on top of cars. They had to use the parking lot to the fucking other businesses. I never stepped in there. I won't go in those places. When they're hopping like that in the beginning, they're all sacks. Because they go in there underneath it. They're underneath it.
Yeah.
They go in there. We're all great. Let's take a picture. And they pick up that margarita not knowing it's $22. And they're just pumping the eagle like Vegas. And now your girls come and more. Now nachos and chips, everything sucks. You were drunk. You dropped 300. Now you get home after fucking and sucking, and you correlate the fucking and sucking with the Mexican bar and the Mexican drinking you went to do the night before. Trust me, the mind works so fucking weird. So you can't wait to go in there again. Then you go in there one night without your girlfriend when you're sober and see if everything sucks dick, okay? There's no so that's ether.
I get the ether now.
Now you get the ether?
I get it.
They suck you right in. They suck you right the fuck in.
It's almost like you're under the influence.
And right away, yeah, you're under the influence.
You're under the influence.
And you don't even know. And then you go in there one day when you're sober because you left your phone the night before. And you walk in there and the waiter's picking his nuts. You know what I'm saying? Eating this fucking boogie straight from his nose. That was a great time. Boy, I felt great. I felt great now eating that brisket with the same waiter.
You know, you're right. It's like you go back in and the lights are on and it's just a room with some chairs and a chef and some food. It's not the magical place that we're making it out to be.
It is.
Right?
There's an article or book coming out. I read this the other night again. I do not know if this is true. I do not know if this is true. Don't quote me. You know how life is.
Yeah.
Oh my God. 8 women got together.
8 women have got together. And what do they do?
You ready?
Yeah.
From the metropolitan New York City. And they're ready to file a one-time lawsuit against the owners of Studio 54 because they got raped there in the 70s. Get the fuck out of here! Again, they went down there. Quaalude, Mick Jagger walked in, they sucked his dick. And they remembered it during the pandemic. Like everybody else did. Remember during the pandemic? Everybody remembered who raped them. During the pandemic, they shot Ether. Everybody remembered who held him now. 20 years ago at a fraternity party. Who grabbed your pussy when you salute the soldiers. You know, everybody remembers. It was very interesting that a woman who weighed 50 fucking years, 50 years,
What happened to them instead of 54?
they say they got raped and sexual. You know, everybody said it was a party. It wasn't for us. It was a night of hell. Steve Rubel took us in the room and whipped us and made us snort coke off his dick. It was horrible. You know, that type of shit. Okay, so for the 2,000 people who went there, they said it was the best night of their lives. They did coke. I mean, Bing Crosby was in there. Paul Castellano was in there. Frank Sinatra was in there. Okay, but now these 8 women say that in 1978 or 77 or 73 that this happened. You know, it just, it's like Jesus Christ.
For quite some time.
What the fuck?
They sort of compromised it on my own.
What the fuck? I didn't know I brought this up now. Fucking, we're already high. We might as well bring up some more shit to confuse the fuck out of
That pill is kicking in.
Oh, it's kicked in a while. This poor bastard. Me, I go for 2 more. 2 more what? 2 more of these motherfuckers.
Why?
Why not? It's Monday night. It's Labor Day weekend. You ain't got dick. I ain't got dick going on.
It's Labor Day weekend.
That's it. This Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's over.
Summer's over.
It's over.
Wow, that's scary.
You can't wear white no more.
Shit.
That's it. You gotta put on the dark fuck.
I want to see you do stand up right now.
No, leave him alone. Leave him alone, please. Leave him alone. Don't bother. Leave me alone. Leave him right there to sit there. I'll do right now. Once he gets some pizza,
Let's get one line.
no, leave him alone. Let him get some food, and then he'll do stand up. He'll jump up and down for you.
Look at his eyes. They're like,
Yeah, those are Jewish. Those are Jewish eyes. Now, dude, did you have a good time shooting out those nights?
I really did have a great time. I like being away. I like being out of my environment and on location and not around familiarity. You know, I like shooting in New York because I love New York. I'm a born and raised New Yorker. On the island of Manhattan, not the Bronx, but I do like the Bronx. But I am born and raised in Manhattan. I like shooting there. But I like getting away to shoot films. I like being away on location. Because then you're not around familiar faces and places. And I feel like when I'm at that point, my imagination is at a much higher level.
Anyway, imagination, let me ask you something.
And
You ever walk into all these hotels, go to your room, you put your shit on the bed, you go, how the fuck did I get here?
when you're working?
Yeah, like when I check into the hotel, they're like, hi, Mr. Diaz, welcome. We have a basket for you. And you're like, these motherfuckers don't know 10 years I was robbing these baskets. You know what I'm saying? They're like, we got a basket for you. Welcome. The movie welcomes you, and then you go to your room and you sit down. It's a nice room. You got buckets and sodas.
But I gotta tell you, those are my proud moments.
I understand, but you ever
Because
sit
I go,
there,
shit, man, I earned my freaking way. This little shit cockroach from Harlem earned her way to not a hotel room. I could get myself a hotel
you
room.
understand what I'm saying?
I understand. But those moments that I'm answering you how I feel about that are surreal for me and proud moments for me. Because I'm like, boy, you know, my ex, Joe Maruso, he's an actor too. He said to me, Kat, every now and then, every night, my therapist told me, when you're feeling really bad about yourself, at night, when you're alone, and you're about to get in bed, you give yourself a pat on your own pat, like literally, you go like this. You did good today, kid. You did good today, Kat. You give yourself a pat. You tell yourself you did good. When I walk into a hotel room on location, and I go, it's not about a woman in a hotel room. It could be a shithole hotel room, and I could be doing an independent film for $100 a day in Massachusetts, but I still have the same feeling I have as if I walked into a hotel on a studio film in Hawaii. That you believe in yourself enough and you did the work to get here, and you're here, and you did something good. That's something good. That's the one time I give myself credit and go, don't be hard on yourself. You did something good. Give yourself the pat on the back at the end of the night and say, you did good, cat. You did good, kid. And I do. I go like that to myself. And I always took that to heart, what Joe told me. And when I check into the hotel, wherever it may be for a job specifically, it's better feeling than when I'm on a vacation with family or friends, because I earned that. And I worked so hard for that.
Thank you. Now you know I don't like fucking vacations. I don't like we were talking about, that's a different story.
But I earned it. I earned that fucking room. I earned this place. I earned my place here. I earned welcome Miss Narducci. We have a room for you. Thank you. I earned that. It didn't come overnight. I earned that. You know, from my fucking poor beginnings to where I am now. You did good, cat. Today you're doing good. Tomorrow you might not be. When the movie's over, you could be out of work again. Right now, you're checking in to do another movie you earned.
How they think coming up? Working with me?
Right now I just have the series that I wrote, and I'm hoping to get it done as a movie, which I was just told by somebody that I love and respect, that you all know, but I can't say, saying that, because I wrote 8 episodes of a series of my life, and the person read it and said it's going to be a movie, so I'm going to be like trying to get that made right now. And hopefully Godfather Harlem's coming back for season 5.
No.
And
they destroyed it already.
No, come on, give Chris Bogdato another chance.
I love Rich. I love that show. I love that fucking show.
You just want to crazy about season 5.
There's like 3 of us that really like that show. And we've all looked at each other and said, what the fuck was that? It reminded me, you know what it was reminiscent of?
Yeah.
Miami Vice. Last season of Miami Vice, they were chasing a guy. It was Martians. They were doing that. Remember that the guy became somebody else? Don Johnson had fucking whatever. He forgot who he was, so he became a renegade drug dealer. You're like, what the fuck happened to Frank Zappa? What happened? And that's what happened. What happened was, with that show, the cocaine, and other shows, you know this happens. The show was great the first season. Then one motherfucker decided to leave from one of the writers. And then the second show was the second season is strong. And the third season is stronger because now they're bonding. But usually the 4th and 5th season, now people start using those 2 years to get bigger and better jobs.
Yeah.
And now you got to bring people in. Plus, because they got producers move on to other projects. Like Chris did. Chris moved on to that fucking Heartbreak Hotel with those dudes. That wasn't that good.
You know, I never saw that guy.
I tried 1-2 episodes. Great cast, but just it was overdone already.
Was it?
Yeah, somebody already did that.
Oh,
and they shot up to the phone. And it was, Giselle. They released Giselle to talk about that place. So then he came back and...
You mean Griselda Blanco?
Yes. He didn't do Griselda Blanco. Well, maybe he did. No.
That was Captain Zeta Jones.
No, that was fucking the Spanish girl. She dated the quarterback from New England. What's her name? Sophia Vergara played that girl. But the point is that
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
once they move on to other shows, because and it happened to a ton of shows. When ABC, David A. Kelly got really hot for a while. Michelle Pfeiffer's husband, I think he is.
Oh yeah.
They built a studio around that motherfucking Orange County. They built a 4-studio fucking, the guy had so many projects, David A. Kelly. I think he had like the one about the 2 Italian. He had a ton of series on ABC. And, you know, after a while, you start moving from show to show. You bring your best people.
Yeah.
And those shows suffer. That's what happened to Godfather. And it broke my fucking... I mean, the 4 episodes was about Bumpy Johnson. Then Bumpy Johnson disappeared. And then you got fucking hit by a car. And then, you know, it was like, what the fuck is going on here? So
I have a question. That has nothing to do with the Godfather Home. Are you seriously gonna call me to Empire Casino?
yeah, I'd love to go up there.
We need to go to Empire Casino.
Isn't that how the fuck they just told me that?
It's in Yonkers.
Gambling got shot down in New York. Like that shit I was talking about was done. Jay-Z is bringing the casino to
Oh, 42nd Street.
Yeah, the 42nd.
It got shot down?
Well, somebody told me that works in the city. He thinks it got shut down. I don't think so.
No, I've heard
It's still alive.
I've heard of it there, and I've heard of it on Coney Island.
Coney Island Casino?
There's a lot of people talking about putting it there. Yeah.
The one I heard about was by Hudson Yards. That's the one. They're gonna have a fucking place as big as the Garden, a casino.
What do you really think that would do to New York City?
Cripple it.
I don't think it would be good.
Do you see what's going on in Vegas?
No.
Damn. I spoke to our dear friend today. So he got to the airport yesterday. He can count how many people in the airport in 2 years. Vegas on a Sunday, all the hookers are flying out, strippers, fucking everybody's flying in for the week convention.
Yeah.
And what it is, that's it. People just, they don't have the money right now. They don't have the money.
So Vegas is suffering?
On the internet, you go home.
Bad.
Yeah.
70.
Oh my God, they're lying. They're putting fake numbers. And they're still charging the fucking resort fees and the whole fucking thing.
Not at Empire Casino in Yonkers.
No.
I get on the 4 train and I get there on the 4 train. I get off in Yonkers. Last stop. And I love it.
What kind of people in there? Top notch.
Beautiful, real people.
They graduated from OGB.
That will go to Rudy's. What's your restaurant? Rudy's.
Rudy's, no, they won't.
They'll all go to
What
Rudy's.
did I say to you? So it's like OTB.
It's definitely a rough crowd.
There was nothing like playing hooky and taking a bus to Fort Lee and go to OTB in the city on 181st Street, Port Authority.
What kid is cutting school going to OTB? You? Oh,
and we used to cut school to go to the thing in Connecticut, Highline, too. One of the football coaches. We'd have to drive him up to Connecticut and give us $25. Silence, heavy side.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I loved all that. My mother took me to, like, my mother was a gambler, so she took me to Yonkers. That was, listen, when you go to Yonkers Raceway at night, you got problems.
That's where the casino is.
Yeah, you got
The
problems.
Trotters are right there.
Or you go in the daytime.
I go with the day and I leave. I went the other day, 2 o'clock, I got on the 4 train. I'm sorry, 1 o'clock. I walked into the casino like 2 o'clock. I left the casino 11:30 at night. But I take an Uber home. I take an Uber back to the city. That many hours and I lost track of time. I think I'm coming out at 4 o'clock. I'm like, what? 12 o'clock at night? I lost my mind.
And they have blackjack and stuff there.
They have the virtual blackjack. You know, it's a big screen with this like virtual pretty girl, you know. I do slots.
Me too. I'm a slot dude.
Love it.
$20 and let it roll.
I love it.
Another 20. Then you gotta go back to the ATM.
You gotta go.
They take a 20.
No, the ATMs are all around the casino.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
right
they'll
there.
charge you $18. And then you get home and you bought a fucking property rush and get the fuck out of here. I don't use an ATM anywhere but fucking where I go, bank. Because next thing you know, you bought a boat in Puerto Rico. You're like, that's fucking Yonkers, dog. They got that shit wired.
Yeah.
And when they take your number and one day they just make a sweep.
Yeah.
And you bought a fucking plane. You don't need that. You're like,
I love Yonkers Casino.
oh my God.
What slot do you like?
Let's take this. What?
What slot do you like?
I like this one. It's called what is it? Miami.
BB.
And I like this other one, Slate's Dragon Play. And then one other is it's called like Hurricane Cage. call me Kitty, and I like kitty cats, like a cat that comes in, the cat comes out, meow, meow, goes around, and drops the money. It drops the money. It's like a whole fucking movie I'm watching. It drops the money, it waves to you, and I'm like,
Who the fuck is that?
Kitty, I love it.
There's people who like live stream themselves playing slots at casinos. I would pay to watch you play this, like, because do you like smack the screen?
Oh, I punch it.
Yeah, oh, I knew it. Yeah,
I shake it.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love people. And then, like, how do you pay a machine? I love gambling.
How many of those pills did you take?
Not enough.
Not enough. Trust me, he needs 2 more.
Want to go to the casino right now?
Yeah, think so. Think we got nothing going on.
I gotta tell you, the ferry coming here was unbelievable. You know, it's crazy. You say you're bored. What do we do? You either go out to eat, you go to a movie. I go to galleries because I'm an artist and I like to look at art. That's always good for me. It may not be good for everybody. I like that. You go to a movie, but then you think about the other things that you don't do. Taking the ferry here. Now that's just that ferry, New York to Weehawken, right? Okay, but you could just get on the ferry. There's like $10 ferries that go around the city. That's such a nice thing to do on a beautiful day. It cleared my head from here to the city. What was it, 15 minutes?
Keep one of those edibles together.
Wow.
You don't really stay here fucking
Yeah.
You think you're killing it out there. You end up
I'd rather have what do they call the little baseball bat? You know, the pre-roll.
Yeah, the pre-roll.
I like a nice little pre-roll. But I don't like indica.
There should be some in the trunk.
I don't like
sativa. No, I will take a little bottle.
Because I'm already hyper. Sativa makes me more hyper. I like indica.
I can tell you're already hyper.
I'm hyper in this bitch.
Catherine, I'm happy that you came home tonight. That was great.
Me too.
You had a good time. You look beautiful as usual.
Thank you.
You're still a fucking savage. I congratulate you
Thank you.
on everything, especially outdoor nights. I really liked it. He gives all his money to the Bhutans. Ask him. And wait, what's going on with you this week?
August 30th, I'm at Barbershop, D&D Barbershop in Hoboken again, 2 shows.
Oh, shit. And we'll be I'll be at the open mic Wednesday. Thursday, we got the bucket. And tickets go on sale tomorrow for part of the casino the night before Thanksgiving. That's always a good fucking night.
Oh, that's the best night.
Last night I have a different lineup, different crew. Come on down. You can gamble. Man.
Wait, where could I gamble and see you?
Watch the casino in Philadelphia.
Where?
In Mendoza.
Is it a casino?
Bethesda, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. Yeah, we just did this last week.
Oh, shit.
He's got the Tesla, so be careful. You in the front seat and shit.
Does it drive by itself?
Anyway, I love you, Catherine Lee. I love you, Jen. And tickets also went on sale for November 8th in D.C., I think, and December 5th in Virginia. I don't even have a webpage.
We're in Maryland and Virginia, 1 in November, 1 in December.
Yeah, and then, but we're in Florida next week, and that's all that matters. September 6th, Hard Rock Live. Friday night, it's Casey and the Sunshine Band. You know what I'm saying?
Do a little dance,
Take a little
make it loud, get down tonight.
Bring the fucking glue. Bring whatever you got. Glue, I don't give a fuck. It's KC. He's only got 2 songs. You'll be jumping up and down for an hour.
What's the other one? Cause I'm your boogeyman.
Oh yeah, Boogeyman. So he'll do like a trio. Boogeyman, something else. He'll do this is a new song. Listen, KC, don't play no new songs, all right? Coke ain't even the same anymore. You got 1 song, just stick to it for an hour. Do a little dance, make a little love, let down tonight. Come on, keep going. Keep going, KC. That's it. I love you, motherfuckers. Have a great week. Stay black, and God bless you and your family.
So I mean, these are really important things that help corral Jews within kind of like a set of boundaries for behavior. These will be challenged throughout the entire period that we're looking at, but most especially when we get to the modern era. In this regard, the attacks on the Jewish communal structure are one of the most important elements of nation identity for Jews. We're not there yet in terms of our Jewish History Lab series.
Welcome to the show today, guys. I want to let you know that I have some tour dates. You want to see me live, the live space, real time.
Partially because of Jewish erosion of the system, but you can see the roots of it, especially from the 15th and 16th century onward, but it really collapses in.
Welcome to the show today, guys. I want to let you know that I have some tour dates. You want to see me in live space, real time. They call it IRL. Jacksonville, Florida, February 2nd. I'll be there. St. Petersburg, Florida, February 3rd. Orlando, Florida, February 5th. Lafayette, Indiana, February 24th. Rockford, Illinois, February 25th. Chicago, Illinois, February 26th. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Oh, that's sold out now. May 6th. May I had one there. And then Los Angeles, California, the Filtered, May 7th. That is all Return of the Rat Tour. Grab those tickets on NLTOFund.com/tour. Today's guests are two men who are from another country, and they left their country. I'm not sure why exactly, but that's what they did. And I'm very happy to have them here today. They are one of the most, one of the greatest selling artists of all time, of modern time, of all ADC, or AD, Mr. Robbie Williams, and comedian Mark Hayes.
I'll sit and tell you the story.
It was the most fancy thing ever.
Like, because I had a place that I would say was like quite and that was like a mansion. It was like a mansion in Beverly Hills, in a gated community. And if this book, then I just was like, Johnny, bought a place in Beverly Hills. It's 20 acres.
You have right now?
Yeah. 20 acres. Rich. 30,000 square foot.
Yeah, that's 20 acres.
Yeah. You could have to take that. There are rooms that you haven't been in.
I've got 27
That's unreal, isn't it?
But let me tell you the thinking. Okay, so the thinking is this. So you make some money, and then you want to keep that money, and then you want to do things that you don't understand. I don't understand. So, like Jenny, you know, and then you've got all these stocks and shares, and investments that you can make. I don't understand that. What do I understand? I understand bricks and mortar. So if I have some bricks and mortar, then the stock market and everything goes to hell in a handbasket. It still exists. The bricks and mortar will be there. So I took the money out of the investments and invested it into bricks and mortar. And bought this place, 20 acres, 30,000 square foot, blah, 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 blah. And you're just like, I did a grown-up thing. And I'm really proud of myself. And then you go, right, okay. Well, you don't take into consideration it's 20 acres, it's 10 different things. So you need 2 gardens. And then, and hold on though. So then you've got your
insurance for the house. So the insurance for the house, because the fire is selling.
Because of fires, it's set already here.
Yeah. What? Seriously? Yeah. And then you have your house tax thing, which is $400,000. So basically, what you don't take into consideration when you're buying bricks and mortar, especially in California, is that, okay, so you need 2 gardeners, 3 housekeepers, a house manager, house security, 2 nannies.
Okay, that's it for
you. Yeah, just for me. So then, so basically, what I'm saying is, you can't win anyway because the tax of actually the life tax, right, the head tax, right, of having a property that big, you just can't enjoy it. you come down. You come downstairs and you see 11 cars parked in the car park outside. They're working. Wow. So, I'm basically wandering around a super yacht on land. So it's sort of like drain. It's like a super yacht drain, but on land.
Why? Because you constantly just see the money going by. You mean?
Yeah, you just see, I walk down and
everything looks like an expense.
Well, I walk into the kitchen today and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. And none of them are my family. So you know what I mean? And they're all doing a job for me. And so it's just like, like a taxi. Just sort of pushing the cash out.
Because the Crusaders themselves were traveling.
You're not including us and the 4 kids.
The history is basically like this. In the year 1095,
so my big expense
Israel
is
was under control of the Muslims.
Right.
And there was significant conflict between the Muslim Empire and
for example, if I want to blink watch, I'm like, I want to I then get in touch with the company and see what I can do for the company to get the watch.
Oh, I see. So you like to save money in some sense. I don't know what that is. That's what we.
Anyway, back to what we were talking on the way in.
That's the level of money I'm willing to spend on a studio. Is where you have to hear something in the distance.
Anxiety. So what's going on?
I don't know, man. I think I just get overwhelmed. I don't like being like a boss. I don't like having once comedy kind of started to turn more also into podcasting, you have to help get things done and make sure that everything runs smoothly, and it just becomes a bit I think it just starts to exhaust me. I don't get to be as creative, So when I'm listening to you say that you have help and people are helping me, I'm like, that really perks my ears up. Because I'm like,
before you got anxiety about being a boss, you're actually so you're just swapping problems. But mine sounds like a better problem than yours.
You're going to found out from it.
No, my problem does feel better. Sideways.
Who's got better problems? That would be almost a great game show. It's just like somebody's like, I've got Down syndrome, and somebody else is like, I've got anxiety, and people vote in the crowd.
I changed it.
But at any rate,
yeah, wore a soft shirt. Yeah, was there or not?
I think you didn't know it was basically
in a series of crusades. So not just one. Finally found
like Billy Elliot.
Exactly like Billy Elliot. So there's no anxiety, but I thought that when I was growing up, I had a psychic ability to know that I thought that it was I've got this inbuilt radar that detects trouble, but actually what it is you're around sociopaths and psychopaths, so you're actually scared. All of the time. Just living in fear
all of the time. And like my wife, Beverly Hills, she's had an ensuite. I'm from a place where we had a bathroom, and I was a third in the bathroom after my
Third in the water, huh?
Third in the water.
Yeah, you freaking collecting coins at that point.
My grandma, right? My grandma didn't have a indoor toilet until 1983. Yeah, out in the yard.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's almost hot. She could have an OnlyFans now. That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
And then now but that's so
Your grandma's toilet.
somebody would pay for it. I'm sure Colin or Jake, one of these guys, would freaking chip in on it. I've seen some pretty dark stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah, so
you got a lot of fear, so you always felt fear, because one of my first feelings that I ever remember in the whole world is being afraid.
Yeah. My first memory was lucid dreaming. I could fly. And then I woke up and nearly threw myself down. Yeah, but because I was born in a pub. So, so like, we lived in a pub for my first 4 years, so I know that my first memory, I was in a dream, and it was lucid dreaming. Who are you? Yeah, because I've just been doing a load of talking. You're just sat there.
We're just sitting here with Robin Williams and Marquez. We'll do an intro in the beginning too. And you guys are mates, and you guys are from another country.
Two separate countries.
Two separate countries, yeah. Yeah, to us, I think it does run together. I feel like America's getting so weird. People are starting to go back. I've been seeing like Mayflowers and stuff, ads on the internet for like the new Mayflower, and it's heading back across to England. I think people are a bit cooked, yeah. I think people are willing to take on an iceberg just to maybe change the scope of things.
I think no matter how late you've got like real official soldiers, armor, squire, and then you have just people who are like, come in.
Yeah, you see one warm tit on the show.
And you're just like, how are they going to
I've lived in LA for 20 years. And I don't know if you have this with LA. You have this too. So like every 5 years I'll try and leave. Something will happen where I'll just get pissed off. And there'll be like a bunch of things or a bunch of people where I'm just like, you really let me down in only a way that people can let me down. And then I go, and I am leaving. And then I get on a plane and I take all the dogs and the children and my clothes and magazines. And I need to get back. This is shit. Have you had that happen? All the time. Every time. I've done it 4 times. Like I bought a house in the countryside in England. Right, I bought this. It's a castle. Yeah. Bought this place in the countryside, and like this is all forever. Wife, and we're all living here now, and we leave those people. That's the people in Los Angeles, and their children will grow here and will provide memories. And I better not tell her that I hate it and I want to move back. Second night of buying the house, I don't like it. Really?
Quite often you have little tri-towns that have close associations in their geographical proximity.
Wait, do you think it's because something feels like simpler there? Does it feel like not? Like, what are some of the feelings that would make you think that it's? Is it too quiet? Is it too simple? Is it too old-fashioned? Like, is there things that make you think like?
I think it feels a bit restricted. Whereas in LA, like, there's opportunity. You walk in, and like it. Sometimes obviously not. Most of the time, but in Los Angeles, you just think, I'm walking on, Adam Sandler is going to go, we should do a biopic about your life where I play you. And I'm like, yeah, Adam Sandler, that should happen.
Everyone on this has.
Yeah. I think it used to be more like that was a possibility, though. You know, I think it used to. I don't. Or that used to be certainly a dream. Do you think that's still? I think maybe at our age that was a dream. Like, you're like, yeah, go walk down the street and like Eric Estrada's gonna walk up, or freaking now I'm trying to think of somebody else.
Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah, Lou Ferrigno. The guy finally stood behind at a post office one time, and his wife, I think he's deaf. I didn't even know that, which makes the whole Incredible Hulk way more messed up, I think. There's paint the deaf guy green.
In 21 years of living, the only thing that has actually happened like that when someone walked up to you and offers you something I was at Galleria 60 years about it, and I was offered the chance to be the bachelor. Yeah. No, you are. I don't know. Maybe it was a while ago, but like the only thing that's ever happened is sort of like
yeah, I think a lot that kind of took over where like it was like reality shows. People get like.
Would you be the bachelor?
No.
No, why?
I just would have. I think I'd have.
While you make your way down.
I think I would just be kind of scared. I would just be, I don't know, I'd be flirting with the chicks, but then, like, I'd be trying to perv out at night, probably, and, like, sneak around or something. It would, I don't know, I'd probably get busted masturbate, you know, something that would make me seem a little bit strange, I think.
True self comes out.
Yeah, I think my true self can't help but come out.
Okay, let's pitch that show, okay? But let's pitch it where it's called something else now, but it's the same as The Bachelor. What streaming service is it on, or what TV channel is it on? What's it called? The Perv.
Maybe called, who's Tom Thumb? Is that a famous character? Maybe like a Peeping Tom, something for Peeping Toms, but where they're like doing well.
Maybe it would be, maybe you'd be using Chris Hansen. Maybe you'd be presenter.
Oh, yeah.
And then you wouldn't have to be the Perv.
Yeah. I could be like the Perv wrangler.
The Perv wrangler.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, straight after this, Ted Sarandos, hop in the car, we'll go
Here we go, Mr. Sarandos.
Back to the England League. Take some explaining.
So you get over there, so
this is what happens for me. Right? So, at one point in my life, I was ridiculously famous in a country that you have lived, right? Like ridiculously, like Michael Jackson stuff.
How old was you?
How old was I? I became famous when I was 17. I joined the boy band when I was 16. The boy band took off. And then when I was 21, I left. And then I sold a sold 80 million albums. Hold the record for the most tickets sold in a day for a tour. So this meets with, I'm sober, right? I'm a sober guy, right? And this meets with depression and anxiety and mental illness and extreme fame and extreme success. Yeah. And I came to America to promote. I'm over here to promote this album. Saying that radio stations people viable in the morning. Like I already have like millions in the bank. If, however, they were to convert, and like I'm in Milwaukee, and I'm depressed, and then they shake themselves. And so what's this hope I can play a record shit? And so I'm going around America doing all of this stuff, and I'm like going, hang on. So all of this fame's making me anxious and depressed. And if I go to America, I'm famous in Papua New Guinea and all this. So this realization's happening as I'm traveling through America, trying to break America. And I'm doing like a rock the vote performance in New York. Like I've never voted in York. And I'm just like trying to tell the kids to vote. And I'm like, this is and then I'm like, hang on, why am I doing it? Why am I trying to break laws?
Welcome. How are you? Can you hear me? What's up, Love K? What's good, Love K? How you living, pimp? Dog, I can't understand what you're saying. What was that? Dog, I can't hear you. How'd you find out about me? You saw me on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. How are you?
Just everything.
Dog, you need to speak clearer. How are you, my friend?
I lost everything on the casino.
Oh, how'd you lose everything on the casino, pimp?
I was just trying to make back what I lost.
All right. Is there any way you can do that?
No.
All right, so what are you going to do?
I was an online casino. I lost everything. They told me to more.
They told you to what? They told you to what?
Deposit more.
Yeah, dude. Okay, so it's like a scam.
No, they pay off. Yes, deposit more. And I lost everything.
Okay. So aside from that, how's your day going? All right, pimp. Well, we're watching you. Oh, tons, man.
Really?
Yeah, dog. I don't lose, baby. I'm a winner, so I don't know what that's like. What are your hobbies aside from gambling?
I work in construction.
You work in construction?
Yeah.
What? What? Oh, you're building a synagogue right now? That's tight.
Yeah.
Very well. How big is it?
Middle size.
It's like 5?
No, middle size.
Well, middle size. Okay.
Yeah, it's like 500 square meters.
All right. Very well. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do aside from gamble? You like to watch live streams on YouTube? All right, very well, man. Well, I'm streaming my life 24/7, watching Jewish history lectures. So if you want to do so, feel free. Enjoy, my friend.
I also like Olympics.
What Olympic games do you like?
I don't know how to call it. They shoot with bows there, arrows.
Yeah, archery.
Yeah, archery.
Very cool. Do you like to shoot bows and arrows yourself?
I don't really have the money.
Okay.
What do you like,
Oh, that's a good question. I like track and field. I like basketball. It depends if it's the winter or the summer. So let's talk summer first. Golf is kind of boring, but I do like it. I like women's gymnastics. I like men's gymnastics. I like let's see, wrestling and like judo, jiu-jitsu, all that stuff, any kind of martial art. I like archery's tight. I like whatever that shooting thing is, that's okay. Um, they have like rhythm gymnastics, that's cool. I like swimming. Swimming's a big one. I like the track and field ones are probably the best. Like the 100-meter dash, that's a big one. And I like, I mean, it's kind of boring, but the marathon, I like the last like 10 feet of it. I like, what else do they have that I like? Okay, so basketball, men's basketball and women's basketball. I definitely like those. They had breakdancing this last one, which made a lot of headlines. I think that's pretty cool, but they're not going to have it this next one. I like water polo is cool. Diving is cool. I like diving. Those Chinese divers are amazing. What else? Okay, so that's probably it for summer sports. Winter sports, I think my favorite winter sport to watch is curling or speed skating. The short speed skating is amazing on the short track, and curling is really cool to watch. It may seem boring, but I find it to be really exciting. I like hockey, um, figure skating. I like the women's figure skating. I like the men's figure skating. I like the doubles figure skating. Those are good. I was boring myself with all that. Don't worry about it, dog. What other winter sports you like, big dog? Biathlon. That one's cool. I like that one a lot. What else? Cross country skiing, downhill skiing. I like snowboarding. Half pipe is cool. The slalom. I like that one where they're like, they're like flying through the air, and it literally seems like if they fuck this up, they will kill themselves. I like that one. What else? I like toboggan, bobsled. What's the thing? It's called like a skeleton. I like that one. I love when they fuck up and they're like flying down that fucking pipe. I think somebody died doing that. Anyway, sure. Welcome, Pimp. Yo, dog, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, no problem. So I like winter. I like the bobsledding. I like the skeleton, which is like a bobsled, like just like a sled without the bob. I like the luge where they like fly through the air. I like downhill skiing. I like snowboarding.
Like everything.
Yeah, dude, I do. But here's the thing: I get bored of it very quickly, and I'm like, man, one of these Olympics is gonna be over. I don't know. Really?
Watch them.
Do I watch what?
The Olympics. Is it?
I plan on doing it this next one in Los Angeles.
Oh.
Yeah. I like. I'm trying to think of an Olympic sport in general, but I really like of a weird sport. I really like curling. It to me is pretty fascinating, and they get really intense. Here's the thing. I don't like the coverage, at least in the United States. They don't always have the best coverage. Like I might be really into a sport, and then they'll be like, okay, and then we're gonna go to this sport, and they just cut away from it. And I know it's on other channels and stuff, but I don't know. I wish there was kind of like a thing where you could just choose your own sport and watch it the whole time. Um, the Summer Olympics, I've watched 3 Summer Olympics on this stream, or no, 3 total Olympics. I watched the 2021 Tokyo Olympics and the 2024 Paris Olympics. Of the Paris Olympics, the ones that stand out, the swimming stands out to me a little bit, but the running is big. Yeah. How about you? What aside from the archery. What other Olympic sports do you like?
I mean, it's not really Olympic, but I like bodybuilding.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Absolutely.
Have my style.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's Olympic. They do bodybuilding, or well, they. Oh no, it's not. Okay, they do weightlifting.
Olympic.
Right, weightlifting. Um, right. Okay, why do you like bodybuilding?
It's just like being physically strong. I think it's nice.
What dog?
I think it's part of the men's need.
Yeah, dog.
Were you watching a Jewish lecture? Did you say that?
Yeah, I'm watching Jewish history lectures.
Oh, I see. So, are you a Jew?
I am a Jew.
Oh, I always wanted to ask someone Jewish what they think about goyims, the other people, non-Jewish people.
Yeah, I mean, you exist.
What does that mean?
You exist. You're like a thing. Everybody's Jewish, so that's fine. And you're basically of the world population, like 99.8 of the world population, and of the United States population, you're like 98% of the United States population. So it's a big group of people from which to discuss. I would say that some are better than others, and generally, so long as they don't bother me, I'm relatively positive towards them. And if they are annoying to me, then, or they're mean to me, then I have a general dislike of them. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, kinda. I want to know if you, like, I heard that it says in Talmud, we are not different than animals.
That's correct.
What do you think about that?
Hey man, the tradition.
It's a tradition.
Yeah, I mean, it's like,
So there's not the belief, it's just a tradition.
oh no, that's a belief of a lot of people, but it's a traditional belief.
So it's not very common.
Oh, it's pretty common.
Because, like, thank you for being honest.
Word,
Because
dog.
most of the time, when I try to ask questions to people about this, they're like dodging my questions.
I mean, I do my best to answer things directly. Frankly, I kind of hate everybody. um, but
Why?
yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a joke that I'm saying. But no one's doing anything perfectly, whether Jew or Goy or everybody can work on themselves. I mean, if I have criticism for anybody, it's not really goyim. It's Jews, and just, I mean, I have general beliefs on how we could improve as a people, and where I focus my attention. But in terms of goyim, you exist, and for the time being, we are on this planet together. But eventually, I would like to see the righteous of the goy to be at least Noahides, which is belief in the 7 laws of Noah. And then for some of them, perhaps a conversion to Judaism.
Well, I'm not gonna be a real Jew. Like, even if I convert.
No, you are. No, you're not. You're absolutely not in that case. No, if you're righteous and you convert through an Orthodox fashion, you're as much a Jew as I am. We have that aspect. Basically, there are 2 ways to be a Jew. One, your mother was Jewish, and her mother was Jewish, etc., etc. Or there are converts, and there are many converts to Judaism. Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, our teacher, Moses of the Bible, his wife was a convert. We've had Ruth in the Bible. She was a convert, and she was King David's great-grand. So basically, the role of the righteous, especially converts, is intertwined within Judaism.
So, do you think there is like goy behaviors?
Oh yeah, definitely, major time. 100%. Yeah, things like, well, worshiping idols and drinking blood. Those are like goyish behaviors. More modern ones would be like there are just like some things like ham and cheese sandwich on white bread. That's pretty goyish. What else? Like having a lobster feast. That's pretty goyish.
I was like talking about more something like boys are interested in this or they.
Yeah, sure, okay.
About behavior patterns.
Yeah, I mean,
that you're not doing.
Yeah, certainly eating is a behavior pattern. Okay, so not focusing on family, that's goyish behavior. Not being educated, that's goyish behavior. Yeah, I mean, we focus in Judaism on education and education of our children, secular and religious education. So those are important. And people who don't consider education to be important are bad people, but that's goyish behavior. Even like just going to McDonald's, that's goyish behavior. What else? I mean, in general, because there are some kosher McDonald's in Argentina and Israel, but generally, eating treif, so eating non-kosher, That's goyish behavior. Um, what else would be goyish behavior? If you want behavior, things that we see as being non-Jewish. Um,
I was talking about like these are like kind of neutral ones. Like I was talking about Bosch behavior that is like how can I say maybe like interest in sports.
To some extent, yeah. A lot of times, especially within the Hasidic world, there isn't a huge interest in sports. But then again, some of the great owners of sports franchises have been Jews. So it kind of depends. Some of the great coaches have been Jews. Um,
But like when you're interested in a sport, you're actually not making anything out of it. But when you're a coach or when you're a franchise owner, you're actually making profit or making returns on other terms.
right. Traditionally, Jews have not excelled necessarily in sports because we have our focuses in other places. But we like to watch sports, a lot of us. Um, I would say that, like perhaps some types of mixed dancing, that's pretty goyish. Some types. Um, inter, well, like assimilation, that's like by definition goyish. Um, Other things that are goyish, things like um,
So the thought behind that question was Jews are very powerful minority. I wouldn't say that they're completely kind of conspiracy theory wise out, but they are a powerful minority, and I wanted to understand what are they doing different from the rest of the world. Just boys.
sure, absolutely. Working on cars, that's pretty goyish. Carpentry, carpentry's goyish. Um, what do we do that allows us to be successful? Well, it starts with our familial unity. Uh, we feel that family is very important. Education is very important. We educate our children to be successful and to be in disciplines that are generally well providing. Um, we make good investments. We ensure to give back to the community. Charity is very important. So we give what's called tzedakah or charity to help.
Yeah, Sadaka.
Correct. Yeah. So we give to organizations that are communities, and just in general, we have a high respect for ourselves. Hope that answers your question, big dog.
Is smoking Polish?
Currently, it actually is not. Many Jews do enjoy. Uh, so technically, we're not supposed to do anything that harms our bodies. Traditionally, smoking in the Jewish community was very common in Israel. it's not so common in the diaspora and outside of Israel for Jews, mainly, especially because for people who are Shomer Shabbat are basically Orthodox Jews, we can't light on Shabbat, so that causes an issue. Smoking of cannabis, smoking. What'd you say, Big Dog? Yeah, it's sundown on Friday to basically sundown plus a little on Saturday. Generally, but nobody really knows. Cannabis, though, is something that in the modern age has become more popular, and basically since the 1930s or so, has been associated with some areas of Judaism, though it's not necessarily, at least within mainstream centrist orthodoxy. It's done somewhat behind the scenes in some areas, but we do have, I mean, marijuana is kosher, and so putting marijuana into edibles, so long as the ingredients are kosher, is allowed. Smoking of hookah and such, that's more a Sephardic custom, but it is something that occurs. But traditionally, it would be cigarette smoking.
Because of the Middle East culture, right?
Correct.
Smoke a lot.
Correct.
So you're streaming 24/7, every time, basically.
For the last 3.5 years.
Almost 3.5 years.
Correct.
Like, how can you afford this? You're streaming all the time. Are you working from home, like home office job? Or?
I have. I'm a certified project management professional, so I've done some projects on the stream, but essentially I have investments and savings that have allowed me to do this.
Oh, okay. Like day trading or trading in general?
Cryptocurrency investments, some.
Do you post your investment?
No.
You share them?
So you were just on YouTube. You were like, "Hey, this person has a Discord. I'm gonna go check them out."
Yeah, I saw your stream alongside the YouTube streams. Probably you know them. Yeah, like I don't know if you watch other lives that often, but just some playing your games and they are giving reactions all the time. It's like, and I saw your stream. You were like silent. I wasn't able to figure out what you were doing, and I saw your Discord.
Very cool. Any other questions, big man? Do you have any other questions? All right, man. Well, you're always welcome here. I'm going to continue watching my lectures. Feel free to enjoy. Yeah, it's just, you can see it on that other screen. You're welcome, my friend.
It was inspired in the first one case of women given the choice of baptism or death, decided to choose death, martyrdom, or as it's called in Hebrew, Kiddush Hashem, the sanctification of the name. And this is a phenomenon that would be associated endlessly with the Crusades and much larger. When they got to Worms, which was one of those contexts, the Jews sought refuge with the bishops. And this is something we see over and over again in the Crusades. The church was not the enemy at all here. The church was, in fact, against the violence. And although they definitely approved of the larger goal of the Crusades, attacking the local Jews was not something that the church officially sanctioned at all. It was more of a mass of strange characters like Peter the Great. So the Jews sought refuge in the bishop's compound, and in fact, the Crusaders broke into the bishop's palace cells and massacred the Jews in his home. Quite a large number, about 800 Jews died this way. And Worms had a terrible, terrible situation where these over and over again, many of them, when we do have numbers of Jews who chose baptism, we'll turn to in a second, you have these terrible incidents of Jews trapped in a room and fearful of having the synagogue set alight and dying in flames, or fearful of having to break in and the Jews not being able to withstand the temptation of deciding to convert in a death, where many of these Jewish families, communities, decided to kill each other in acts of mass suicide. Very powerful descriptions of mothers killing their own children, and fathers killing their daughters, and horrible, horrible things to read that literally formed part of the liturgies of Jews for centuries afterwards in memory of this event, which was called incidentally the Zerat Tatmud in the decree of 1096. In Mainz, the bishop attempted to help, but he did not have the wherewithal, and you had incredible number there of massacres, perhaps the most powerful examples of massacres and suicides. The rough estimate of the number of deaths is about 5,000. Include the surrounding communities, it might go up a little bit more. Another one of these figures who was kind of Peter Arnold is Count Nico. He moved on. It was his troops who were being destroyed by the Hungarians. One last detail that's quite significant. After this 496, the emperor actually officially allowed any black Jews to simply ignore their forced baptism in the Jewish communities. There was a big conflict at the time. The emperor, but at this point, especially not.
So basically what happens is that I live in anonymity. I don't really enjoy it. Then I try to move back to my home country and remember that I have no anonymity. And that makes you feel anxious and depressed. And then I move back to it. So that's what it is.
You know, keeping things fresh is tantamount. It's paramount. It's important. It's one of the premier things, and I have trouble keeping things fresh. I'm not that fresh, man. I'm not that fresh. If you look in the crisper drawer in my house, you're not gonna. There's nothing in there. You know, I don't really have that much that's fresh in my world. But who does is Peloton. One Peloton, that's right. They've got the Bike Plus, but they're freshening things up for the new year. They've got boxing, new music artist series, new daily workout varieties. It's easy to stick to your goals when you freshen them up. Spray a little bit of that. Imagine it's taking your goals and opening its dang mouth and just spraying breath mint in there. Damn. Beautiful. Peloton has a workout for every goal, every day, every mood. De-stress from a long day with 30 minutes of strength, 20 minutes of cardio. Do a quick 15-minute total body workout. That's all you have time for. Stay motivated while having fun with bike workouts, yoga, meditation, dance, cardio, and more. For a limited time, try the Peloton app free for 2 months, then just $12.99 after per month. New members only. Visit onepeloton.com/app to learn more. That's 2 months free at onepeloton.com. Offer expires 1/31/22. Terms apply. This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, man, I've had a lot of unmanageability in my brain, and then it's in my life. It starts in my head, ends downstairs in my life. So I've got to manage that. I'm spending time recently to take more advantage of getting well. BetterHelp can do that for you. They will assess your needs and match you with a licensed professional therapist. They're okay. They don't want to waste your time. You get thoughtful responses. The service is available for clients worldwide. It is committed to facilitating. BetterHelp is committed to facilitating great therapeutic matches. Get some help. Get a therapist. You can talk to them. Video, Skype with them. Journal. You can send out probably a humming pigeon and come back. You're doing what it'll say. Visit betterhelp.com/THEO. That's betterhelp.com/THEO.
Okay, so what happened?
Only over 2 million people who have taken charge of their mental health. Special offer for this past weekend listeners: get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/THEO. This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp. That's insane. What a crazy that loss makes it good comfort. Yeah. But it's interesting. Did a lot of rappers, they say that they don't like to live in their hometown because people will kill them, you know, like a lot of like Lil Boosie was in here and he said he doesn't like to live in Louisiana because people will kill him there because they get jealous and stuff like that. Is there a lot of that kind of stuff in England? Like
I've never ever said this.
Wow. Did you put it up somewhere? Was it PR?
Still out?
No.
What happened?
I have friends. But like, you know, that stuff is sort of is the unseen stuff.
Because you were insanely, being insanely famous, I can't even fathom. Like, I've been over to, like I've spent time around Justin Bieber, that kind of stuff is insane. You know, to see some of these UFC guys, it gets pretty insane. Yeah, but I can't, because did you feel like you needed to escape then, or did you feel like you were just going, did you feel like you were leaving England, like you wanted to leave, or did you feel like you wanted to go somewhere else?
Well, there's that few levels of fame, what it does to you. The first one is, there's a couple more I can't remember. But the fourth one is like acceptance. You know, you sort of rally against this, your privacy being taken away from you. Rally against it by trying to be normal. And trying to be normal also, I'm going to be small so you don't beat me up. I'm a dickhead. Don't hurt me, and I've got normal places I can't go because people want to kill me. But it takes a while to get to acceptance.
kind of complicated.
Yeah.
And
then you go to the shop.
But I would mention one passage that made me very well. Widely regarded. I have a modern football today. Buddha constantly wants a fairly extensive ethical for
you know, I have anxiety, and I don't
all kinds of very
strangers, but like strange wanting me, and I feel really uncomfortable about it, and it's like thinking about it now actually gives me anxiety. So it's like it's a trigger. It's like, but also you've got to be the mayor of the best town that anybody's ever visited, or else people go to one of those things.
So widespread.
Oh yeah, you gotta be the nicest.
And actually, I hate having my picture taken. I fucking hate it. I hate it with my wife. Like she does Instagram, just like no. Like the act of having a picture taken makes me go.
One of the ironic things is that
for whatever reason that is,
probably because so much use it. The Chinese believe this, and I don't really Chinese a lot of times, but I believe
that it takes your soul.
Yeah,
it's not the Chinese. That was the Indians. And that's a made up.
Well, the Chinese borrowed it because I remember I was in China one time trying to take a picture of somebody, and they're like, they come up and try to cover the camera. Yeah, they don't want, like they say, like it captures a little. So I think it could make sense that after someone has been so like, I don't want to use the term exploited, but you know, so much of your image and your voice and everything is used for artwork or ambiance or transaction or whatever, that something's got to be about your spirit. It seems like it's like, do you feel that at all? Did you ever?
What does it take to make your soul? Yeah. Maybe subconsciously that's what it is that makes me feel anxious about it. But what happens in the process is this: I'm chronic people things. It's like I want you to think that I'm the nicest person you've ever met, because if you don't, when you go away having a bad time having met, I'll feel really. But also at the same time, but also at the same time, it's like I don't want you to have any time with me at all. So what I do is I become agoraphobic, but like happily agoraphobic.
What is that agoraphobic? Not like cross.
Agoraphobic is like where you're scared of. No, it's agriculture. Agoraphobic is like where you're scared of going outside.
Oh.
But I'm not scared of going outside. I just don't want to. So, but it's even. But I do it also here in Los Angeles, where I'm not there. Is that I've been outside.
Yeah. One thing it begins. It's interesting, I think, and if you have a bad time, first of all, go see one of our shows. Yeah, you need to call the janitor to help. But it's interesting that one of the things that happens is you have, with people, you have the same interaction over and over again, that it gets to be not mundane, because each person is, there does become a repetition to it. And sometimes I think as somebody that's creative, repetition isn't something that makes you feel comfortable, maybe, or that you're like attracted to. Kind of. So I think sometimes that can be a little bit. Does that make sense?
Well, there is a repetition, but there's also being an introvert doing an extrovert's job. So my job is to be an extrovert